Zhao Di, don't rush. Take your time and explain, Yuan and I said. Zhao Di took a breath and quickly shared everything. In the afternoon, two officials came to the house looking for Yuan and I. It was said that after Vice Director Gu returned to the capital, he organized experts to evaluate the Shanha Ryu Ding and discovered that this bronze ding had significant archaeological and economic value. The museum staff said that offering such a valuable treasure to Yuan and I as a reward was too little. Vice Director Gu thought about it and decided that Yuan and I shouldn't be at a loss. He reported to his superiors, and after some back and forth, the organization decided to help Yuan and I with her job and household registration issues, allowing her to move to the county. The two officials are here to help you with the paperwork. Your grandparents are chatting with them. You should go in, Zhao Di said excitedly, her face flushed. Yuan Ni's mother was stunned. Ever since leaving the Yuan family, good things kept happening. It was almost too good to be true. Yuan and I remained calm, straightened her clothes, and walked inside. The door to the main room was open, and two men in Zhongshan suits were sitting at the table. They seemed to be the officials, Zhao Di mentioned. Her grandparents were nearby, and as soon as they saw Yuan and I, they called out, come here quickly. Director, who is looking for you? There's good news. One of the men was Director Hu, and the other introduced himself as Officer Zhou. Yuan and I greeted them and confidently took a seat. Director Hu briefly explained the situation, saying, the county just received a notice from above, and there aren't many positions suitable for you. One option is to work in a factory. There are openings in the furniture factory and the light bulb factory. The other option is to be an administrator at the county's recycling station. Don't underestimate working with recyclables. This is a civil service position. Director Hu thought that Yuan and I, being a girl from the countryside, might not understand the difference between regular jobs and civil service positions, so he took the time to explain. Yuan and I has a special talent, and to make the most of it, she should go to the recycling station. She smiled and said, I understand now. I want a government job, so I should go to the recycling station. Her grandparents thought dealing with waste was not respectable and tried to advise her, but Yuan and I stopped them with a look. Director Hu nodded in agreement. Good choice, young lady. Here are a few forms for you to fill out. Yuan and I had studied intermittently and had a basic education level. According to Director Hu, working at the recycling station was the minimum requirement, and luckily, Yuan and I met that standard. After filling out the forms, Director Hu and Officer Zhou were about to leave. Comrade Yuan and I, we will process your paperwork when you get back. Next Monday, you can report to the recycling station. If you have any issues, just come to the county to find me. Her grandmother insisted they stay for dinner before finally seeing them off. Once they left, her grandfather sighed, I still feel that the recycling station is not very respectable. Why do you want to go there? Yuan and I smiled, Grandpa, there are many opportunities there that you don't understand. Trust me, it's a good choice. All right then, at least it's a government job with a monthly salary. If you want to go, then go. After all, this was Yuan Ni's decision, and she couldn't blame anyone else. At that moment, Yuan Ni's mother realized, with a job, are you going to live in the county? The Hongqi Brigade is close to the commune but far from the county. If Yuan and I works at the county recycling station, she can't spend too much time commuting and will need to find a place to live in the city. Yuan and I nodded. Don't worry. The workplace will help with housing. They will at least provide me with a simple apartment. The good thing about government jobs is that once you are part of it, they usually provide food and housing. Like her uncle, he is already on the list for housing at the furniture factory, and it is said he'll get an apartment in the next round, allowing him to bring his wife to the city. Her grandmother clapped her hands. That's great. Anir is of age now. I was worried that there weren't any suitable young men in our brigade, but now that Anir is going to the city, she can find someone she likes. That evening, the news spread quickly, and almost everyone in the brigade knew. People envied Yuan Ni's good fortune. Those with sons regretted not acting sooner. If they had arranged marriages earlier, their sons could have gone to the city with Yuan and I. In the past, when Yuan Ni's mother returned to the Hongqi Brigade with her 3 daughters, the villagers were not optimistic about them. Everyone says that grandparents are foolish for raising a daughter who got married. Now, everyone has changed their tune and wants to connect with the Chin family, hoping Yuan and I will consider their eldest son. Yuan and I asked her grandmother to keep these people outside, saying, "First, I'm still young and don't want to date. Second, there's no one in the village who catches my eye." Her grandmother nodded in understanding, "So these people are not good enough for you, and now they are even less so. Don't worry, I'll protect you." Usually, people care about their reputation, and any normal person would understand after a few words from her grandmother and not continue discussing it. Of course, there are some who lack shame. This trip to the city is not just an opportunity for Yuan and I. She also wants to bring her two younger sisters along. "Sister and I, are you serious? Can Pan Di and I really go to the city?" Zhao Di's eyes widened in disbelief. "Of course I'm serious. You're 12 now, and you need to start school. Once I get to the city, I'll help you find out if any elementary schools accept transfer students. You need to skip a grade, otherwise it will delay everything. And Pan Di, it's a perfect time for you to start school." As she spoke, Yuan and I found a few old books among her belongings. "These are elementary school textbooks. You two should take a look. You might have to take an entrance exam." Zhao Di and Pan Di wanted to go to the city, but when they heard about studying and exams, their faces fell. "Sister and I, can we go to the city without studying? We can help you with work. We can do anything. You must study. At your age, if you work instead of studying, you'll only end up doing hard labor later," Yuan and I said, playfully tapping Zhao Di's nose. Yuan's mother frowned, and "Going to the city is great, but you can't take Zhao Di and Pan Di with you." "Why not? After the new year, you'll be 17. It's time to think about marriage." "Which young lady goes courting with two younger sisters in tow?" Yuan's mother said seriously. Yuan and I has complicated feelings about her mother. While her mother is undoubtedly pitiful, some of her misfortune is due to her own choices. Yuan and I feels both sympathy and frustration, as her mother lacks experience and wants her daughters to follow the same path. Yuan and I cannot accept this. When her mother mentions marriage, she firmly replies, "I have no intention of marrying. Nothing is more important than Zhao Di and Pan Di getting an education. You think you're all grown up now and can argue with me? Listen, you must follow my advice. You're at the right age to consider marriage. Don't wait too long, or you'll end up an old maid."
"Who will you marry then?"
Yuan Yang slammed the table in anger. Yuan and I was also upset. In the past, women used to bind their feet, but her mother seemed to be bound by her own thoughts. The argument between mother and daughter ended with Yuan and I winning. No matter what her mother said, she ignored it completely. If her mother talked too much, Yuan and I would go to her grandmother to complain, knowing her grandmother would handle her mother. It was unclear what her grandmother said, but it made her mother cry. After that, her mother stopped mentioning marriage and just looked at Yuan and I with teary eyes, seeming quite wronged. Yuan and I pretended not to notice and planned to go to the county for work. She had a lot to pack, including the antiques and gold she had collected, which she needed to keep at home. She intended to carry her savings account and cash with her. Yuan and I had already found out that once she changed her household registration, she would qualify to buy a house in the county. She planned to buy a house with a yard, so that when the time came, she could bring her two younger sisters over and move her antique collection there. So, what if she would be 17 next year? There were many things a girl could do. For Yuan and I, making money, appraising treasures, and buying a house were all important matters, far more significant than matchmaking. The day before Yuan and I was to go to the city, her fourth uncle finally returned. Logically, he and her fourth aunt should not have been delayed for so long on the train. When her grandmother asked, her fourth uncle sighed, "Oh, what bad luck. A few days ago, heavy rain damaged the railway, and we were stuck on the train for 3 whole days. The current green trains often have problems. Either the engine breaks down, or they have to give way to faster trains, or, as her uncle said, sudden mountain floods can wash out the tracks. At least you're back safely. How is your old mother-in-law?" Grandfather asked while tapping his pipe. "She's doing well. Luckily, there were sleeper cars. Otherwise, it would have been tough for her." Shufin went home with her and will come back in a couple of days. Was there anything happening at home while I was gone? There were indeed things happening at home, and everyone was talking at once, leaving her fourth uncle quite stunned. When he heard that Yuan and I had gone to the city for work, her fourth uncle was very pleased. And Ayer is doing well. Cat and Dog, you two should learn from your sister, understand? Cat grinned widely, showing his gap-toothed smile. Dog nodded, I'm learning. I can even help sister and I with the eggs now. During the time she returned, Yuan and I was not idle. She collected eggs a few times and exchanged them for scrap, earning a few dollars each day. Once she got a formal job, she wouldn't be able to continue this work. Yuan and I thought about passing the egg collection business to her grandmother. Logically, she was closest to her mother, but her mother often got confused and might ruin the business one day. On the other hand, her grandmother, despite her age, was clear-headed and knew how to handle things, making her suitable for this money-making venture. However, her grandmother was older and might struggle to go around collecting eggs. When Yuan and I shared her thoughts with her grandmother, she was surprised by her enthusiastic agreement. This is a good thing. If I can't do it, your fourth aunt can help. I realized that as long as I have money, I can buy food anywhere. Why should I cling to this piece of land? I've farmed for so many years, but it hasn't brought in much money. Her grandmother's words were simple, yet very reasonable. When in need, one must think of change. Her grandmother had been quietly observing Yuan and I. Collecting eggs and scrap was a quick way to earn money with little risk, and her grandmother felt she could manage it. As for the children at home, they are all grown up and can't work, so they are all going to school. Her grandmother confidently said, if I earn money from collecting scrap, I will pay for the children's school fees. Yuan and I couldn't help but give her grandmother a thumbs up. For this reason alone, she had to support her. That evening, when her uncle brought Yuan and I money for her train ticket, he mentioned this matter. Your mother wants to work with Shufin, saying you pass the business to them. And your uncle thanks you for that. Uncle, we are family, so no need for formalities. My mother can be forgetful, and while I'm away, you need to help look after my two younger sisters. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. Before long, Monday arrived. Yuan and I changed into a new outfit, a polyester shirt, khaki pants, and a pair of cloth shoes with leather soles, carrying a yellow bag. Her grandmother hurriedly made a new set of bedding, packed it in a cart, and said, when you go to work at the government office, keep your temper in check. If anything comes up, speak nicely and don't argue. Her grandfather added, your grandmother is right. Yuan and I smiled as she got on her bike. Don't worry, I'll probably get assigned a dorm today. If not, I'll come back home tonight. From the Hongqi commune to the county town, it takes half an hour by bus, but a four-wheeled vehicle is slower and takes nearly an hour to enter the city. Yuan and I headed straight to the recycling station. The county recycling station is quite large, with enough space to play soccer. In the middle of the yard are large discarded items, and a row of small houses on the side serves as the office, each with a nameplate. As Yuan and I walked over, a man carrying a thermos came out and said, Comrade, if you want to sell recyclables, please go to the front. This is the office area. I'm Yuan and Director, who sent me to report here. The middle-aged man with the thermos immediately changed his tone, becoming warm and welcoming. Oh, your comrade Xiao Yuan. Please come in. I was just talking about you. He introduced himself as Deputy Station Master Gao of the recycling station. The station master is not here, so I'll help you with the paperwork. Yuan and I thanked him and took the thermos to fill it with hot water. Deputy Station Master Gao was pleased. Comrade Xiao Yuan, our recycling station hasn't had new colleagues in years. The station master values you and wants to place you in the most needed position. I'd like to know your opinion. Do you prefer to work at the front counter or in the office? Yuan and I humbly asked for advice and learned that working at the front counter means dealing directly with people selling recyclables. She would be responsible for on-site assessments and pricing, which can be complicated, plus there are monthly targets. Working in the office means handling logistics, doing tasks like making tea and sorting newspapers. Deputy Station Master Gao emphasized that whether at the front counter or in logistics, the salary is the same. He thought it would be better for a woman to work in logistics since it's easier and cleaner. Although Deputy Station Master Gao smiled upon meeting her, Yuan and I felt he had ulterior motives. He made the front counter job sound particularly complicated, likely to discourage her from choosing it. Having sold recyclables herself, Yuan and I understood the nuances, and with a slight smile, she said, "Everyone is equal in labor. I'm willing to work at the counter. Have you thought it through? Once the position is set, you can't change it. You mustn't get upset at the counter and then want to switch to logistics. That's not allowed." Deputy Station Master Gao was surprised that Yuan and I chose the counter and quickly tried to persuade her. Work shouldn't be seen as easy or hard. There's no high or low in jobs. I've made my decision. I want to work at the counter, Yuan and I said seriously. Deputy Station Master Gao's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Comrade Yuan and I to improve so much. If he had known, he wouldn't have promoted her intentionally, but it backfired. After selecting the position, Deputy Station Master Gao took Yuan and I to complete the paperwork. He mentioned that there weren't many people at the recycling station, only about a few dozen. This is a public institution, and according to the 30-level salary system, since you just arrived and don't have a degree, the station master decided to set your level at 29. Okay, I will follow the organization's arrangement. Level 29 is just the standard for a junior clerk, earning 46 yuan and 50 cents a month, with access to urban grain benefits, allowing the purchase of 35 jin of grain and half a jin of oil each month. The 35 jin of grain is all fine grain. If one wants coarse grain, there is a different calculation standard. Soon, Yuan and I received her salary and grain book. Holding these two items, she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This is the urban grain that everyone in the countryside desires. After establishing the supply relationship, Deputy Station Master Gao took Yuan and I to the front counter. Yuan and I, this is Master Gua and Master Qi. Let Master Gua guide you. After he introduces everything, he will take you to see the dormitory. Master Gua, with a rugged appearance and a beard, looked quite tough. The other, with a slick hairstyle and a delicate face, was Master Qi. After the introduction, Deputy Station Master Gao left. Master Gua glanced at Yuan and I and simply said, "It's all rough work. Nothing much to teach. Just watch when someone sells scrap." The current master-apprentice relationship is similar to a father-son relationship. Since the master said so, Yuan and I didn't ask more questions and found a place to sit. Seeing that the two were quiet, Master Qi smiled. "You must be Yuan and I, right? Where are you from?" "From Hongqi Brigade." "That's quite far. Do you need to stay in the dormitory?"
"Yes."
"Master Gua, there aren't many people in the morning. Why don't you take her to see the dormitory?" Despite his appearance, Master Qi was quite considerate. Master Gua scratched his head and said, "Shall we go take a look then?" Yuan and I pushed the cart, and Master Gua looked at the engine on it and asked for the first time, "This cart is quite advanced. Can it run?" "It needs fuel. Once it is fuel, it can run." Master Gua smiled. "We have fuel here. I'll get some next time, and we can try the cart in the yard." No man can resist the charm of a four-wheel drive, and it seems Master Gua is no exception. With the conversation about the four-wheeled vehicle, Master Gua became a bit more talkative. After discussing the vehicle, he told Yuan and I, "You were recommended by someone important, so your salary level is higher, and you have a single room in the dormitory." Yuan and I thought for a moment and realized the implications. The deputy director, Gu, was indeed a person of significance. The people at the recycling station only knew that someone had put in a good word for Yuan and I, but they didn't know who it was. Yuan and I decided not to mention it. In a small organization, knowing someone in a higher position would deter others from bullying her. Master Gua didn't delve deeper into the topic. Our recycling station is part of the Resource Recovery Company. The living conditions in the staff dormitory are quite good. You'll see for yourself. The Resource Recovery Company includes the county recycling station, several community recycling stations, and a trust shop. "What is a trust shop?" Yuan and I asked. "They also buy and sell items, but they focus on more valuable things, like radios, jewelry, and furniture." Yuan and I suddenly understood. It was just like a consignment shop.
Exactly.
Our trust shop was established later. It used to be called a consignment shop. As they talked, they arrived at the location. The staff dormitory had a sign that read Resource Recovery Company Staff Dormitory. The entrance was shaded by green trees, and there were a few small flower beds inside, making it quite nice. The dormitory consisted of single-story houses with about 3 or 4 rows, each housing 4 families. The last row didn't have yards and was spaced closely together. Master Go pointed out that this was the single dormitory. He took out a set of keys and pointed to the second room. This is the one. Go inside and see if you need anything. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. I'll be on duty the day after, so you can come then. Yuan and I then learned that Master Gua and Master Chi took turns working one day on and one day off, with no weekends off. Monday was the handover day, and both of them had to come in. Seeing Yuan and I open the door, Master Gua pointed to the house ahead. My home is in the second row, second room. My family member doesn't work and is home all day, so you can reach out to her if you need anything. Yuan and I replied, I'll visit your wife another day. Master Gua said it wasn't necessary and left. The room was small, equipped with a fluorescent light, and the wiring and light were in good condition. The floor was covered with blue bricks, and against the wall were a wooden bed and a table. However, there were no curtains on the windows, and there was a thick layer of dust on the floor, indicating it needed a good cleaning. Yuan and I brought in her bedding, locked the door, and went out to buy some supplies. Even if she plans to buy a house and move, she still needs to keep this dormitory because it's close to work and she can come here to rest during hot days. Right now, Yuan and I has plenty of money. She rides her bike straight to the department store, where she first buys a broom and dustpan, a few towels, then sheets, a basin, a thermos, and curtains, along with a bucket. Just as she is about to leave, Yuan and I remember seeing someone cooking at the single dormitory entrance, so she turns back to buy a coal stove and a small pot. By this time, it's almost noon, and after a busy morning, Yuan and I is hungry. She parks her bike in front of the state-run restaurant and goes inside to line up for some buns. From the window, she can see her bike, and since it's loaded with many items, she glances back occasionally, worried someone might take her things. Just as she buys 5 meat buns and turns around, she sees someone standing by her bike. Yuan and I quickly runs out and realizes it's Gu Chao. Gu Chao points to Yuan's bike. I thought this bike looked familiar. I didn't expect it was you. Have you started working in the county? Yuan and I nods. How did you know? I know because I suggested finding you a job, he replies. Oh, I see. Then I should thank you for helping me move to the city. Do you want some buns? No, let me treat you to a meal instead. There's no rush. We need to put these things in the dorm first, he says. That makes sense. The cart is almost full, and it would be a shame to leave anything behind. Gu Chao helps push the cart, and they quickly reach the family compound. It's just the time when people are getting off work, and there are many people around. When they see 2 unfamiliar faces, everyone looks over. Yuan and I is small and young, and she is pretty. Gu Chao is tall and handsome, already a mature young man. The 2 of them together look quite compatible, immediately sparking curiosity among the onlookers. Several people follow them to see who they might be related to. It isn't until Yuan and I unlocks the door to the single dormitory that the crowd quietly disperses. Why are there so many people? Yuan and I feels uncomfortable being watched. It's fine, just taking a look won't hurt. Let me help you clean up. Gu Chao was wearing a crisp white shirt. Just as Yuan and I was about to stop him, he rolled up his sleeves and went to get water. He returned with a full bucket of water, first sprinkling fine droplets on the floor before cleaning, so the dust wouldn't rise. The 2 worked together and quickly tidied up the dorm. Gu Chao glanced at the transparent window and asked Yuan and I for curtain fabric. Now, curtains are made from fabric that you buy yourself and then take to a tailor. The fabric Yuan and I bought hadn't been made into curtains yet. Let's hang it up for now. Otherwise, we won't be able to sleep tonight. Okay. There was already a wire across the window, likely left by the previous tenant. Gu Chao easily jumped onto the windowsill and quickly hung the curtain. Finally done. Shall we go eat now? Sure. I'll treat you this time, and you can't refuse. I have a job now. As Yuan and I said this, She pushed the door open a bit too hard and accidentally bumped into someone eavesdropping outside, who let out a couple of surprise sounds. Standing outside were two girls with braided hair, both wearing cool shirts and looking quite fashionable. Yuan and I couldn't believe it. "What are you doing at my door? Eavesdropping?"
No, no.
"You're the new one, right? We just wanted to help." "We also work at the recycling station," said the girl with a red ribbon in her braid, quickly introducing herself. Even though they came to eavesdrop, they insisted they were there to help. Yuan and I didn't like that and simply nodded. "I've already finished cleaning. I'm going out to eat now." "Oh, then you go ahead. If you need anything, just let us know. We live next door," the girl with the red ribbon said hurriedly. Once they were far enough away, Gu Chao reminded Yuan and I, "Things can be complicated at work, so be careful." Of course. By the time they reached the state-run restaurant, it was a bit late, and the remaining dishes were a bit disorganized. In the current state-run restaurant, customers can't just order what they want. They can only buy what is available. Not bad. There's a portion of braised pork left and 2 pounds of dumplings. Shall we have the braised pork and dumplings? Sounds good. For people nowadays, dumplings with meat filling and braised pork are considered the most nourishing foods. As they chatted and ate, they unknowingly finished a large bowl of braised pork and 2 pounds of meat dumplings. The meal cost a total of 8 yuan, but Yuan and I didn't feel upset about it, perhaps because Gu Chao was the one treating. If the person spending money is the boss, Yuan and I definitely wouldn't want to part with it. In the afternoon, Yuan and I went to the police station to change her household registration. She still doesn't have her own house, but she can transfer her registration to the collective household of the recycling company. The police station issued her a household registration book, which only has her name as the head of the household. The next day, Yuan and I went to a local elementary school and asked the enrollment teacher if her sisters, Zhaodi and Pundi, could join midterm. When the teacher learned that Yuan Ni's registration is from the city while her sisters are from the countryside, they advised her to speak with the principal. If it's a city child enrolling, they can come directly, but since you have a rural registration, you need to ask the principal. The principal, a kind old man, said, "Rural registration? If you want to study, you just need to pay a borrowing fee of 20 yuan each year." Yuan and I was happy to hear that paying would solve the problem, and she immediately smiled. "I'll pay now." "Not so fast. Wait until the children come over. We need to test them first." Worried about delays, Yuan and I insisted, "Let's just pay now. The borrowing fee is the same regardless of the grade, right?" "That works too," the principal said with a warm smile, clearly pleased as the school has been doing well lately. After completing the paperwork at the school, they agreed to bring her sisters the day after tomorrow, and Yuan and I happily returned to her dorm. That evening, a girl with braided hair tied with a red ribbon knocked on Yuan Ni's door. She wasn't empty-handed. She brought 2 large green pears. "You must be Comrade Yuan and I. I'm Xiao Gao, your colleague." Since they were colleagues, Yuan and I invited her in to talk. The bedsheets, pillowcases, and pillow covers were all brand new. Xiao Gao took a glance and exclaimed, "You've got everything set up nicely." "Yes. Would you like some water?" Yuan and I offered. She had 2 tea jars in her room, one for herself and one for guests. Since Xiao Gao wasn't empty-handed, Yuan and I made her a cup of brown sugar water. Seeing the brown sugar water made Xiao Gao's eyes light up. "You're so kind. I help out at the office, so if you need newspapers or anything, just let me know." "Okay, I'll bother you then. By the way, the guy who came with you yesterday, is he your brother?" Xiao Gao asked shyly. Yuan and I paused for a moment, then realized she was asking about Gu Chao. "Well, sort of. Gu Chao is older than her, so calling him brother isn't inappropriate. Does he have a girlfriend?" Xiao Gao continued, still shy. I'm not really sure. Yuan and I didn't know either. Gu Chao is from another place, and even if he isn't dating anyone locally, he might have someone back home. Besides, she doesn't know Gu Chao well. Although they have gone out together, she has never asked him personal questions like that. "Well, I have 3 movie tickets for a new film called The Mysterious Big Buddha. I heard it's really good. Can you invite your brother to join us?" At this point, even Yuan and I understood that Xiao Gao liked Gu Chao, and wanted to ask him to the movies. Normally, this would be a simple matter, but should she agree or not? After thinking for a moment, Yuan and I still declined. What was Gu Chao to her? Why should she make decisions for him? Well, he can arrange his own schedule. I can't decide for him. Just tell him. It's a great movie, and it's the first time it's showing. It's a rare opportunity. Xiao Gao was clearly anxious. Okay, I'll try to mention it to him and get back to you soon, but I can't guarantee he'll agree. Do your best. Whether you go or not is fine, but your brother must go. By the way, where does he work? Yuan and I was speechless. It was too early to be asking about his background when nothing was set in stone yet. She made a few casual remarks to send Xiao Gao away. The next morning, Yuan and I got up early, quickly washed up, grabbed her aluminum lunchbox, and left the house. The recycling station has a cafeteria where she could have lunch. She wasn't sure if it was intentional or just a coincidence, but as soon as she reached the entrance, she ran into two girls with braided hair. The one with the red ribbon was Xiao Gao, who greeted Yuan and I warmly and introduced the other girl. This is Xiao Ma, the warehouse keeper. All the valuable items we collect are stored in the warehouse. Being a warehouse keeper is an important position, second only to those in finance. Xiao Ma, with a black ribbon in her braid, was quite shy. She merely nodded at Yuan and I as a greeting. Someone like her shouldn't be eavesdropping, and Yuan and I found it puzzling. Some things can't be judged by appearances, so she decided to observe a bit more. As they reached the entrance of the recycling station, Xiao Ma and Xiao Gao went straight into the yard. Yuan and I looked at the business hall, but the main door was still locked. You're here pretty early. At that moment, Master Guo's voice came from behind Yuan and I. He tossed her a set of keys, saying, "These are for you." After entering the business hall, Master Guo searched for a while and found a slightly used apron for Yuan and I. We don't have any new uniforms right now, so you can wear this for now. Just try not to get your own clothes dirty. While Yuan and I put on the apron, Master Guo pointed to the price list on the wall. The prices are all here. You can memorize them when you have time. The prices for common materials like old newspapers, cardboard, toothpaste tubes, copper, aluminum, iron, and even hair were all written on a small blackboard. Once she changed into the apron, Yuan and I stood in front of the blackboard and studied it carefully. The recycling prices at the county's recycling station and the commune's recycling station were the same. Yuan and I was already familiar with these prices, as she had previously made money from the price differences. After reviewing the prices, Master Guo explained how to manage inventory and how to withdraw cash from the finances. Working at the counter was not as complicated as Deputy Station Chief Gao had said, nor as simple as Yuan and I had imagined. It was a seemingly low-key position that actually held a bit of authority. While they were talking, someone came in to sell scrap. How much for old books per pound? The price for old books was 5 cents higher than that of old newspapers. The seller seemed satisfied with this price and placed all the books on the scale. Master Guo did not weigh them right away. Instead, he untied the bundle of books to check them. The seller's expression became uneasy. Soon, Master Guo found 2 pieces of stone, several pieces of cardboard, and a pile of scrap paper among the books. These items were deliberately mixed in by the seller to increase the weight. After removing the junk, Master Guo frowned at the seller. "Are you still selling?" The seller gritted his teeth. "Yes." The mixed junk weighed at least 3 to 4 pounds, and checking it could save the unit a few cents. After the seller left, Master Guo said to Yuan and I, "Did you see that? There are plenty of people who try to take advantage." Yuan and I nodded, indicating that she understood. This trick of adding weight was a basic method of cheating, and she had encountered it before when trading eggs. Next, several more sellers came in, and these were honest people who did not cheat. Yuan and I was surprised to learn that the recycling station even accepted glass. In her experience, glass seemed useless, as she had never accepted it when trading eggs. We send the broken glass directly to the glass factory after we collect it. They have machines that can crush and process it, but the profit is quite low, Master Guo said seriously. Yuan and I immediately remembered the slogan outside the recycling station, "Turn waste into treasure, gather wealth for the country." This means that collecting broken glass has a charitable aspect. As it got closer to the end of the workday, fewer people came. Everyone knew the recycling station closed for lunch. Master Guo was going home to eat, and he pointed Yuan and I towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria will deduct 10 pounds of grain from you every month. If you don't eat, it's a waste. Yuan's grain supply was 35 pounds each month, with 10 pounds going directly to the cafeteria. If she didn't eat there at noon, she wouldn't get that grain back, which is why Master Guo said it was a waste not to eat. If she wanted to use all her grain freely, she would need to inform the cafeteria in advance, so they wouldn't deduct it each month, but she would have to pay with grain tickets when eating. Yuan and I nodded, understanding that as a newcomer, it was best to eat at the cafeteria first. The cafeteria was just around the corner from the office, and when Yuan and I arrived, many people were already eating. There were 2 large bowls at the window. One contained meat slices stewed with cabbage and noodles, and the other had spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Yuan and I asked about the prices, ordered both dishes, and also got 2 portions of rice. Xiao Gao waved excitedly at her from a table. Yuan and I, sit here. Yuan and I sat down. Only Xiao Gao and Xiao Ma were at the table, both with shredded potatoes and white rice in their lunchboxes. You got meat? Xiao Gao's eyes sparkled. Yuan and I nodded and mixed her food with chopsticks. Hey, why are you mixing it? I wanted to try a piece of meat. Xiao Gao's chopsticks were halfway out, but she awkwardly stopped when she saw Yuan and I bury the meat under the rice. Yuan and I smiled and pointed to the large bowl at the window. You want to try the meat? There's still plenty of stewed meat with cabbage. Her meaning was clear. If Xiao Gao wanted meat, she should buy it herself and not take from her. It seemed Xiao Gao was someone who liked to take advantage. Just yesterday, she had given Yuan and I 2 pears, and today she wanted to pick meat from her bowl. In Dan County, pears and meat were not on the same level. Even if the pears were ripe, they grew everywhere, so they weren't valuable. Could pears be exchanged for meat? Xiao Gao's smile immediately froze on her face, and she awkwardly withdrew her chopsticks. I won't add any dishes. Eating too much at noon makes me sleepy. Just then, a laugh came from the next table. Xiao Gao dropped her chopsticks and turned to look at the next table, where Master Qi was laughing. Master Qi pretended not to see Xiao Gao, casually wiped his mouth, and said to the people at the table, I just thought of a joke. It's really funny, let me tell you. Xiao Gao's face turned pale, feeling worse than if he had eaten something unpleasant. If Master Qi was joking about her, he had already said he just remembered a joke. But why did he only think of it after Yuan and I refused to give him meat? Yuan and I pretended not to notice and quickly focused on our meal. Some people just can't see their own position. They act like they're important when they're just temporary workers. Master Qi's words were pointed, and after saying this, he deliberately glanced at Xiao Gao. Yuan and I thought for a moment and felt that his words were aimed at Xiao Gao. Yesterday, Master Guo had said that Yuan and I was a permanent worker, so she got a single dorm room, while Xiao Ma and Xiao Gao shared a room, indicating that they were not permanent workers. Thinking of this, Yuan and I couldn't help but reflect that where there are people, there are always conflicts. Perhaps feeling targeted, Xiao Gao was clearly in a bad mood on the way back and hardly spoke. Just as they were about to reach the dormitory, Xiao Gao suddenly said, Yuan and I, you need to be careful of Qi Guojun. Who is Qi Guojun? Is it Master Qi? Yes, it's him. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's actually a widower who has lost one wife. If you work with him, he will definitely try to charm you. So don't fall for it. Xiao Gao said all this in one breath. Yuan and I looked at Xiao Gao, feeling that she was being treated like a fool. It was clear that Xiao Gao had issues with Master Qi, but what did that have to do with her? When Yuan and I arrived in the afternoon, Master Guo hadn't come yet. She had the key, so she opened the door and went in to sit down. Just as she put on her apron, an elderly woman with a hunched back came in. Do you collect old newspapers? Yes, we do. Yuan and I took the woman's old newspapers and placed them on the scale. The woman was honest. The newspapers also contained a few old books. Yuan and I carefully picked out the books, and as soon as she touched them, her right hand felt a sudden heat. Don't you collect books? We do. Books are worth more than newspapers. The elderly woman had trouble hearing, and it took Yuan and I several attempts before she understood. The newspapers weighed 6 pounds, adding up to less than $1. The two old books had traditional characters on the covers, which she couldn't read at all. She thought for a moment, then calculated the money for the newspaper separately for the old lady. She pulled out 2 coins from her pocket and said, "The newspaper is paid for by the government. You can sell me the book directly, and I'll give you a better price." This time the old lady understood. Holding the 3 coins, she smiled with surprise. "You want it?" "I do." "All right, since you offered a good price, I'll come to you next time." The old lady was a bit hard of hearing, but her mind was still clear. Yuan and I liked customers like this. "I work every other day, so if I'm not here, just come back the next day." The old lady walked away with her small, bound feet, typical of the old custom, making it difficult for her to walk. Yuan and I stared at her feet for a while, surprised that such things still existed in this day and age. At that moment, Master Gua came over. "Did you collect these newspapers?" Yuan and I quickly showed him her records. "Can you check if it's correct?" Yes. The materials and weights match, and the prices are right. You did a great job." Yuan and I did not record the 2 old books the old lady brought. She bought them directly from her own pocket, which was allowed. In the afternoon it was too hot, and not many people came. Master Gua found an old lounge chair to relax in, fanning himself with a palm leaf. Yuan and I thought for a moment and recounted the teasing between Xiao Gao and Master Qi at noon. "I wonder what their issue is." Master Gua laughed heartily at first, then became serious. "Oh, I forgot to warn you. Neither of them is a good person. Stay away from them." According to Master Gua, Master Qi was a playboy who relied on his good looks. He had once married a very beautiful wife. Unfortunately, after they married, Master Qi couldn't settle down and ended up causing his beautiful wife to die from stress. When his wife died, she was pregnant, resulting in a double tragedy. Because of this, her family came to the recycling station to cause a scene, and it took the station manager to calm them down. Master Qi became known as a heartless person, and many people called him Qi, the Beautiful. Yuan and I listened with great interest. "What about Xiao Gao? What's his story?" "Didn't Master Qi say?" "Xiao Gao is a temporary worker with no status, earns little, and thinks too highly of himself." When Xiao Gao first arrived, he admired Master Qi, but after getting to know him, he realized Master Qi was stingy and petty, which led to their falling out. 2 people had a falling out and would mock each other whenever they had the chance. Xiao Gao said Master Qi was a widower, and Master Qi joked that Xiao Gao was just a temp. Actually, they were both in the same boat. Neither was better than the other. Yuan and I couldn't help but laugh. Now she understood. Originally, Yuan and I planned to visit the furniture factory to ask Gu Chao if he wanted to go see a movie. But since Xiao Gao was like this, she could skip that step. Seeing that Master Gu was quite happy, Yuan and I continued, "Master Gu, do you know anyone selling houses?" "My family wants to buy a house with a yard." "Your family wants to buy? How big do they want it?" "A house with its own yard is a must, and a few rooms would be fine." "How about a big yard with 8 rooms? Master Gu sat up from his lounge chair, no longer fanning himself. 8 rooms? That meant a complete house. Yuan and I nodded. That sounds good. But that house isn't cheap. As long as the price is reasonable, it's fine. My family has been saving for a long time. All right, come to my house after work. To be honest, my wife's family has a yard house they want to sell. I'll have my wife take you to see it. It's really nice, all made of blue bricks and big tiles, with a tiled floor. The only issue is that it might be expensive." Master Gu was happy, and so was Yuan and I. If it was as good as Master Gu said, and the price wasn't outrageous, they could buy it. As it was almost time to get off work, Yuan and I told Master Gu she was going to decline Xiao Gao's invitation, saying Gu Chao couldn't go to the movie. Xiao Gao was in the finance department, chatting excitedly with someone. When he saw Yuan and I, he deliberately made her wait for a while before coming out. "What do you need? You said we would go see a movie together, right?" "Yes, I already bought the tickets." "Are we meeting at the cinema entrance or going straight in?" My brother isn't going. Why didn't you say that earlier? You made me buy the tickets. Yuan and I was speechless. When you asked me, you said you had tickets. How did it turn into you buying them just for me? After Yuan and I called him out, Xiao Gao felt a bit embarrassed. Did you even ask? Can you make decisions for your brother? After saying this, Xiao Gao spun around in front of Yuan and I, showing off his slim waist and long braid. Did you tell him about my situation? I know your situation. You're a temp, 23 years old, right? Yuan and I smiled, poking at his sensitive spots. In a small county, a 23-year-old woman is considered to be in a difficult situation. When Xiao Gao heard the words temporary worker and 23, her expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's good enough for a woman to have a job. Whether it's temporary or permanent doesn't matter." You're right, but I won't watch the movie, Yuan and I said as she turned to leave. Luckily, she declined quickly. Otherwise, this person would have insisted on bothering Gu Chao. After greeting Xiao Gao, Yuan and I made a special trip to the grocery store. Since it was her first visit to the master's home, she wanted to buy something for the child. She bought a pound of peach crisps and a pound of cake. She arrived late and thought Master Gu would have finished dinner, but to her surprise, there were 2 cold dishes on the table, and the family of 3 hadn't touched their chopsticks. You must be Xiao Yuan, right? Why did you come so late? Here, take some chopsticks and try my cooking, Master Gu's wife said warmly, handing Yuan and I the chopsticks as soon as they met. I've already eaten. Don't be polite with me. This is your home too. I know what it's like to be single. The cafeteria doesn't serve dinner, so where will you eat? Master Gu's wife hit the nail on the head with her words. Yuan and I placed the paper bag on the table. Then I won't be polite. It's my first visit and I didn't know what the child likes, so I just bought a few things. Yuan and I was like that. If others treated her well, she would treat them even better. Master Gu jumped up. You can take it back with you. Why are you buying things? You think I'm just a name? Master Gu's son, round-faced with a set of clean little teeth, nodded along with his father. Yeah, take it back. I won't eat it. Yuan and I laughed. Can we eat together? Well, I have to ask my dad. Master Gu's wife made a dish of cold noodles with a side of pig ears and jelly. With the summer heat still lingering, the sour and fragrant cold noodles were very refreshing. She served a big bowl, and surprisingly, Yuan and I finished it all. After dinner, Master Gu's wife told him to wash the dishes. I'll take Xiao Yuan to see the house. Otherwise, it will be too dark. Okay. Be careful on the way, Master Gu said kindly, handing over a big flashlight. Master Gu's wife was very warm, but unlike Xiao Gao and Master Qi, she didn't ask sensitive or private questions. She only talked about the recipe for the cold noodles and the child's education. Yuan and I chatted with her all the way and found her very smart. I need to clarify something with you. My family background isn't great, and the house is under my mother's name. She wants to live with me in her old age, so we're thinking about selling the house. As they were nearing their destination, Mrs. Guo reminded her. Yuan and I understood the policy direction. The further they went, the less scrutiny there was on backgrounds. No problem, as long as the property is in your name and can be transferred normally. The property will definitely be in my name, don't worry. That's good. I'm buying a house, not picky about backgrounds. Mrs. Guo felt relieved. We're almost there, it's in that alley ahead. They continued walking towards the center of the county, and the alley Mrs. Guo mentioned was only a few hundred meters from the main intersection, a quiet yet prime location. Thinking about the family background issue Mrs. Guo mentioned, Yuan and I guessed that Mrs. Guo's family must have been well off in the past. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to buy a house in such a good area. The alley was short with few families living there, suggesting that each household had a decent amount of land, indicating it was a wealthy neighborhood. Mrs. Guo opened the door to one of the houses and invited Yuan and I in. The house is empty. You can take a look. The yard was spacious, with 3 main rooms and 2 rooms on each side. The ground was paved with square tiles, and there were 2 small flower beds with apple trees planted inside. The apple trees already had fruit the size of fists, and there was a well in front of the side rooms, along with a vegetable cellar behind the main room. The main rooms were almost empty and unlocked. Yuan and I looked around and was very satisfied with the condition of the house. Mrs. Gua, how much is this yard? 1,000 yuan. Yuan and I was immediately interested. Can the land be transferred? Yes, the land is also mine and can be transferred. With the current strong purchasing power, Yuan and I felt it was a good deal since the house came with the land. She nodded quickly. Can we handle the paperwork tomorrow morning? Bring the property deed and household registration, and we can meet directly at the housing authority. Cash for paperwork. Mrs. Guo was surprised. Such a big decision. Aren't you going to discuss it with your family? No need to discuss. I can make the decision. All right, tomorrow at 10 in the morning, I'll bring the documents. Is that okay? After finalizing this big deal, Yuan and I was so excited that she hardly slept that night, dreaming of moving into the new house. Ever since she was reborn in this era, her living conditions had been improving, which was a good sign. The next morning, Yuan and I took her savings book to the bank. She had a good amount of money saved, with several accounts at the commune savings office and others at the county bank. After taking out 1,000 yuan in cash, Yuan and I rushed to the housing authority. Master Gua and his partner took the sale of the house very seriously and had been waiting outside the housing authority early. Yuan and I, don't your family care? Master Gua was a bit worried when he saw that no adults from Yuan's family had come. They entrusted me to handle it. See, they gave me the money. Yuan and I opened her yellow bag to show Master Gua the cash inside. Since she had the money, there shouldn't be any problems. Although he still had doubts, Master Gua kept his promise and accompanied Yuan and I to the housing authority to complete the paperwork. There aren't many properties with clear ownership these days. Yuan and I understood the policies and carefully checked the other parties' documents, confirming that the house was under Master Gua's wife's name before paying and processing the paperwork. In just half an hour, with only a few people at the housing authority, they completed the procedures quickly. Yuan and I received the new property deed and proof of ownership. Looking at the new documents in her hands, she felt a bit dazed. From now on, she would also be a homeowner? After getting the property deed, Yuan and I planned to pick up her younger sisters. She hoped that Zhaodi wouldn't be in a hurry. Since she was older, it would be best for her to focus on studying and aim for a higher grade, or else she might feel insecure. Thinking this, she decided to ride her bike back quickly, planning to bring her treasures and her two sisters into the city. Timing was on her side. She arrived home just before noon. The courtyard door was slightly ajar, and as Yuan and I pushed it open, she happened to see someone sneaking into their rooms. Yuan and I quietly followed, thinking it might be Zhao Fuhua or Tian Xiaofeng, but to her surprise, it was her mother. Yuan and I stayed silent, continuing to watch, filled with doubts. Doesn't her mother sleep in that room every day? What was she doing sneaking around? She saw her mother crouching down, quietly opening the door, and going inside to feel under the bed. Yuan and I had stored some treasures under the bed. Her mother pulled out a jar, examined it closely, and after deciding it wasn't valuable, put it behind her and reached for another. Zhaodi and Pandai had returned at some point and were following Yuan and I. Zhaodi asked in a small voice, "Sister and I, why are you back?" Yuan and I replied softly, "To take you both to the city for school. By the way, what is Mom doing?" Zhaodi pouted, looking for valuable things. I wasn't watching one day, and she took out the blue and white porcelain jar and even asked someone if it was worth anything. Yuan and I truly didn't expect her mother to do such things. She frowned and asked, "What happened next?" "They say pickling vegetables requires a jar, so Mom gave it away for free, but she was afraid you'd scold her, so she took it back." Yuan and I slapped her forehead, realizing that no matter how much she tried to guard against it, a thief at home is hard to prevent. Mom used to be easy to talk to because life was tough, but now that she has a job, her true feelings have come out. "Near, when did you come back?" At that moment, Grandma's voice came from behind. It turned out Grandma had returned with Aunt C after collecting eggs. Yuan's mom was startled and quickly pushed the items under the bed, then hurriedly crawled out of the room. "Near, when did you come back?" Yuan and I didn't confront her. To identify antiques requires a keen eye, and Yuan and I believed that even in the provincial city, few could recognize the true value of these antiques. So her mom was destined to be busy for nothing. Seeing Yuan and I ignoring her and chatting warmly with Grandma, Yuan's mom looked a bit upset. She wanted to explain to Aunt Zhao and Aunt Pan, but found that her two younger daughters had turned away. Nier, how's your job in the city? Is it going well? Did the collection station give you a house? Yuan and I smiled and shared what had happened in the past few days. The work wasn't heavy, and she earned over 40 yuan a month. Aunt C was most pleased with the work hours. She counted on her fingers and said Yuan and I only needed to work 4 days a week. This is much better than being a farmer. You get over 10 days off each month, and you can earn over 500 a year. By our village's work points, it would take at least a whole family to earn that much. Aunt C, how about you? Are the eggs easy to trade? Yes, they are. Aunt C said she and Grandma planned their route, visiting different places every day, allowing enough time for the village to save eggs so they wouldn't waste trips. Yuan and I nodded in approval. That's a good idea. After lunch, Yuan and I went into Grandma's room and told her that she had bought a house in the city and planned to bring her two younger sisters over. Oh my, Nier, you're so capable. I know trading eggs can make money, but I didn't expect it to be this profitable. Have you saved enough for a house? Are you struggling out there? No, it's all my own savings. Since you have a house, you should bring Zhao Di and Pan Di over, so they can start school. But taking care of two younger sisters is a heavy burden for you. Grandma looked at her with concern. Yuan and I felt warm inside. It's not a burden. Zhao Di and Pan Di are older now and can take care of themselves. After Grandma agreed, Yuan and I went inside to start packing her things. Her mother was waiting in the room. She usually doesn't come home for lunch, but today she specifically returned to look for things. She was caught off guard by Yuan's arrival and looked a bit embarrassed. What are you packing all these jars for? Seeing Yuan and I carrying so much, her mother finally couldn't help but ask. I'm taking them to the city. Zhao Di and Pan, do you want to go with me to study? I've already talked to Grandma about it, and I'm getting their clothes and blankets ready. What? Such a big decision, and you didn't discuss it with me? Have you become too independent? Her mother's voice suddenly raised. Before Yuan and I could respond, Grandma chimed in from outside the window. What is there to discuss? Didn't we agree on this before? They had indeed discussed it earlier, and Yuan's mother had nodded in agreement at that time. She had only casually agreed, not expecting Yuan and I to actually follow through and come back to pick up her sisters so soon. After being scolded by Grandma, her mother lowered her head and started to cry, mumbling, "You all are grown up now and have your own ideas." This tactic might have worked on the original person, but it was useless on Yuan and I. She wasn't the same as the original. Her feelings for her mother were not genuine, as she was just using the original's body. Of course, if her mother had been sincere, like Zhao Di and Pan Di, Yuan and I would have been willing to negotiate and talk things over. But now, her mother, lacking foresight, wanted to use family ties to control Yuan and I, which would not work. After crying for a while and seeing Yuan's lack of response, her mother took her frustration out on Zhao Di and Pan Di, telling them not to take their clothes. You can't take them. You all have become so wild. You don't even see me as your mother anymore, do you? Zhao Di and Pan Di were about to cry, but Yuan and I stopped them. Don't cry, I'm here. If you need anything, I'll buy it for you. You. Her mother, holding a pile of old clothes, was about to set conditions when Yuan and I confidently pushed back. With the help of her two sisters and Grandma, Yuan and I found her collection piece by piece, including the gold bars buried underground, and packed them onto the cart. While counting, she noticed something was off. Where did the blue and white porcelain jar I collected in the provincial city go? Yuan and I remembered this item well because she had never figured out where it came from. Zhao Di looked around and said, "Mom, a few days ago you moved the jar out. Why hasn't it come back yet?" Grandma was also getting anxious, going, "What are you doing? Children have a hard time getting things. You shouldn't just take it." Mother shrugged. "It's just a broken jar. They said it's worthless, not even good for pickling vegetables." Don't listen to an IR. Yuan and I was angry. It's not about value. Is this yours? Taking it without asking is stealing. Where did you put it? Give it back to me. Mother spread her hands. I can't remember. It's gone anyway. Mother spoke confidently because she was the parent and Yuan and I was the child. Even if it was something more valuable, if it was lost, what could Yuan and I do? Guiying, you're being foolish. The child is so filial. You can't act stupid. If you push her away now, she won't be close to you in the future, grandmother said, worriedly stomping her foot. It's really gone. I don't know where it went. If you insist, I'll pay an ayar back when I get my salary. An ayar, can you bear to take it? Mother pretended to be pitiful, not understanding the importance of the blue and white porcelain jar. Zhaodi, Pundi, you two go inside and look for it. Yuan and I remained calm despite her anger. Her mother was just a bully at home, but she had no real power outside and didn't know anyone. If there was a place to hide things, it had to be this small room. Zhaodi and Pundi agreed and ran inside. They lived with their mother every day and knew the things in the room well. Mother's face darkened, wanting to scold her two sisters, but grandmother stopped her. The natural bond of blood worked well even on Mother. Soon, Zhaodi came out holding the blue and white porcelain jar. I found it in Mother's box. And I also found this. Zhaodi unfolded a beautiful garment. Yuan and I immediately recognized it as the silk she had traded for earlier. This treasure was made of ancient fabric and couldn't be exposed to air. She had sewn a bag to protect it, but her mother had taken it out and removed the cover. It seemed this item had been out for a few days, and the color of the silk was noticeably dull. Why did you take it out? You can't wear it, Yuan and I said, trembling as she held the silk garment. It looks nice. Mother finally felt embarrassed. Then, with a loud slap, grandmother hit Mother across the face. Guiying, how can you take from your own child? Do you have no shame? The daughter felt overwhelmed. Since childhood, her grandparents had spoiled her, and this was her first time being punished at her family home. It's just a piece of clothing. Why are you hitting me? It's just a piece of clothing? Why did you steal it? You think it's just a piece of clothing? You've hurt Yuan Ni's feelings, her grandmother said, very upset. The daughter ran crying back to her room. Yuan and I sighed and quickly found something to wrap the silk clothing in. Grandma, I'm taking my sister with me now. We need to buy some things. And be careful on your way and don't be angry with your mother. Her grandmother advised after thinking for a moment. Aunt C added, Sister San didn't mean it. She just didn't want you to leave. Yuan and I smiled faintly. It didn't matter whether it was intentional. She had seen the true nature of that person. As she watched the village fade away, Yuan and I quickly pushed the unpleasant event out of her mind. Why do people have eyes in the front? It's to look ahead. She took her two sisters to the big yard. From now on, you two will live here. There's nothing in the house, but I will buy everything now. Zhao Di and Pan Di stared wide-eyed, clearly full of questions. Don't worry. We can talk about everything when I return. Zhao Di and Pan Di nodded, understanding, and helped Yuan and I unpack her belongings. Sister, you go ahead. We will wait at home. This time at the department store, she bought even more. Zhao Di and Pan Di's bedding had been taken by their mother, and Yuan and I didn't have time to make any, so she bought ready-made ones instead. Cotton quilts were $10 each, and Yuan and I bought 4 at once, so they had enough to cover and sleep with. Previously, she had listened to her mother, trying to save on food and clothing, not realizing her mother was secretly taking what she had saved and putting it in her own box. Stealing a little wasn't a big deal since Yuan and I earned a lot, but the main issue was that her original mother didn't understand anything and wasted things, like that dull silk clothing today. If Yuan and I hadn't returned home today and discovered her mother's sneaky behavior, those 2 precious artifacts might have been ruined. Yuan and I felt like she had truly wasted her efforts. After buying the bedding, Yuan and I wanted to buy 2 beds, but the salesperson told her, Comrade, we don't sell furniture here. If you want to buy furniture, you need to order directly from the furniture factory. Hearing this, Yuan and I remembered that Gu Chao worked at the furniture factory, and her uncle did too. She felt quite frustrated. Yuan and I brought everything back home and found that her collection had been moved into the cellar by her 2 younger sisters. And Jia, there's nothing in this room. We thought that outsiders would come in to arrange the furniture, and it wouldn't be good for them to see these things, Zhao said with a serious tone. Yuan and I patted Zhao little head. You did the right thing. Yuan and I checked the cellar in the yard. It was deep and had a hidden entrance. The best part was that there was a lid on the cellar that could be locked, making it safer to store valuable items there than in the house. After working all morning without lunch, the three of them were hungry. Let's go, I'll take you to eat, Yuan and I said. They had bought pots and bowls but no food, so they needed to eat out. Just as she locked the yard gate, Yuan and I heard a door creak next door. She knew the neighbors were living there, but since they had just moved in, she had never met them. Today was finally the day. Thinking they would see each other often since they lived on the same street, Yuan and I put on a polite smile. To her surprise, when she looked up, she saw a familiar face. Gung Chunlai, what are you doing here? Last time at the veterinary station, Dr. Du had mentioned that Gung Chunlai hadn't left, but Yuan and I didn't expect to see him here. Was this a twist of fate? Gung Chunlai looked even more shocked than Yuan and I. What are you doing here? Did they sell this house to you? He had been living in the alley for a while and knew the house was for sale. That's none of your business. Let us pass, Yuan and I said, protecting her two sisters. Gung Chunlai shook his head, acting like a bully. Not only did he block their way, but he also spread his arms wide to block them completely. There's something I've wanted to ask you. Although we didn't spend much time together, I didn't treat you poorly. Why did you play me for a fool? During his time in Dan County, Gung Chunlai had learned some insider information and realized he had misunderstood someone. The real person who had opposed him and switched the treasures was not Dr. Du, but Yuan and I. Yuan and I looked at him. Some things couldn't be avoided, only faced. I can tell you the reason, and that is, Yuan and I wanted to take the bronze ding not for her own profit, but because she didn't want Gung Chunlai to sell it to someone else. After all, it was a national treasure. How could it end up overseas? What do you want the bronze ding for? Are you trying to sell it to foreigners? Yuan and I asked directly, without hesitation. Foreigners pay more, so why not sell it to them? This is a treasure of our country, a legacy. If you sell it to foreigners, what will happen to our descendants? Will they have to go to museums abroad to see the bronze ding? Gung Chunlai realized the issue, but remained stubborn. It's just a bronze ding. We can live without seeing it. Do you know how much the little notebook is worth? If you had told me earlier, I could have shared half with you. That's better than donating it for free. Compared to the huge wealth offered by the little notebook, the museum's rewards for Yuan and I were almost nothing. After all, a bronze ding could sell for over $100 million at auction. How could $3,000 and a job in a small county compare? Yuan and I was silent for a moment. I'm not doing this for money. Seeing Yuan's expression, Gung Chunlai suddenly felt embarrassed. For some reason, she reminded him of his father. People in this era are very patriotic, including Gung Chunlai's elders, who oppose selling national treasures to foreigners. So he had been keeping this from his family. If his real father knew what he was doing, he would probably punish him severely. Though he didn't want to admit it, Gung Chunlai had to acknowledge that Yuan and I was right. Don't think that just because you speak nicely, I will let you off. Just wait. One day I will make you pay. To cover his unease, Gung Chunlai said something harsh and stepped aside. After he left, Zhao Di and Pan Di clenched their small fists, trembling. The earlier incident had left a shadow over the two children. Why are there bad people in the city? Let's go eat. He's just a paper tiger. Let me explain. Yuan and I pulled her two sisters along, chatting as they walked. Unlike their stubborn mother, the two sisters were very smart. With the right guidance, they would surely succeed. First, Yuan and I hoped they would love their country. A nation is necessary for a home. Second, they needed to take care of themselves. Ordinary people shouldn't make grand claims. If they can't even support themselves, how can they talk about patriotism? Zhao Di and Pan Di understood part of this. You can't achieve everything at once. Living together every day would allow for gradual teaching. As they approached the restaurant, Yuan and I called her sisters inside. Let's eat first, then we'll go find Uncle. It's not easy for farmers to come to the city, and once they are here, They often hesitate to spend money on food. Take the Hongqi Brigade, for example. When they visit the city, very few are willing to spend money on a bowl of noodles, let alone girls like Zhaodi and Pundi, who have never even been to the commune. As they walked, the two children's eyes were wide with wonder. The buildings, the trees, and the bicycles in the city were all so different from what they were used to in the countryside. They followed Yuan and I into a restaurant, sitting nervously at the table, unsure where to put their hands. Yuan and I smiled and went to the small blackboard to check the menu. Since cooking takes time, they decided to have dumplings with meat filling today. She ordered 2.5 pounds of cabbage and meat dumplings. The two sisters had been in the village for so long that they weren't used to rich food and were afraid to eat too many dumplings at once, worried it might upset their stomachs. Even though the service at state-run restaurants isn't great, the food is authentic. The dumplings, labeled as cabbage and meat, actually had a lot of meat in them, making them juicy and delicious. The sisters enjoyed them so much that they almost finished them in one bite. Yuan and I reminded them, chew a bit more. Be careful not to choke. You could eat like this every day in the future. If you earn and are willing to spend, life has meaning. But if you pinch every penny, what's the point of living? After finishing the dumplings and sipping some noodle soup, Zhaodi cautiously asked Sister Nai, how much did this meal cost? Less than 5 yuan, why? Zhaodi and Pundi gasped in surprise, and Zhaodi began to calculate, if we want to eat dumplings every day, we need to earn 150 yuan a month? Yuan and I couldn't help but laugh. Even if it's just to earn money for food, that's still a dream. She gently patted Zhaodi's shoulder. Think about it. What job could earn you 150 a month? In their remote county, only a few factory managers like Gu Chao earn that much. After asking all these questions, Zhaodi fell silent, furrowing her brow, perhaps thinking about how to become a factory manager. The old man at the furniture factory's entrance recognized Yuan and I. When he heard she was looking for her uncle, he immediately went to send a message, saying, "You can wait in the reception area. Help yourselves to water if you want some." Because of Gu Chao, the old man already considered Yuan and I one of his own. Before long, her uncle arrived, dressed in work clothes. As soon as he saw Yuan and I, he broke into a big smile, and what brings you here? It's a long story. Yuan and I pulled her uncle to the entrance and stood under a tree to talk, knowing the old man was an outsider and some things shouldn't be overheard. I heard that Yuan and I bought a house in the city and is getting furniture. My uncle was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. The company just planned to assign him a house, and he felt like he was dreaming, thinking that he was getting rich too quickly. Yuan and I already bought a house in the city. That's a big step. He quickly refocused his thoughts. If you need to buy furniture, just ask me. Come on, I'll take you to the storage room now. Pick whatever you like, and you can order it right away. The factory offers discounts for employees. Yuan and I was very happy and pulled her two younger sisters to follow their uncle into the factory. The storage room was at the far end of the factory area, and the door was locked. Uncle found the person in charge, who slowly opened the door for them. Inside the storage room, there was all kinds of furniture, wardrobes, single beds, double beds, tables, and chairs, all made of new wood, with a strong smell of fresh paint. You should buy a couple of items for now. The rest can wait until I help you, Uncle whispered to Yuan and I. Actually, most people now buy wood and then hire craftsmen to make furniture. Yuan and I nodded with a smile. I'll get a few beds and a table with chairs. Uncle agreed with her plan. A solid wood bed with a frame costs 15 yuan, so 3 beds would be 45. Adding a dining table and 6 stools, the retail price should be 90 yuan. Uncle took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to the storage manager. Didn't they say there's a discount for us employees? I heard it's 70% off. The manager glanced at Uncle. Are you the factory director or a department head? You're just an ordinary worker. You must have heard wrong. Even though the warehouse manager's position seemed small, they held real power. Only well-connected people could get such a job. Uncle was angered by the manager's response, his face turning red. He had a fiery temper. What's wrong? We're all factory workers. Do you want to rank us? Ha, if there's a ranking, you're just a regular worker. What if you're at the bottom? I'll tell you, the furniture is at full price. If you want to buy, go ahead. If not, leave, the manager said, throwing the cigarette on the ground and stepping on it. How can you be like this? Everyone is equal in labor. Why do you look down on people? Uncle was a straightforward person. Back in the village, they often promoted the idea that everyone is equal in labor and that there are no distinctions in work. Uncle remembered these words well. But is society really like that? The warehouse manager smiled and was about to throw out a few harsh words when he heard someone speaking at the warehouse door. Zhou Leixing, if I remember correctly, you're just a warehouse keeper, right? When did it become your job to set prices for furniture? The factory has a clear rule that internal employees can buy furniture at a 30% discount. Didn't you know that? Everyone turned to look and saw Gu Chao standing at the warehouse door. The sunlight shone through him, giving him a golden outline and making him look particularly tall. The warehouse manager felt a bit nervous and cautiously approached Gu Chao. Director, the rule says that, but it really depends on the person when it comes to execution, right? How does it depend on the person? In the past, it was the section chief or deputy director who bought furniture with a discount, while regular employees didn't get any. Oh, you're teaching me the rules? Should I let you take my position as director? I wouldn't dare. I absolutely didn't mean that. Zhou Leixing was startled and quickly stepped aside, trying to hide and avoid Gu Chao's attention. Gu Chao smiled and said to Yuan and I, "This person doesn't understand the rules. Sorry for the trouble. If you want to buy furniture, why didn't you come to me? I didn't want to bother you. If you keep saying that, I might get upset." As Gu Chao spoke, he took the furniture list from Yuan Yi's hands. How many rooms? 3 rooms will be enough for now. 3 rooms. 2 bedrooms and a living room, right? Let's arrange it like this, Gu Chao said, pulling out a hero pen from his pocket and writing on the list. He added a sofa, coffee table, dresser, wardrobe, trunk, 2 desks, and 2 high-back chairs. You don't need to buy so much. I can help Anir do it gradually, the uncle quickly said, being very simple-minded and wanting to solve problems himself without bothering the factory. Aren't you working? With so much furniture, when will you finish? Gu Chao replied casually. Actually, from the beginning, Yuan and I didn't intend to involve Gu Chao. She knew that if she asked him, he would definitely help and offer the lowest price. But if a problem can be solved with money, why should she owe a favor? Knowing people is priceless. Yuan and I didn't expect to run into Gu Chao while buying furniture, but since it happened, she decided to graciously accept his kindness. All right, let's go with these, Yuan and I said with a smile, thanking him. Gu Chao was very pleased with Yuan Yi's reaction. He turned to call his secretary in, saying, "For the furniture on this order, take Comrade Yuan and I to settle the payment, then arrange for a vehicle to deliver the furniture." The secretary readily agreed, "Comrade Yuan and I. This way, please." Uncle was still worried and followed them. After they had walked a bit, he turned back and vaguely saw manager Gu scolding the warehouse manager, who looked like he was about to kneel down. Yuan and I and Uncle thought that the furniture would be calculated at a 30% discount. Even at that rate, it would still cost several hundred yuan considering the quantity. To their surprise, when the order reached the finance department, it seemed the secretary had said something to the finance staff. The calculated price turned out to be only half of the original price. "Comrade, the total is 116 yuan. Would you like to pay now or charge it to your account?" Both Yuan and I and Uncle understood the market, and they realized this price was close to the cost price. It was clear that the factory was giving such a discount because of Gu Chao's influence. Yuan and I quickly took out the money. "I'll pay now." Secretary Zhou waited for Yuan and I to complete the paperwork, then handed her a pen and paper. "Please leave your home address, and then just wait. The furniture can be picked up right now." Uncle was stunned. Once Yuan and I finished all the paperwork, he snapped his fingers. "I'll let the workshop know and help you organize it." "No need, Comrade Chen Shuagong. You can go directly. The manager said you can have half a day off. I'll inform the workshop director for you," Secretary Zhou said with a smile. "Thank you so much." Uncle could hardly find the right words, feeling grateful. All the way, Uncle was quite emotional, realizing why everyone said it was easier to get things done with connections. Not only Gu Chao's words, but even a glance from him was more effective than 1,000 words from ordinary workers. When they entered Yuan Ni's courtyard, Uncle was once again struck by the sight of the beautiful blue brick houses, making him feel envious. They opened the big gate and, before long, the factory's truck arrived. Several young workers jumped out to help unload the furniture and arrange it. With so many hands, the furniture was quickly organized. The young workers were very polite. Uncle offered them cigarettes, but they didn't smoke or even take a sip of water before leaving. Look at this. It must be Manager Gu's kindness, right? Yuan and we need to thank Manager Gu properly, Uncle said, feeling grateful. I've thought about it. In a couple of days, let's invite Manager Gu over for a meal. Buying a house is a good thing. Working hard leads to wealth, and there's no need to hide it. Once everything at home is in order, Yuan Niu plans to invite her grandparents and a few uncles over. They will enjoy some meals together and have a little fun, treating it like a vacation in the county. Uncle kept nodding. That's how it should be. As they finished tidying up, it was getting dark. Uncle looked at the sky and said, "Let's buy some ready-made food." Just then, someone outside suddenly shouted, "What are you doing?" I'm not doing anything. I'm just looking. Is that a problem for you?" Yuan and Uncle perked up their ears to listen. Why are they shouting at our door? I don't know. I didn't close the door earlier. Could someone be peeking in? Zhao Di and Pan Di held hands tightly. We're not scared. Sister and I is here. And Uncle is here too. While everyone was puzzled, the courtyard door suddenly swung open, and someone was kicked inside. They stumbled a few steps and fell to the ground. Yuan and I looked closely and saw that the person on the ground was none other than Gung Chunlai. Gu Chao walked in and said, "This person was peeking at your door, acting suspiciously, so I just kicked him in." "Director, that kick was perfect. He should be questioned about what he was up to," Uncle said, grabbing Gung Chunlai by the collar and lifting him up, shouting, "What do you want?" Gung Chunlai covered his ears. "I'm not doing anything. I'm a good neighbor, just living next door. I wanted to see if you needed help." Yuan and I couldn't help but laugh. "We don't need your help. And don't peek through our door. My family has a bad temper, so be careful or they might just hit you." Gung Chunlai rubbed his backside, looking pitiful. "My backside is almost in pieces. Doesn't that count as being hit?" Gu Chao chuckled. "It shouldn't count. I just gave you a light kick." Gung Chunlai glanced at Uncle and then at Gu Chao. He couldn't win against either of them. He walked away with exaggerated steps, limping slightly. As soon as he left, Uncle locked the door and asked, "Is he really your neighbor?" "He seems untrustworthy." "He should be. I just ran into him." "Comrade Yuan and who else lives in this courtyard?" "If it's just you, that's very unsafe," Gu Chao said, looking at the wall with concern. "Besides me, there are 2 younger sisters." Uncle thought for a moment. "Do you have any extra bedding?" "I will stay here for 2 days to ward off any bad luck." "Yes, the bedding is quite sufficient." Gu Chao agreed. "Your neighbor seems to mix good and bad, so it's better to be cautious. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? I brought some food." As he spoke, he opened the oil paper bag he was carrying. One bag contained 2 roasted chickens, and the other had a large pile of golden, fragrant pancakes. "Director Gu, why did you buy so much?" "We haven't even invited you to dinner yet," Uncle said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It doesn't matter who invites whom. Comrade Yuan and you moved into a new house, so it's worth celebrating." Gu Chao was not surprised by Yuan and buying a house. He was one of the few who knew the amount of her bonus. "All right, let's eat together then." Everyone washed their hands, tore apart the roasted chickens, and enjoyed them with the hot pancakes. After the meal, Gu Chao looked around the new house. There are still several empty rooms. Why not buy furniture? Is it because you don't have enough money? I can help with that. We don't need much furniture since there aren't many people living here right now. That's fine. Whenever you decide to buy furniture, just let me know. No need to be shy. Yuan and nodded with a smile. Dealing with people from lower backgrounds can be challenging, like the warehouse manager at the furniture factory. Seeing the room still in disarray, Gu Chao stayed for a while before leaving. After he left, Uncle looked at Yuan and I, hesitating to speak. What do you want to say, Uncle? Stop staring at me. Never mind, let Aunt tell you. They will be able to come to the city soon. That night, Uncle rested in the new house. The kitchen wasn't fully equipped, so they couldn't boil water. They used some cold water to wash up, then quickly went to bed. The next morning, Uncle left early. Yuan and I had to go to work, so she got up early, bought pancakes and fried dough sticks for home, and reminded her two younger sisters, I won't be back until tonight. You two make do with some food and focus on your studies. Tomorrow, I'll take you both to school. Zhao Di and Pan Di nodded eagerly. Don't worry, sister and I. Zhao Di understood that without education, it would be hard to find a good job, and without a good job, it would be difficult to earn money. If they didn't have money, even having a meat dumpling would be tough. So, studying was really for their own benefit. Since it was for themselves, they had to persevere through any difficulties. Seeing her younger sisters being so sensible made Yuan and I feel proud. She reminded them to lock the door securely before heading to work. As soon as Master Gua saw Yuan and I, he asked, How is it? Are you satisfied with the house? The house is great and worth the price, but the neighbors are a bit difficult to deal with. Yuan and I asked Gung Chunlai, Do you know if that person is renting or buying? You mean that young man? He's renting and has been for 6 months. Is there something wrong with him? Should I talk to him? Master Guo was very eager to help. After all, they were locals and shouldn't let outsiders take advantage of them. Yuan and I shook her head. Although Gung Chunlai was hard to read, she felt he meant no harm and decided to observe him for a while. Around noon, an elderly lady peeked in, and Yuan and I recognized her as the one who sells old books.
Grandma, come in.
I'm on duty today. Yuan and I warmly invited her inside and helped carry her bag. Can you give me a good price for these books? The lady asked, pouring out a dozen yellowed old books from her bag. Grandma, the prices for used books are fixed. How can we give you a price? Master Gua shook his head at the sight of her. It was tough dealing with her. They were at a recycling station, yet she thought she was selling treasures and wanted high prices. To be honest, I'm collecting them for a relative who specifically wants old books. Yuan and I had to make an excuse to explain to the eager Master Gua. Since it was for a relative, he could understand. All right, but be careful not to collect useless things. You'll have to pay for them yourself. Master Gua warned again, then pretended not to see, and went to sleep on a lounge chair. The elderly lady smiled widely. Have you agreed on a good price? Yes, but I need to see the books first. Yuan and I replied, reaching for the old books. Her knowledge of ancient texts wasn't very solid. She hadn't fully understood the last batch she brought home. However, her right hand was like a cheat code. As soon as she touched the books, it would warm up, indicating they likely had collectible value. With antiques, age isn't a problem, but fakes are. Yuan and I had an excellent advantage and was confident she wouldn't make a mistake, so when the ancient texts were in front of her, she wouldn't pass them up. About the last time when Granny sold her books for a high price, this time the old lady brought in used books that were clearly in better condition than before. There were a total of 13 books, 5 of which felt warm to the touch. Yuan and I thought for a moment and decided to buy them at $1 each. However, before she could speak, the deputy station master rushed in, saying, Yuan and I, come with me. The items aren't all collected yet. Let Master Gua handle it, the deputy station master replied, looking anxious. Is there really anything urgent in this small place? I have a question for you, deputy station master. Master Gua said, pulling the deputy station master aside to talk. Yuan and I knew that Master Gua was trying to buy her some time and create an opportunity. She quickly took out $5 and pushed the 5 chosen books toward herself, saying, These books are $1 each. The rest will be sold by weight. The old lady hesitated a bit. Can you buy them all for $1 each? I picked the good ones for you. Yuan and I quickly caught an important clue. Granny, do you have more books at home? Yes, I do. All right, I'll buy them all for $1 each. Is that okay? Yuan and I offered this price with the idea of building a long-term relationship. She was sure that in Dan County, no one else would offer $1 for such used books. If she gave a satisfactory price this time, the old lady would come to her next time. Okay, I came here for the $1 price, the old lady said with a big smile. Yuan and I quickly counted out the money from her pocket, handed it to the old lady, and neatly stacked the 13 used books under the table. Just as she finished, the deputy station master approached her, saying, "Old Gua is really chatty. Yuan and I, let's go. The station master wants to see you." It turned out the station master had returned. Yuan and I had reported for duty several days ago, but the station master had been away on business and wanted to meet her, the new recruit. "I thought you were related to the station master. I didn't realize you weren't. Do you have connections up top?" The deputy station master tried to pry. "Sort of," Yuan and I replied vaguely. The deputy station master stopped asking, looking a bit suspicious as he pondered something. The station master was a chubby middle-aged man with a friendly smile, appearing very approachable. "Comrade Yuan and I heard you've started working. How's it going? Are you getting used to it?" "Pretty good. Have you been assigned to a dorm?" The station master continued asking several questions, mainly showing concern for his subordinates from a leadership perspective. Yuan and I answered everything honestly. The manager was pleased with her response and smiled as he said, "Yuan and I, keep up the good work. If you have any difficulties, feel free to come to me." The manager was experienced. He ended the conversation just in time for the end of the workday. After meeting with the manager, Yuan and I hurried back to the front, where Master Guo was waiting for her. "I packed a bag for you. When we take things outside, it's best not to let anyone see us to avoid misunderstandings," he said. Yuan and I immediately understood that these old books were purchased with her own money, but others didn't know that. If someone saw her carrying the old books, they might think she had stolen them from the collection station. "Don't worry, I'll be careful," she replied. "All right, then don't go to the dormitory. Just go home directly. We'll walk together, and I'll see you part of the way," Master Gua said, picking up a cloth bag and starting to walk. Inside the bag were the old books. Just as they stepped outside, Xiao Gao and Xiao Ma appeared. Xiao Gao had previously clashed with Yuan and I, so she pretended not to see her. However, Xiao Ma politely greeted Yuan and I. "Yuan and I haven't seen you at meals for several days. I've been eating at my relative's house these past few days." "That's nice," Xiao Ma replied, falling silent afterward, as she seemed to be a shy girl. Xiao Gao curiously looked at the bag in Master Gua's hand. "Master Gua, what did you buy for home?" Master Gua frowned and thought for a moment. "Homework books." "You bought quite a few," Xiao Gao commented. "Just a few homework books, and you expect me to check them?" After being retorted, Xiao Gao fell silent. She could argue with Yuan and I, but didn't dare to with Master Gua because he was an experienced colleague. When they reached the entrance of the residential area, Master Gua handed the cloth bag to Yuan and I, and they parted ways, each going their own way. No one noticed that Xiao Gao was pulling Xiao Ma, quietly hiding behind a big tree to watch. "Xiao Ma, what do you think is in that bag?" "I don't know. Maybe it's something Master Gua brought for Yuan and I." "Is it possible that it's something from the collection station? Are you suggesting they are stealing from themselves?" "Exactly. Didn't you say that the weight of the items in the storage room never adds up? Look at that bag. Doesn't it look like it has newspapers or old books?" "Hey, Xiao Gao, I never said the weights didn't match."
You can't just say things like that.
"No wonder you don't get along with your colleagues. If you want to stir up trouble, don't drag me into it." After saying this, Xiao Ma walked away angrily. Xiao Gao always struggles to understand her place, wanting to control everything and finding everyone suspicious. Yuan and I didn't know that someone was watching her like a thief. However, what happened today reminded her. She decided that the next time she saw the old lady, she would directly ask for her address and visit her to collect what she needed. When she got home, Zhao Di and Pan Di were diligently working on math problems. Seeing Yuan and I, the two girls were very happy. "Sister and I, didn't you say you wouldn't be back for lunch?" "I had something come up," Yuan and I replied. She looked at the math problems her sisters were working on, praised them both, and then picked out the old books she needed to hide in the cellar. As for the worthless books, she put them in the empty room, real junk that could be dealt with later. Once she organized the books, Yuan and I called her two sisters. "Let's go. I'll take you out to eat." We don't want to eat out, we have pancakes. If we're hungry, we can just snack on those. People are like iron, and food is like steel. If I don't come back, you two can make do, but since I'm back, let's enjoy a good meal. Zhao Di and Pan Di had a brief internal struggle but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of good food. Sister and I, you need to save some money. Do you have enough for this month? Yes, don't worry. Hearing this, Zhao Di and Pan Di put down their homework and happily followed Yuan and I. Yuan and I didn't expect that just as they left, her uncle would bring her mother to the door. Big brother, didn't I really buy a house? Yes, it's this yard. The house is quite nice, but why is the door locked? Her uncle looked at the big padlock on the door, a bit worried that he forgot to ask Yuan and I for the key. This child is becoming more thoughtless. She buys a house without telling me and runs around in the middle of the day. Yuan's mother complained for a while, then suddenly saw Geng Chunlai walking over. Comrade, I want to ask you something. Do you know where this family went? As soon as Geng Chunlai saw Yuan's mother, his expression froze. Auntie, why are you here? Wait, that's not right. You're not my aunt. Why do you look so much like her? Yuan's mother was also stunned. She had never met Geng Chunlai. Geng Chunlai looked good, tall and clean, wearing a jacket and casual pants, with a Shanghai watch on his wrist, all signs of a well-off family. Yuan's mother, having grown up in the countryside, wouldn't recognize such a fashionable relative. Geng Chun looked at Yuan and I for a few moments and said, Wow, you really look like someone I know. I have to ask, have you been to the capital city? No, you're at it again. Yesterday you were peeking at my niece, and today you're trying to scare my sister. I think you need a good talking to, the uncle said, cracking his knuckles. Geng Chun was startled. I didn't do anything. To be honest, this aunt looks a lot like my third aunt. If it weren't for the clothes and hairstyle, they could be the same person. There was something else Geng Chun didn't dare to say. He thought Yuan and I looked like his third aunt, but not at all like the uncle. How could they be siblings when they looked so different? All right, big brother, don't get angry at her. She hasn't done anything wrong. There are so many people in the world, and it's normal to find lookalikes. By the way, how old is your third aunt? Is she the same age as me? Yuan and I felt a strange sense of familiarity and spoke up for Geng Chun. Geng Chun smiled and said, My third aunt is 36 this year, born in the year of the tiger. Yuan and I paused for a moment. I'm born in the year of the dragon, and I'm 34 this year. Yuan and I was 2 years younger than Geng Chun's third aunt but looked older. This was the result of her time recovering at the Chen family. If Geng Chun had seen Yuan and I a while ago, when she was struggling, he would have thought she was his great-aunt. The uncle had a bad impression of Geng Chun and noticed that his sister was getting further away from him. He cleared his throat and said, Guiying, since Yuan and I and the others aren't here, they must be out running errands. Why don't you wait for me at my place? We can come back later. Yuan and I didn't want to move and frowned. Geng Chun suddenly had an idea and warmly invited Uncle and Aunt. Why don't you come to my house and wait? Before the uncle could object, Yuan and I had already agreed. All right, little brother. Sorry for the trouble. The uncle had no choice but to follow Yuan and I into Geng Chun's home. He could see that Geng Chun had some ulterior motives and wanted to gather information, but he couldn't stop Yuan and I, which was quite frustrating. Geng Chun had rented the neighboring courtyard and hadn't done any renovations. The room was very simply furnished, and he openly admitted he was renting. I came to Dan County for some business and to find someone. Yuan and I was sipping on sweetened water and thought Geng Chun was quite capable. Have you found the person yet? Not yet, but it should be soon. I'm from the Red Flag Brigade. If you need to ask about anything over there, just let me know. I know that area very well. Without waiting for Geng Chun to ask, Yuan and I told him everything about her situation, including how many brothers she had and the size of their house. Geng Chun nodded repeatedly. Is it the old Chen family from Hongji Brigade? Sounds like a big family. Big family? It's just that there are many of us. We are all farmers. For some reason, Yuan and I and Geng Chun got along well. Yuan and I rarely talked so freely with anyone. She shared everything without holding back. Her uncle felt uneasy and wanted to tell her, Goying, this isn't good. Don't open up to a stranger so easily. Just then, they heard a door open next door. Yuan and I finally returned, and her uncle quickly pulled Yuan and I away. Gung Chun watched their backs, deep in thought. Yuan and I was not pleased with her mother's sudden visit. Uncle, do you know that when my mother is home, she hides my things in her own box and almost damages them? Yuan and I didn't expect her mother to expose her right away, which was quite awkward. You silly girl, what things do you even have? I'm your mother. How could I take your things? I was just helping you keep them safe since you're still young and don't understand. Yuan and I could only respond with a sigh. After all, she wasn't the real original owner. Some things needed to be made clear. Did I need you to put my things in your box? And why are you taking my jar around asking for prices? Are you trying to sell it secretly? Her uncle, who also had a son, understood immediately after hearing Yuan Ni's words. Ahem, since that's the case, Guiying, let's head back early. When Yuan Ni's mother came over, she only said she missed her daughter, and her uncle thought she was sincere, which is why he brought her to Yuan Ni's new home. Now it seemed different. Yuan Ni's mother looked more like someone trying to take things. Yuan and I stared at her mother, almost in tears. Why are you being so unreasonable? Just because you found one little mistake, you won't acknowledge me as your daughter? I'm not denying you. Look, I've just started working, and my salary hasn't come in yet. Once I get paid, I'll buy things to take home, okay? Yuan and I didn't push back too hard. She had one principle. She wouldn't let her mother into the yard again. Although her things were well hidden in the cellar, if her mother got into the yard and started rummaging around, it was likely she would find them. Zhao Di and Pan Di were still young and couldn't stop their mother. Uncle pulled Yuan Yang again, saying, Guiying, I can confirm this. When we first started working, we didn't get paid until later. The kids have said the same thing, so let's leave first. Then I'm leaving. And you really won't keep me? Yuan Yang wiped her tears, looking both stubborn and a bit silly. Yuan Yang had stolen a piece of blue and white porcelain and hid it away, denying it when asked. Now she pretended to be pitiful, as if trying to test Yuan Ni's patience. Mom, it's not that I don't want you to stay. There are just too many things happening right now. In a few days, when Grandma has some free time, you can come over to visit. Yuan and I remained unmoved. Only Grandma could manage her mother. Even though her mother kept looking back, Uncle pulled her away. Yuan and I finally sighed in relief. As soon as the door closed behind Yuan and I, Gung Chunlai hurried out. He went to the post office to pay for a long-distance call. Gung Chunlai dialed a private number. At that time, telephones were not common, and only wealthy families had them. Soon, the number he wanted was answered. Hello, Grandma, it's Chunlai. I saw a woman in Dan County who looks just like my third aunt. Yes, she's 34 this year, born in the year of the dragon. Everything matches up. Why don't you come over and take a look? School is already on summer break, and Yuan and I took some effort to find the principal. The principal was serious and responsible. When he saw that Yuan and I had brought Zhao Di and Pan Di, he put on his reading glasses and personally prepared a test, saying, Let's just check your levels. Don't be nervous. It's impossible not to be nervous. Zhao Di and Pan Di bit their pencil tips and struggled to finish the test. After reviewing the papers, the old principal said, Zhao Di can move up to the 3rd grade, but Pan Di should start from the 1st grade. Zhao Di felt a bit regretful. She was already 12 years old, and the 3rd graders were mostly 8 or 9. Sitting among them, she felt a bit out of place. As for Pan Di, she was 7, so starting 1st grade was just right for her. Yuan and I quickly presented the gifts she had prepared, but the old principal sternly refused, saying, You've already paid the tuition fee. Take these things back. Compared to current income, the tuition fee was already quite high, and the principal felt it was unfair to accept more gifts. With about 10 days until school started, Yuan and I took Zhao Di and Pan Di to the department store, buying each of them a blue cotton sports outfit, some everyday clothes, and a brand new pair of white sneakers. Zhao Di and Pan Di saw that Nair was spending money freely and couldn't help but remind her, Sister, that's enough. You don't need to buy so many clothes. We can wear the old ones. Nair thought, clothes should be changed regularly. Now that we are in school, we need to pay attention to hygiene and can't be as careless as in the countryside. She then bought her two younger sisters some vests, shorts, and socks. It's unfortunate that Zhaodi, already 12 years old, was still wearing just one jacket, as their mother hadn't prepared any underclothes for her. This wasn't due to a lack of care, it was just how things were in the village. Some older girls didn't wear underclothes either, mainly to save fabric. Nir's own clothes were gradually added after she earned money, something their mother never considered. Growing up in the Hongqi Brigade and later marrying into the Yuan family, their mother always thought about saving every penny and had no other ideas. It turns out that all girls love new clothes. Even though they said they didn't need them, Zhaodi and Pundi happily hugged their new outfits, smiling like two blooming flowers. In addition to buying clothes, Nir also got all the pots and bowls they needed. The new house had a kitchen with a stove, and Nir only needed to buy pots to use it. In the countryside, stoves burn wood, while city stoves burn coal, which is much more powerful. Thankfully, Zhaodi was smart and loved to experiment, so she didn't burn the food. As life gradually settled into a routine, Nir finally had time to think about her treasures. Unfortunately, even though she had time, her appraisal skills hadn't improved and she still couldn't date the antiques. Sighing, Nir placed the newly received antique books and the few undated treasures into a wooden box. To improve her appraisal skills, she had two options. One was to take the college entrance exam and major in archaeology, and the other was to self-study while practicing. The next 30 years would be a time when intellectuals were in demand, and after much thought, Nir decided to pursue a formal education. The path of a folk collector was unlikely to lead very far. For Nir, wanting to take the college entrance exam wasn't as simple as just picking up a book to study. She only had a primary school education and wasn't qualified to register. You want a junior high diploma? That's easy. Just attend night school. Many young people are going to night school, and I've heard they plan to start night college soon. Night school is a place where you can study part-time in the evenings and on weekends without leaving your job. Since the resumption of college entrance exams, everyone has realized the importance of education. They eagerly picked up their books and started reading passionately, looking for various opportunities to make up for their educational shortcomings. However, some people are already working and cannot study full-time, which led to the rise of night schools. Now is a time when night schools are thriving. You can attend night classes for high school and even for college. Yuan and I was surprised to learn that even Master Gwen knew about night school. Is there someone from our workplace attending night school? Yes, the warehouse clerk, Xiaoma, is attending night school. It seems she is studying for high school. You can ask her about the registration process and the school system. As for Master Gua, he did not plan to study, thinking that since he couldn't hold an official position, there was no need for a degree. Taking advantage of her free time in the afternoon, Yuan and I went to the warehouse to find Xiaoma and asked her how to register. You graduated from elementary school, right? Then you should go directly to high school. Just talk to the night school teacher and skip middle school. You can get your high school diploma in a year. Xiaoma was straightforward and shared her experience openly. After all, the purpose of attending night school is to obtain a diploma, and the faster, the better. Yuan and I understood. Night schools have rolling admissions every 3 months, and she missed this batch, so she would have to wait for the next one. However, Xiaoma quietly told her that she could go find the night school teacher to register now. Each session can take a maximum of 30 students. If this session fills up, you'll have to wait for the next one. Yuan and I understood and casually placed a pack of calcium milk biscuits on the table. Alright, I'll go register tomorrow during my day off. These biscuits were given to me, and I don't like sweet things. Would you like to try some? Wait a moment. Xiaoma stopped Yuan and I, hesitating for a while before speaking. You need to be careful of Xiaogao. Yuan and I didn't quite understand what she meant by being careful. Just remember, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry, Xiaoma finally said after much thought. From the way Xiaoma spoke, it seemed she was genuinely trying to warn her rather than gossiping.
Thank you, Xiaoma.
I will be careful. Wherever there are people, there are complexities. As Xiaoma said, one must be strong and do things right. As long as Yuan and I does nothing wrong, no one can find fault with her. In the following days, Yuan and I prepared diligently for her night school application. As a public servant, she needed approval from her supervisor to enroll in night school. Fortunately, attending night school is popular now, and the leader approved it without hesitation. After receiving the approval and registration form, Yuan and I began to fill it out, moving step by step towards her future. Meanwhile, some people were trying to undermine her progress. On Monday morning, as Master Gua and Master Chi took out their account books to hand over their shifts, the station manager entered with the finance clerk. "Manager, what are you doing?" Master Chi exclaimed in surprise. "Someone reported that items from the counter were taken, so I came to check." "Who reported it?" "That's really unfair," Master Chi said angrily. "Xiao Qi, why are you getting upset? When issues arise, we should first check ourselves and correct any mistakes, rather than blaming others," the station manager said, sitting down at the only desk. Master Chi started to sweat. "You're right, manager, but we've been working this way for years. Who would be so underhanded as to report us behind our backs?" The manager chuckled. "I can't tell you that. There was a report from the public. If you haven't done anything wrong, you don't need to worry." Master Gua confidently pushed his account book to the accountant, saying, "All the goods are in my warehouse." The two masters kept their goods separate, each having their own warehouse. They would usually hand everything over to the main warehouse together on Monday after their shifts. The accountant and the clerk exchanged smiles, with one reviewing the account book while the other counted the goods, working in harmony. With nothing to do, Yuan and I wanted to continue filling out her form, but since the manager occupied the only desk, she simply moved a stool and sat by the window, focusing on her work. Master Gua relaxed at the door, enjoying the cool breeze. Meanwhile, Master Chi was restless, as if he was uncomfortable. Seeing their reactions, the manager understood what was happening. He suspected that the person who reported them had targeted the wrong individual. However, determining who had issues would require further investigation. After reviewing Master Gua's accounts, the accountant handed the book back to the manager and whispered a few words. "Master Chi, please open the warehouse and hand over your account book," the manager said calmly, urging Master Chi. At this point, if Master Chi didn't open the warehouse, it would imply he had something to hide. Gritting his teeth, he opened the warehouse. Once the warehouse was opened, problems began to arise. The weight of the cardboard and paper didn't match, and while the account book recorded 10 pounds of red copper, the items were nowhere to be found. Besides that, there are some details that are not right, and those in the know understand. If someone secretly took something out, it must be Master Chi, without a doubt. Master Chi turned pale. "Master Gua, Yuan and I, you two can go back first." The station manager sent everyone away and kept Master Chi behind. On the way back, Yuan and I quietly asked Master Gua, "How did this happen?" "This happens often. Some people don't follow the rules." "Master Chi is still too young," Master Gua sighed. "He always checks the newspapers he collects because those who don't follow the rules might mix in bricks and tiles." If Master Gua ignored it, those selling scrap would give him a pack of cigarettes or even return some money. But Master Gua never did that. Everyone has their own principles, just different ones. Yuan and I thought about these details and even considered the deputy station manager. Was it possible that the deputy manager didn't want her at the station counter for this reason? Yuan and I carefully chose her words. How will they handle Master Chi? They'll just say a few words. What else can they do? Master Chi is close to the deputy manager, so if they go after him, it's like going against the deputy manager. There are only 2 leaders in a unit. If they can't get along, how can the work be done? Master Gua had a knowing look. Yuan and I never expected that. She thought if they caught him red-handed, the station manager would definitely deal with Master Chi, but it turned out to be just a warning. This must be the nature of small units. If it doesn't concern them, they stay uninvolved. Some people are keen on internal struggles, while others are already paving the way for their future. Yuan and I belong to the latter group. After parting ways with Master Gua, she quickly went to night school to enroll, feeling relieved afterward. She had calculated that the timing for this night school training was just right. She would graduate in May next year, just in time for the college entrance exam. The night school was a bit far from home, and Yuan's legs hurt from running. She thought it was time to buy a bicycle. In the coming days, she would have to work, attend night school, and take care of her two younger sisters. She couldn't afford to waste time.
Kamra Dwanni.
While she was lost in thought, a jeep came up from behind. Gu Chao rolled down the window. Where are you going? I can give you a ride. Home. Is it on your way? Yes, it is. The factory manager said it was on the way, and the driver smartly turned the direction, heading straight to Yuan's home. It's been a while since we last met. What have you been busy with lately? Gu Chao asked, naturally reaching into his pocket and pulling out two large white rabbit milk candies to hand to Yuan and I. Yuan and I sighed and counted on her fingers, explaining that she had been busy going to school lately, not just for registration but also to get textbooks. Night school? That sounds good. I heard the high school training class is in the west suburbs, which is quite far from your home. Can you make it there every day? I'm planning to buy a bicycle. Gu Chao nodded and naturally pulled out a few tickets from his pocket. Do you like watching foreign movies? I have some special tickets. Before Yuan and I could react, he handed her the tickets. What are special tickets? It's not surprising that Yuan and I didn't know. She had just returned from a post-apocalyptic world and had been living in the countryside, so she hadn't heard of such tickets. Even the driver couldn't help but laugh silently. Gu Chao gathered his thoughts and explained to Yuan and I. Currently, there are very few foreign films shown in the country, and they go through strict censorship. Other than a few minor scenes, everything else is cut. However, for educational and reference purposes, some good films are imported without cuts and shown in specific locations. These films are called special reference films. For the general public, they are an important way to experience foreign culture. The imported special reference films are mostly unedited, allowing viewers to see how foreigners live. Many people, after watching foreign films, often exclaim, "Wow, this is how foreigners live." Since they are so appealing and not everyone can get tickets, special reference films are hard to come by. Yuan and I realized, I understand now. You can't buy these tickets even with money. Gu Chao smiled. That's basically the idea. Are you going to watch it?
Yes.
Gu Chao gave Yuan and I 3 tickets and told her the address. After receiving the tickets, Yuan and I started to think about who she should take to the movie. Pandi was too young, and her uncle was too old. Neither seemed like the best choice for watching a foreign film. The tickets were for the weekend, and she had a week to decide, so there was no rush. The next day, as soon as Yuan and I arrived at work, Xiaoma rushed in, looking anxious. Yuan and I, come help. Xiao Gao is being beaten.
What?
Yuan and I couldn't understand who would be so bold as to cause trouble during work hours. It's Master Qi hitting Xiao Gao, and I couldn't stop him, Xiaoma said, clearly worried. Master Qi hitting Xiao Gao. Even if they didn't get along, they shouldn't be fighting at work, right? Though she had her doubts, Yuan and I followed Xiaoma. It was still early, and most people hadn't arrived at work yet. Listening to Xiaoma, it started with Xiao Gao provoking Master Qi. Master Qi responded, and what began as a verbal fight unexpectedly turned into a physical one. In terms of strength, Xiao Gao was definitely no match for Master Qi. Since it was still early, and there were few people at work, no one intervened, resulting in Master Qi attacking Xiao Gao alone. After hearing Xiaoma's description, Yuan and I felt that Xiao Gao was being foolish. Of course, Master Qi was also wrong. As a man, he shouldn't use his physical advantage to hit a woman. The two quickly ran to the backyard and saw Master Qi pulling Xiao Gao's braid and slapping her, saying, "You think you're clever? I was just minding my own business, and now I find out you reported me?" Xiao Gao's face was getting swollen, but she still retorted, "I did report you. Who told you to steal from the public? I'm going to report you to the county and get you fired." "Fine, then I'll beat you to death first." "Stop hitting me, stop," Xiaoma shouted, rushing to hug Master Qi. Yuan and I quickly pulled Xiao Gao away. No one expected that instead of being grateful, Xiao Gao pushed Yuan and I, acting wildly, "Qi Guojun, if you dare, come at me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll keep reporting you." To prove his bravery, Master Qi quickly shook off Xiaoma and charged at her again. I'll beat you, you shameless one. Always flirting with men. I wouldn't want you even for free. Just as Master Chi's big foot was about to kick, Xiao Gao suddenly grabbed Yuan and I, trying to use her as a shield. Everyone was stunned by this move. Yuan and I was there to mediate. She was helping Xiao Gao. Xiao Gao's actions were truly unfair. Of course, Yuan and I wouldn't block for Xiao Gao. She quickly dodged, and Master Chi's kick landed on Xiao Gao's stomach, causing her to cry out and fall to the ground. Oh no! Xiao Gao is bleeding. Xiao Ma noticed immediately as she saw blood seeping through Xiao Gao's pants. Oh my gosh, did she lose the baby? What nonsense! Xiao Gao isn't even married. Seeing that things were getting serious, Master Chi dared not continue. He turned to run but was stopped by Master Gua. You hit someone and still want to escape? At that moment, the deputy station master also saw what happened and looked very upset. Chi Guojun, have you lost your mind? Someone get this guy locked up. As for Xiao Gao, although she was older, she was still an unmarried woman, and no one dared to touch her except Xiao Ma. In the end, the station master arrived and had a cart brought out to take Xiao Gao to the hospital. What exactly is going on? The station manager was furious after Xiao Gao was taken away. The people on site looked at each other and no one spoke. Although Xiao Ma helped Xiao Gao, she didn't want to cause trouble. Earlier, during an argument with Master Chi, Xiao Gao revealed some secrets about the station, and anyone who heard those secrets could be in trouble. Manager, no one knows the details. They probably arrived early and no one else saw, the deputy manager said. Then bring Chi Guojun here, the manager said, looking very displeased. Today was an important meeting. The manager, deputy manager, and several experienced masters were present to question Chi Guojun about why he hit Xiao Gao. She insulted me, saying I deserve to die without a wife. What do you think? Shouldn't a woman like that be punished? Chi Guojun looked hurt. The rumors about Chi Guojun and his ex-wife had spread throughout the station. Although everyone called him Chi Shimi, it was indeed excessive to insult the deceased now. Xiao Gao's actions were somewhat deserving of a reprimand. The manager scolded him, but you can't hit people. What if you seriously hurt Xiao Gao? Can you take responsibility for that? She brought it on herself. Then go tell the police that. Master Chi fell silent. In fact, he hit Xiao Gao because he heard insider information that someone told him Xiao Gao was the one who reported him to the manager. Xiao Gao went to the manager to report that someone at the counter was taking the purchased items out, possibly for personal use or resale. If the public doesn't report, the authorities won't investigate. Xiao Gao made it very clear, so the manager had to look into it. Master Chi had always had conflicts with Xiao Gao, and they often exchanged insults. After hearing this insider information, Chi Guojun felt that Xiao Gao was targeting him. After the incident, although the manager didn't investigate deeply, he scolded Master Chi severely and ordered him to make up for the missing supplies. Extra income is tempting, but it's hard to give back. So, Master Chi was very angry. Several leaders knew that Master Chi and Xiao Gao had always had issues, but that wasn't a reason to resort to violence. If Xiao Gao got hurt and wanted to pursue responsibility, Master Chi would find it hard to escape. It's best if Xiao Gao is okay. If anything happens to her, you can expect to face consequences, a leader warned. They then called over the union members to quickly check on Xiao Gao and follow up on her treatment. The results of the visit surprised everyone. According to the union members, Xiao Gao suffered serious consequences from that kick, resulting in a ruptured corpus luteum, and she is currently undergoing surgery at the hospital. What does ruptured corpus luteum mean? The station master asked, confused. We're not sure either, but the obstetrician said it's serious and could affect her ability to have children. This made the situation more serious. Fighting is a small issue, but causing Xiao Gao to be unable to have children is a personal injury. To prevent the situation from getting worse, the leaders decided to let Master Chi take a break and promoted Yuan and I to the front line to work alone. For Yuan and I, this was both an opportunity and a challenge. If she did well, she could secure her position at the counter. If not, she would end up doing menial tasks like Xiao Gao. Yuan and I understood this, so the next morning, she arrived at the collection station early, cleaned up, and put on her apron. While she was tying her apron, two people brought in some scrap metal, asking, "Do you collect scrap iron?" "Yes, we do." They placed the items on the scale, which weighed quite a bit, jumping to 50 or 60 pounds. Yuan and I frowned and removed the sack from the scrap, realizing she was in big trouble. What they brought was not ordinary scrap, but iron manhole covers. Each sewer only has one cover, and without it, pedestrians could be in danger at any moment. Could she accept this? Yuan and I remained calm as she assessed the two men, one with a shifty look and the other with a sly smile. What Yuan and I didn't expect was that before she could say whether or not to accept the iron manhole covers, the shifty-looking man pulled out a large roll of wire from his back, asking, "Do you collect copper wire?" There are clear regulations regarding the collection of valuable metal items. Small quantities, like a few screws, can be accepted freely. However, for larger amounts of unverified metal, the collection station has the right to ask for proof of ownership. Thinking of this, Yuan and I calmed down, asking, "Do you have proof from your unit?" "What proof?"
We found this while scavenging.
Who would throw away such large iron manhole covers? Yuan and I looked regretful, saying, "No proof means I can't accept it." The shifty man lowered his voice. "You could accept it with just a nod. If you don't say anything, no one will know it lacks proof." As he spoke, he quietly slipped her 10 yuan. Yuan Ni's monthly salary is over 40 yuan, while Master Gua earns 70. For ordinary workers at a recycling station like them, 10 yuan is a significant amount. However, they cannot accept this offer. The iron manhole covers and copper wires these two brought could very well be stolen. Accepting their money would mean getting involved in illegal activities, and what if they keep coming to sell stolen goods at the station? Yuan Ni's eyes flickered. "You need proof." "Without proof, I can't accept it." After saying this, she sat at the table and ignored the two. The two young men murmured for a while longer, and then came back to plead with Yuan and I, but she firmly refused again. They had no choice but to carry the manhole cover away, grumbling as they left. "Comrade, this is just scrap metal. I don't have proof. Can you accept it?" An old farmer, who had been watching for a while, finally mustered the courage to ask Yuan and I. She asked him to open his sack, and inside were indeed scraps of metal. Old wires, broken bolts, old locks, and lumps of cast iron. "You don't need proof for these," Yuan and I said, preparing to help the old farmer weigh them. Just then, the deputy station manager arrived. "Comrade Yuan, how's it going? Are you managing well on your own?" "Not too many problems," she replied. "Wait a moment. You need to sort through this pile of scrap metal before accepting it," the deputy manager said, handing her a magnet. Yuan and I had to follow his instructions, picking through the items one by one, testing them with the magnet before weighing them. "That's right, sort through them one by one. Some things may look like iron but aren't." The deputy manager watched Yuan and I, pleased as she got her hands dirty. Yuan and I nodded, but then she touched a lump of cast iron that suddenly felt hot in her hand. This was an artifact. The deputy manager was watching closely, so she decided to treat it as scrap metal for now and exchange it later at the same price. Thinking this, she used the magnet on it. No attraction, this is an iron?" The deputy manager frowned and tested it himself. "It's not copper either. It's probably just a lump of scrap. Anything labeled as scrap by the recycling station means it's not copper, iron, or aluminum, and thus, it's not worth much. Don't you want it?" the old farmer said urgently. He had gathered a lot of small scrap metal, and this was the only larger piece. The deputy manager clapped his hands. "It's nothing special. How can I give you a price?" After the deputy manager left, Yuan and I quietly told the old farmer, "Take this lump of scrap to 29 Shifeng Street to sell." The old farmer immediately looked happy. "What, do they also collect scrap there?" "Yes, their standards for collecting scrap are different from the buying station. I'll write you a note. Just take this note and knock on the door. If someone answers, give them a note," Yuan and I said as she tore a page from her notebook and wrote a few lines. Since Master Chi was investigated, Yuan and I realized that she and Master Gua might be under watch. Because of this, they couldn't easily move things from the buying station, as it could lead to trouble. So Yuan and I discussed with Zhao Di and Pan Di that anyone who came to their house with the note should be given money for the items according to the prices on the note. This way, they could avoid a lot of trouble. The old man carefully tucked the note away, and after Yuan and I finished calculating the price of the scrap metal, he took the piece of iron and left. The deputy station master was outside smoking. He watched the old man carry away the iron before he turned and left. As soon as noon break arrived, Yuan and I hurriedly locked the door and went home. She needed to check if her two sisters had received the iron piece. Zhao Di and Pan Di were still doing math problems, working hard to keep up with school. You said about the iron piece. We got it. An old man came and knocked on the door, saying he wanted to sell something. I opened the door like you said, and look, it's this. Zhao Di brought out a piece of iron from the empty room. Yes, that's it. You gave him the price I mentioned, right? I gave him 10 yuan and he was very happy. Yuan and I filled a basin with clean water and soaked the iron piece in it, feeling that the rust could be removed. Zhao Di thought Yuan and I wouldn't come back, so she made some simple noodles for lunch. The simple noodles are made by cooking noodles in broth with no specific shape and adding some garlic sprouts and chives for flavor when served. This type of noodle is mainly about being convenient and filling. After lunch, Yuan and I reminded Zhao Di and Pan Di not to touch the iron piece in the basin. Don't worry, sister and I, we know. We're taking good care of it. After working all afternoon, Yuan and I was restless, eager to know what was underneath the rust. In the afternoon, only a few elderly women selling cardboard came by, and their items were clean and genuine. Yuan and I happily weighed and paid them. Finally off work, she rushed home. As soon as she entered, Zhao Di told her, Sister and I, the rust on the iron piece has all come off. Real rust wouldn't come off with just clean water. What came off must have been old grime. There was no rust, only dirt, which indicated that this object was definitely not iron. Yuan and Io poured out the dirty water from the basin, replaced it with clean water, and scrubbed it with a soft brush. At that moment, the iron lump finally revealed its true form. The iron lump was about the height of 2 fists, with a square base. On top of the base was a strange beast with horns, looking quite lively, standing on a ball. After 2 cleanings, its surface still had some mud, but beneath the dirt, a golden shine was visible, suggesting that this object might be made of gold or bronze. But what exactly was it? As Yuan and I pondered while looking at it, she suddenly noticed some writing on the base. In a flash of realization, she understood that the iron lump was a golden seal. Since ancient times, the East has been rich, while the West has been wealthy, the South poor, and the North lowly. In the Scholars' Alley of the eastern part of the city, all the residents were wealthy families. Any door you opened led to a big household. Even the small alley had streetlights, with blue bricks paving the ground, looking deep and tranquil, more impressive than the main streets of ordinary county towns. A few years ago, during the movement, these families quietly hid away, but recently, as the snow melted and the ice broke, Scholars' Alley became lively again with people coming and going. It was already late at night, but the lights were still on in the main room of courtyard number 9. This was the old residence of the Gung family, which was quite prominent in the city. The Gung family did not pursue education or government positions. They focused on managing banks and pawn shops. In the past, among the 4 major pawn shops and banks, several were run by the Gung family. With years of dealing in goods and exchanges, the Gung family had developed a keen eye, skilled at distinguishing authenticity. A few years ago, the Gung family was also affected, but they were perceptive and quickly adapted, being among the first to hand over their shops and participate in the public-private partnership, later withdrawing their shares and clearing their names. With a good attitude and low profile, along with their deep roots, they did not suffer much impact. As the saying goes, the duck knows when the spring water's warm, and the Gung family sensed the policy changes. Things they had wanted to do, but were afraid to pursue, were now back on the agenda. Spring came and called me, saying she saw a woman in Dan County who looks just like our 3rd daughter, with the same age and address. This person might be our 4th daughter, said the matriarch of the Gung family. The Gung family was large and prosperous, but their offspring were few. The elderly couple had only one son and two daughters, and it was said that there was another daughter lost to the outside world, the one the matriarch referred to as the fourth daughter. The son was the eldest, named Gung Xiangbei, the second daughter was named Gung Milin, and the third daughter was named Gung Hehua. Gung Milin, the second child, is the biological mother of Gung Chunlai. She is looking for a husband to come into the family, which is why her son carries her surname. The Gung family has strong daughters, but weak sons. The two daughters are capable and assertive. However, the eldest son, Gung Xiangbei, has been weak and sickly for years. People said he wouldn't survive, yet he has lived until now, though he is too ill to manage anything. In the Gung family, decisions are made by the two aunts. When Gung old lady speaks, Gung Xiangbei just nods. Back then, we had no choice but to leave the fourth sister in the countryside. Now that conditions are better, we should bring her back. Gung Milin frowned a bit. She wanted to find her fourth sister, but there is a good marriage proposal tied to her. It was arranged by the late Gung family patriarch for the fourth sister's daughter, who is set to marry into a respectable family. Gung Milin wants this proposal for her own daughter. No matter how good her niece is, she can't compare to her own child. If they bring back the fourth sister now, who will the good match belong to? Thinking of this, Gung Milin felt a bit frustrated with her son, Gung Chunlai. This foolish son doesn't know how to be flexible. Why is he in such a hurry to find someone? Moreover, when he found someone, he didn't tell her, his mother, first, but went straight to Gung old lady, his grandmother. Gung Milin fell silent. This was becoming complicated. The third child, Gung Hehua, is straightforward and said, "Did you find her? Then hurry and bring her back." The fourth sister has been in the countryside for years and must have suffered a lot. Is she married? Does she have children? Should we bring them all back? Gung old lady exchanged glances with Gung old man. The children generally have good hearts, but as for the second child, Chunlai found out that the woman who resembles the fourth sister is already married in the countryside and has 3 daughters. However, her ex-husband treated her poorly, and they are divorced. She is now living at her parents' home. If we go to bring her back, we must also bring her and the children. Gung Hehua became anxious. Then we need to go quickly. I have nothing to do. I'll go with you. You're too impulsive. What can you do there? Mom and Dad, I'll go with you. In that brief moment, Gung Milin had already thought of a plan. Now that they had found the person, it was impossible to stop her parents from going. It would be better to act like an older sister and go along to manage the situation. Gung old man smiled and said, "All right, the rest can stay at home." The plan was set for Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung to take their second child, Gung Milin, to Dan County to identify someone. When Gung Milin returned home and talked about it, she complained that Gung Chunlai was being unreasonable. As they listened, Gung Chunlai's sister, Gung Meiwan, suddenly said, "Mom, is the place you're going to Dan County in S Province?" "Yes, that's the place. I heard it's a small, remote county." "Oh, I want to go too," Gung Meiwan said shyly. "What do you want to go for?" "We still don't know if that person is really the fourth child. Maybe that woman has nothing to do with our family. She could just be an ordinary country woman. I'm not going to recognize my fourth aunt. I'm going to see Gu Chao. You all don't care about the Gu family at all. Gu Chao is going there for work experience, and that's where he's going." Hearing this, Gung Milin suddenly slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten? The good match she was thinking about was none other than Gu Chao. The Gu family was also a prominent family in the city, unlike the Gung family, who had a different path. Years ago, the Gung family helped the Gu family a lot, which is why the elder Gung and the elder Gu arranged a marriage for their great-grandchildren. This match was originally meant for the fourth sister, but unexpectedly, the fourth child had been lost in the countryside since childhood. With the fourth child missing, the happiest one was Gung Milin. Although the fourth sister was gone, she was still a Gung family child, and Gung Milin wanted her daughter, Gung Meiwan, to marry Gu Chao. The Gu family had power and influence, and Gu Chao was talented and promising. Without this marriage arrangement, Gung Meiwan would never have a chance with him. Once Gung Milan heard her daughter mention it, she made a quick decision. All right, you can come with us to Dan County. It's a good chance to get to know Gu Chao better. As long as you both have feelings for each other, the Gu family will have to agree. Mom, we haven't even started yet. Gu Chao has never really paid attention to me. You silly child, a man chasing a woman is like climbing a mountain, but a woman chasing a man is just a thin paper. Come here, and I'll teach you some good ways. Forget it. That sounds too embarrassing, Gung Meiwan said, still wanting to keep her dignity. Only those without ability care about their pride. If you want to succeed, don't worry so much. Think about it, many people have pursued Gu Chao before. If it weren't for your grandmother's marriage arrangement, Gu Chao would have been taken long ago. This trip to Dan County is your only chance. Don't you want to seize it? Otherwise, you'll just be waiting to celebrate someone else's wedding. Gung Milan encouraged her. Gung Meiwan was indeed moved and shyly leaned in to listen to Gung Milan's advice. After working all night, Yuan and I finally took out the golden seal. The seal is about the height of 2 fists, with a mythical beast stepping on a golden ball on top and a square base below. After cleaning it, Yuan and I found some paper and ink to make a rubbing of the characters on the seal. Once printed on paper, she carefully examined it. The characters were in small seal script, reading Guanzhong Hoin. Zhao Di and Pan Di stood nearby. Both sisters watched the transformation of the rusty piece of iron with wide eyes, filled with amazement. Now, the once dirty iron piece had turned into a shiny gold seal, and the carving on it looked incredibly lively, clearly a treasure. Sister and I, what is this? Zhao Di asked, pointing at the small seal script on the paper. This is the Guanzhong Hoin, an ancient official seal. An official seal? Is it made of gold? It looks so beautiful. Yuan and I smiled slightly. Zhao Di and Pan Di didn't understand the value of cultural relics. Their perception of treasures was still based on material worth. She needed to explain more to her younger sisters. In ancient times, officials needed proof of their position, and a seal was one of those proofs.
Duan explain.
After discussing the importance of the seal, Yuan and I tried to date it. The seal was a double-knotted one, and the beast stepping on the ball was a qilin. Considering its style and carving technique, this golden seal should be from the Tang dynasty. To narrow it down further, she would need to look at history books. She needed to check which Tang emperors had conferred titles to the Guanzhong Ho.
And
Yuan and I suddenly thought this kind of personal seal was usually buried with its owner after death. Now that the Guanzhong Hoin had appeared in the world, what about the other burial items? She hadn't heard of any tombs of the Guanzhong Ho being excavated. So was this tomb robbed? The 2 sisters looked at Yuan and I eagerly, and when she suddenly stopped talking, they hurriedly asked, "And what?" I still have a lot to learn, so I can't explain it well. Let me check some books, and I'll tell you later.
Zhao Di and Pan Di nodded seriously.
It was getting late, and since the golden seal was already cleaned, Yuan and I decided to store it safely along with the ancient red jade in the cellar. The counter was open one day and closed the next, and the following day, Yuan and I planned to visit her hometown, inviting her grandparents to come to the city for a visit and to warm up some food. After spending so late organizing the golden seal, she had planned to leave early, but couldn't get up in time. Fortunately, just as she was about to head out, she heard her uncle knocking at the door, and I opened the door quickly. Guess who has come? Zhao Di hurriedly opened the door, and outside stood her grandmother, grandfather, her slightly awkward mother, her aunt, 2 cousins, and her uncle's family. Everyone from the Qin family was there except for her second uncle's family. Yuan and I quickly ushered everyone inside, saying, I was just about to head to the countryside today. Luckily, I hadn't left yet, otherwise I would have missed you all. Why didn't my second uncle come? Her grandmother looked around the yard and replied, the double harvest is finished, but there are still some tasks in the team. Your second uncle had to drive the tractor and couldn't get away. So, they decided to stay behind, and will come to see you once they finish. Her second uncle was now a tractor driver and a busy person in the village. That's great. You all came today, and next time, my second uncle can come too. The house will always be lively, Yuan and I said. Her uncle led everyone around the house, saying, "Take a look, Ni's room is so spacious. All this furniture is made from good wood from our factory." Her aunt stepped on the blue bricks and asked, "And did you lay these bricks, or were they already here?" "They're all old bricks. They were definitely here before." "Oh, old bricks are fine too. This house has everything it needs," her aunt said enviously. The aunt who usually made sarcastic comments, Zhao Fuhua, wasn't there, but everyone expressed genuine admiration without jealousy. "We're all family. Now that Anai has moved to the city, we have a place to stay when we visit," her fourth aunt said with a smile. She opened her basket and took out several pieces of embroidered cloth. "My mother heard and I moved to the city and specially made these covers." "What are covers?" "They are cloths used to protect things. Nowadays, people are frugal and want to keep things clean. If they have nice items, like cups or radios, they cover them with pretty cloths." Her fourth aunt was skilled. She had made white covers with lace patterns and embroidered edges, some in diamond shapes and others in circles. Everyone admired the covers as they held them, praising their beauty. Her aunt also brought out her prepared items, saying, "I don't have such good skills, so I made you a few door curtains." The door curtains served both as decoration and practical items. They were a light peach color, hanging on the door and complementing the green trees, creating a festive atmosphere. Yuan and I smiled and said, Fourth aunt, we're all family. You coming is enough. You didn't need to bring anything. Just a little something like a warm pot or a thermos is a kind gesture," her aunt replied. Grandma said, taking a new thermos from Grandpa's basket and placing it on the table. The thermos was made of metal, and Yuan and I knew it was expensive, costing 10 yuan at the supply store. The cheapest bamboo thermos was still 5 or 6 yuan. Regardless of the price, it was a gesture of care from everyone. Seeing that it was getting late, Yuan and I called over Zhao Di and gave her 10 yuan. "Buy 5 pounds of meat and a fish, and get some vegetables as well." "What are we having for lunch, sister and I?" Zhao Di asked. In the village, they often ate noodles since the Red Flag Brigade didn't grow rice, and it was rare to have a meal of rice. "Let's make rice. I'll start steaming it now, and you can cook the vegetables when you get back." Zhao Di agreed, and was about to leave when Grandma called her back. "Zhao Di, you know the city well now, right? Take your cousins with you, and let them explore a bit." Her older cousin, Ba Yi, her second cousin, Jian Jun, and her uncle's 2 kids, Mao Dan and Go Dan, were all eagerly watching. Zhao Di was generous. "Sister, give me a bit more money so we can get some ice cream and a soda." Yuan and I patted Zhao Di's hair and slipped another 10 yuan into her pocket. "Also buy some calcium biscuits and some sunflower seeds or candy to bring back." Ice cream and soda were treats they couldn't find in the village. Ba Yi and Jian Jun were older but still shy, while Mao Dan and Go Dan were drooling at the thought. Annie shook her head. "We should bring more kids out to see the world. Look at Zhao Di and Pan Di. They've become much more generous than before." Uncle was watching too, and it was true. Back in the village, Zhao Di and Pan Di's hair looked like dry grass, and they seemed malnourished. Just a few days in the city, and their faces had rounded out, and they looked much healthier. Yuan Ni's mother thought that as her own daughter, Yuan and I would be warm towards her as soon as she walked in. But after talking for a while, Yuan and I hadn't greeted her at all. Feeling neglected, Yuan Ni's mother suddenly saw Pan Di standing nearby and quickly pulled her over. "Pan Di, do you miss your mother?" Pan Di was young and easy to please. As soon as she said she missed her mother, Yuan Ni's mother took the chance to stay longer. Everyone fell silent, watching Zhao Di. They all understood Yuan Ni's mother's intentions. Last time, Uncle had shared what she did. Grandma scolded Yuan Ni's mother in front of everyone, saying she didn't act like a mother at all. Now Yuan Yang has become distant from Grandma, and it seems she wants to take this opportunity to stay in the city. "Third sister really has no shame. This is just tricking children," Aunt said quietly to Uncle. "Don't interfere. This is between third sister and the kids," Uncle advised his wife softly. No one expected, however, that Pandai would shake her head and say, "I don't want Mom. She messes with my things and takes my allowance." Before, Yuan and I had given Pandai 50 cents to buy something she liked, and Pandai treasured it, not even spending it on candy. Unexpectedly, when Mom saw it, she took it away and scolded her, saying, "What does a child need money for?" Yuan Yang's smile suddenly froze. "You child, why are you holding a grudge? I'm just worried you will waste money. I'm doing this for your own good. Look at your sister. What has she turned you into? You don't even know how much money you have. She spent it like it's nothing. You three don't understand how to manage things. I have to come over and help you run the household." Yuan and I gave money to Xiaodi to treat everyone. She couldn't let them come to the city and eat plain food. She never expected that her spending would catch her mother's attention and that her mother would think about managing her finances. "Enough, Guang, stop saying useless things. If you want to come to the city, what about the job at the veterinary station? It's far from the city. You can't go every day. If you want to come, transfer the job to the fourth one," Grandma said. Yuan Yang was reluctant to give up the veterinary job, which paid $15 a month. "I was just joking with Pandai, don't take it seriously." Yuan and I didn't want to play mind games with her mother. It was a waste of time. She walked over to Uncle. "Uncle, can we make something delicious for lunch and invite Director Gu over? Would that be good?" Uncle slapped his thigh. "That sounds great. I'll go now. If I wait too long, he'll eat in the cafeteria." Uncle got up to leave, and Yuan and I asked him to take the bike. As soon as Uncle left, Xiaodi returned with a few cousins. The grocery store was just across the street, making it easy to buy things. In the basket, there was pork, a big fish, and even a chicken, along with snacks like calcium biscuits and rice sticks held by cat egg and dog egg. The grocery store had a chicken, so I bought one. "Here's the leftover money." Xiaodi handed the money to Yuan and I. The result was snatched away by her mother, who said, "I'll keep this for you." Grandma immediately stopped her and gave the money back to Yuan and I, then pulled her mother aside for a serious talk. Yuan and I couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. Only Grandma could handle her mother. When they first moved in, Master Gua dug up some chive roots from his yard for Yuan and I to plant, and now the chives had sprouted. Aunt was helping to prepare the ingredients, saying, "We need to stew the chicken quickly, and let's make braised meat." Chives stir-fried with eggs is also a dish. "Oh, is there tofu? Let's make steamed tofu with mincemeat." Yuan and I nodded eagerly, looking forward to lunch. When it comes to cooking skills, Grandma and Aunt are the best. They have been in charge for years and cook delicious meals. Yuan and I set up the coal stove in the yard to steam rice. Her mother sat beside her, trying to get closer. "This rice is really good. It must cost about 20 cents a pound, right?" Rice is not locally produced, making it more expensive than flour, priced at 2 yuan and 90 cents a pound, and even more in the black market. "Why are you asking about the price? Do you want to pay?" Yuan and I glanced at her mother. Her mother sighed, "I know you've made a lot of money and feel independent, but do you realize how many families in Hongqi Brigade can't even come up with 2 yuan? Her mother spoke the truth, not only in the village, but even in the city. Families like Master Gua's, with only one person earning, find it hard to spend a few yuan at once. But what does that have to do with Yuan and I? Times are changing and policies are changing. Her way of earning is different from others, so there's no need to be so frugal. Yet her mother still wanted to bind Yuan and I with old ideas. Yuan and I placed the rice pot on the coal stove and asked, "So? Even if you have a job in the city, you can't spend money recklessly. Look at you, taking out 2 big bills at once to buy things. That's wasteful." Her mother began to scold. In fact, many dual-income families in the city are already living well, with rice and meat at meals and fashionable girls wearing nice sandals. Why do these people dare to live like this? Because they have money. Yuan and I has money too. Why can't she treat her family to a nice meal? As Yuan and I watched her mother go on and on, she shouted loudly, "Grandma, Mom says I'm wasteful, and she doesn't want to buy you good food." The lively yard suddenly fell silent, and everyone stared at Yuan Ni's mother with strange looks. Yuan Ni's mother felt very embarrassed. "That's not what I meant." Just then, her uncle came in with Gu Chao. "Director Gu is here. Quickly get him some water." This was an important guest, and the Chin family quickly sprang into action, pouring water and moving stools. Her aunt personally made Gu Chao a cup of brown sugar water, saying, "Director Gu, you must thank me. My husband said that we got the house thanks to your help." Yuan Ni's eyes lit up. No wonder her aunt brought her two cousins into the city. Her uncle's house had been allocated. Gu Chao took the cup. "It's not about help. Comrade Qin Shuigong is a skilled technician and has been recognized as outstanding, so he is entitled to a house." Hearing that her eldest son was doing well, Grandma smiled. "That's because you are capable. You are the director, the leader. Only you can help everyone earn money." People often praised Gu Chao for being young and promising, but Grandma was the first to call him a leader. Gu Chao, usually serious, couldn't help but smile. "You flatter me." At that moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Her uncle scratched his head. You haven't been here long and seem to get along well with the neighbors. Who could be visiting at this hour?" Yuan and I opened the door to find Gung Chunlai standing there, along with 3 or 4 unfamiliar faces behind him. These unfamiliar people, both men and women, all wore curious expressions. "Comrade Yuan and I, this is my grandmother and my second aunt, along with my cousin. They just arrived from out of town, and I didn't even prepare water. Can we come in for a cup of hot water?" Gung Chunlai said, flashing a big smile. Grandma stepped forward. Are these your neighbors?" Yuan and I replied quietly, "Yes, but not all of them." To avoid raising Yuan Ni's suspicions, Gung Chunlai intentionally hid part of the truth. In reality, the so-called second aunt and cousin were his real mother and sister. However, Yuan and I still sensed that their intentions were not pure. What could this whole family want by coming over? Yuan Ni's gaze became distant, and the Qin family immediately noticed. Her fourth uncle casually picked up a basin, ready to pour hot water. "There are too many people at home. It's not convenient to host. How about I bring you a basin of water to take back?" "The basin looks a bit like a foot bath," Gung Chunlai said, twitching his mouth. "That's not necessary. Don't be polite. We have hot water at home. That's all we have, but there's plenty of hot water, haha." Uncle C thought he was being very generous, considering they were neighbors. In the village, hot water is also considered a good thing.
Why?
Because boiling water uses up firewood. Gung Chunlai scratched his head, wondering what to do. Uncle Yuan and I was quite stubborn, and the problem was he couldn't fight him. Aunt Guiying, I'm here to see you." Gung Chunlai suddenly remembered someone, Yuan Ni's mother, who was very hospitable and liked him. Yuan Ni's mother immediately came out to greet him. "Oh, it's you. Come in quickly, the food is almost ready. You came at the right time." Hearing Yuan Ni's mother say this, the Qin family wished they could cover her mouth. How could someone they didn't know just invite them to eat? Fortunately, Gung Chunlai knew some manners. "There's no need for a meal, just a cup of hot water will do." Yuan Ni's mother warmly invited him. "Come in, I just made some tea." Gung Chunlai and the people behind him weren't in a hurry to enter the yard. Instead, they looked at Yuan Ni's mother, examining her closely. Yuan Ni's mother couldn't help but touch her face. "Is there coal dust on my face? I noticed you because you look a lot like my third daughter. She's born in the year of the tiger. Which year are you?" Grandma Gung stepped forward, warmly grabbing Yuan Ni's mother to chat. Grandma Gung was almost 60, with short, styled hair, wearing a dark red floral jacket. She looked more fashionable than women in their 40s from the city, and was also quite plump. For some reason, Yuan Ni's mother felt that this wealthy old lady looked very familiar. She immediately considered her a kindred spirit and started answering her questions in detail. Once they sat down in the yard, Grandma Gung had already asked several questions. Grandma, watching from the side, shook her head. How could her daughter be so naive? Little did she know at that moment, Grandma Gung felt the same way. She also thought Yuan Ni's mother was a bit naive. The other members of the Qin family thought of her as an uninvited guest. They weren't as polite as Yuan Ni's mother. They poured a few cups of hot water and waited for the Gung family to drink and leave. As for Gu Chao and Grandpa, they stayed in the main room with Uncle Da and didn't come out. They weren't formal guests, so there was no need for them to show up. Grandpa Gung and Grandma Gung were very perceptive and quickly realized that the Qin family didn't like them. After getting the answers they wanted, They stood up to say goodbye. As soon as they left, Grandma pointed her finger at Yuan Ni's forehead. Do you know them? I don't know her. Isn't she the neighbor of that girl? If you don't know her, why did you let her in? Can't you be more careful? Yuan Yang felt wronged as she rubbed her forehead. She really didn't think she was in the wrong. They were all neighbors, so what was wrong with having a drink of water? Meanwhile, the Gung family returned to the courtyard, and Gung Meiwan approached them. Grandma, is that my fourth aunt? That's her. The fourth one has a blue birthmark on her elbow. I saw it just now, Gung Grandma said with joy. That's right. Just looking similar doesn't count, but the birthmark is unmistakable. Let's think about how to bring the fourth one back, Gung Grandpa said as he sat down. Years ago, to avoid trouble, Gung Grandpa and Gung Grandma had come to Dan County, holding their youngest child, Gung Chiojuan, who is Yuan Yang. Unexpectedly, after arriving in Dan County, they faced a disaster. It was hard to run with a child, so to survive, they had to painfully leave the child at the entrance of the Shimpa Commune Health Center. After leaving her there, they didn't leave, but hid behind a big tree, watching as a farmer couple took their daughter away. Why did Gung Chunlai, an outsider, stay in Dan County? It was to find Gung Chiojuan. Our Chiojuan isn't very clever, but the family that adopted her is quite shrewd and hard to deal with. Otherwise, we could find a chance to meet with the elders of that family and be straightforward. We should compensate them for raising Chiojuan. It hasn't been easy for them. After giving them something, we can bring up the idea of recognizing Chiojuan again, Gung Grandma suggested. Gung Grandpa agreed with this idea. However, the second child, Gung Mylan, had her own thoughts. That's too direct. We don't know what kind of people they are. If we just offer money, what if they ask for too much? Then what do you suggest? We should say we are here for a family visit and stay at Chunlai's for a few days to observe. Maybe there's a better way, Gung Mylan said. Gung Mylan actually thought that by staying longer, they could complicate the recognition process. From her own perspective and Gung Meijuan's, Gung Mylan didn't want another sister in the family. There was only so much family property, and with one more person, the share would be smaller. It was better to enjoy it alone. Earlier, Gung Mylan had also seen Yuan Yang and thought she was quite straightforward, lacking sophistication and experience, making her easy to deceive. Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung discussed and agreed that Gung Mylan had a point. They were here to meet their daughter and shouldn't scare her away. Then it settled. Chunlai, go buy some food. We're all tired and won't go out today, said Mrs. Gung. Okay, Grandma and Grandpa, what do you want to eat? The local specialty is meat sandwiches and lamb soup. If you want lamb soup, we need a bowl for the broth. Just some soup and some flatbreads, please. I'm not used to the soaked bread. All right, I'll get you some noodle soup and a few flatbreads, said Gung Chunlai. In the kitchen, there was an enamel bowl. As Gung Chunlai picked it up to leave, Gung Meiwan followed him, saying, Brother, I want to go out with you. They were siblings and left together without hesitation. Unexpectedly, as they reached the gate, they saw their neighbor's door creak open. Curious, Gung Meiwan and Gung Chunlai looked over and saw Gu Chao coming out. Gung Chunlai felt a twinge of pain as he remembered being kicked by Gu Chao, so he immediately pulled Gung Meiwan to leave. However, Gung Meiwan refused to go and rushed toward Gu Chao, asking, Brother Gu Chao, what are you doing here? Gu Chao was taken aback. What are you doing here? He recognized her as Gung's daughter, who used to follow him around and try to get his attention. Gu Chao was usually indifferent and didn't pay much attention to her. But this wasn't the capital, it was Dan County, where Gu Chao had come for training. Why was Gung's daughter here, in this small county? Gung Meiwan had come to Dan County for Gu Chao. To her surprise, on her very first day, she ran into him, and she was so excited that she didn't know what to say. It's a long story, we came to meet family. Before she could finish, Gung Chunlai pulled her back, stopping her from speaking. So, you're Gu Chao? We live next door. Come over to play sometime. Gu Chao shook his head lightly. I probably won't have time. That's okay, Brother Gu Chao. We'll come find you, Gung Meiwan said before Gung Chunlai pulled her away. They had just agreed not to disturb the Chen family for now. If Gung Maewon blurted something out, it could ruin the elder's plan to meet family. Gung Maewon didn't want to leave. Brother, why are you pulling me? I still want to talk to Brother Gu Chao. Is he all you think about? Let me tell you, you're wasting your time. He doesn't like you. Gung Chun looked at his silly sister and shook his head repeatedly. He didn't understand much, but when Gu Chao looked at Gung Maewon, there was no affection in his eyes. He knew that Gu Chao didn't have any feelings for her, not even a little bit. Such blunt words hurt Gung Maewon's feelings. She jumped up and hit Gung Chun with her small fist, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? How would you know? Hey, don't hit me. Why are you pulling my hair?" Gung Chun couldn't fight back against his sister and had to run away. By the time the siblings returned with lamb soup, Gung Chun had a bruise on his face. What happened? In such a short time you got hurt? Grandma Gung frowned, as both her grandchildren were not careful. Grandma, you have to tell my brother. I just saw Brother Gu Chao, and he said that Brother Gu Chao doesn't like me, Gung Maewon said. Not just that he doesn't like you. He doesn't even notice you, Gung Chun added, poking at her feelings again. What's going on? How could Gu Chao be here? In the Gung family, everyone cared about Gu Chao except Gung Chun. For Grandpa and Grandma Gung, Gu Chao was the grandson-in-law chosen by the family, and it didn't matter which granddaughter it was. The grandson-in-law would not change. Gung Maewon recounted what had just happened. I don't know why Brother Gu Chao is next door. I'll go see him later and ask. Her mother, Gung Mylin, frowned. He said that, so you shouldn't go see him for now. Men are like sand slipping through fingers. The tighter you hold on, the faster they run away. However, Gung Maewon didn't understand this and kept insisting, as if her mother didn't support her. Worried that Grandpa and Grandma Gung would notice something was off, Gung Mylin quickly changed the subject. Mom and Dad, I think we should stay in Dan County for a while. I heard from Chun that there's an old market here. Since it's an old market, there might be some antiques. Why don't we go take a look? Grandpa Gung, who used to run a shop, had a keen eye for valuable items. As soon as he heard about antiques, he became interested. Let's eat first, and then we can go. Otherwise, it will get dark. Hearing her grandfather say this, Gung Maewon wisely kept quiet. In the Gung family, whenever antiques were mentioned, everything else took a back seat. Everyone drank lamb soup and ate scallion pancakes before locking the yard and setting off. Chang'an City has been the capital for 13 dynasties. There are antiques everywhere, and even in S Province, there are many ancient tombs. Any family in the village has old things lying around. We should take a good look this time, said Grandpa Gung with enthusiasm. I say, Grandpa, don't get your hopes up too high. I've been to the old market, and it's not like a ghost market. It's mostly villagers selling grains and local products, with just a few straw mats here and there. You rarely find real antiques, Gung Chunlai chimed in, trying to dampen the excitement. Grandpa Gung gave him a light tap on the head. How would you know if you don't look? I've told you many times to train your eye. Good things are right in front of you, yet you still can't recognize them. Gung Chunlai held his head and backed away, not daring to say more. The more he spoke, the more trouble he could get into. The old market was located on the outskirts of the county, specifically at a threshing ground in a village. They arrived late, and some vendors had already started packing up. Looking around, the villagers were mostly trading items like wheat, dried potatoes, noodles, and dried mushrooms. The main method of trade was bartering. You exchange my noodles for your dried potatoes, and so on. Of course, if someone like Gung Chunlai came along and was willing to pay cash, that would be even better. There's nothing here. The most valuable thing is probably the eggs, Gung Mylin said, feeling disappointed. Because her parents were looking for her fourth sister, she was eager to show off her talents in front of them. But with no antiques in sight, what could she showcase? Just then, an item on a nearby stall caught the Gung family's attention. Unlike other stalls, this one had a mix of items: a second-hand Shanghai watch, a pair of glasses missing a leg, 2 old books, and a metal disc. 2 young men were already squatting in front of the stall, carefully examining the old goods. Grandpa Gung immediately spotted the item of interest, the old metal disc. His keen eye recognized the style, and he initially concluded that it must be a copper mirror. After the Republic was established, the price of Western mirrors dropped, making them affordable for ordinary people. Copper mirrors were rarely seen in the market, since they only reflected a blurry image. Thus, even the most recent copper mirrors would date back to the Qing dynasty, making them true antiques. Pretending to be interested, Grandpa Gung squatted down by the stall but did not reach for the copper mirror right away. Instead, he picked up the second-hand Shanghai watch and asked about its price. This was a common tactic used by antique dealers. They usually wouldn't reveal their true interests to avoid the seller raising the price. The vendor said that this watch was his personal item. Although he had worn it for several years, he took good care of it, so its quality was still fine. Old Man Gung nodded, briefly asked the price, and then, as if by habit, reached for the copper mirror to inquire about its cost. He thought that if he bought the watch, he could ask for the copper mirror as a bonus, making the deal a sure success. Unexpectedly, when he reached out, he found nothing. The copper mirror had already been picked up by a young woman who had come earlier. Not only did she take the mirror, but she also asked the vendor for its price. This action nearly shocked Old Man Gung. He had sharp eyesight, but how could this young woman appreciate the copper mirror? After all, it was covered in rust and, to someone who didn't know better, looked like worthless scrap metal. Gung Chunlai recognized the young woman and leaned closer to Old Man Gung to whisper, "That's my aunt's daughter." So she was family? Knowing this, Old Man Gung was no longer in a hurry to grab the item. He was curious about how the young woman had such good taste. The copper mirror looked shabby, covered in green rust and misshapen, not even a perfect circle, making it quite unattractive. Most people would see it as junk. Old Man Gung remained silent, watching the young woman closely, wondering what she would do next. Would she choose the copper mirror? If she could pick it out from a pile of junk, it would be a sign that the Gung family had a promising future. At that moment, the young woman started chatting with the vendor. "What is this?" "This is a copper mirror, used by ancient people. I don't know which dynasty it's from, but if you want it, you can take it for $50. The vendor, being local, didn't understand the mirror's value. To him, it was worth less than a second-hand Shanghai watch. Without hesitation, the young woman prepared to pay. Although Old Man Gung hadn't noticed her, she had been aware of him all along. She had already figured out that Old Man Gung was eager to get the copper mirror but didn't want to pay, so she was taking her time to negotiate. Since Mr. Gung hasn't touched the copper mirror yet, Yuan and I quickly picked it up and made a bid, which wasn't rude. In this situation, Yuan and I definitely wouldn't negotiate. If she did, Mr. Gung would take over, and it wouldn't be hers anymore. Without hesitation, Yuan and I took out the money, leaving Mr. Gung and Gung Mei Lan stunned. Mr. Gung was shocked by Yuan Ni's keen eye and decisiveness, while Gung Mei Lan felt reluctant. She knew that this copper mirror, having caught her father's attention, must be very valuable, and she was unhappy that it was falling into Yuan Ni's hands so easily. "Little girl, $50 is not a small amount. Can you earn that much in a month? Are you really going to buy this old piece of metal? Aren't you afraid your family will be upset?" Before Yuan and I could respond, the vendor got angry. "Hey, you woman, mind your own business. This isn't just any old piece of metal. It's a copper mirror, originally used to protect my home, and it's quite special. Copper mirrors, like ancient coins, are generally not very valuable due to their abundance." The vendor knew this and had consulted others who all said the mirror wasn't worth much, which is why he was trying to sell it for cash. Asking for $50 made him a bit nervous. He was already asking a high price. He didn't expect Yuan and I to agree right away and hand over the money, which made him incredibly happy in an instant. Just as he was feeling elated, Gung Mei Lan jumped in to cause trouble. Of course, he scolded her, especially since she was in the wrong. In business, one party is willing to buy and the other is willing to sell. Why should anyone else interfere? A copper mirror? I think it's just an old piece of metal. It's not worth anything. Gung Mei Lan wanted to ruin this deal. Yuan and I had already put the money in the vendor's hand. "Sir, we are doing business together. It doesn't concern anyone else. You take the money, and I'll take the copper mirror." The vendor was completely surprised that the deal could actually go through and nodded happily. After packing up his things, he spat at Gung Mei-lan, hitting her with it. Chatty woman. Gung Mei-lan gasped. What are you doing to my clothes? Old lady Gung glanced at her. Mei-lan, you brought this on yourself. I haven't seen you talk so much at home. Mr. Gung was already smiling and greeting Yuan and I. Young comrade. We met earlier. May I ask why you want this copper mirror? Sir, the money is ours, and we can spend it however we want. Gu Chao answered for Yuan and I. My daughter is inexperienced, and may have embarrassed you. That's not what I meant. I was asking how you recognize the value of this copper mirror. At that moment, old Master Gung was filled with curiosity. He wanted to know why Yuan and I had such keen insight. I just bought it because I liked it. As for its value, I don't know. Yuan and I replied, careful not to say too much. After putting away the copper mirror, Gu Chao took Yuan and I away. It was better to keep a distance from the strange Gung family.
Gu Ye.
Gung Meiwan was about to call Gu Chao when Gung old lady covered her mouth. The Gung family watched as Gu Chao and Yuan and I walked away. She just spent $50 on a piece of junk? That child is not honest. Gung Meilan quickly criticized Yuan and I. She must have seen the value of the mirror and was afraid I would compete with her, so she paid a high price for it. $50 is not a small amount. How did she develop such good judgment? How can she be sure the mirror is valuable? Old Master Gung said, tapping his forehead. It doesn't matter how she developed it. This girl is impressive. I think she is better than you were at her age. Fourth brother is a bit slow, but at least she is a good daughter, Gung old lady said with a smile. Having a capable successor is a good thing. It seems we will have to stay in Dan County longer. Old Master Gung also smiled. Seeing the two elders happy made Gung Meilan feel worse. She noticed that Yuan's mother was not very bright, which pleased her. Unexpectedly, even though Yuan's mother was foolish, she had a good child. Yuan and I was not only sharp but also very clever. More importantly, she had a keen eye for finding value, which was a trait the Gung family valued the most. Noticing Gung Meijuan's disappointment, Gung Meilan suddenly had an idea. This is a good thing. I was worried that our children might be too soft-hearted, so I tested her. I didn't expect her to be quite strong-minded. Gung Meilan was good at talking. However, since she was their own child, Old Master Gung and Gung Old Lady knew her nature and took her words at face value, smiling to indicate that the matter was settled. But Gung Meilan wasn't finished. Mom and Dad, the marriage agreement with the Gu family was meant for your granddaughter. You saw Gu Chao, his family background is excellent, and he seems capable. Since fourth brother's daughter is already so talented, we shouldn't waste a capable son-in-law. You two should consider matchmaking between Meiwan and Gu Chao. What? Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung never expected that Gung Meiwan would make such a request. The two looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Grandma and Grandpa, I am also your granddaughter. Do you think I am respectful or not? The marriage agreement doesn't specify which granddaughter it is. Since I haven't recognized my fourth aunt yet, I am still a granddaughter of the Gung family and meet the requirements of the agreement. Can you help bring me and Gu Chao together? Don't worry, if this marriage works out, I will definitely take good care of you and support the Gung family. Gung Meiwan knew this was her only chance, so she cried and clung to Grandma Gung, acting cute. Some children don't need to be particularly capable. Just being close to their elders is enough to win their affection. Gung Meiwan was like that. Gung Meilan married a man who came to their home and didn't leave after marriage. After Gung Meiwan was born, Grandma Gung helped take care of her, and she grew up by her side. Meanwhile, Yuan and I was a stranger to Grandma Gung, just a relative by blood. In terms of feelings, Grandma Gung surely felt closer to Gung Meiwan. Old man, Meilan has a point. Meiwan is a bit weak. If the son-in-law is stronger, it could balance things out, Grandma Gung whispered. You really are too soft-hearted. That won't work. The agreement clearly states it's the fourth daughter. If the fourth daughter can't be found, then it's fine to match Gu Chao with Meiwan, but the fourth daughter is coming back soon. What does that mean for Meiwan and Gu Chao? Besides, Gu Chao is already with the fourth daughter. Why would you want to break them apart? Mr. Gung glared at Grandma Gung. Women can be confused at critical moments. It's true that if they already have feelings for each other, forcing a separation would create animosity instead of a bond. Grandma Gung looked at Gung Milan. Milan, did you hear that? It's not that we don't want to help you, but they already have a connection. Gung Meiwan started to cry. She was heartbroken. If she had known the setbacks would come one after another, she wouldn't have come to Dan County. Gu Chao isn't interested in you. You should give up on this quickly, Gung Chun said softly to his sister. It's better to let go quickly than to prolong the pain. Mom, look at my brother. He's bullying me. Gung Meiwan elongated her voice, crying even harder. Gung Milan frowned and gently patted her daughter, realizing that some things cannot be rushed and must wait for the right opportunity. To successfully reunite with Yuan and I and her mother, Mr. Gung, and Mrs. Gung decided to stay a bit longer. They bought some daily necessities and slowly made their way back. After receiving the bronze mirror, Yuan and I was very curious about its origins. Not only the mirror, but she also had several other items whose history was unclear. How could she find out more about these things? Unfortunately, there are no books on this topic in the bookstore in Dan County. Yuan and I, what kind of books do you want to read? Books about antiques and historical knowledge. I can recommend a good place. You should ask at the County Cultural Center. Yuan Ni's eyes lit up. She had forgotten about that place. Although the Cultural Center didn't have books, there were knowledgeable people who could help identify the items. Gu Chao, the factory director, was well known in the county. He said he would help Yuan and I contact the Cultural Center so she could go directly there during her next day off. That day, her grandparents and her uncle and aunt all stayed at Yuan Ni's large courtyard. Her eldest uncle took his wife to the factory to see the housing. According to him, the welfare housing provided by the factory was quite decent. Of course, it couldn't compare to Yuan Ni's proper courtyard, which had only 2 rooms near the entrance, along with a small kitchen. The so-called courtyard was just a circle of bamboo fencing around the entrance. Although it was small, it should be enough for their family. After all, when they lived in the village, her uncle's family also had only 2 rooms. Mom and Dad will go tidy up the house first and won't come back tonight. We'll manage for now and bring you over once it's ready, her uncle said happily, smiling widely at having his own place in the county. Go ahead, just let us know if you need help. We'll all come over and get it done quickly. No need, it's just 2 rooms. We don't need that many people. That was true. Her 4th uncle and aunt planned to stay just one night and head back the next day. Although the busy season was over, there were still various chores in the team. Her grandparents were older and wouldn't earn many work points, but her uncle and aunt were strong and capable. Her 4th uncle particularly missed his job as a caregiver in the provincial city, where he could earn a few dollars a day with hard work. Unfortunately, after returning to the small county, such opportunities were no longer available. Though the work points from the village were few, they still felt it was worth it. Knowing that her 4th uncle and his family were in a hurry, Yuan and I made another trip to the department store. She bought 2 bars of soap, a bag of laundry powder, a bottle of shampoo, and 2 pounds of peach pastries to give to her 4th aunt. The cat and dog were much cleaner than before. Keeping clean is a good habit that must be maintained. Her 4th aunt hesitated for a long time, saying, "Anir, my mother can heal, and it's thanks to your help that we are doing well. I feel bad accepting your gifts. Take it. This is for the 2 kids," Yuan and I said, pretending to be upset, so her 4th aunt had no choice but to accept the items. After a long day at work, she returned home to a ready meal. Grandma had even braided the hair of Zhaodi and Pandai. "Grandma, do you have any plans tomorrow? If not, I want to visit the cultural center in the morning and then take you out shopping in the afternoon," Yuan and I asked her grandmother. "What do you need to go to the cultural center for? You've only been in the city for a few days. Do you really think you're a cultured person?" Yuan Ni's mother interjected. "It's different. Just because you lack education doesn't mean the children shouldn't have it. Yuan and I, you should go. Don't listen to your mother. She doesn't understand." Only Grandma could silence Yuan Ni's mother. Yuan Ni's mother hesitated, looking at the nice floral coat that Mrs. Gung next door was wearing, feeling tempted to buy herself a nice outfit. But since Yuan and I wasn't going to the department store, she had to wait. And do whatever you want. Your grandfather and I plan to stay for a while, and your uncle has also moved into a new house. In a couple of days, your grandfather will help him make furniture. If you see anything your room needs, let your grandfather make it too. The children's lives were getting better, and Grandma's eyes sparkled with joy. Yuan and I smiled and nodded. I don't think we need anything else. I'll think about it. When she arrived at the County Cultural Center, Yuan and I successfully found Comrade Wang, who was half in charge of the center. Since it was during working hours, Comrade Wang didn't engage in much small talk and instead asked Yuan and I what kind of help she needed. Everyone was from the same hometown, and Yuan and I didn't want to reveal too much, so she said the items were for relatives and asked Comrade Wang for assistance. Sure, what do you have? Show me, he replied. This time, Yuan and I only brought one precious item, a blue and white porcelain jar. Unsure of the other person's character, she didn't dare reveal all her belongings. She had had this item for a while and was curious about its origin. As soon as the blue and white porcelain jar was placed on the table, Comrade Wang's expression changed instantly. He went from being relaxed and indifferent to fully focused and attentive. Oh, this is... Young comrade, where did you get this blue and white porcelain jar? Comrade Wang's eyes sparkled, like a hungry person seeing delicious food. It belongs to my relative. It was left behind by an elder in their family, and they didn't have time to explain its origin, Yuan and I said, sharing the excuse she had prepared. Can I take a closer look? Sure. Comrade Wang first washed his hands in a basin, then carefully dried them with a towel before picking up the blue and white jar. He examined it closely, saying, from its shape, this is a typical Ming Dynasty general's jar. Why is it called a general's jar? The name comes from the shape of the ceramic. Look at this jar. It has a tapered shoulder, a straight body, and a flat belly. Doesn't it resemble a general's physique? And the round lid looks like a general's helmet? Yuan and I looked closely and agreed, unable to hold back a smile. So this is the general's jar. Now look at the glaze. This was first fired as white porcelain, then painted on the surface, and finally fired again in the kiln. That's why the patterns are so lively. Let's take a look at the images. Comrade Wang was an expert in this field, and as he analyzed and explained, Yuan and I became captivated by his enthusiasm. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door, causing Comrade Wang to jump and nearly drop the jar. He carefully set the jar down and composed himself before saying, "Come in." This was the office, and it was working hours, so he couldn't stop anyone from entering. Old Wang, you had the door closed, and I almost thought you weren't here. Come, let me introduce you to two old comrades. The director of the cultural center, Comrade Wang's superior, entered the room. Behind the director were an elderly man and woman. Yuan and I was surprised to see them. They were none other than Gung Chunlai's grandparents. Elder Gung and Grandma Gung were equally surprised to see Yuan and I. The director said, Comrade Gung and his wife have come from the capital. They enjoy collecting antiques and heard that you are an expert in this area, so they wanted to chat with you. Comrade Wang immediately stepped forward to shake hands warmly. Director, you flatter me. I only know a little. Ha ha ha, don't be too modest. You experts should chat together. I'll leave you to it. After making the introductions, the director left. Comrade Wang looked at Yuan and I, then at Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung, who were well connected. He decided to address them one by one. Dear elders, please have a seat. I will first explain the general jar to this young comrade. Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung noticed the blue and white porcelain general jar on the table and were surprised to learn it belonged to Yuan and I. We would like to listen and learn more, they said. Comrade Wang humbly continued, Young Comrade Yuan, look at the images on the jar. The blue and white porcelain general jar features lotus leaves and intertwined lotus flowers, which are common designs on ancient porcelain and have various meanings. If related to Buddhism, it symbolizes continuity and life. If given by an emperor to a minister, it signifies integrity and a hope that officials avoid corruption. Common people also like this design, as it represents good fortune. To determine the jar's significance, we need to check the inscription on the bottom. At this point, Comrade Wang turned the jar over and found the bottom completely blank. This was a key reason why Yuan and I had struggled to date it accurately. Porcelain is also an artwork, and a fine piece usually has the production year and kiln marked on the bottom. Since there are no markings, there are two possibilities. The first is that this porcelain is not from an official kiln. Civilian-made porcelain tends to be less formal, Old Lady Gung interjected. Exactly, and the second possibility is that the artist who painted this jar was also a potter, and he may have hidden the mark within the design. If we look closely, we might find it, Old Man Gung added. Comrade Wang set down the general jar and applauded. You two are truly experts. You're absolutely right. I personally lean towards the latter. Let's see if we can find any information about the jar within the lotus design. Yuan and I nodded repeatedly, realizing that she was learning things she had never studied before. She felt like the one gaining knowledge. Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung, knowing Yuan and I was like their own child, took on a teaching role, guiding her thoroughly and sharing all they knew. Comrade Wang also chimed in occasionally. As they examined the lotus design, they discovered the character and I hidden within it, written in cursive script, blending seamlessly with the lotus flowers. It was hard to notice without a careful look. Using this clue, they quickly identified the renowned artist Anizan. He lived during the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties, gained fame at a young age, and had a strong sense of cleanliness, which prevented him from taking official positions. He was a versatile artist, and in his early years, he came from a wealthy family, supported by his older brother. Anizan was also a person who valued gratitude and repaid kindness. To celebrate his brother's birthday, he personally crafted this blue lotus flower general jar. The design on the jar was drawn by him and holds great value. The Anai family is very wealthy in Jiangnan, so they probably have their own kiln. That's why Anizan didn't leave an inscription at the bottom of the jar but hid his surname in the design. If you don't look closely at the pattern, you won't understand the value of this treasure, Comrade Wang remarked with deep emotion. Isn't that right? Anizan is known as a master of both calligraphy and painting. This jar is both painted and fired by him, so it is undoubtedly a treasure, Grandpa Gung concluded. Thank you all. If it weren't for you, I would still be in the dark. All right, I will tell my relatives what you said, Yuan and I said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Gung and Grandma Gung exchanged knowing smiles. This was just a way to appease Comrade Wang, but they knew better. You see, Yuan Ni's entire family lived in the countryside. How could they have relatives who collected antiques? Comrade Wang took it seriously. You should ask your relatives if they want to sell this blue and white porcelain jar. Private collections don't hold much meaning. It would be better to exchange it for some money. Yuan and I shook her head. It's not about the money. This was left by an elder, and I think he wants to keep it as a memory. There are very few genuine pieces of Yuan blue and white porcelain, and each one is worth a fortune. Since Yuan and I knew the origin of this jar, how could she sell it for a low price? Grandpa Gung and Grandma Gung chimed in. What was left by the elder should definitely be passed down through generations. Let's not think about this jar. Comrade Wang smiled awkwardly. It's not me. The county wants to set up a display hall, and they need something to put in it. Grandma Gung slapped her thigh. That's easy. We can go to the countryside to collect items. We came to find you because we want you to guide us around the countryside. Of course, all expenses will be covered by us. Comrade Wang's eyes lit up. Province S is rich in cultural relics, and there are many good items in the countryside. He had wanted to go for a long time but hadn't been able to due to budget issues. All right, as long as you can convince the leaders, I'll go with you, Comrade Wang agreed eagerly. Grandma Gung looked at Yuan and I. Young lady, I think you have a good connection. Would you like to join us? Yuan and I had already thought of this. When she was going around the streets collecting eggs in exchange for scrap, she noticed that many people had good items in their possession. Instead of letting these things go cheaply to others, it would be better for her to collect them herself. However, she is now a working person, and if she is out for too long, she needs to take leave. When are you leaving? I need to check the time. Mrs. Gung is very easy to talk to. You go ahead and ask for leave. My husband and I are already retired, so we have plenty of time. It mainly depends on you. Comrade Wang is friendly and agreeable.
I'm Izigo Uan.
Yuan and I smiled. All right, I'll ask for leave first. After saying goodbye to Comrade Wang, Yuan and I held the blue and white porcelain jar and walked home with Mr. and Mrs. Gung. Since the elderly couple treated her well, the atmosphere became much friendlier during their conversation. Previously, Yuan and I was cautious, but the elderly couple did not feel offended. They believed that one should treat others like Yuan and I did, unlike some people who were just naive. Having seen Yuan's abilities, the elderly couple regarded her as one of their own. They were not biased. They appreciated capable children. Yuan and I received a bronze mirror and also collected a blue and white porcelain vase, which already spoke volumes about her skills. However, the couple knew their limits. While chatting on the way, they did not ask any inappropriate questions, but instead brought up the topic of collecting bronze mirrors. How to remove rust from ancient bronze mirrors and how to maintain them is quite a skill. Generally, a bronze mirror that has been unearthed will exude a layer of golden liquid. Once it dries, the rust can be removed, but one must not wipe it carelessly, or the metal surface will be damaged. Like the mirror you received, it has been around for many years and needs immediate rust removal because copper rust can spread, increasing over time until the entire mirror is corroded and ruined, Mr. Gung said seriously. How should I remove the rust? Yuan and I felt that he wouldn't mislead her, and her attitude became more humble. It's simple yet complicated. You must be patient. First, soak it in cool boiled water and use a small brush to clean what you can, then use white vinegar. Mr. Gung explained in detail. Although he hadn't handled that bronze mirror himself, it seemed valuable from its appearance. If the rust removal was done improperly, it could ruin the treasure, and that would be regrettable. Yuan and I listened attentively. Honestly, what Mr. Gung said filled a gap in her knowledge, something she had always wanted to learn but hadn't. While listening carefully, Yuan and I also felt a strange sensation. The secrets Mr. and Mrs. Gung shared seemed like hidden knowledge. Why would they choose to tell her? The county town is small, and the three quickly entered an alley. Just as they were about to part ways, Mr. Gung reminded, "You handle it yourself first. If you run into any problems, just come ask me." Yuan and I thanked Mr. Gung, hid the jar in the cellar when she got home, and then went to find Master Gua at work. She had been on the job for a while and hadn't taken a day off yet. When Master Gua heard she had something to do, he immediately smiled and said, "What do you need a day off for?" "Here, we don't really take days off, we just swap shifts." Master Gua explained that taking a day off would mean a pay cut, but swapping shifts only required 2 people to agree. "I won't take a break this week. I'll work all week. Next week, you can come in, and I'll just go back to my hometown." Yuan and I quickly agreed, "So I can leave tomorrow?" "Go ahead. If something comes up last minute, I'll just say you caught a cold and are resting at home." That's the good thing about working in a public institution. Taking a day off is quite easy. It's not like in the countryside, where missing a day means losing a day's worth of work points, and there's no room for negotiation. After getting the time off, Yuan and I went home and directly told her grandmother, "I want to go to the countryside to collect some things. I'll be gone for 2 or 3 days." Her grandmother waved her hand. "Go ahead. It's perfect timing. We can cook for Zhaodi and Pandai while you're gone, so you don't have to worry." "What about my mom?" Yuan and I was concerned that her mother might rummage through things again while she was away. "Don't worry, I'll make sure she goes back to work this afternoon." If anyone was going to handle her mother, it would be her grandmother. With her grandmother's reassurance, Yuan and I felt relieved. Sure enough, during lunch that day, her grandmother suggested that Yuan's mother go back to work, saying, "You already have a job. Hurry back and do what you need to do." Yuan's mother didn't want to leave. "Isn't there still Dr. Du?" Her grandmother slammed her chopsticks down. "How can you say that? You do odd jobs, while Dr. Du is a veterinarian. Is he paying you? Why should he keep an eye on you?" Even though they shared meals, if Yuan's mother did less work, Dr. Du would have to do more. He was helping out, but he didn't owe her anything. "I'll go back to work, all right? It's a shame. I finally made it to the city and didn't even buy a nice piece of clothing." Yuan's mother felt quite wronged. Yuan and I didn't respond. Her grandfather chuckled. Why do you need nice clothes? Your job isn't in an office. You deal with animals all day. Wearing nice clothes would be a waste. Seeing no one supporting her, Yuan's mother sighed and, after lunch, packed a small bag and left feeling quite unhappy. After she left, Yuan and I realized that her mother had taken away the malted milk powder she bought for her grandparents. Once everything was settled at home, Yuan and I went to knock on the door next door. It was opened by Grandma Gung, who politely asked, "Girl, are you ready? When can we leave?" "Tomorrow," Yuan and I replied. "All right, we'll go tomorrow then." After confirming the plan, Grandma Gung watched Yuan and I leave, and her smile faded. She went inside and said to the crying Gung Meiwan, "Your grandfather and I are going out with Yuan and I. Once we leave, it will be your only chance. Whether you can seize it depends on you." Gung Meiwan wiped her tears. "Really? Can I go find Brother Gu Chao?" Gung Meiwan smiled through her tears and hugged Grandma Gung affectionately. "Yes, just say it was my idea. Whether he agrees or not is out of my control." Grandma Gung sighed, knowing this plan was not right, and her husband would definitely disapprove. However, since Yuan and I and Gung Meiwan were both her granddaughters, she couldn't let Gung Meiwan suffer. From the beginning, Grandma Gung had her own motives for inviting Yuan and I out. She wanted to create an opportunity for Gung Meiwan to get closer to Gu Chao. Of course, her husband was unaware. If he knew, he would surely scold them for being foolish. To help her daughter, Gung Meilan decided not to go either, planning to stay behind and strategize for Gung Meiwan. Thus, early the next morning, Yuan and I, Grandpa Gung, Grandma Gung, and Comrade Wang boarded the bus heading to Shan County. As the first stop of their journey, Shan County was not to be underestimated. The Gu family is considered a prestigious family with great influence in the area. Gu Chao comes from a good background, is handsome, and many girls have their eyes on him. However, Gu Chao remains uninterested, saying he is still young and wants to focus on his career first. He thought that being sent away to gain experience would lessen his worries in this regard, but he found that he was still quite popular wherever he went. Just as he was about to finish work, there was a knock on the office door. Gu Chao frowned slightly. "Come in." At the door stood Accountant Liao, wearing thick glasses and smiling modestly. "Director Gu, may I ask you a few academic questions?" An accountant talking about academics made Gu Chao frown even more. "I'm not good at that. You should discuss it with someone else." Accountant Liao's smile froze. "Director Gu, you are too humble. Who doesn't know how knowledgeable you are?" Liao, the accountant, has a notable background. Her father is a well-respected figure in Dan County, known for his influence. Liao herself is ambitious and has secured a stable job at the factory, making her quite desirable in the marriage market. Confident, Liao quickly set her sights on Gu Chao, who came from a big city. She was bold enough to make the first move, but to her surprise, Gu Chao rejected her. Gu Chao appeared distant and said, "Shaoli, come in and lock the door." He didn't respond to Liao and simply walked away. Shaoli arrived and saw Liao stuck at the door, feeling awkward. "Sister Liao, please move aside. I need to lock the door." Liao huffed and slammed the door, saying, "I'm not a thief. Is it really necessary?" Shaoli scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Who could say Liao wasn't trying to win over the factory manager's heart? Unbeknownst to Gu Chao, someone was trying to capture his heart. Just as he stepped outside, someone called out to him for dinner. "Manager Gu, are you free tonight? Come to my house for dinner." "Master Chen, have you finished preparing your house? Can you really cook so soon?" Gu Chao's expression softened upon seeing his uncle. "Yes, it's all ready. My family helped clean up, and tonight we're having pancakes with vegetables. Want to come and try?" "Oh, did you move into a new house?" "No, it's just us. And Ira went out for errands and won't be back for a couple of days. We'll wait for her to return before we cook." Upon hearing that Yuan and I wouldn't be there, Gu Chao shook his head. "I'll wait to congratulate you until after you cook. By the way, what is Comrade Yuan and I doing?" She said she was going to Shan County to pick up some things. The provincial capital of S Province is known for its rich history, with many places holding the remains of nobles. According to local legends, Shan County is said to contain the remains of a significant figure. Locals who are lucky sometimes find small treasures while plowing their fields, so antique enthusiasts often visit Shan County in hopes of a good find. Is she going to Shan County alone? Gu Chao asked, looking a bit concerned. No, she's with Comrade Wang from the County Cultural Center and 2 neighbors. Gu Chao knew Comrade Wang. He had introduced him to Yuan and I. It's good that she has reliable people with her. When Comrade Yuan and I returns, please let me know. His uncle readily agreed. As Gu Chao reached the entrance of the family compound, someone stopped him again. He looked closely at the person and vaguely recognized her, as if he had seen her at Yuan Ni's house before. I'm Gung's family. My name is Gung Mylin. You used to come to my house to play when you were little, Gung Mylin said, extending her hand. Gu Chao indeed knew about the Gung family. He had heard from his grandfather that he had a childhood engagement with a girl from that family. With a blank expression, Gu Chao shook hands with Gung Mylin and said, I can't remember things from when I was young. Do you need something from me now? Gung Mylin was perceptive and could tell that he was wary of her. She had prepared for this and smiled calmly. Gu, I didn't plan well for this trip and I'm unfamiliar with Dan County, so I'd like to ask for your help. Help? It wasn't about fulfilling the engagement? Although he felt puzzled, Gu Chao's face showed no change as he maintained a serious demeanor. Please go ahead. I will help if I can. His attitude was like that of a neighbor, polite yet distant. Gung Mylin didn't mind at all. I need to buy some things, but I ran into a thief right after I left home. I don't have time to go back for money, so I'd like to borrow a little from you to tide me over. Borrow money? Gu Chao raised an eyebrow. How much do you need? 20 will be enough. Gu Chao could hardly believe his ears. She went through all this trouble to find him just to borrow 20 yuan? Seeing Gu Chao hesitate, Gung Mylin felt a bit embarrassed. Am I being too forward? Coming here to borrow money, without bringing you anything. If it's inconvenient, just forget it. It's fine, I have some with me. Gu Chao nodded and casually took out 2 20 yuan bills, handing them to Gung Mylin. Thank you so much. By the way, do you live in this courtyard? I'll pay you back later. Gung Mylin took the money, expressing her gratitude again. No need to rush, just use it for now. Gung Mylin took the money and left quickly. Gu Chao watched her go, feeling something was off. The Gung family was sharp and not short on money. Why would Gung Mylin ask him for just 20 yuan? The doorman peeked his head out. Director Gu, is she your relative? The doorman had to be sharp, especially not to mistake the leader's relatives, which is why he was eager to ask. No, she's an old neighbor. Oh, then she's an acquaintance. The doorman noted it down. Later that night, around 10 o'clock, Gung Mylin returned, and the doorman immediately recognized her. You're the old neighbor of Director Gu, right? Gung Mylin smiled. Yes, Director Gu often came to my house to play when he was a child. It's not easy for him to be alone in a different place, so I brought him some dumplings. The doorman looked a bit troubled. It's too late, and there are 2 of you. Oh, this is my daughter. We are both women and can't do any harm, Gung Mylin said innocently. Gung Meiwan, who was beside her, quickly nodded. Sir, please let us in. The dumplings will get cold soon. All right, you can go, the doorman said, glancing at Gung Meiwan and then at Gung Mylin, as if he understood something, and let them in. As soon as the mother and daughter entered, the doorman suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, do they know where Director Gu lives? Well, if they knock on the wrong door, someone will tell them. The houses in the family compound are not like the offices at the factory. There are signs outside. Just by looking at the signs, one can tell which room the director works in. The family compound has several rows of houses that all look similar. The first few rows have 2 or 3 rooms with a small yard, while the back rows are single rooms for single residents. Gung Mylin came to find Gu Chao at this hour with intention of making things happen. She had already noticed that Gu Chao showed no interest in Gung Meiwan. To bring this match to fruition, it would take more than just promises from the elders. She needed to push for Gung Meiwan to be involved. Though it may seem a bit forward, if Gu Chao could marry Gung Meiwan, it would only be a matter of time. Before coming, the mother and daughter had already found out where Gu Chao lived. He was in the second house from the east in the family compound. Gung Milan knocked on the door for a long time before someone answered. As soon as the door opened, Gung Maywan shyly walked in. These days, cars are more precious than people. Even though Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung are important figures from the capital, they couldn't get a car. To go to County X, they had to take a long-distance bus. Yuan and I was eager to learn, and Mr. Gung saw her potential and was willing to teach her. Unfortunately, the bus was bumpy and noisy, and with the windows open, they had to speak loudly to be heard. So, during the ride, everyone agreed to keep quiet. After 2 or 3 hours, the bus finally stopped. We've arrived at County X. Ugh, why is there so much sand in the wind? Mrs. Gung said as she got off, wiping her mouth, having gotten a mouthful of sand, which was not a pleasant experience. This area has a lot of wind and sand. Look at Comrade Yuan and I. She has a scarf on her head, so the sand won't get in, Comrade Wang explained with a smile. Yuan and I untied her scarf. Shall we have some water to rinse our mouths? Old Mrs. Gung shook her head. No need. Let's go straight to the market. It is said that there is a remarkable figure buried underground in Shan County. The ancients were skilled at hiding tombs, and this person's grave has never been discovered. Farmers in the area occasionally dig up ancient artifacts, so everyone firmly believes there is something valuable beneath Shan County. As more people came, word spread and gradually people from big cities started to visit. Over time, a market formed in Shan County. Most sellers are local farmers, while buyers come from the big cities. The authorities don't pay much attention, treating the market like a regular rural fair. Comrade Wang looked at the sky. All right, let's head to the market first. They planned to go to the market, then check into a guest house for the night, and head to the countryside early the next day. Shan County is poorer than Dan County, with many people wearing pants made from fertilizer bags. Old Mrs. Gung, who had always lived in the city and had a comfortable life, was seeing such things for the first time. She pointed at someone and said, Am I seeing things? Why does that person have urea written on their pants? Comrade Wang smiled awkwardly. Those are pants made from fertilizer bags. It's not actually written on them. Sister Gung, you don't understand. In the village, fertilizer bags are considered valuable. Only those with connections can get nylon bags. I see. The bags used for fertilizer are imported nylon bags. For people with limited fabric options, having nylon bags for pants is a good thing. The only downside is that the writing on the material doesn't wash off. The main concern is the urea, weighing 40 pounds. Where would those words appear? If the 40 pounds were in the front where the button is, oh dear, just thinking about it is embarrassing. Old Mr. Gung cleared his throat, avoiding the topic. There are rich and poor people in Dragon Country. It's just the way things are. The market is just ahead, right? It looks pretty busy. Yes, yes. Starting from the big locust tree, that whole area is the market. The open area was filled with stalls, looking much like a rural fair at first glance. Old Mr. Gung and old Mrs. Gung had already visited the market in Dan County, knowing that local markets don't display all the good items for sale. They needed to keep their eyes open and patiently search for treasures. One stall sold potato noodles, another sold dried potatoes, and there was also one selling green pears. As they wandered around, they didn't find anything reliable. Comrade Wang felt a bit embarrassed and asked, Are you hungry? How about we eat something first and then continue looking around? Old Lady Gung laughed heartily. All right, let's eat first. I think this noodle soup looks good. Lamb noodle soup is the best, or at least lamb blood noodle soup, but there aren't many sheep in the village. So they could only sell vegetarian noodle soup. Fortunately, besides the vegetarian noodle soup, there were also sweet fried cakes. Old Lady Gung looked over the vendor and saw that she seemed capable, so she asked about the prices. How much is a bowl of noodle soup? How much for the fried cakes? The vendor was a woman in her 30s, her hair wrapped in a floral cloth, wearing an apron, and her fingernails were clean. A bowl of noodle soup is 10 cents, and the fried cakes are 10 cents each. No food stamps needed. Old Lady Gung immediately called everyone to sit down and took out a 2 yuan bill. We'll have 4 bowls of noodle soup and 8 fried cakes. The vendor perked up. It was a good order. Jie Hua. go get the bowls. A child quickly ran out from behind the stall. Old Lady Gung was startled. The child was dark and thin, and if you didn't know better, you might think he was a little monkey. Jie Hua brought several bowls to the table, but suddenly slipped, and one big bowl fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Oh, dear, you clumsy child. You can't do anything right, just eat. I'll teach you a lesson. The vendor's mood changed instantly, and she grabbed a spatula to hit the child. Old Lady Gung couldn't stand it. It's fine, kids make mistakes. It's not a big deal. These are good bowls I bought from the supply store, worth 50 cents each. Now one is broken. Isn't that a big deal? The vendor was furious. Jie Hua, instead of crying, was dodging around like a headless fly, almost knocking over the pot of frying cakes, which was full of hot oil. The vendor was worried and scooped up a spoonful of hot oil, aiming it at Jie Hua. I'll teach you a lesson. The hot oil splashed through the air, and Yuan and I and the others quickly moved aside. Comrade Wang pulled Jie Hua back. Come on, it's just a bowl. I'll pay for it. Just stop hitting the child. The vendor paused. You'll pay? I will, Comrade Wang replied, pulling out some money. Yuan and I brought Jie Hua closer to her and noticed several oil splatters on his face, so she helped wipe them off. Does it hurt? Jie Hua shook his head. No, it doesn't hurt. At that moment, a thin rope appeared around Gawa's neck, with a rough stone pendant hanging from the bottom. The pendant swayed, and as it brushed against Yuan Ni's right hand, a familiar burning sensation immediately returned. Yuan and I was surprised and asked Gawa, "What are you wearing around your neck?" Gawa looked down and replied, "It's a keepsake from my mother." Yuan and I quickly understood that the vendor was not Gawa's real mother, which explained a lot. The vendor had already taken 50 cents from Comrade Wang and seemed to be in a better mood, starting to prepare soup and fry pastries. Yuan and I sat next to Grandma Gung and began to think about what to do next. Gawa's situation was special. Living under a stepmother's care could be dangerous, and she wanted to help the child. But the vendor clearly wasn't kind. How could she discreetly get the stone pendant while also helping Gawa? Girl, what are you thinking about? Grandma Gung noticed that Yuan and I seemed troubled. Everyone was out looking for antiques, and while they appeared to be partners, they would become competitors when they found something valuable. Yuan and I didn't plan to reveal the secret of the stone pendant. She only mentioned that she felt sorry for Gawa and wanted to help him. Grandma Gung shook her head. It's hard to help. Living under a stepmother, outsiders can't interfere unless what? Unless there are long-term benefits that would make the stepmother willingly treat Gawa well. Yuan and I was inspired, and her eyes brightened. I know what to do. What is it? Grandma Gung was curious about how this granddaughter, who hadn't been recognized yet, would handle the tricky situation. Yuan and I quietly explained her plan to Grandma Gung, who nodded in agreement. Yuan and I called Gawa over and handed him a fried pastry. I want to buy your stone pendant.
Would you sell it to me?
Gawa looked surprised. It's not worth anything. If it were, my mother would have taken it already. Everyone glanced at the female vendor, who suddenly coughed, trying to maintain her composure. Even though she was a stepmother, she still cared about her reputation. Gawa was startled and pushed the pastry away. I can't eat fried pastries. My mother won't let me. Go ahead, I already paid for it, Yuan and I said. Growing up in the countryside, she understood that just because a family had something didn't mean their children could have it, especially since Gawa was raised by a stepmother. Do you really want to buy this stone pendant? The vendor, being greedy, loudly asked Yuan and I when Gawa didn't respond. Yes, I am willing to pay $120 to buy it, Yuan and I said confidently. Old Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung exchanged glances, both approving of Yuan Ni's actions. In their line of work, having a good eye was essential, and they often took treasures from others. To succeed long-term, one must do good deeds. Otherwise, losses could lead to bad consequences. So everyone collected antiques, while also looking for opportunities to do good. Yuan Ni's approach fit perfectly with the unspoken rules. The vendor was stunned. She quickly reached out and pulled the pendant off the boy's neck, saying, "Here's the item. Now give me the money." Yuan and I shook her head. The pendant belongs to this child. If you want money, you should give it to him, not to you. Her reasoning was quite sound, leaving the vendor momentarily speechless. After a while, she said, I am this child's mother. If you give me the money, I will keep it safe for him. You are a stepmother. I don't trust you. I need to speak to the child's real father. Yuan and I replied, shaking her head. This was a clear display of bias against stepmothers. The vendor gritted her teeth, but held back for the sake of the money. Gawa, go call your father. The vendor thought Yuan and I was just naive and meddlesome, believing that once the money was in her pocket, she would spend it however she liked. As an outsider, how could she control the situation? Gawa looked confused and didn't understand what was happening. After some urging from the vendor, he ran off and soon returned with a rural man. The man looked at his wife, and the vendor pulled him aside to talk. Soon, the couple reached an agreement. The rural man extended his hand to Yuan and I, saying, Give me the money. I am Gawa's real father. Yuan and I shook her head again. No, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. If you take the money, what if you don't spend it on this child? The couple swallowed their anger. Then what do you suggest? You need to find a few witnesses. The stone pendant was left to Gawa by his real mother, and the money for the pendant must only be spent on him. I don't trust you two with it. We need a notary, Yuan and I calmly explained. The rural man looked Yuan and I up and down. So you're not really interested in the pendant? Yuan and I smiled. The pendant is just an excuse. Even if I help you raise the child, wouldn't that be a good thing? That was true. Even if the child was from a previous marriage, he was still a child. No matter how the couple acted, they had to raise him properly, or the community would criticize them. If someone else helped financially, wouldn't that be beneficial for everyone? The man from the countryside was intrigued and rubbed his hands together. Are you really rich? Yes, I am, Yuan and I replied, opening her yellow backpack and taking out a roll of cash, counting it to reveal 150 yuan. The man and his wife, who ran a stall, had never seen so much money, and their eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, a crowd had gathered near the fried cake stall, eager to watch. Most people were kind-hearted, and seeing Yuan Ni's sincere intention to help, someone boldly asked, Miss, can the team leader act as a witness? Yuan and I nodded, yes, he can. Someone shouted, Chen Lao-san, don't you think the child is a burden? Now someone is willing to help raise him. Why don't you go call the team leader and also bring Uncle San along? It turned out that the child's father was named Chen Lao-san. He agreed and quickly went off to find a few people. As more and more people gathered, the fried cake stall became crowded. Yuan and I remained calm and composed. Doing good is much harder than doing bad. The people Chen Lao-san brought pushed through the crowd, and everyone shouted, the team leader is here. Yuan and I glanced at old lady Gung, who nodded at her. Even if Chen Lao-san had relatives, he couldn't have gathered so many people. This was undoubtedly the team leader. Do you want to buy something? The team leader asked, eyeing Yuan and I with some suspicion about the situation. Yes, I want to buy the stone pendant for the child. It was left to him by his mother. I believe if she were still alive, she would use this money to send him to school, Yuan and I explained. The team leader pondered for a moment, recalling the deceased woman, then nodded silently. She was a strong woman. I'll offer 120 yuan for the stone pendant. This money will be given to the team for safekeeping, providing the child with 15 yuan each year for school fees and books, and the rest for his food. Yuan and I stated her plan. The stall owner was taken aback by Yuan Ni's proposal. With this arrangement, the sale of the pendant had nothing to do with her as the stepmother. Wouldn't she miss out on any benefit? The stall owner wanted to object but found herself unable to voice her disagreement. At that moment, Yuan and I was the center of attention, doing a good deed. If the stall owner opposed her now, she would surely face backlash. Chen Lao-san was very moved. Someone was willing to support his child's education. Wasn't that a stroke of luck? The team leader was both surprised and delighted. No problem. This way, our village will have one more child going to school. Oh, I must say, comrade, you have done a great deed. Where do you work? I'd like to send you a banner to show our gratitude. That's not necessary. Everyone believed that Yuan and I was doing a good deed, so she handled things very efficiently. Someone helped write a document that clearly stated that from the moment it was signed, the stone pendant belonged to Yuan and I, and the money would be temporarily held by the team, giving the child 15 yuan each year. No one, including the child's father and stepmother, was allowed to use this money. At that moment, the child finally understood he had met a good person. He looked at Yuan and I with teary eyes, his lips moved, but he couldn't find the words to speak for a long time. With everything settled, Yuan and I finally got the stone pendant. Earlier, she could only tell by touch that it was an antique. In truth, she hadn't seen clearly what the pendant really was. Comrade Wang adjusted his glasses. Yuan and I, can I see the stone? Comrade Wang was one of the few kind-hearted people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped the child pay for a bowl. Yuan and I did what he wanted to do but couldn't afford to, and he admired her greatly. He wanted to help Yuan and I examine the stone, just in case it was genuine, so she could avoid any losses. Now that she had the item, Yuan and I didn't need to hide it anymore and handed the stone over confidently. Grandpa Gung and Grandma Gung also came over to take a look. Oh, this is a type of white jade. No, it's not white jade. This is ancient jade, they corrected. Wang, Grandpa Gung, and Grandma Gung were experts. Unlike Yuan and I, they relied on experience and keen eyes to identify antiques. After examining the stone pendant, they exchanged glances, knowing they all recognized the truth, and quietly handed the pendant back to Yuan and I. It's not valuable, just think of it as doing a good deed. Yuan and I took back the pendant and noticed Wang was winking at her repeatedly. We'll talk about it later.
Duan understood.
The vendor was considerate. Seeing that the bowls of plain noodle soup had gone cold, she served them fresh bowls. Even though she didn't benefit directly, she could still share in the good fortune, right? The group quickly ate their soup, wrapped the fried cakes in oil paper, and left the market. After they departed, the locals continued to discuss this rare event, noting that good people appear every year, and they finally saw one in person. The guest house in the county was not cheap, costing 3 yuan per night. Mrs. Gung took the initiative to suggest sharing a room with Yuan and I, agreeing to split the cost. Yuan and I thought Mrs. Gung was quite clever. She sensed that Mrs. Gung wouldn't harm her, so she agreed. When traveling, it's important to stick together and not stand out too much. Mr. Gung was staying with Comrade Wang. After settling into their rooms, the 4 of them gathered, closed the door and windows, and spoke quietly. Comrade Wang began, Comrade Yuan and I, this pendant is special. It's not just a stone. It's ancient jade. Ancient jade? Is this really jade? Yuan and I asked, as she already had a piece of ancient red jade, so she was familiar with it. The stone pendant appeared grayish-white, likely ancient white jade, but it looked rough and stone-like. Mrs. Gung expressed her amazement. Oh, this is a Xuanwu. It dates back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties. A Xuanwu statue from the Shang and Zhou dynasties must have been used by a high priest. We'll need to look up more information, Mr. Gung said, touching the ancient white jade with a reverent expression, as if he could see the ancient times through it. Comrade Wang summarized, the pendant you received for your good deed is quite valuable and likely has significant cultural worth. In simpler terms, it means it's worth a lot of money. Yuan and I happily put the pendant away, thinking that giving a rose leaves a lingering fragrance. The guest house had limited facilities. There was hot water, but no way to take a shower. After a long day of exploring, they all felt tired. After examining the pendant, they quickly washed up, locked their doors, and prepared for bed. Mrs. Gung wanted to chat with Yuan and I to strengthen their bond, but before she could think of how to start, she heard Yuan's steady breathing. She had already fallen asleep. The next morning, everyone woke up early. Today we're going to Bali village. It's said that a significant figure is buried there, Comrade Wang cheerfully told Yuan and I. Among the group, Yuan and I had the least knowledge about antiques, so she nodded humbly. What kind of important figure? Who could be buried in Bali village? A noble, a general, or perhaps a king or queen? Mrs. Gung handed Yuan and I a large steamed bun filled with radish and tofu, saying, earlier, a pair of stone camels and a pair of stone elephants were found in Bali village. They must be guardian stone beasts, and judging by their size, They belong to royalty. I haven't heard of any emperor being buried nearby, so it's likely a prince or princess. The food tasted good, and everyone enjoyed the thin-skinned buns along with some porridge. Before heading out, Mrs. Gung bought 8 marinated eggs from a stall, saying, "When traveling, it's best to be prepared." Mr. Gung agreed and took the eggs, putting them in his bag. Yuan and I and Comrade Wang also prepared some food and filled their military water bottles before boarding the bus to Bali village. The bus from the county to the countryside was quite basic. The windows didn't close properly, allowing dust and wind to in. Yuan and I covered her head with a scarf, while Mrs. Gung could only use a small handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose. Fortunately, Bali village wasn't far away, and after a bumpy hour, they arrived. From the name, everyone thought it was a village, but upon arrival, they realized Bali village was actually a town, now called a commune. The Bali village commune was similar to other nearby communes, with a supply and marketing cooperative, a post office, and small factories. Mrs. Gung used her experience to gather information and learned about a place. There's a restaurant called Sue's that sells old items. We can eat there and gather some news. That sounds great. I'm a bit hungry, Comrade Wang said honestly. They quickly found Sue's restaurant, which was small with only 3 tables. A small blackboard on the wall listed the day's simple menu: noodle soup and buns. Mrs. Gung ordered 4 bowls of noodles and 2 pounds of buns, which filled a large bowl when served. We'll eat first and take our time. By mealtime, people should arrive and we can ask for news, everyone agreed, slowly eating their noodles. At that moment, a few tall men entered the restaurant, carrying bags of fertilizer or burlap sacks that looked heavy. Yuan and I noticed a strange smell in the air, something like soil but not quite. As a farmer, she had never encountered such a strong, metallic scent of earth. The 3 experts at her table also noticed the smell, and their expressions turned serious. Yuan and I quietly asked Mrs. Gung, "What's wrong?" "Stay calm and don't speak out of turn. They are tomb raiders." "Tomb raiders?" Mrs. Gung noticed Yuan and I didn't fully understand and lowered her voice. "Do you see what they are carrying?" "Most likely, it's a Luoyang shovel." The Luoyang shovel is famous as a professional tomb raiding tool. This tool can determine the entrance to a tomb by examining the soil. The strong smell of earth indicates that this group has already used the Luoyang shovel, and it is covered in soil from the tomb. The soil in the tomb is different from regular farming soil. It has a foul odor, due to being affected by bodies over the years. While Yuan and I might not notice the smell, it is obvious to experienced people like Old Master Gung, Old Lady Gung, and Comrade Wang. Tomb raiders are ruthless, and Old Lady Gung warns Yuan and I out of concern that she might say something to anger them. Yuan and I quickly understands that she is there to appraise treasures, not to steal them, so she decides to just focus on her meal. The tomb raiders also want to avoid trouble. They order a lot of food and begin to eat heartily as soon as it arrives, making the room unusually quiet. Faced with the tomb raiders, Old Master Gung and the others lose interest in gathering information. This group is notorious, and they know that the older and younger members would only end up in trouble. After a few hurried bites, Old Master Gung prepares to settle the bill and leave. However, just as they reach the door, a few more people enter. The leader, wearing a straw hat that covers half his face, causes Yuan and I to accidentally bump into him despite her attempts to avoid him. Old Lady Gung quickly pulls Yuan and I behind her, saying, "Sorry about that." The man chuckles, his dark face revealing a bright smile. "It's fine, no worries." It's easy to guess that a young girl would be at a disadvantage when colliding with a strong man. Old Lady Gung is cautious of their identity. They are not ordinary farmers, but tomb raiders who are unreasonable. Seeing that the man lets them pass, Old Lady Gung tries to leave with Yuan and I, but the man in the straw hat blocks their way. "What's your name? Have we met before?" he asks Yuan and I. This behavior is quite forward, raising the alertness of Old Master Gung and Comrade Wang, who quickly move to protect Yuan and I and head outside, warning, "Don't get too familiar, or we'll accuse you of harassment." The man in the straw hat smiles and steps aside. "I really am an acquaintance." Ignoring him, they Yuan and I out of the restaurant. Once in the sunlight, They all breathe a sigh of relief. Old Lady Gung scolds. What was that? Just a shameless rogue. All right, let's not talk too much. I'm not afraid of them. It's just that we older folks and the younger ones might get into trouble. Let's go to the guest house first, Mr. Gung advised. Aside from this restaurant, the atmosphere elsewhere was normal. Walking under the bright sun, everyone felt less worried. Mrs. Gung asked Yuan and I, have you seen that person? I haven't seen him, and besides, I couldn't even tell what he looked like. Yuan and I replied honestly. Right, he was hiding and only showed half his face. Who could recognize him? Comrade Wang agreed. Enough with these silly questions. How could an I possibly know someone like that? That man was just causing trouble. It's not convenient to talk outside. Let's go find the guest house, Mr. Gung interrupted Mrs. Gung directly. So, the group searched the streets for a guest house. The commune didn't have a guest house, only a state-run hotel. When traveling, as long as there was a place to stay, everyone was fine with it, and they registered for 2 rooms. Bali village isn't safe. Should we stay? Mrs. Gung wanted to leave.
Stay?
Why not? If someone is digging for treasures, we might find some good antiques. Mr. Gung was not afraid of trouble. Comrade Wang adjusted his glasses. As a public servant, he couldn't openly agree with Mr. Gung's words, as that would mean supporting tomb raiding, but he secretly thought it made sense. Yuan and I thought for a moment, in peaceful times, it shouldn't be that dangerous, right? Let's stay and see if we can find something. By the way, should we report this to the police? Without evidence, how can we report it? Mr. Gung shook his head. Even Comrade Wang said that without proof, reporting it would only complicate things for the police. Then forget it. We won't report it. What should we do next? We can't go to Sue's restaurant anymore. Let's ask around for information, Mr. Gung looked at the sky. I'll go. You all rest for now. Comrade Wang immediately stood up. I'll go with you.
All right.
After they left, Yuan and I asked the waitress for hot water to wash up. The hot water is in the back tea room. You can fill your thermos yourself, the waitress said without looking up, busy with her knitting. In those days, being a worker was a good job, and even the staff at small hotels acted like they were above everyone else. Yuan and I went back to grab her thermos, informed Mrs. Gung, and headed to the tea room. The old-fashioned tea stove was low and small, and to protect it from the wind and rain, they had specially built a tea room. Yuan and I placed a thermos on the ground and picked up another one to fill it with hot water. Just then, she suddenly felt a chill at the back of her neck, causing the hairs on her arms to stand up. Something was wrong. Someone was behind her. She couldn't focus on filling the thermos anymore and quickly turned around. Sure enough, a tall man was standing behind her, appearing out of nowhere. He wore a straw hat that covered half of his face, and his mouth was slightly open, revealing a mocking smile. Yuan and I immediately recognized him. Wasn't he the one who had blocked her way at the restaurant? Is it you? Yes, it's me. You really don't remember me? The man in the straw hat said as he took it off, revealing a pair of completely unfamiliar eyes. Seeing this, Yuan and I suddenly recalled a scene from when she was in the provincial city, where she had helped Dr. Zheng identify some agarwood. At that time, Dr. Zheng had a family heirloom frame made of good wood, which Yuan and I had helped him retrieve from a scrap collector. That collector was also a young man wearing a straw hat that covered half of his face. Are you the one who collected the frame back then? Didn't expect that, did you? Yuan and I took a cautious step back, truly surprised. This remote place was hundreds of miles away from the provincial city.
What do you want from me?
You have good eyesight. I'm looking for you because I need your help, the man in the straw hat admitted openly. Yuan's heart sank. Back at the restaurant, old Lady Gung had revealed the identities of this group, saying they were tomb robbers. What could tomb robbers want her help for? It had to be to identify something dug up from underground. Was there no way to escape this? The man in the straw hat thought he had scared Yuan and I, smiling slightly as he reached out to grab her. Just then, Yuan and I suddenly swung the thermos in her hand and aimed it at him.
Who's going with you?
You must be dreaming. Yuan and I was a reborn woman. In her previous life, she had been weak and didn't dare to confront adult men. Now, she was eating well, sleeping well, had grown a bit taller, and was stronger. There was no way she would let anyone threaten her. The man in the straw hat was tall and strong, but Yuan's weapon was particularly clever. It was a thermos, which was fragile and still had half a bottle of hot water inside. Before the thermos even reached him, the hot water splashed all over the man, causing him to jump back in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan turned and ran. As she ran, she shouted, "Help! Someone is being a bully." As soon as the word rogue was mentioned, everyone in the inn rushed out, armed with various items. The waiter had a knitting needle, Mrs. Gung held a mop, the chef wielded a rolling pin, and other guests carried fly swatters. Seeing this, the man in the straw hat realized he was in trouble and quickly jumped out the window to escape. Where did the rogue go? He ran away. I saw him. He was the one wearing the straw hat. Miss, are you okay? Did he hurt you? Concerned people gathered around to check on her. Yuan quickly shook her head. He just tried to pull me away. I blocked him with a thermos and called for help. Mrs. Gung frowned. We need to call the police and have them investigate. Others agreed. Yuan thought it was a good idea to report it, not only to mention the man's behavior, but also to inform them about his attempt to steal from tombs. So, the inn's waiter put down her work and accompanied Yuan and Mrs. Gung to find the police. The community didn't have a police station, just 2 officers responsible for the area. The inn was known for having problems, so the waiter was familiar with the officers. She explained the situation in detail. The man in the straw hat registered at our inn. Here's his introduction letter. She handed over the letter. The officer examined it carefully for a long time. Based on the ink stains and the seal, this looks fake. See, a real official seal wouldn't be this rough. This one was probably carved from a radish. The waiter slapped her forehead in regret. How did I not notice? If I had known, I wouldn't have let this troublemaker stay here. If the introduction letter was fake, then the name must be fake too. It's okay. Each profession has its expertise. You work in service, and solving cases is our job. The officer reassured the waiter and began to ask Yuan about what happened. Yuan recounted the events. He said he needed my help to identify antiques and insisted on taking me with him. I was scared, so I hit him with the thermos and yelled for help. You already know what happened next. You did very well. Do you know how to identify antiques? The officer was very interested. I can't really identify them. I just know about wood. My grandfather was a carpenter. Yuan quickly shared her background. I see. I've noted everything down, and we will investigate further. Once we find the man in the straw hat, we will inform you. Please write down your name, address, and contact information. The officer said as he handed over a registration book. Yuan did not take it. I suspect that man is a tomb raider. Old Lady Gung frowned and tried to signal Yuan urgently. However, the words had already been spoken and successfully caught the officer's attention. From what he said, it does seem like he has that tendency. You are very alert, young comrade. Don't worry, I will register this, and we will follow up with the investigation. With no evidence, that was all they could do. After confirming they could leave, Yuan and Old Lady Gung exited the police station. This trip hasn't gone well. We should head back early, Old Lady Gung said, a bit worried. Although the man in the straw hat had left the guest house, who knew if he would come back? Let's go back. The 2 agreed and began to pack their things when Old Man Gung and Comrade Wang returned. After hearing about Yuan's scary experience, they also agreed it was best to head back. Collecting antiques was important, but nothing was more important than safety. All right, let's pack our things and see if we can catch a ride back to the county today. Old Man Gung hadn't finished his sentence when someone interrupted. Is Comrade Yuan staying here? When they opened the door, it was indeed the police officer. Yuan quickly stepped forward. I'm here. What is it? There's new information about the man in the straw hat. He is indeed a tomb raider and is listed in our internal records. Higher-ups will send someone to investigate this matter. Comrade Yuan can you cooperate with us? The officer spoke politely. Cooperating with the police to catch bad guys is the duty of every citizen. Yuan agreed. What do you need me to do? You just need to stay at the guest house and help us identify him when the time comes. Yuan and I understood. The man in the straw hat was likely a significant figure. The officers had some information about him, but no photo. Since she had seen him, she would assist in the investigation. When Old Lady Gung heard that Yuan and I would stay, she decided not to leave either. I have seen this person too. I will stay as well. Old Man Gung looked at Old Lady Gung disapprovingly and shook his head. He had already said not to report it, but she wouldn't listen. If someone wanted to raid tombs, let them. If no one did, how would they collect old artifacts? Old Mr. Gung never expected that his small actions were noticed by the police. At first, the police did not suspect Yuan and I, as she was the victim. However, with the old man acting suspiciously and Yuan and I being knowledgeable about antiques, they began to have doubts. He secretly wondered if Yuan and I was not just a simple victim, but rather an accomplice of the man in the straw hat. Yuan and I and her group were unaware of the police's changing thoughts. They only felt that the way they were being looked at had changed. You all came together? The officer finally asked. Yes, we came from Dan County, they replied.
What are you doing in Shan County?
This question was too sharp and sensitive, especially since they were currently catching tomb robbers. If they admitted to coming for antiques, it would raise suspicion. They exchanged glances, and in the end, they pushed the upright Wang forward to speak. In this day and age, proving one's identity is quite simple. Comrade Wang quickly took out his work ID and handed it over, saying sincerely, I work at the Dan County Cultural Museum. These two older comrades are from the capital, and this young comrade is from the Dan County Recycling Station. We do want to collect some old items, but we will do it through proper channels, not by any shady means. Yuan and I followed suit, and also showed her work ID. Old Mr. Gung and Old Mrs. Gung presented their household registration book. These documents were clear and looked genuine. After reviewing the IDs, the police's expression softened. All right, you can come with me to make a call to someone in Dan County to verify your identities. In uncertain times, it is better to be cautious and possibly suspect the wrong person than to let a guilty one slip away. As they walked, they discussed who to call and ultimately decided on Gu Chao. Gu Chao had social standing and knew several of them well enough to confirm their claims. The police led them to the commune and helped them dial the number. Once they confirmed that Gu Chao was on the line, he handed the phone over. You all can say a few words. Comrade Wang took the phone first and explained the situation briefly. Xiao Gu, we're counting on you to prove our identities now. What happened to Yuan and I? Is she with you? Yes, Gu Chao, don't worry. I'm doing fine, Yuan and I quickly replied. Old Mr. Gung and Old Mrs. Gung, being elders, also lowered themselves to chat with Gu Chao for a moment. After hanging up the phone, the police officer lifted their suspicions. You can go back to the guest house for now. We'll call you if we need you again. Grandma Gung expressed her concerns. The guest house isn't safe. What if tomb raiders come looking for NIR? The police officer thought for a moment and realized their worries were valid. Since they needed cooperation, they had to ensure their safety. All right, pack your things and come to me. I'll find you a safe place to stay. After some time, they moved into the yard the police officer had arranged for them. According to the officer, it was a house reserved for community leaders and was definitely safe. The bedding isn't very comfortable, and this trip has been quite unsettling. Grandma Gung said as she and Yuan and I worked together to shake the dust off the bedding. Since it's free housing, we shouldn't ask for too much, Grandpa Gung said, pulling out a pipe, filling it with some tobacco, and lighting it up. Comrade Wang brushed off the dust. That's right. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Everyone stay calm. They settled in, and that evening, Yuan and I sought out the police officer. When can we leave? Comrade Wang was accompanying someone with connections, and since there was leadership support, she still needed to return to her job at the purchasing station.
Soon.
Just stay comfortably for now. When you leave, we'll provide a letter of introduction for your workplace, the officer reassured Yuan and I. With that assurance, Yuan and I felt relieved. She thought that if she didn't get a definite answer by tomorrow, she would call Master Gua to let him know, so he wouldn't worry. That night, a strong wind picked up, and the weather suddenly turned very cold. The county is near the mountains. It must be raining heavily up there, Grandma Gung said, looking at the thing, hard betting with concern. No one expected the weather to change so suddenly. They should have planned ahead and found better bedding. They both put on the clothes they had brought and lay down together. Just as they were dozing off, they heard what sounded like a car arriving. Someone in the yard shouted, Yuan and I, are you there? Yuan and I opened her eyes wide. Who is it? Grandma Gung stopped her. Don't move. I want to go see. Although Grandma Gung favored Yuan and I, she still cared for her deeply and wanted to protect her from danger. Yuan and I naturally didn't want the elderly woman to take risks. They were just pulling at each other when the door was knocked on. It's your uncle. Uncle? Yuan and I recognized the familiar voice and quickly opened the door. Standing at the entrance was her uncle Qin Shuegong, and behind him was Gu Chao. Both looked tired, clearly having traveled a long way at night. I heard you ran into tomb robbers? Are you okay? I'm fine. They didn't take anything from me. Gu Chao's expression was serious. That's good. People like that are dangerous. What brings you here? Yuan and I asked, noticing the dark sky and strong wind, wondering how they managed to arrive. Let's talk inside. The wind is too strong out here, said Comrade Wang, opening the door and inviting Gu Chao in. It was late at night, and it wasn't appropriate for Gu Chao and her uncle to enter Yuan Ni's room alone, so everyone went inside together. I heard Anir was in trouble, so the factory manager asked me to come and pick you up, her uncle said, brushing off the dust from his clothes due to the strong wind. Everyone turned to Gu Chao, who, despite being used to tough situations, looked a bit awkward at that moment. There's still room in the car. We can all squeeze in and go back together, Gu Chao said, clearing his throat. Yuan and I felt a warm touch of gratitude. You're driving? I learned to drive while in the army, Gu Chao replied calmly. Everyone nodded, realizing he had come to pick up Yuan and the others were just along for the ride. Though it was a bit chilly, the atmosphere in the room quickly warmed up with Gu Chao and her uncle's presence. When they learned that Gu Chao and her uncle hadn't eaten, Comrade Wang found a way to bring back some food, and they chatted while eating. The cold wind howled outside as Gu Chao took a warm coat from the car and handed it to Yuan and I.
Put this on.
The coat carried the unique scent of a young man, reminiscent of fresh grass in spring, stirring her emotions. Old Mr. Gung wrapped his coat tighter. The weather's bad today. I have a feeling something might happen. Mrs. Gung coughed, interrupting him. It was said that the county was haunted by the spirit of a princess, particularly mischievous, causing trouble for the good and favoring the bad. Just then, there was a knock at the door. I'm Captain Luo. Captain Luo was the police officer in charge of the case. Upon hearing his voice, Comrade Wang opened the door. What brings you here so late? Tonight, we made some progress. Since you all have seen the suspect, I need you to come with me, Captain Luo said, his sleeve torn, possibly from the operation. Everyone perked up immediately. Let's go. Only after this matter is resolved can they return to the county. I wonder if the Straw Hat Man was caught? Everyone turned on their flashlights and hurried towards the commune. According to Captain Luo, after hearing Yuan Ni's report, they quickly reported it up the chain, and a work team was sent down, soon uncovering leads on the tomb robbers. We were still a bit late. They had already opened the entrance to the tomb and taken out quite a few items. Fortunately, they haven't opened the burial chamber yet, so it's not too late to catch them, Captain Luo said with a smile, as he was also part of the operation and expected to achieve results. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was good that the criminals were caught. Soon, they arrived at the commune, where the suspects were locked in a large room. The lights were on inside, and everyone stood outside the window, carefully identifying the suspects. From the dark, the light was particularly clear, and they quickly finished their observations. The man in the straw hat is not in there, Yuan and I said confidently. That's true. None of them match. That person had a very distinct jawline. Everyone agreed that the Straw Hat Man was not among them. Hearing this, Captain Luo looked worried. Did he escape? Despite setting a trap, how could there still be a fish that got away? Though he felt uneasy, They still had to proceed with their duties. Captain Luo gathered himself and helped Yuan and I and Comrade Wang with a certificate, thanking them for their assistance to the police. I apologize for taking up your time. Take this certificate back. Your leaders should understand, Captain Luo said, indicating that everything was settled and everyone could return tomorrow. That's wonderful. The group bid farewell to Captain Luo and started to leave. Just then, someone entered the courtyard carrying a sack. These tomb robbers are quick. They've dug up quite a bit. Where should we put this? As the person prepared to dump the contents of the sack on the ground, Grandpa Gung was startled and nearly jumped up. Don't dump it. What are you doing? Don't waste the items. The person was startled and quickly stopped, but a blue bottle slipped out of the sack. Yuan and I was quick and rushed to catch the bottle, instantly feeling a burning sensation in her right hand. There was no doubt that this bottle was something the tomb robbers had taken from the tomb passage. Generally, the items in the tomb passage are not as precious as those in the burial chamber, but as antiques, they are still quite valuable. Xiao Wang, be careful. These are valuable items. If you break one, you won't be able to afford it, Captain Luo said with a smile. Wang, who was holding a bag, scratched his head shyly. All right, I'll take my time. As he spoke, he carefully placed the bag on the ground and reached inside. The first thing he pulled out was a red bottle. Wow, this bottle has a shiny surface, Mr. Gung said, realizing what had happened as soon as he saw the red bottle. The red bottle was a fine piece of porcelain, and after being buried for many years, it reacted with the air as soon as it was unearthed, creating a beautiful glossy finish. Is there actually oil on the bottle? The answer is yes. This shiny layer is called golden water. Seeing Wang reach for a cloth to wipe the golden water off the red bottle, Mr. Gung quickly stopped him. You can't wipe the golden water. This layer is part of the glaze that seeps out from the porcelain. If you wipe it off, the bottle won't look as nice anymore. Mr. Gung thought for a moment and added, wiping it off will decrease its value. Wang was startled and quickly put the cloth away. Then I won't wipe it. Next, he took out 2 black bowls. I won't wipe these either. Seeing the black bowls, Mr. Gung laughed. You must wipe these. The shinier they are, the more valuable they become. Why can some be wiped and others can't? Oh, the thing around your neck isn't just for eating. Can't you think a little? If porcelain has golden water, it shouldn't be wiped until the golden water seeps back in and forms a protective layer. These black bowls are silver, and silver gets shinier the more you wipe it. If you don't wipe it, how will you know it's made of silver? Mr. Gung looked at Wang with disappointment, as if he were a teacher frustrated with a student. Wang admired him greatly and directly suggested to Captain Luo, Captain, who is this old gentleman? We should invite him to be our special advisor to help us with the artifacts. Captain Luo slapped his forehead. How could I forget something so important? I said, Comrade Gung, Comrade Yuan, could you help me with one more thing? Captain Luo explained that they had already reported this case to their superiors. The tomb had been opened, and some artifacts had been taken out, which needed to be organized and collected by specialists. Didn't everyone say that there are important figures buried underground in our county? Based on the quality of the burial items, it's very likely that these tomb raiders have discovered the tomb of one of those important figures. They will definitely send someone over to assess the nature of the burial site, determine who is buried there, and decide whether to excavate. However, many items have already been unearthed and are still on site, not yet transported back. We are all amateurs. What if we accidentally damage these precious items? I see that you are all experts. Could you help us organize them? Captain Luo said sincerely. Yuan and I and Comrade Wang exchanged glances, both feeling hesitant. They still had their regular jobs. How would they explain this to their workplace? Don't worry, I will call your workplace first thing tomorrow to explain the situation. You won't be working for free. Based on your hours, there will be compensation. How does that sound? Captain Luo's sincerity made Yuan and I and Comrade Wang nod in agreement without much hesitation. They valued antiques highly and certainly didn't want to see anyone mishandle these precious artifacts. Old Mr. Gung smiled broadly and rolled up his sleeves. Where are the items? I'll help you organize them right away. A portion of the items had already been brought over, and without hesitation, old Mr. Gung squatted down to start working. As he worked, he muttered, "Wow, there's a pair of bronze cranes in the burial passage. I think I know who is buried here." Everyone was curious and asked in unison, "Who is buried in the tomb?" The cranes were found in the burial passage. From the perspective of tomb construction, the items in the passage are meant to guard the tomb owner. You need to understand this first, and then it will be easier to analyze. Let me explain the rules regarding burial goods. In an emperor's tomb, there should be a pair of cranes and a pair of deer. In a queen's tomb, there are phoenixes. Aside from these two important figures, the next level would be princes and princesses. At this point, some people were getting impatient and urged old Mr. Gung, "Come on, just tell us if it's a prince or a princess." Old Mr. Gung raised his hand dramatically. "What's the rush? I will tell you everything. Just let me finish." Comrade Wang laughed. "Let me help you out. In a prince's tomb, there are a pair of deer, and in a princess's tomb, there are a pair of cranes." Everyone suddenly understood why old Mr. Gung mentioned the cranes. It was likely a princess buried there. "Officer, are all the items from the burial passage here?" Old Mr. Gung looked around but didn't find anything else. "Most of the larger items are here. That's it. Without the deer, this would just be a princess's tomb, Mr. Gung said confidently. Captain Luo nodded repeatedly. "It's a good idea to have you here. Otherwise, if someone from above comes, they will definitely criticize us for not understanding and ruining things." Mr. Gung smiled and continued to explain the origins of other items, teaching Yuan and I in a meaningful way, providing detailed information. While outsiders watched the excitement, insiders listened closely. Yuan and I learned a lot as she listened. Having confirmed the identity of the tomb owner, we look at the era. This is a pure copper-gilded crane. This kind of craftsmanship did not exist in the Han Dynasty and only appeared in the Tang Dynasty. Based on the crane's craftsmanship, we can determine that this tomb is from after the Tang Dynasty. Mr. Gung coughed a couple of times, and Yuan and I quickly handed him a cup of water. After taking a few sips to clear his throat, he continued, "The Tang Dynasty lasted over 200 years with more than 20 emperors. Next, we need to determine which emperor's daughter this princess is. Let's look for clues from other burial items, starting with this bottle." As Mr. Gung spoke, he picked up a blue porcelain bottle. At that moment, the golden sheen had completely seeped back in, and the treasure's glow was subtle, complemented by its striking color, making it very beautiful. Mr. Gung intended to mentor Yuan and I, and decided to test her first. "Tell me, with so many burial items, why should I use this blue bottle to date the tomb?" Yuan and I, though lacking experience, was not without archaeological knowledge. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "Before the Tang Dynasty, colorful pottery only had two colors. Blue appeared only during the Tang Dynasty, which is why it is called Tang Sankai. Blue glazed pottery was very precious in the Tang Dynasty, and only nobles could use this color." Seeing this blue glazed bottle indicates that the tomb owner was either rich or noble. That's correct. Is there anything else? To create blue pottery, not only is there a high requirement for the kiln, but a special material called cobalt is also needed. The Tang Dynasty did not have cobalt. It was later brought in by merchants from the western regions through the Silk Road, which is when the official kilns of the Tang Dynasty began to produce blue-glazed pottery. Hearing this, everyone understood. Gu Chao even lightly clapped twice. "Comrade Yuan and I, you explained it very clearly. Although I don't understand archaeology, I can make bold guesses based on what you said. The Silk Road flourished during the Jingguan era. Does this mean that this tomb appeared after the Jingguan era?" Yuan and I nodded. Yes, although the Silk Road was opened early during the Jingguan period, the craftsmen of the Tang Dynasty had not yet mastered the secret of making blue ceramics, so there were not many products. That's absolutely right. After looking at the colors, let's examine the patterns. Old Master Gung pointed at the patterns on the porcelain vase and began to speak enthusiastically. With Old Master Gung, Old Lady Gung, Comrade Wang, and Yuan and I, who had a special talent, the four of them quickly reached a conclusion through discussion. This tomb should belong to a young princess from the mid-Tang period. Considering the situation of these emperors, I believe this tomb is that of Princess Yongtai, daughter of Li Xian, the Zhongzong of Tang. This princess died young, and it is said her death was related to her grandmother, Wu Zetian, due to Wu's misplaced anger. After Wu Zetian's death, Li Xian ascended to the throne, and out of guilt for his daughter, he expanded the Yongtai princess's tomb and added many burial items. Old Master Gung firmly established the identity of the tomb's owner. Those present who did not understand history or antiques all sighed in relief, feeling enlightened. Old Master Gung, what you said is truly wonderful. When the experts from the provincial capital arrive, you can have a good discussion with them, Captain Luo said sincerely. Old Master Gung sneered. What do I have to discuss with them? I stayed to organize the artifacts because I can't bear to see these antiques mistreated, not because I want to deal with any experts. After saying this, he ignored Captain Luo and began to sort through other burial items. Captain Luo looked confused, unsure of what he had said wrong. Yuan and I glanced at Old Master Gung's expression and speculated quietly. She only knew that Old Master Gung and Old Lady Gung came from the capital and had significant backgrounds. However, their background was definitely not from a museum, indicating that they were private individuals. Could it be that in the world of antiques, private individuals do not communicate with public officials? Yuan and I shook her head, finding it hard to understand the intricacies, but it didn't matter. It wouldn't affect her learning and identifying antiques. They worked until almost dawn, gathering everything together before everyone hurriedly went back to rest for a while. When everyone woke up, Captain Luo asked for their intentions again and learned that several people were willing to stay and help. He then made a call to both the Dan County Cultural Museum and the recycling station. Captain Luo was generous. He directly requested to borrow Comrade Wang and Yuan and I over the phone. The cultural center and the recycling station readily agreed. Old Lady Gung quietly told Yuan and I, when the experts from the provincial capital arrive, if they decide to excavate the princess's tomb, you can follow along and see. This is a rare opportunity. If they don't excavate, we'll just go back. This is a Tang Dynasty princess's tomb, which is different from ordinary noble tombs, and since it's an official excavation, there's a lot to learn. Yuan and I smiled and nodded. No matter what, experience is valuable, and it's important not just to work hard but also to learn and broaden one's knowledge. Gu Chao originally planned to leave after picking up the people, but seeing the situation, he called his workplace to stay and help out. Captain Luo helped arrange bedding and made sure Gu Chao and his uncle had a place to stay. Just as they finished arranging things, news came that the experts from the provincial capital were already on their way and would arrive soon. Captain Luo quickly arranged for more accommodations. Their commune was the closest place to the excavation site, and he thought the experts would stay there. To his surprise, the experts went straight to the excavation site as soon as they got off the train. After hearing this news, Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung urged Captain Luo to take them to the site because if the experts decided to excavate, they wanted to see it for themselves. Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung put in a lot of effort, so Captain Luo naturally wouldn't refuse. All right, let's go now. Yuan and I and Comrade Wang wouldn't miss this hard-earned opportunity and went along too. The princess's tomb was over 20 miles from the commune, and by the time they reached the entrance, everyone was covered in dust. This was originally just wasteland. No one expected a princess's tomb would be underneath, Captain Luo said, pointing to the entrance with emotion. Yuan and I looked around and saw that, just as Captain Luo said, it was a barren area. There were no crops or trees, just wild grass everywhere, and the ground showed no signs of anyone having been there. It seems the tomb robbers had good eyesight. While others couldn't tell there was an ancient tomb here, they managed to find it. Now, the area around the princess's tomb was already fenced off, with signs stating it was a restricted archaeological site. A group of people stood at the entrance, likely the experts from the provincial capital. The guards outside were all locals, so Captain Luo easily walked in. The official responsible for receiving the experts happened to be Captain Luo's superior. When he heard that Captain Luo had brought in people to assist with the preliminary work, he nodded and said, "The experts from the provincial city mentioned that they need more hands. Let's have everyone participate in the archaeological work. After saying this, the official personally led a few individuals to introduce them to the provincial experts. Unexpectedly, when Old Man Gung saw the provincial expert, his expression changed, and he turned to leave, not wanting to participate in the archaeology anymore. The provincial expert was none other than his former disciple, Feng Xinqiang. Old Lady Gung quickly grabbed him and whispered, "Old Gung, so what if Feng Xinqiang is here? Yuan and I wants to see the princess's tomb. Don't let the child miss this opportunity." Old Man Gung stopped. In the antique world, there are no clear distinctions between personal and professional matters, but there are many factions. Old Man Gung is the leader of one faction, while Professor Jin leads the Archaeological University. Conflicts have arisen between the two factions over antiques, making it difficult for them to work together. Feng Xinqiang was his disciple but later switched to the Archaeological University against his wishes, becoming Professor Jin's student, which felt like a complete betrayal to Old Man Gung. "All right, I won't leave," Old Man Gung thought. He may not be a great master, but he is a caring grandfather. For the sake of his unrecognized granddaughter Yuan and I, he chose to endure. At that moment, the official began introducing both sides. When Feng Xinqiang saw Old Man Gung, he stepped forward to greet him, saying, "Master, it's good to see you." "I can't accept that title," Old Man Gung replied. Feng Xinqiang maintained his smile. "Once a teacher, always a teacher. You arrived just in time. We were discussing the entrance to the tomb." When it came to professional matters, they managed to set aside their personal grievances. This is a hole dug by tomb robbers going straight down and damaging the entrance to the tomb. That's right. We suspect that some burial items may have been damaged. The key issue now is how to get inside. We can only find the normal entrance to the tomb. This hole dug by the robbers won't work. There was only one hole made by the tomb robbers, and the team had professional exploration tools. Their hole led directly to the burial chamber, but it's also possible they miscalculated and ended up at the entrance of the tomb instead. From the surface, this hole looks like a small round opening, just big enough for one person to go up and down. Even then, it's not safe, as the soil around the hole can easily collapse. If large-scale excavation is to be done, we cannot use the thief's hole. Instead, we should enter through the tomb passage. Hearing that they would enter through the tomb passage, Feng Xinqiang's apprentice scoffed and retorted, "Who doesn't know that? The key question is, where is the entrance?" "Be quiet, Xiao Hu. Who told you to speak out of turn?" Feng Xinqiang quickly scolded, worried about losing face in front of his master. Unexpectedly, Elder Gung's expression did not change at all. He walked more than 10 steps south from the thief's hole, hands behind his back, and said, "Heaven is yang, and the pit is yin." Princess Yongtai is the second daughter of the Zhongzong. The eldest daughter is in the southeast, the second daughter in the southwest, so the entrance to Princess Yongtai's tomb must face directly south. This thief's hole is well made. The tomb robbers have already estimated the direction of the tomb chamber. If you dig here, it must be the entrance. Including Feng Xinqiang, the group of experts from the provincial capital were stunned. Could this really be accurate? Whether it's accurate or not, we can find out by digging here. Captain Luo chimed in to support Elder Gung. Then let's dig here. With the team already prepared, Feng Xinqiang gave the order to start digging. After a few digs, they uncovered an entrance that went from shallow to deep, with cold air coming out from inside. The surrounding area was reinforced with wood, leaving no doubt that this was the tomb passage. Everyone was surprised by Elder Gung's accuracy. Xiao Hu, who had mocked him earlier, lowered his head in shame. Feng Xinqiang felt emotional, saying, "Master is truly remarkable. Your skills have saved us so much trouble. It's a pity I left too early. I didn't learn this skill." Elder Gung glanced at him, but remained silent, thinking to himself that it was good he hadn't taught Feng Xinqiang the skill. If Feng Xinqiang learned it, then his old rival, Professor Jin, would learn it too. After finding the tomb passage, Feng Xinqiang organized a meeting on site, announcing that the higher-ups had decided to officially excavate the ancient tomb. "You can see there are many people here, but only we understand the technology. We must work together and not have any inappropriate thoughts, Feng Xinqiang concluded. Yuan and I thought to herself that this person seemed quite clever. What did he mean by inappropriate thoughts? Surely no one would try to keep national treasures for themselves? Once the ancient tomb was opened, all the burial items inside would be exposed. According to excavation rules, there should be at least 2 people in a group, one to take photos and the other to collect items. Feng Xinqiang's team included not only his students, but also some sent by the provincial archaeological community. This is not hard to understand. If the site is filled with people from Feng's group, then how many artifacts were unearthed would be entirely up to him to decide. However, the organization and command belonged to Feng Xinqiang. He divided the groups on site, placing himself with Old Master Geng, while Yuan and I was paired with his apprentice, Xiao Hu. By the afternoon, when the tomb passage was finally opened, everyone put on safety helmets and headlamps and entered the tomb in an orderly manner. Xiao Hu thought Yuan and I was young and probably didn't know much, so he planned to direct her, saying, "We are responsible for the east side of the tomb. I'll take pictures and you just follow my instructions." Just then, Xiao Hu felt something under his feet and was about to kick it away when Yuan and I stopped him. "Wait, you can't kick that. Don't worry, it's definitely not an artifact. Look at its shape. It's a beer bottle. It must have been left by the tomb robbers." Even though Xiao Hu confidently insisted it was not an artifact, Yuan and I firmly stopped him and picked up the bottle. The moment she touched it, her right hand felt hot, and she realized it was indeed an artifact. At that moment, Feng Xinqiang turned around and saw the bottle in Yuan's hand. He couldn't help but laugh. "Comrade Yuan, that's clearly a beer bottle. If it's a beer bottle, how did it end up in the tomb passage? Do you see that hole over there? The tomb robbers have been here. They steal a few things and then drink some beer to keep their spirits up." Yuan and I looked at the bottle and remained silent. Old Lady Geng approached, saying, "We can't leave trash in the tomb passage. Since Professor Feng said so, let's just throw it away." She took the bottle from Yuan and I, but didn't throw it out. Instead, she put it in her bag. Yuan and I wanted to say something but was stopped by Old Lady Geng, who said, "You don't understand Feng. If he says it's not an artifact, he'll eventually throw it away. It's better for us to take it than let them discard it. What the truth is doesn't matter in the eyes of those in power." Yuan and I originally thought this was a national artifact, but with Feng Xinqiang acting this way, she decided to keep it. After securing the beer bottle, Old Lady Geng joked, "Professor Feng, you won't report us after saying it's trash, will you?" Feng Xinqiang laughed heartily. No. This bottle is clearly a beer bottle. If it were an artifact, that would be a joke. Theoretically, there shouldn't be beer bottle-shaped containers from the Tang dynasty, but Yuan and I clearly felt a heat in her right hand. She couldn't understand why, so she decided to put the item away for now. After everyone took their places, they began to sort and organize the artifacts. Yuan and I was in a group with Xiao Hu. Although Xiao Hu was a bit arrogant, he had solid basic skills. They worked hard for most of the day until their backs ached. Finally, they heard Feng Xinqiang call for a break. "That's enough for today. Everyone should go back to rest and eat something. There's still a lot of work to do, and we can't wear ourselves out." Feng Xinqiang gathered all the artifacts and registered them. Based on the day's progress, it would take at least half a month to excavate the princess's tomb. "Master, you two should take your apprentice back to the dormitory to rest. We'll set up tents in the field," Feng Xinqiang said when he saw Yuan and I and Grandma Geng. This wasn't discrimination, it was just that all the people he brought were men, and it was difficult to accommodate 2 women. Grandpa Geng said nothing. Once the tomb entrance was opened, all the treasures inside were exposed, so it was better to avoid any issues and return to the commune to stay. By the time they got back to the campsite, it was already midnight. Uncle and Gu Chao were still waiting. As soon as they saw them, they asked, "Why are you back so late? Have you eaten?" Grandpa Geng patted his stomach. "No, we haven't eaten." "Really? How can experts from the provincial city be like this? Can't you even manage a meal?" Grandma Geng quickly waved her hand. "Do you think we get to eat anything good with them? We're out in the wilderness, and there's not even a drop of hot water. Gu Chao was very calm. I left some soup in the pot for you. How about some noodles? That works. The tomb was dark and damp, and after working all day, everyone's hands and feet were cold. A bowl of hot noodles was just what they needed. Uncle personally went to cook the noodles. Avoiding Comrade Wang, Grandma Gung took out the bottle that Yuan and I found. We can't help them for free. Let's see what this is. Didn't Feng Xinxiang say it's definitely not an artifact? He doesn't know anything. How could something found in an ancient tomb not be an artifact? Grandma Gung, what do you think? From the shape of this bottle, it really doesn't look like something from the Tang dynasty.
Let me answer that.
Grandpa Gung had just managed to get away from Comrade Wang in the kitchen. Excitedly, he picked up the bottle and rinsed off the dust with clean water, revealing the bottle's full appearance. Although the light was dim, it was still clear that this was a transparent bottle shaped like a beer bottle. Old Mr. Gung pointed at the bottle and asked Yuan and I, "Can you tell what material this is made of? Is it glass?" "No, it's white crystal." Yuan and I was shocked. What everyone thought was a beer bottle turned out to be a crystal bottle. Even so, the shape of this item was quite strange. "Do you think the shape of this bottle is odd?" Yuan and I admitted, "Yes, it looks nothing like anything from the Tang dynasty." Broaden your thinking. Think about it. During the Tang dynasty, wasn't the Silk Road opened? Old Mr. Gung encouraged her. Yuan and I looked at her right hand. She knew it wouldn't be wrong, and with old Mr. Gung's question, she suddenly understood. "I see this as an artifact, but it's not from the Tang dynasty. It came from the Silk Road from another country?" "Correct. This is an ancient Persian crystal bottle." Old Mr. Gung revealed the origin of the bottle. "Yes, and you've struck gold. The emperor cherished Princess Yontai, which is why he had the Persian crystal bottle buried with her. It's a shame that later generations didn't recognize its value," old Mrs. Gung said with a smile. Everyone knew that an ancient Persian crystal bottle would be more popular at an auction than a Tang porcelain bottle. Feng Xinxiang lacks skill but thinks he's clever. This time, his cleverness backfired. Old Mr. Gung was pleased, feeling lucky about his granddaughter. But if he realizes it later, will he come looking for us? The princess's tomb has already started excavation, and all artifacts need to be registered. Since this item wasn't recorded, who knows if it's real or fake? If Feng Xinxiang brings it up later, we can just say we found a beer bottle, old Mr. Gung said dismissively. Collecting antiques relies on keen eyesight. If Feng Xinxiang lacks that, it's his own fault. Yuan and I thought the same. If they hadn't taken it, Feng Xinxiang, that troublesome apprentice, might have ruined it. It was better to keep it safe. Just then, the door opened, and Comrade Wang walked in, rubbing his hands. "It's really cold in the tomb. My fingers are getting stiff. The noodles are ready, everyone, let's go eat." Old Mrs. Gung smiled, "Let's go." At that moment, Comrade Wang noticed the crystal bottle on the table. His eyes lit up as he approached. "What is this?" Old Mr. Gung saw the look in Comrade Wang's eyes and thought, "Oh no, why did he come back suddenly?" As Comrade Wang approached, the door suddenly swung open, and Uncle brought a large bowl of noodles, handing it directly to Wang. "Hey, old Wang, why didn't you bring the noodles? Were you waiting to be served?" Wang immediately felt embarrassed. "I didn't mean that. I was going to call them." "You can't even carry one pot. Just eat first," Uncle said, turning to leave. Grandma Gung took the opportunity to put away the bottle. "And go check the kitchen and see if there are more noodles to serve." Not wanting to wait to be served, Yuan and I agreed and brought another bowl of noodles to Grandpa Gung. She and Grandma Gung were the second to eat. By this time, Wang had already finished his bowl of noodles. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he thought the noodles were quite delicious. As for the transparent glass bottle, Wang had completely forgotten about it. A campfire was lit on the barren land, and Feng Xinxiang and his group were also eating noodles, but theirs were the twisted kind. This is a high-quality food imported from a foreign country. The noodles are fried, and the soup contains seafood and various nutrients. "Isn't it delicious?" Feng Xinxiang explained about the instant noodles, then took a big sip of the soup, which was truly tasty. As a new type of convenience food, instant noodles hadn't yet entered the domestic market, so only those who had seen the world could enjoy them. Little Hu also took a big sip of the soup and praised it. It's delicious. This soup must be made from fish and shrimp. Definitely. Professor Jean is coming tomorrow. He will bring supplies, and everyone will be in for a treat. Feng Xinqiang finished his soup and announced good news. He always called Grandpa Gung master, but secretly, he looked down on this rustic teacher. Feng Xinqiang only recognized Professor Jean as his true teacher. The others cheered. They were all from the academy and looked up to Professor Jean, while Grandpa Gung was seen as a less formal teacher. Just as everyone was celebrating, a cold wind blew, causing everyone to shiver. Field archaeology is like this. No matter how much honor one might gain later, the work is indeed hard. Little Hu, quick-witted, ran back to the tent and brought out his treasured liquor to offer to Feng Xinqiang. Teacher Feng, have a drink to warm up. Feng Xinqiang pushed away the glass bottle. In fieldwork, glass bottles are outdated. If you want a drink, use this. He said this as he took out a small silver flask from his pocket, which was also an imported item, designed to be flat for easy carrying. Seeing Feng Xinqiang drinking from the small flask, Xiao Hu suddenly felt uneasy. Feng Xinqiang knew that when working in the field, it was not suitable to carry alcohol in glass bottles. Surely tomb raiders would know this too. Tomb raiders are experienced, and when they go out to dig, they wouldn't carry useless items, would they? He recalled the beer bottle he almost kicked over and couldn't help but swallow hard, hoping it wasn't what he feared. Perhaps thinking about the princess's tomb, Professor Jean arrived very early the next day. Before dawn, the jeep carrying Professor Jean and his team reached the excavation site. Feng Xinqiang was pulled out of bed by his teacher, feeling dazed as he hadn't slept much. Get ready. Let's go down to the tomb, Professor Jean said, watching Feng Xinqiang get dressed. Feng Xinqiang quickly got up. Don't worry, teacher. I didn't delay any work. I started organizing things yesterday. You lack experience in excavating large tombs, so let me oversee it, the professor replied. You're right. With you overseeing, I won't have to worry anymore. You're lucky to have the chance to excavate a tomb at this time. If it goes well, you'll have the opportunity to go abroad. As Feng Xinqiang was putting on his pants, he nearly lost his balance from excitement. I can really go abroad to Japan? Professor Jean smiled. Yes, as long as you have the qualifications, you can go wherever you want. That's great. Feng Xinqiang studied archaeology and dealt with artifacts daily, but he wasn't fond of the old items that smelled of earth. What excited him were the 13-inch color TVs, refrigerators, washing machines, and other foreign goods. Last year, a professor from the university went abroad for research and returned with a color TV bought with his saved allowance. Feng Xinqiang had seen it and was very envious. Now, he would soon have the chance to go abroad himself, and he was determined to find ways to earn more money and bring back some nice things. Quickly, Feng Xinqiang got ready and followed Professor Jean into the princess's tomb. After reviewing the artifacts unearthed earlier, Professor Jean was very satisfied. From these items, we can basically confirm the identity of the tomb's owner. It should be the daughter of Emperor Zhongzong of the Tang dynasty. The identity of the tomb owner is mostly agreed upon, but there are still differences regarding the identification of the burial items. At this moment, someone discovered a cup in the main burial chamber. After clearing away the dust, everyone was surprised to find that the cup was transparent and looked similar to a modern glass drinking cup. Feng Xinqiang was shocked. How can there be a glass cup? This doesn't match the cultural standards of the Tang dynasty. Xiao Feng, you're being narrow-minded. The Tang dynasty was a prosperous era, known for welcoming foreign cultures. If you like foreign goods, how do you know the emperor didn't? Professor Jean, in a good mood, joked with his naive student. This joke made Feng Xinqiang feel as if he had been struck by lightning. Master, could this glass cup be a rare item that came from abroad during the Tang dynasty? That's definitely possible, and let me correct you. This isn't a glass cup. It's a white crystal cup. You can tell just by touching it. Professor Jean shared his knowledge on the spot. White crystal cup. Feng Xinqiang immediately thought of the beer bottle from yesterday. He realized that both the beer bottle and the glass cup had unusual shapes that didn't fit the Tang people's aesthetic. So, After just one glance, he had concluded that the beer bottle could not be a relic from the Tang dynasty, and now he felt he had been hasty. Just then, Professor Jean, holding the white crystal cup and examining it closely, suddenly asked, "These crystal cups usually come in sets. Why don't you all look around? The crystal bottle should be nearby." Most of the people present had participated in yesterday's work and were aware of the beer bottle incident. Some of the more experienced colleagues felt that Feng Xinqiang's actions were inappropriate. Even if the shape was unusual, it was still an item from a princess's tomb, and it should have been examined before reaching a conclusion. However, as Feng Xinqiang immediately labeled it a beer bottle and, given his high status at the scene, no one could refute him. As the atmosphere grew strangely quiet, Professor Jean sensed something was off. "What's going on? Have you found the crystal bottle?" Feng Xinqiang felt embarrassed. He wanted to save face, so he asked everyone to continue working while he pulled Professor Jean aside to explain the situation. "Teacher, did I make a mistake by thinking the crystal bottle was a beer bottle?" Professor Jean almost pounded his chest in frustration. "Do I even need to ask? Of course you did. Think about it. Even tomb raiders wouldn't drink beer. Being a tomb raider requires a lot from both the body and the equipment. When a tomb is first opened, there is often a foul atmosphere inside, so tomb raiders cover their mouths and noses with. At that moment, how could they drink? Besides, even if a tomb raider wanted to drink, they wouldn't carry beer, which is bulky and fragile." Feng Xinqiang looked confused. At that time, Old Lady Gung asked me not to get it wrong, and I confidently told her it was beer. They want to help, so why not let them return the crystal bottle? Professor Jean shook his head repeatedly. "It's too late. You don't understand the Gung couple well. Since you said it was a beer bottle, even if you go to ask for it back, they'll only give you a beer bottle." Feng Xinqiang's hands trembled. What should we do? He realized he shouldn't have spoken carelessly. He had made things worse. With so many ears listening, even if Old Man Gung gave him a beer bottle, it wouldn't be wrong. It's basically hopeless. Let's wait for them to come. I'll talk to them. You really missed a good opportunity. We don't have many valuable items, and if we could take the crystal bottle, that would be great, Professor Jean sighed. It's true that Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung had valid reasons for disliking Professor Jean. He had taken advantage of his position to collect many valuable items for himself. While Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung were out searching for treasures, Professor Jean was in a high position, using public resources for personal gain. Hearing that the crystal bottle was valuable, Feng Xinqiang was eager and even went to the tomb entrance to wait for Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung. But by noon, they still hadn't arrived. Feng Xinqiang couldn't hold back any longer and asked the locals, "Why haven't the people who helped yesterday come back?" "Oh, you mean Old Man Gung? They went back." "Why did they leave?" I don't know," Captain Luo said, thinking that it was probably because you treated the elderly poorly, which made them leave. After getting the crystal bottle, Old Man Gung and Old Lady Gung felt it was best not to stay long. Yuan and I, having heard about Feng Xinqiang, thought he was difficult to deal with. The excavation site was full of treasures, and if Feng Xinqiang took advantage of them, they would never be able to clear their names. The situation is not good. It would be better to leave with a crystal bottle in hand. As Feng Xinqiang and Professor Jean thought of Old Master Gung and Old Lady Gung, the group had already started their journey home. On the way back, Gu Chao drove himself. Watching Gu Chao's back, Old Lady Gung suddenly remembered something important. This time, Old Lady Gung wanted to create an opportunity for Gung Meiwan to pursue Gu Chao. Now that Gu Chao had come a long way to pick up Yuan and I, it clearly announced Gung Meijuan's failure in her pursuit. Thinking of Gung Meiwan, Old Lady Gung couldn't help but sigh internally. Once they returned, she needed to have a serious talk with her granddaughter. If fate didn't allow it, then it was time to let go. However, things were not as simple as Old Lady Gung thought. Under Gung Meilan's plan, Gung Meijuan's approach to getting close to Gu Chao was quite unconventional. That night, Gung Meilan took Gung Meiwan directly to the furniture factory staff quarters. Gung Meilan's idea was to create a situation where things would unfold on their own. She quietly instructed Gung Meiwan to make some noise once she was inside with Gu Chao. Outside, she would take the opportunity to call out loudly, gathering the neighbors. In the middle of the night, with a man and a woman alone together, Gu Chao would certainly feel embarrassed. She would then claim that the two families had an engagement and that Gu Chao and Gung Meiwan were dating, forcing Gu Chao to accept this narrative. After all, it would be hard to explain if things got messy. Gu Chao, being a factory director, would want to maintain his dignity. Dating sounds much better than being accused of misbehavior. The idea was indeed clever, but in practice, there were significant deviations. That night, after Gung Meiwan shyly went inside, sounds soon emerged from the room, as if a young man was talking to her. Gung Meilan was overjoyed, knowing that Gung Meiwan had not missed her chance. Following their earlier plan, she shouted from outside, "Meiwan, what are you doing in there? Hurry up and come out. Is someone misbehaving?" The most attention-grabbing topic was misbehavior. Hearing about it at midnight would make even an 80-year-old woman get up to take a look. Gung Meilan's shout immediately drew the neighbors' attention, and everyone came out to check. Who is misbehaving? Where is the trouble? Are they taking off their pants? The last question caught everyone's attention. Although everyone was curious, was it appropriate to say such a thing? As the neighbors gathered around, Gung Meilan felt proud, knowing her plan had not failed. She pretended to be anxious and pointed at Gu Chao's door, saying, "My daughter is locked inside." The neighbors looked at the house and turned pale. "This is Li Er's place. What is your daughter doing at Li Er's house in the middle of the night?" Gung Meilan was confused.
Who is Li Er?
"Isn't this Gu Chao's house?" Just then, sounds of banging on the door came from inside, along with Gung Meijuan's cries, "Let me out, please let me out, you scoundrel. You came here on your own, so you can't blame me, right?" It seemed the two were talking near the door, and those words were very clear. Gung Meilan was startled. The man speaking was not Gu Chao. But she had clearly asked around, and people said Gu Chao lived in the second room of the eastern section. Was there a mistake? Before Gung Meilan could say anything, a concerned neighbor kicked the door open, shouting, "Li Er, don't do anything reckless." Now, the factory workers were like one big family, going to work together and returning home to the staff quarters together. The staff quarters were divided into sections to meet the different living needs of the workers. Take the furniture factory staff quarters, for example. The eastern section was for married workers, with houses that had yards. The western section was for single workers, with much smaller houses that did not have yards. Gu Chao was single, but he held a high position, so the factory assigned him a house with a yard. His house was in the second room of the third row in the eastern section. When Gung Meilan inquired about Gu Chao's residence, the person did not lie. Gu Chao indeed lived in the second room of the third row. Following this room number, Gung Meilan and her daughter searched for Gu Chao's place. They did not know that the staff quarters were divided into eastern and western sections, so they ended up in the western section. The western section housed only single workers, and it was unfortunate for Gung Meiwan. If she had knocked on the door of a good person, they would have politely told her she had the wrong door and pointed her in the right direction to Gu Chao. But she happened to knock on Li Er's door. Li Er's reputation was well-earned. He was an old worker from the furniture factory before the reforms. Li Er's biggest flaw was his love for drinking and women, often getting drunk and losing his sense of direction. When Gung Meiwan arrived, he had just been drinking, and upon seeing a young woman at his door, he immediately began to make inappropriate comments. After the neighbors kicked open the door, Li Lazy had already embraced Gung Meiwan. It's easy to imagine that if they had arrived a moment later, he might have done something even more outrageous. Gung Meilan was furious. She had brought her daughter to win over Gu Chao, so why should Li Lazy take advantage of Gung Meiwan? She rushed forward and slapped Li Lazy twice, waking him up from his drunken state. He looked at Gung Meilan and then at Gung Meiwan, quickly defending himself. "Why are you hitting me? I really didn't do anything. Look, my pants are still fine." The neighbors condemned him, saying, "What do you think you're doing? If you really did something, you'd be in big trouble." Li Lazy raised his hand. "I just drank too much and got confused. It wasn't as serious as you think." Gung Meiwan was crying. Although she hadn't been physically harmed, emotional pain still counts as harm. Moreover, since the furniture factory was Gu Chao's territory, if he found out about this, it would ruin any chance she had with him. Just as Gung Meilin and her daughter were figuring out how to deal with Li Lazy, Gu Chao heard about the incident. Being clever, he quickly guessed that Gung Meilin and her daughter were after him. It made sense why she borrowed a little money. She wasn't there for the money, but to reel him in. To avoid further complications, Gu Chao stayed out of sight and had the head of security handle the situation. Gung Meilin and her daughter were brought in for questioning, while Li Lazy was detained. At first, Gung Meilin wanted to see Gu Chao, but the head of security firmly told her, "The manager is not here." "That's impossible. I saw him today. He's just not here." After several attempts, Gung Meilin had to give up. She told Gung Meiwan that they had entered the staff housing at night to find Gu Chao for the money, but ended up at the wrong door. While this motive raised suspicion, it wasn't a serious offense, so neither Gung Meilin nor Gung Meiwan were held responsible. Li Lazy was at fault, but not significantly. He was drunk, and Gung Meiwan had approached him, leading to his poor judgment. The head of security suggested downplaying the situation. If Gung Meilin couldn't let it go, Li Lazy could apologize in person. Gung Meilin and her daughter had no choice but to accept the decision with disappointment. What they didn't expect was that after Li Lazy apologized once, he seemed to become addicted to it, showing up every few days. He always brought something when he came. Today it was a melon, tomorrow it would be 2 peaches, just small, inexpensive items. It was clear to everyone that he was not sincere. He was using the apologies as an excuse to pursue Gung Meiwan. Gung Meiwan felt insulted by his persistent attention, but no matter how much she scolded or tried to chase him away, Li Lazy acted like a determined toad, always coming back whenever he had the chance. When Gung Laotai returned home, she saw this troubling scene. Gung Laoi and Gung Laotai didn't even scold Gung Meilin first. They chased Li Lazy away with a broom before closing the door to discuss family matters. Gung Meilin hesitated, speaking half-truths and hiding the rest. Even though she was vague, Gung Laoi and Gung Laotai figured out the truth of the situation, and they both felt embarrassed. Gung Laotai sighed. "Meiwan, if you can't win him over after trying several times, it means you and Gu Chao are not meant to be. Besides, that engagement was never meant for you, so let it go." Gung Meiwan pouted. "Grandma, I don't want to give up.
Please help me."
"Enough. What do you want me to do? Help you steal a man? You really are confused." Gung Laoi slammed the table in frustration. Gung Meilin knew her husband was not easy to deal with, so she quickly grabbed Gung Meiwan. "Dad, Mom, please don't be angry. I will talk to this child." Gung Meiwan protested. "I don't want to." "You better be quiet. If you upset your grandparents, can you handle the consequences?" Gung Meilin pulled Gung Meiwan back to her room. As her troubled daughter and granddaughter left, Gung Laotai rubbed her forehead and said to Gung Laoi, "This is my fault. I wanted to give Meiwan a chance, but I didn't expect them to be so off track. We need to recognize the 4th child as soon as possible. Once he returns, we can ask the Gu family to fulfill the engagement. Gu Chao and Enir seem to be getting along well, and once we mention it, they will surely agree. Then Meiwan will be able to let go." Gung Laoi realized that his wife had been involved in this. "You, in your old age, are getting confused. This is a mess. No wonder you had to go out collecting antiques. It was for Meiwan." Gung Laotai replied firmly, "It's not just for Meiwan. Enir going out also sharpens her eye. And she also received 2 items." Old Mr. Gung didn't want to argue with his wife, so he remained neutral. "Ahem, let's let the kids handle their own matters. When should we talk to the 3rd child?" Just then, Gung Chunlai, who had been hiding and eavesdropping, finally spoke up. "Grandma and Grandpa, I have some bad news. My aunt ran away with a man. During the time Yuan and I was away from home, things were not peaceful. She thought that with her grandparents around, her mother wouldn't cause too much trouble. However, Yuan and I was mistaken. Beneath her mother's calm exterior was a restless heart, and she stirred up quite a storm in their lives. We can control her actions, but we can't control her heart. If it weren't for Dr. Du's warning, we wouldn't have known about this at all. Grandma sighed as she recounted the things Yuan's mother had been up to lately. In the commune, there weren't many women with jobs. Although Yuan's mother was a temporary worker, she had left behind farm labor, dressed neatly and beautifully, and received a monthly salary. Not long ago, Grandma urged her to return to work, so she went back to her job during the day and returned to the team for dinner at night. Now, only her second and fourth aunts were managing things at home. With better living conditions, they could afford to eat well. Yuan's mother's living standards improved significantly. She was well-fed and well-cared for, her complexion brightened, and she regained some of her former charm. Soon, someone took an interest in Yuan's mother. We're not against her remarrying. If there's a suitable family, she can definitely go for it. But the family she has her eye on is not a good match. Grandma felt increasingly wronged and took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Yuan and I comforted her for a while until Grandma stopped crying. Grandpa continued, saying that the man Yuan's mother liked was a village teacher. For the villagers, this was a good job, educated, respected, and not too demanding, with decent pay. Why don't your mother and I agree? This teacher Liu has too many burdens. He has a paralyzed mother and 3 children from his previous marriage. Just think, if your mother married someone like that, she'd have to help take care of the children and the elderly. What's the difference between that and being a live-in nanny? Grandpa lamented. What does your mother think? Is she determined to marry him? Your mother seems enchanted. She insists she won't marry anyone but someone with the surname Liu. When I asked her why, she said Liu is educated and treats her well, and that's what she likes. Grandma was both anxious and angry. Yuan and I found it amusing. How could someone with the surname Liu be bad for her mother? As long as her mother was willing to marry him, it meant they would have a caregiver with a salary. Someone would cook for the children, help the elderly bathe, and take care of their needs, which would free him up. And what do you think your mother is after? Grandpa asked, slapping his thigh in frustration. Yuan and I shook her head. I don't know what she wants. Maybe she's lost her mind. By the way, what's this about her running away? Since your mother met Mr. Liu, she told us she wants to get a marriage certificate and have a wedding, asking your grandma to prepare a dowry. At first, we were quite happy, but once we heard Mr. Liu's conditions, we didn't agree. We didn't expect your mother to have her own plans and move in with him. They've been living together for a while now, and the village is buzzing with rumors. This situation is bound to lead somewhere, Grandma said, preparing to take out her handkerchief. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Yuan's eyes. If that's the case, let her be. Huh? And you're not going to do anything about your mother? It's not that I don't care. She is my mother, an elder. If she wants to marry, who can stop her? Grandma and Grandpa exchanged a glance, both filled with disappointment. Indeed, they were elders, but their words didn't seem to matter. Yuan and I was younger. What could she say to her mother? There's an old saying, when it rains, a mother will marry. It's something that must happen. Zhao Di and Pan Di widened their eyes nervously. Sister and I, does this mean Mom won't come back? She's off being a mother to someone else. Once she's done with that, she'll return. Don't worry, I'll take care of you both. School will start in a couple of days. Have you two done your math homework? Just mentioning math made Zhao Di and Pandy's faces fall. Well, math is a bit hard. Grandma patted their little heads. Study hard, and you'll be able to find a partner in the city.
Don't end up like.
Grandpa coughed. Don't talk about that in front of the kids. Yuan and I knew what Grandma meant. She wanted to say not to end up like their mother, who only found unsuitable men. Yuan and I didn't want to deal with her mother anymore. Her mother was very stubborn. Even if she hit a wall, it would be her pain to bear. Let her figure it out. One day, when her mother couldn't go on, she would come back. Yuan and I had many things to do. This trip wasn't in vain. She had brought back 2 treasures, which she planned to keep safe. Then she needed to do laundry and prepare for work. Night school should have started by now. After work, she needed to check on it. If she missed classes, she would have to ask for leave. Later, after Zhao Di and Pan Di finally finished their math problems, they wanted to ask Yuan and I when their mother would come back, but they found that their sister had already fallen asleep. Should we still ask her? Let's not. Look how tired she is. She needs to rest. Our sister has to earn money for us to go to school and eat. Zhao Di said wisely. Okay, we won't ask. Pan Di said, taking off her shoes and happily lying down next to Yuan and I. As long as their sister was there, it wasn't a big problem even if their mother wasn't around. Yuan and I was even more thoughtful than their mother. The three sisters didn't know that at that moment, Yuani's mother was having a hard time. Guiying, I need help on the bed, come and clean up. A frail old lady lay on the bed, calling out continuously. Yuani's mother was in the kitchen cooking. Hearing this, she rushed into the room. I just asked if you needed help, and you said no. Why did you make a mess on the bed? I'm busy cooking, how can I clean this up? A scholarly-looking man with glasses stood up from his chair. Guiying, please help my mother. She's old and didn't mean to. Yuani's mother looked at her hands, feeling troubled. All right. This man was Lu, the teacher she admired, and the old lady in bed was his mother. Although the old lady was bedridden, she had a big appetite and made quite a mess. Yuani's mother held her nose and cleaned up, ending up with a pile of dirty bedding. The pot in the kitchen was still boiling. She needed to continue cooking, but what to do with the dirty laundry? Yuani's mother glanced at Lu, who was sitting in the chair reading, looking refined and gentle. After thinking for a moment, she called Lu's daughter, Delan. Can you wash the bedding for your grandmother? I still need to cook. Delan, Lu's eldest daughter, was already 14 years old. Upon hearing Yuani's mother, she made a face. I can't wash that. It smells bad.
You do it.
Hearing this, Lu stood up again, Guiying. The child is too young for this kind of work. I'll do it. Seeing Lu's clean hands, Yuani's mother quickly shook her head. How could she let such a handsome man do the dirty work? She decided to do it herself. However, the bedding was too dirty, and the water was cold. As she washed, she couldn't help but think of her three daughters. As long as her three daughters were around, they wouldn't let her do any heavy work. Thinking of this, and looking at Lu, who was leisurely reading, Yuani's mother felt a pang in her heart and wanted to cry. Just then, a strange cracking sound suddenly came from the kitchen, followed by someone exclaiming, "Oh no! What kind of cooking is this? The pot has cracked." While Yuan Yang was washing the bedding and feeling a bit sad, the iron pot in the kitchen exploded. The children of teacher Lu gathered around the kitchen, complaining. The pot is ruined, the rice is burnt. What are we going to eat tonight? I've never seen such a clumsy woman. She can't even cook without causing a disaster. I don't know what Dad sees in her. Dad doesn't even like her. She's the one who shamelessly came to us. It must be said that teacher Lu's three daughters had sharp tongues and showed no mercy to Yuan Yang. Hearing these words made Yuan Yang blush. She was older and shouldn't be talked about by a few young girls. Teacher Lu heard the commotion and rushed into the kitchen, scolding his daughters. How can you speak like that? Aunt Guiying is kind-hearted and came to help us. If you keep talking like this and upset her, I won't forgive you. The implication was clear. Yuan Yang was foolish for working in their home. No one could drive her away. Otherwise, who would cook? Who would help the elderly? The three daughters stuck out their tongues and fell silent. After scolding the children, teacher Lu turned to Yuan Yang to apologize. Guiying, I'm really sorry. They are just kids, and I haven't taught them well. Looking at teacher Lu's handsome and refined face, Yuan Yang forgot her grievances. It's fine. I'm an adult. I shouldn't hold grudges against children. The outcome of not holding grudges was that teacher Lu took his three daughters out to eat, leaving Yuan Yang to continue working at home. Once the house was empty, Yuan Yang began to worry. I wonder when I will come back. Once she's back, she can come pick me up, right? If she comes to get me, I'll go back with her. I can't stay here for another day. If Yuan Yang knew that I wouldn't come for her, she would be very disappointed. The path she chose was hers to walk, even if it was difficult. Yuan Yang waited eagerly and finally, someone came to find her. However, it wasn't it was the kind neighbors Mr. and Mrs. Geng. Mr. and Mrs. Geng said they were Yuan Yang's neighbors and had come to visit her. Teacher Lu didn't stop them and let them into the house. The elderly are unwell, and the house is a bit messy. Please understand. Mrs. Gung looked around at the Liu family's home and thought to herself that the fourth girl seemed a bit naive. Mr. Gung then bluntly asked, Teacher Liu, how much do you earn as a teacher each month? Teacher Liu felt embarrassed and replied, I'm a private teacher, so I only make a little for living expenses, maybe less than $20. Upon hearing this, Mr. Gung realized that Teacher Liu was a bit vain. He had already found out that private teachers like Liu earned only about $15 a month, just like Yuan Yang. However, while Teacher Liu earned $15 and had to support 3 daughters and a bedridden mother, Yuan Yang earned her own money and spent it as she pleased. That doesn't seem like enough to live on, Mr. Gung said, poking at Teacher Liu's pride. Teacher Liu felt awkward and admitted, of course it's not enough, but everyone in the village struggles.
Ha!
That's true. When you're really hungry, even cold water can feel like a meal. By the way, why hasn't Guiying come yet? Mrs. Gung said sarcastically. Teacher Liu, feeling restless, said, Guiying might be in the kitchen cooking. I'll go call her. Wait, Teacher Liu, have you and Guiying made any arrangements? Why is she doing all the work? Mr. Gung asked. Teacher Liu's expression darkened. Who are you two? Do you have to meddle in everything? Guiying wants to help. It's none of your business. Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung exchanged knowing smiles. They actually did have a say in the matter. Just then, Yuan Yang finally arrived, and Teacher Liu's demeanor changed as he smiled at her, saying, You two can talk. I won't interrupt. Yuan Yang was pleased to see Mr. and Mrs. Gung. To her, their visit was a sign of her good relationships in the community. She warmly poured them some water, adding a bit of brown sugar, and asked, What brings you here? Mrs. Gung sighed, expressing concern about Gung Meiwan, and remarked how the fourth girl was even more worrisome. Mr. Gung half-jokingly said, Your parents sent us. They're worried you're not doing well. Yuan Yang paused, then said, Worrying doesn't help. We need some real support. Look at all this work in the yard. There's no one to help me. How can I finish it all? Hearing this, Mr. Gung almost jumped up in frustration. It seemed this silly girl not only couldn't manage on her own, but wanted to involve her family in helping Teacher Liu too. Mrs. Gung spoke earnestly. It's not that I'm trying to boss you around because of my age, but the family you chose is not a good match. Look at all the work at home. They don't lift a finger. They see you as a fool, trying to trick you into working for them for free. Did my parents send you to say this? How can you be like this? There's a saying, better to tear down a temple than to break up a marriage. Can't you just be happy for me? Yuan Yang became anxious upon hearing this. Mr. Gung slammed his thigh. We're doing this for your own good. Tell me, what do you see in that Mr. Liu? He's poor, doesn't earn money, and has a lot of burdens. If you go to his house and work for free, he won't appreciate it. Yuan Yang glanced at Mr. Liu's figure, her voice unknowingly sweetened. You don't understand the situation.
Please don't say that.
Mr. Liu is very good to me. Mrs. Gung scoffed. Are you so sure? Yuan Yang nodded firmly. Mr. Liu really treats me well. All right, since you are so confident, how about we test it? Mrs. Gung was ready to take serious measures. Yuan Yang was curious. How do you plan to test it? We have a special way to test it. Just listen closely, Grandma said. As soon as she finished, Grandpa shouted, You promised to pay us back today, but you have no money? Can you give us a clear answer on when you can return the money? Yuan Yang was stunned, about to respond, but then realized that Mr. and Mrs. Gung were helping her with the test. She could only cooperate and casually replied, I will pay it back when I have the money. As soon as she spoke, Mr. Liu approached with a book in hand. Guiying, do you still owe money? Before Yuan Yang could speak, Mrs. Gung jumped in. Yes, she owes us $300. Mr. Gung looked serious. Guiying has no money. Now that you are living together, are you going to help her pay it back? Yuan Yang was speechless, almost standing up to say she didn't owe any money. But Mrs. Gung firmly held her down. Mr. Liu frowned tightly. That much money? Guiying, how could you spend so much? Mr. Liu didn't doubt Mr. and Mrs. Gung's words. In this village, people were honest and wouldn't come up with fake debts. It's just for building a house and finding a job. Why are you asking so many questions? The money has already been spent. Just say if you are willing to help Guiying pay it back. Mr. Liu looked troubled. If it were anything else, I would definitely help, but I really can't come up with 300 yuan. It's okay. I see your yard has some value. If you can't pay back the principal, you can at least pay some interest, Mr. Gung said wisely. Mr. Liu was taken aback. You want interest? Without interest, who would lend you that much money? Mr. Liu scratched his head. That was true. He didn't have that much money to lend others. In other words, even if he had that much money, no one would lend it for free. There would have to be some benefit. Seeing Mr. Liu hesitate, Ms. Yuan suddenly realized something. The test Mr. and Mrs. Gung mentioned was really about gauging Mr. Liu's attitude. She looked at Mr. Liu with hope. Old Liu, how about using your yard as collateral? Since it was just a test and not a real debt, Ms. Yuan said it jokingly. She felt at ease and didn't really want Mr. Liu's yard. She was just trying to see how he would respond. However, Mr. Liu's response completely disappointed her. He firmly refused. No way. This is my family's ancestral home. Your debts are yours. They have nothing to do with my family. Mr. Gung chuckled. It's not about taking your yard. We just need you to guarantee it. That's not okay either. Who knows what you moneylenders might do? You are Guiying's man. If you don't help her, what will happen to her with all that debt? Mrs. Gung gently urged, trying to provoke him further. Doesn't Guiying have family? Let the Qin family pay. I haven't even married Guiying yet. This debt can't fall on me. Mr. Liu argued more convincingly. Old Liu, it's not about blame. We just want you to help with a little turnaround. I wouldn't really take your yard. Ms. Yuan felt embarrassed and flushed from Mr. Liu's attitude, struggling to find her words. She wanted to say, after all this time at your home helping your family, you can't even step up to guarantee a little? But Mr. Liu truly didn't want to. The more educated someone was, the more they thought things through. Guiying owed 300 yuan. Who knew what tricks the creditors had up their sleeves? Mr. Liu believed that if he gave in even a little, Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung would find a way to take his yard. Without a woman, he could always find another. With his looks, it wouldn't be hard to find someone who would be interested in him. If the courtyard is lost, rebuilding it would be extremely difficult. Teacher Liu quickly noticed that Yuan Yang was about to cry and hurriedly intervened, saying, Guiying, it's not that I don't want to help you, but we can't use the ancestral home to pay off your debts. If we lose the ancestral home, where will you live after you marry? I'm not being stingy. I'm thinking about our future. You've borrowed so much money, but none of it has gone to my Liu family. Instead, why don't you ask those who borrowed your money to pay you back? Once we clear those debts, we can live well together. Old Master Gung and Old Madam Gung exchanged glances and couldn't help but admire Teacher Liu's words. They were both impressive and meaningful. If Teacher Liu were a partner in business, they would welcome him wholeheartedly. But since he seemed to want to deceive their daughter, that was unacceptable. Yuan Yang, being a bit confused, felt deeply moved by Teacher Liu's words and said, Old Liu, don't worry, I won't involve you. I'll find a way myself. That's good. You've really suffered, Teacher Liu said, looking at Yuan Yang with deep affection. Yuan Yang felt shy and replied, It's not suffering as long as she could be with Teacher Liu. Even if it was tough, she would feel happy. Their gazes met, almost creating a spark. Teacher Liu realized that Yuan Yang didn't hold a grudge against him and felt relieved. As long as she didn't owe money to outsiders, she was still a good candidate for marriage. Originally, Teacher Liu planned to send Yuan Yang away, but seeing how naive and wealthy she was, he changed his mind. Even if he had to settle for less for now, he would keep Yuan Yang until he found a better match. $300. Teacher Liu was already thinking about how to get more dowry from her grandparents when they married. Old Master Gung and Old Madam Gung shook their heads in disappointment. Their daughter's reaction was not what they expected. She truly believed in love. Given the current situation, Yuan Yang wasn't thinking clearly, and continuing the conversation would only lead to more frustration. The elderly couple felt embarrassed to stay any longer. They had been sharp their whole lives, but they never expected their own child to be so naive. If their old friends found out, they would surely laugh. After a few casual remarks, they concluded the conversation. On the way home, old Madame Gung looked very worried and said, "Old man, can we really bring our daughter back to her senses?" Old Master Gung remained silent, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. It's fine to be a bit naive, but Yuan and I clearly wants to please her loved ones, even if it means risking her family's well-being. The Gung family is large and prosperous, and if Yuan and I gets involved, it could lead to significant losses. Think it over, Mr. Gung said, unsure. He noticed Mrs. Gung looking worried and quickly tried to comfort her. Don't be too anxious. This child hasn't been raised with us, so she might be a bit slow. Let's teach her well and see if we can help her change. Mrs. Gung nodded. The child is her own, and she feels responsible for her. No matter what, she must support the girl. The couple walked in silence, and then Mrs. Gung suddenly had an idea. What if we just acknowledge Anai as our granddaughter? They both knew that Yuan and I had ideas and talent. She could achieve great things in the antique business. If the Gung family legacy passed to her, it could thrive and reach new heights. So, Mrs. Gung was only thinking of recognizing her granddaughter, not her daughter. Mr. Gung widened his eyes in shock. It's not impossible, but the tricky part is how to acknowledge the granddaughter without recognizing the daughter directly. After being away for several days, as soon as Yuan and I returned, Master Gua was ready to go back home. I've packed everything I need for the trip. I was just waiting for you to come back. Master Gua, I've been away too long. I hope I didn't delay you, Yuan and I said as she handed him some candy she had prepared earlier. Master Gua waved his hand. It's no trouble at all. If I have time, I'll go back home to visit. If not, I'll just wait for them to come see me. It's all the same. Take this. It's for the kids. All right, you shouldn't have spent so much. When I return from home, I'll bring you some treats. It's good to exchange gifts. It helps maintain good relationships. Master Go put the candy in his bag and carefully went over the goods he had received over the past few days. I've already stored the items collected earlier in the warehouse. These are from the last couple of days, and everything is recorded. If anything doesn't match up, we can discuss it when I return. Okay. By the way, it's been raining a lot lately, so be careful when collecting items. It had just rained at night, and the sky outside was dark, indicating more rain was coming. For the drought-stricken Dan County, this continuous autumn rain was not pleasant. The busy harvest season was over, and the main crops had already been gathered. What was the point of more rain now? It was of no use at all. Yuan and I understood what Master Gua meant. Every profession has its own tricks. Iron pipes and copper pieces can't be mixed with water, but cardboard and newspapers, when wet, can weigh at least half more than when dry. To make extra money, people selling scrap on rainy days like to add water. If the recycling station workers don't notice, they profit. However, such scrap can spoil and cause pollution, which is truly harmful. Don't worry, Master Gua, I'll keep an eye on it. With Yuan's assurance, Master Gua felt relieved and left with his bag. Just after he left, a thunderclap sounded, and heavy raindrops began to fall. Oh no, it's really pouring. Yuan and I, you finally made it back, said the attendant, Xiaoma, rushing in against the wind and rain. Yuan and I quickly handed her a towel. Here, dry off. I was held up outside. Xiaoma wiped her hair and said, the night class has already started. The teacher asked about you several times. I said you were working late and managed to cover for you. Yuan and I handed her a bag of candy as a heartfelt thank you. The teacher was very strict. Without someone to speak up for her, she could be expelled. Xiaoma, I'm so grateful you helped me. I'm back now, and I can attend the next class. There's no class tonight, but there is one tomorrow evening. You must remember to go. I will. Do you have time to sit for a bit and have some water? Yuan and I asked, pouring hot water into a cup, rinsing it, and then filling it halfway. Xiaoma watched for a while as the rain grew heavier, then sat down and whispered, Did you hear? Xiao Gao is going to marry Master Qi.
What?
Aren't they always at odds? How did that happen? Yuan and I was surprised. Master Qi hit Xiao Gao, and she got a medical report saying she can't have children because of him. Unless he marries her, she plans to sue him. Master Qi found out that it could lead to a charge of intentional injury, which means at least 3 years in prison and losing his job, so he agreed, Xiao Ma explained. Yuan and I took a sip of water to calm herself. What is Xiao Gao thinking? Will getting married really stop Master Qi from hitting her again? Compared to colleagues fighting, domestic violence is more serious. People often say it's a private matter and don't intervene. Little Ma shrugged and said, Xiao Gao doesn't want to get married either. It's mainly because her family is worried she won't find a husband, which is why they came up with this idea. It's always about family. In this era, there's still a preference for boys over girls, and girls are often pressured morally. If young women refuse to sacrifice for family benefits, they're seen as doing something very wrong. Yuan and I drank from a large cup of water and asked, did Master Qi agree? Is the job secure? It's secure. I heard he's coming back to work soon, but you should be careful. This was the main point Little Ma wanted to make. Yuan and I sincerely apologized to Little Ma. Just then, as they were talking about Xiao Gao, she arrived. It was raining heavily outside. Although Xiao Gao had an umbrella, her pants were still wet. Why is it raining so much this year? Why did you go out? You should be resting at home, Little Ma said kindly, considering their friendship. Isn't it because I'm getting married? I'm here to give you the wedding invitation, Xiao Gao said with a stiff smile. Yuan and I sighed inwardly. Where's the wedding taking place? It will be at Qi Guojun's house on the 16th of this month. You must come. Yuan and I and Little Ma nodded. They were all colleagues, and it was important to show support. By the way, Xiao Gao hesitated for a moment before continuing. You two are my friends, so if you want to give a gift, you can give it to me directly instead of Qi Guojun.
This.
Even Yuan and I felt a bit awkward. They hadn't even gotten married yet, and things were already so clear-cut. Okay, no problem. We'll discuss it and give it to you directly, Little Ma quickly agreed, knowing Xiao Gao well. All right, I'll take my leave now. Come over to hang out when you have time. Xiao Gao forced a smile, picked up her umbrella, and stepped back into the rain. Yuan and I turned to Little Ma. Should we do it as Xiao Gao suggested? Little Ma bit her lip. I was thinking we could pool our money to buy her a pair of pillow covers, but now it seems different. How about we just give her cash? A pair of pillow covers costs around $3 or $4, which is a decent gift. But how should they give cash? $2 each, how about that? Since they both had jobs, they couldn't give gifts like in the countryside, where it usually starts at $1 for ordinary colleagues. Yuan and I immediately agreed. Then it settled. When we have a free day, we'll go together. It rained continuously that day, and not many scrap collectors came by. As soon as work was over, Yuan and I put on her raincoat and headed home. Returning early is not as good as returning at the right moment. As soon as she entered the yard, Yuan and I saw her mother holding an umbrella, followed by Zhao Di and Pan Di, all heading outside together. Grandma and Grandpa stood under the eaves, looking worried. Seeing this, Yuan and I knew her mother was up to something again. She reached out to stop them. Zhao Di, Pan Di, where are you two going? Zhao Di immediately replied loudly, Mom said we can't stay in the city forever, and that we have to go back to the countryside. Is it really that simple? Yuan and I sensed a scheme. She looked at her mother and asked, School is starting soon for Zhao Di and Pan Di. Why can't they stay in the city? Her mother replied sternly, The city is nice, but as the older sister, you can't always take care of your two younger sisters. Zhao Di and Pan Di are my responsibility, and I'm taking them back. Where are you taking them? I heard from Grandma and Grandpa that you moved to Teacher Lu's house. You aren't planning to take the girls there, are you? Yuan and I quickly grasped the key issue. Her mother was being selfish. She had never mentioned the younger sisters before, and suddenly wanted to take them back to the countryside. Just take care of yourself and don't meddle in others' affairs, her mother replied dismissively, urging Zhao Di and Pan Di to hurry up. Zhao Di and Pan Di didn't want to leave, but upon seeing Yuan and I, they clung to their sister like she was their anchor. Sister and I, we don't want to go back. Yuan and I frowned. Sending you home is already a favor. Mom wants to take you to Lu's house to serve them.
What?
Not only were Zhao Di and Pan Di shocked, but even Grandma and Grandpa were taken aback. Guiying, is what I said true? Grandma asked seriously. What's true or not? Every family has chores. Her mother replied, avoiding eye contact. Are you really taking the two kids to Lu's house? Grandpa said angrily, slapping his thigh. Yuanni's mother had originally planned not to reveal the truth, fearing Grandma and Grandpa would disagree. She also didn't intend to keep Zhao Di and Pan Di at Lu's house for long, as taking care of two children would cost money. Now, her problem was that the Lu family was too lazy. Everyone was waiting for her to do all the work. With winter approaching, washing bedding and storing winter vegetables was a big job. Even if it exhausted Yuanni's mother, she couldn't finish it all alone. So, she thought about bringing Zhao Di and Pan Di to help with the heavy work and then sending them back after everything was done. Now, Grandma and Grandpa were pointing at Yuan Yang, asking her questions. Yuan Yang lowered her head and could only tell the truth. Grandma covered her chest and said, How could you do this? If you want to serve others, I won't stop you, but Zhao Di and Pan Di are your own children.
Why are you treating them this way?
I'm not treating them badly. Aren't they working for Yuan and I? I brought them to the Lu family and I even provide them with meals. What's wrong with having them do some work? Yuan Yang said loudly, raising her head. She felt her logic was sound, so she spoke confidently. When Zhao Di and Pan Di heard this, they decided not to go. They had heard that the Lu family had 3 girls. Since they were all young girls, why should they serve the Lu family's girls? Grandma and Grandpa, we're not going with Mom. Sister and I, we're not going to the countryside. Grandma picked up a broom and glared at Yuan Yang, saying, Why don't you just leave? You're embarrassing yourself. Yuan Yang opened her mouth, feeling that her parents were being unreasonable. Why couldn't she ask her own children for help? Grandpa stopped Grandma and whispered in her ear, It's windy and rainy. We can't let her go out today. Don't push her away. What if something happens? Grandma didn't want to force Yuan Yang out either. After all, she had cared for her since she was little. All right, do whatever you want from now on. I'm too tired to deal with you. You can stay here tonight and leave tomorrow morning. Zhao Di and Pan Di jumped up, saying, Grandma, what about us? You two stay here in the city. And I said you can go to school, so just wait for the enrollment. Zhao Di and Pan Di cheered and went into the kitchen to prepare something delicious for their sister. On a rainy day, Yuan Yang's coat and pants were half wet, and she was shivering a bit. However, Yuan Yang didn't feel soft-hearted. She put away her umbrella and walked straight to her room. Grandpa ran over to discuss with Yuan Yang. We've bought the broken coal already, but with this weather, we can't make coal bricks. What should we do? Whole coal blocks are expensive, and broken coal is cheaper. Even though they could use broken coal, people are reluctant to do so because coal is supplied by ticket, and there's only so much each year. High-priced coal costs several coins per pound, which most people can't afford to burn. So, in autumn, everyone tries to find ways to make coal bricks. Coal bricks are made by mixing broken coal with yellow clay. When burned, the bricks are crushed and thrown into the stove, providing warmth and cooking just like whole coal. It's just a bit tricky to light them, as you need firewood to start the fire. A few days ago, Grandpa had already bought half a ton of broken coal and was planning to make coal bricks in the next few days, but he didn't expect the weather to turn rainy. Now, the broken coal is piled up in the empty room. Yuan and I looked at the sky and said, Should we just leave it for now? After the coal bricks are made, they are really wet and need to be dried in sunny weather for more than 10 days to take shape. During this time, if it rains again, the coal bricks will turn into mush. The old man nodded, agreeing, Then let's leave it for now. Grandma didn't look at Yuanni's mother and went straight to the kitchen to help the 2 little ones cook. With the wind and rain hitting her, Yuanni's mother felt even colder. These are her family. Why are they ignoring her? Don't they know she came back to ask for help? Just as she was feeling sad, someone knocked on the courtyard door. It was Grandma Gung. She ran to the kitchen to chat with Grandma for a bit before pulling Yuanni's mother aside. Guiying, you seem free. I have a favor to ask you. Yuan's mother was annoyed with Grandma Gung, but she knew that talking to her was a way to connect. If she offended Grandma Gung, no one would pay attention to her. What is it? I have some scraps of cloth and want to make a few pairs of cloth shoes, but I don't know how to sew the soles. Can you teach me? In this day and age, there are still people who don't know how to sew shoe soles? Yuan's mother could hardly believe her ears, but then she thought that Grandma Gung came from the city and might really not know, so she nodded in agreement. She deliberately said loudly to Grandma, "Mom, I'm going to help Aunt Gung, so I won't be back for dinner." Grandma didn't respond. Grandma Gung shook her head secretly, thinking this girl really lacked sense. Grandma Gung coaxed Yuan's mother to her house. Once they entered the yard, she directed her to the main room, saying, "Everything is in this room." Yuan's mother nodded and stepped inside. Upon entering, she was shocked. How could the Gung family be so well off? Before, she only knew this was a rented house, so she thought the furnishings were modest. She didn't expect to see a tall cabinet, a 5-drawer dresser, an 8 immortals table, and a fabric sofa all complete. Besides these, there was also a 13-inch television on the tall cabinet and a Red Star radio on the dresser. Seeing Yuan's mother staring at the television with wide eyes, Grandma Gung laughed and turned it on with a click. The weather isn't great today, so the picture might not be very clear. The picture looked fine. It was showing a Yugoslav drama called Infiltrating Behind Enemy Lines. This is the first foreign TV series introduced in the country in the 1970s. The costumes are beautiful, and the plot is bold. Yuan was immediately captivated and exclaimed, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Grandma's eyelids twitched. She didn't expect her daughter to react this way. Thinking of her plans, she suppressed her anger and patiently asked, "Guiying, do you think the show is good? Would you like to watch it every day?" With each layer of autumn rain, the temperature in Dan County quickly dropped. Even before the Mid-Autumn Festival, many people had started wearing light cotton jackets. Uncle Four visited the city and brought back green radishes, large cabbages, potatoes, and news that everyone was doing well. Second brother said to settle down in the city. "We'll take care of things in the countryside, so don't worry." Grandma and Grandpa nodded repeatedly. "These are the flawed fabrics that I got, along with 10 pounds of cotton. Take them back to make clothes for the kids. The old quilts need some cotton added. Otherwise, they'll suffer in winter." The flawed fabric had a unique color. One piece was red with green flowers, only suitable for quilt covers, as no one could handle that color. Another piece was blue striped fabric, but the stripes were misaligned, which could make one dizzy after looking at it for too long. For farmers without fabric coupons, any fabric was valuable. Uncle Four happily accepted everything without being picky. My mother-in-law steamed 2 flour buns for Anai and asked when she would return to the village to visit. Flour buns are a local specialty, made from high-quality white flour and dyed to resemble small pigs, sheep, or figures. They look great, but taste average. Yuan was worried that the dye in the flour buns might be toxic, so she never ate them. Hearing that Aunt Four had brought something for her, Yuan opened the cabinet and took out 2 bags of peach crisps as a return gift for the elders. In addition to the peach crisps and fabric, Grandma and Grandpa also got salted fish and wind chicken. They knew Uncle Two and Uncle Four well. The chickens at home had been raised for a long time and no one wanted to eat them, so they just kept them. If they wanted meat, they would buy it from outside. Everyone was initially happy, but then Uncle Four suddenly asked about Yuan. "Second sister-in-law asked me to check with you if third sister and the Liu family have gotten together. If they have, then the Liu family would be our relatives and we should keep in touch." The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned cold. Grandma frowned. She was already troubled by this matter. Yuan had moved in with the Liu family, causing quite a stir in the city. But they hadn't registered their marriage or held a wedding. What did that mean? Grandpa tapped his pipe and said, "Don't mention your third sister. Let her be, as long as she doesn't cause trouble for the 3 kids." Grandpa was always patient with the children, which surprised Uncle C. "All right, I won't bring it up," he replied. The rain kept getting heavier. Uncle C had planned to stay for 2 days, but since the bus service was stopped, he ended up staying for 3 days. Yuan and I bought Uncle C a work raincoat and a pair of rubber rain boots. He was very pleased with the rain boots. The village roads turn to mud when it rains, and no shoes can handle it. These rain boots are the best. Mud sticks to shoes, and if you wear cloth shoes, you'll get stuck after just a few steps. Uncle C's words reminded Yuan and I, so she counted the people in her family and bought 4 pairs of rubber rain boots. They filled 2 baskets with items to take home. Uncle C shouldered one basket and, as the rain eased, hurried to catch the bus back to the countryside. She saw him off at the bus stop, worried that if there was a flood in the mountains, Uncle C might not be able to return. "Uncle C, call me when you get back using the team's phone," Yuan and I reminded him. I'll call from the recycling station." The driver and ticket seller were chatting. The weather this year is terrible, like a hole in the sky. Isn't that the truth? It's raining even harder in the mountains. There will definitely be a flood sooner or later. The flood in the mountains is one thing, but if the Dan River overflows, that would be disastrous. That's not possible. The last major flood in the Dan River was during the Ming Dynasty, in the Hanwu period. The riverbed has been newly repaired, so it shouldn't flood.
Uncle C waved goodbye to Yuan.
Nair, hurry home and don't get your clothes wet. Yuan and I held up her umbrella and walked home, deep in thought. In the south, this amount of rain wouldn't be a big deal, but in Dan County, it hardly rains all year, and this year has been particularly wet. After Uncle C left, Uncle Do arrived. He wanted to take Grandma and Grandpa to stay at his house for a few days. "Dad, Mom, the house is ready. You can come stay for a few days." "No need, your house is too small. If we go there, the 2 kids will have to sleep on the floor. We'll stay with Near." "All right, that works too." Uncle D didn't leave. He helped Grandpa make coal bricks. Yuan's house had many empty rooms, so Grandpa made coal bricks inside. Once finished, he let them dry right there, not wasting any time. As Grandma would say, when it rains heavily and you can't go out, you just stay home and feel idle. When some people are idle, others are busy. In the valley of Dakingshan, there was a small mountain god temple. A few years ago, due to efforts to eliminate superstitions, fewer people visited. The temple's priest returned to secular life, and the mountain god temple lost its worshippers. In recent years, there has been a push to protect historical sites, and everyone is paying more attention to the mountain god temple. This temple has been here for over 800 years. During the Hanwu period, it survived a major flood, so it should be able to withstand this one too. That's not certain. The mountain god temple is very old, and if it doesn't survive, it would be a loss for our county. We must prepare in advance and find ways to protect it. How do we protect it? A group of people walked around the small temple several times, feeling worried. A leader suddenly had an idea. How about we move the artifacts from the temple to the county town? After the flood, we can repair it and return everything to its rightful place. Everyone thought this was a good plan. Even if the flood damaged the building, the essence of the temple would still be preserved. However, it's easier said than done. There are many items in the temple, and just the statues alone number several. Which ones are considered artifacts? Comrade Wang from the Cultural Center confidently said, "There are definitely some later replicas of the statues, but I can't tell which ones are original." "You can't tell? Where can we find someone to authenticate them now?" The leader was worried. Moving everything would be safe, but time was running out. "I recommend a young colleague. She has a good eye," Comrade Wang suggested, preparing to recommend Yuan and I. Given the sensitive status of Mr. and Mrs. Gung, he was afraid of misunderstandings. At this urgent moment, the leader had no objections and quickly arranged for someone to contact Yuan and I and ask her to come and help. So, on a windy and rainy day, Yuan and I set out for the mountain, fully equipped. She wore a thin cotton jacket and pants underneath, along with a raincoat and rubber boots on the outside. Although she was dressed warmly, the mountain wind still made her shiver. Comrade Wang held an umbrella for Yuan and I with an apologetic look. "I know this is tough work. I wouldn't ask you to come if it weren't absolutely necessary." Yuan and I wiped the rain from her face. "It's fine. Let's go check the items first." The two braved the wind and rain to enter the mountain god temple, where only 2 people remained on duty after the leader left. The temple was mostly made of wood, and to prevent fires, they didn't dare to light a fire, even while shivering in their coats. Comrade Wang went to greet someone, while Yuan and I focused on examining the statues in the temple. The Mountain God Temple in Dan County has a rich history. It is not just an ordinary small temple, but was once a royal monastery. Therefore, although the temple is not large, it houses statues of all 5 deities, as well as incense burners, altars, and more. In the center, the red-haired, blue-faced figure is the mountain god. The image of the mountain god varies from place to place, depending on which deity the locals worship. The one worshipped in Dan County is the red-haired, blue-faced one. Yuan and I looked at this figure and thought it resembled a plague god. Comrade Wang quietly reminded her, "Comrade Yuan and I, you shouldn't speak out loud in the temple.
Just keep your thoughts to yourself."
Okay, I understand. Next, they began the evaluations one by one. The incense burner was made of copper, but unfortunately, it was a fake. This makes sense, as pure copper has always been valuable and easy to move throughout history. The original incense burner from the time the temple was built must have been taken by someone with ill intentions. The one in the temple now is a replica and not even made of copper, but some kind of mixed metal that isn't worth much. The Buddha altar was also a replica. Next, they evaluated the Buddha statues, starting with the central mountain god. Yuan and I reached out her right hand to touch the mountain god and felt a burning sensation. This mountain god was a genuine antique, very old, and quite valuable. Yuan and I took out a small notebook and noted down the mountain god. Upon further investigation, she discovered that the mountain god was not only an antique, but also a stone statue. Comrade Wang looked a bit worried. "It's made of stone? That will take some effort to move." Next, they looked at the guardians on either side of the mountain god, which were the wolf guardian and the tiger guardian. As the name suggests, the 2 guardians had wolf and tiger heads, respectively, and were carved quite vividly, though they looked a bit fierce. Unfortunately, they were replicas from a recent period, specifically from the Republic of China era. These 2 statues are made of wood, and the carving technique is rough, so they aren't worth much. They were likely added by later generations. Alright, you continue to look. There are still 2 more. The 5 holy officials in the Mountain God Temple, as the name suggests, are 5 Buddha statues. In the center is the mountain god with the guardians on either side, and next are the judge and the little ghost. The judge is also a replica, and according to Comrade Wang, it should probably be abandoned. Look at the sky. It's still pouring. Who knows when the flood will come rushing down? Soon, the people moving things will head up the mountain, so we need to hurry with the evaluations. Anything valuable should be moved down at once, and anything without value. Comrade Wang adjusted his glasses regretfully, feeling that they could only go with the flow. Yuan and I nodded and continued her evaluations. To her surprise, the ugly little ghost turned out to be a genuine antique, and it was also made of stone. This is carved from a solid piece of stone. Don't underestimate its size. The 2 of us together couldn't move it, Yuan and I said, clapping her hands, finally finishing the evaluations. After hearing Yuan's words, the 2 comrades responsible for securing the scene became interested. "Shall we try to lift it?" "Sure, we need to move this anyway." As they spoke, they rubbed their hands and approached. They had been frozen in the temple for a long time and needed to move around. Comrade Wang smiled encouragingly from the side. "Xiao Yuan and I can't lift it, but you 2 should be able to." Before he could finish, he stopped talking because as soon as the 2 men lifted the little ghost statue, they started shouting that it was heavy. "Oh no, this is really too heavy. Put it down quickly. Don't let go. Be gentle." Well, they really got themselves into a situation. The 2 were careful not to bump the little ghost statue since it had just been identified as a cultural relic. If they were careless and it fell and broke, how would they compensate? Their faces turned red as they struggled, but they finally managed to place the little ghost statue down carefully. Just as they set it down, one person lost his balance and fell backward, exhausted. Comrade Wang and Yuan and I hurried over to help. "What happened?" "The better the stone, the heavier it is." The little ghost statue looked small but was made of high-quality material. If it weren't for the fierce expression of the little ghost, which people found unlucky, it might have been taken by someone long ago. The person who helped lift the statue waved his hand, signaling that he couldn't stand up. He leaned against the wall and sat down. I hurt my back. I need a moment. Yuan and I wanted to laugh but held it in. Comrade Wang nodded seriously. Comrade Yuan and I, let's rest too. We don't know when they will come up the mountain, and we still have to wait. That sounds good. As Yuan and I spoke, she reached out to touch the wall, looking for a dry place to sit. At that moment, her right hand suddenly felt hot. Yuan and I was startled. The heat in her hand meant that the wall was an antique, or that something valuable was hidden within it. Based on the heat, she could determine that the antique might be worth even more than the mountain god statue. What could it be? Comrade Yuan and I, what's wrong? Comrade Wang noticed her reaction and quickly asked. Yuan and I pointed at the wall. Old Wang, there seems to be something in this wall. Everyone immediately perked up. What is it? Yuan and I couldn't say for sure. So, the group carefully examined the wall together. The beams and pillars in the temple were all made of wood, while part of the surrounding wall was made of stone. The wall they were looking at was a stone wall, with the outer layer made of mountain stones, and the inner layer coated with paint. Oh no, there's something under this paint. Soon, someone noticed something was wrong. What is this? It's a painting, all paintings. Oh my, the colors are beautiful. There were murals on the stone wall, and someone had placed cloth over it and painted over it to protect the murals. Now that the cloth was removed, the murals were revealed. The murals depicted a grand autumn hunt, featuring people, horses, mounts, elegant carriages, and archers, with rabbits and dogs faintly visible among the trees. The artwork was exquisite, and the vibrant colors left several people, including Yuan and I, in awe. After a long time, Comrade Wang praised, "This is truly a masterpiece." The people in the paintings are wearing Jin Dynasty clothing. Could this be a temple built by the Jin Dynasty? Yuan and I nodded based on the age. It seems so. Didn't you all say this temple was built over 800 years ago during the Southern Song Dynasty? At that time, the Southern Song and Jin dynasties were rivals, dividing the north and south. This area should have been under Jin control. The other two, not understanding antiques, just thought it looked nice. After admiring for a while, Comrade Wang suddenly remembered a crucial problem. Oh no, Comrade Yuan and I, the murals are antiques, but how do we get them out of the mountain? Everyone was puzzled. Preserving the murals meant they would have to take the wall too, which would mean dismantling the temple. Yuan and I studied the murals closely. Maybe we don't need to dismantle the temple. These paintings aren't directly on the stone. The stone is coated with mud. Everyone looked closely, and indeed, there was a thin layer of soil beneath the murals, mixed with straw. The murals were actually painted on mud panels. That means we can peel the murals off directly, which saves us the effort of transporting them down the mountain. However, the other processes will be more complicated, Comrade Wang sighed. You're right. The workload is huge. Just the four of us can't finish it. Even if we did, we don't have the tools to protect the murals, so we need to report this. Whether we dismantle the temple or peel off the paintings, we can't decide that alone, Comrade Wang decisively stated. Old Li, you need to go down the mountain and report the latest situation to the leaders. Emphasize that we need boxes to safely store the murals, and they must be waterproof and shockproof. They need to prepare the boxes and bring them up all at once. Old Li, who had hurt his back while carrying a small statue, replied, All right, no problem. I'll head down now. Comrade Wang looked at Yuan and I and said, Yuan and I, you've worked hard this time. Why don't you come down the mountain with us? Yuan and I shook her head. I'll stay here. I can help with uncovering the murals. Yuan and I was able to come up the mountain because the county leaders called the recycling station to borrow her. Since she was on an official duty, she couldn't just leave halfway. All right, staying is fine. The mountain path is difficult to navigate. The path was tough, and it was raining heavily outside. Everyone reminded Old Li to be careful, and after he left, they continued to organize the murals. The temple in the mountains was in a risky location, right in the valley. If there was a big flood, it would surely impact the mountain god's temple. Over the years, the statues and murals in the temple had not been damaged. It was unclear if it was fate or if the temple had some secret protection. It must be luck. As far as I remember, Dan County has always been dry with little rain. Even if there are occasional floods, they wouldn't reach the murals, so they are fine, Comrade Wang remarked with emotion. Yuan and I touched the mural, feeling the warmth under her fingertips. Unfortunately, the mural had a protective layer, but we accidentally removed the outer layer. The main issue isn't the protective layer. If the water rises and floods the walls, even a protective layer won't help, Comrade Wang asserted. That was possible, as the murals were painted on a mud layer. If the mud got wet and fell off, the murals would be lost. As lightning flashed and thunder roared outside, the sky grew darker. Comrade Wang's expression became serious. It's getting dark. They probably won't make it today. We need to prepare to spend the night here. The comrades who stayed quickly pointed to a corner where a large bundle was wrapped in plastic. The bedding is over there. We'll take it out when it's time to rest. Why not just put it on the ground? With the rain, the ground was very damp. If left on the ground, the bedding would absorb moisture and become unusable. With the sleeping arrangement settled, it was time to fill their stomachs. The comrades who stayed lit an oil lamp. This was a typical windproof lamp, safe and reliable. The temple still had old windows, and the paper covering them had long since deteriorated. The mountain wind blew through the gaps, and if they lit a candle, it would have been blown out immediately. The comrades skillfully hung the windproof lamp. A gust of wind made the lamp sway, casting shadows that danced along with the mountain god's statue. Comrade Wang looked at Yuan and I with an apologetic expression. Conditions are a bit tough. We'll have to eat dry rations. Having food and a place to stay is pretty good. After a busy day, Yuan and I was already hungry. She opened her backpack and took out some oil cakes, offering some to Comrade Wang and the other colleague. My grandma's cooking. Would you like to try? The oil cake is a layered flatbread made with oil and green onions, cooked slowly until done, making it a nice snack. The colleague was both surprised and delighted. That's great. I've been wanting to eat this. Comrade Wang opened a few cans and handed Yuan and I a can of beef, saying, let's eat this. It's nutritious. He chose a can of peach for himself. The colleague looked at the cans and sighed. Yuan and I and Comrade Wang had just arrived and could still eat, but he had been eating for several days already. The beef cans were good quality and tasted better with each bite. After finishing one can and half a cake, Yuan and I felt full. The supplies were wrapped in plastic and the bedding was dry. Originally meant for 2 people, Comrade Wang shared a set with Yuan and I, while he and the colleague used another. Let's just lie down here. It's a bit drafty, and it's easy to catch a cold. The 3 of them wandered around the temple looking for a place. Behind the statue was narrow and not windy, but the statue looked fierce, making it a bit scary to lie there. Comrade Wang and the colleague decided to lie under the window. Although it was a bit windy, it was far from the statue. Yuan and I looked around and laid her bedding under a mural. This spot is against the wall, so it's sheltered from the wind. Comrade Wang agreed, but don't stay too far. It might be frightening at night. This wasn't just Comrade Wang being overly cautious. In the middle of the night, if you woke up and saw a blue-faced, red-haired mountain god, anyone would be scared. Yuan and I took off her raincoat and laid it on the ground before spreading out her bedding. Even though she wore rubber rain boots, the mountain was very damp, and after a day outside, her socks were soaked. Yuan and I took off her wet socks and put on dry ones before lying down fully dressed. Once she lay down, she realized the blanket was damp and not warm. She curled up and breathed into her hands, silently reminding herself that it was all for the artifacts. I say, Old Wu, you can't hang your socks in front of the mountain god, can you? I didn't expect it to be so damp up here. I only brought 1 pair of socks, and I have to hang them up. Otherwise, I won't have anything to wear tomorrow, the colleague replied helplessly. For those who have never stayed in the mountains, it's hard to imagine just how damp it can be. On rainy days, everyone wears rubber boots, yet the socks still end up wet. The mountain god doesn't blame you. That's all that matters. If only we could start a fire to chase away the dampness. Exactly. If we could make a fire, roasting a rabbit would be even better. Listening to comrades Wang and Wu chat, Yuan and I couldn't help but smile. She wondered how the blue-faced, red-haired mountain god would react to the smell of stinky socks. She didn't know how long she had been lying there when suddenly, loud footsteps approached. A big blue face with red hair appeared in front of Yuan and I. You young ones dare to disrespect the divine? Yuan and I was startled awake. Her eyes flew open. A small light flickered in the wind. She wiped her sweat, relieved it was just a dream. Comrades Wu and Wang had stopped chatting. They wrapped themselves in a blanket to stay warm and had already fallen asleep, snoring softly. The mountain god remained in the same position, unchanged. At that moment, Yuan and I heard the loud noise again. What is that sound? The noise was so loud that Comrade Wang woke up. He listened carefully. Oh no, is it a flood coming? If the flood came down the mountain, they would be in danger. Worse still, the Buddha statues and murals in the temple had not been moved yet. Comrade Wu also woke up, and the three of them dared not sleep any longer. They rushed outside to look, and sure enough, the path to the small temple was already flooded. Fortunately, the mountain god's temple was built on a stone foundation, raised a few inches. Otherwise, the water would have already come in. Comrade Wang looked at the sky, which was pitch black and still pouring rain. This is bad. If the rain doesn't stop, the flood could get worse. The location of the mountain god's temple was poor. If it were halfway up the mountain, there would be no worries. Instead, it was situated in the valley bottom. When the temple was built, this area was likely dry and rarely rained, so no one ever thought they would one day worry about a flood. Should we do something? Comrade Wu asked, putting on his damp socks and rubbing his hands together. There's nothing we can do. We can't even move the smallest Buddha statue. Whether moving the statues or collecting the murals, it was a big task. Without professional tools or enough people, it couldn't be done. Look over there. What is that? Yuan and I suddenly noticed tiny lights in the valley, which seemed like stars. Oh no. Are they coming up the mountain? Is it a rescue team? The three of them eagerly watched from the door as the flickering lights drew closer. It was indeed people coming up from the mountain. And there were quite a few of them, at least a couple of hundred. They were wearing raincoats and had headlamps, leaving their hands free to work. It was Comrade Li, who came down the mountain to deliver the news. From a distance, he shouted, "Old Wu, I'm here. I brought them with me." Comrade Wu cupped his hands around his mouth and replied, "You've worked hard, and so have the comrades." Speaking of Comrade Li, he had been going in and out of the mountain all day, relying on sheer determination. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from exhaustion. Behind Comrade Li was a large group of people, some empty-handed and others carrying boxes. One person, wearing a raincoat hood, ran directly to Yuan and I and asked, "Comrade Yuan and I, are you okay? Gu Chao, why are you here? I heard you found a mural here?" These wooden boxes were made overnight by the furniture factory, and they are lined with oilcloth. "Can we use them to transport the mural?" Gu Chao pointed at the boxes. Yuan and I nodded. As long as they are waterproof and shockproof, it will be fine. The leaders must have acted quickly upon receiving the news. Preparing so many boxes in such a short time showed their effort. What Yuan and I didn't expect was that old Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung had also come up the mountain. Gu Chao said, "I brought the two elders along to help with the mural. They have experience." The Gu and Gung families had a long-standing friendship. Gu Chao knew very well what the Gung family did, and bringing them along was a way to make the best use of their skills. However, the two elders were quite old, and after walking for a while, they were out of breath. Yuan and I wanted them to rest, but they waved their hands to refuse, saying, "Let's see the mural first." We brought some tools. Hopefully they will be useful. To retrieve the mural, they needed to take down the clay base as well, which was mixed with straw and had hardened into a solid clay panel. Old Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung studied it for a while before saying, "We should cut it first, then take it down. That's the only way." There will definitely be some flaws when we take it down, so we need to take photos first and then restore it according to the pictures. The two elders immediately got to work, setting up lights and taking photos. Yuan and I assisted while learning. The mural covered half the wall, and considering the size of the boxes, it would need to be cut into dozens of pieces to transport it all. In contrast, the stone statue was easier to carry. Old Mr. Gung assessed the mountain god statue on site, saying, "This mountain god is a solid stone carving. If I'm correct, the base of the stone is connected to the mountain, so it doesn't need to be moved at all." Yuan and I quickly went to take a look and indeed saw that the base of the mountain god statue extended down to the floor. How could this be? I understand now. No wonder the mountain god temple is built in this location. The mountain god temple from over 800 years ago was likely built during the Jin dynasty. They discovered this naturally formed stone and carved it into a statue. This is also one reason why the temple is in the valley. First, there was the statue, and then the temple, Mrs. Gung said with deep emotion. Once the experts joined, the pace of collecting antiques and murals noticeably quickened. Mr. and Mrs. Gung personally used professional tools to carefully remove the murals, focusing intently on the task. After a while, Yuan and I and Comrade Wang worked together to start removing the mural from the other side. By the time the statue was packed up, only half of the mural had been removed, and the water outside had risen a bit more. After discussing with the rescue team leader, Gu Chao decided to let some people carry the statue away first while the others waited patiently. Yuan and I managed to get some sleep, but Mr. and Mrs. Gung had been climbing the mountain all night without rest. They looked quite worn out, but kept pushing through. Gu Chao and the others who came to rescue the artifacts also didn't rest. Some stood, some sat, and several leaned against the wall, dozing off. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, the mural was finally completely removed. Mr. Gung felt stiff all over. "We finally finished, but it's a pity we were rushed. Such a beautiful mural should have been done more carefully." At that moment, the flood had already entered the temple. Even wearing rubber boots, standing in the water felt cold. Everyone tried to find higher ground to stand on, crowded together with no place to hide. The team leader instructed everyone to seal the boxes tightly, 8 people to a box. Remember, don't let go. The force of the flood was strong, and walking through the water required careful steps. A small mistake could lead to being swept away. It was crucial to hold onto the boxes tightly, not just for the work, but also for everyone's safety. Everyone understood the importance and agreed, lifting the boxes to prepare for departure. The team leader led a group ahead, while Gu Chao stayed at the back to keep watch. He glanced at Yuan and I. "Stay behind me." Mrs. Gung looked up at the sky, regretting her past actions. She knew very well that Gu Chao didn't need to come up the mountain. He took the risk for Yuan and I. Previously, Mrs. Gung thought she was being clever by trying to create opportunities for Gung Meiwan. Now, looking back, she feels like a fool. At that moment, a strong current rushed in, and someone shouted, "Be careful." Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung were at the back. They were older and shouldn't be carrying the box. However, walking together made them vulnerable to the flood. When the strong current came, Mrs. Gung lost her balance and fell into the water. Fortunately, there were many people around, and they quickly pulled her out. "What do we do? Her clothes are soaked." Mrs. Gung wiped her face and said, "I'm fine. Let's hurry down the mountain." Anyone with eyes could see that the water was rising quickly. Staying put was dangerous. They needed to move down the mountain fast. Wet clothes were nothing compared to the risk of losing their lives. The wind was strong, and the rain was heavy. The rushing water made everyone feel weak against nature. Almost everyone's rubber boots were filled with water, soaking their pants and making them feel cold. The group leader had a loudspeaker and shouted instructions, but the rain was so heavy that the people behind could barely see and had to follow the lights ahead. The group leader was experienced. He walked while encouraging everyone to chant together. One voice was hard to hear in the storm, but with many voices, it sounded powerful. Yuan and I didn't carry the box but held tightly to the pole, following Gu Chao, who shielded her from most of the wind and rain. Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung supported each other at the back. For safety, They tied a rope to the box for the two of them to hold on to. Mrs. Gung was soaked on one side, but thankfully her raincoat protected her from the wind. Otherwise, she would have been freezing. Can you keep going, dear? Should I carry you? Mr. Gung was worried about her health. Don't be ridiculous. You're not that young either, and you can barely walk steadily. Watch your step. The valley was full of loose stones, making it easy to trip. They didn't know how long they had been walking when they suddenly came to a gentle. The group leader shouted, "We're halfway there. Just a little longer, and we can go back to warm up by the fire and enjoy some drinks." Everyone was freezing, and all they wanted was a warm fire to heat their stiff bodies. It would be even better if they could cook something over it. Everyone agreed. Hearing that they had passed the halfway point, Mr. Gung and Mrs. Gung felt a bit relieved. Although Yuan and I was a young girl, she moved quickly and easily kept up with Gu Chao. The two older folks, having already climbed a mountain once, were now exhausted. "Dear, just a little longer. Once we're down the mountain, we can have lamb noodles." It should be fine. This is a gentle. On the dangerous mountain path, everyone had to stay alert. As soon as they relaxed, problems could arise. Just when Mrs. Gung felt a bit at ease, she slipped and fell into the water. "Get up." Mr. Gung hurriedly tried to pull her out. "Old man, don't move. Let me help." Gu Chao shouted and quickly turned to assist Mrs. Gung. At that moment, the flood suddenly surged, rising above Mrs. Gung's shoulders. "Grab the rope." Yuan and I sensed something was wrong and tossed the rope over. Gu Chao wrapped the rope around Mrs. Gung's waist. "Quick, let's go." He was young and strong, and with Mrs. Gung's help, they managed to move a few steps, slowing the force of the flood. The team leader shouted, "The flood is coming. Everyone, hold on tight." This was no ordinary flood. It was filled with mud and debris, almost like a mudslide. The group paused, using boxes for support. Some grabbed onto trees, others held onto rocks, and a few practiced lifting themselves in the water. Mr. and Mrs. Gung huddled together. Mrs. Gung untied the rope from her waist and wrapped it around Mr. Gung's waist. "What are you doing?" Mr. Gung quickly tried to stop her, wanting to tie the rope back to her. "I've fallen twice today. I think the mountain spirit is watching over me. If one of us can be saved, it should be you." "You go," Mrs. Gung said, very superstitiously. "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would the mountain spirit want to keep an old lady?" "Listen to me," Mr. Gung said, pulling the rope to wrap it around Mrs. Gung again. At that moment, a larger wave hit, and Mrs. Gung lost her balance, swept away by the flood. Mr. Gung, holding the rope, didn't react quickly enough. By the time he realized what happened, it was too late to throw the rope. However, Yuan and I reacted swiftly, diving into the flood and grabbing hold of Mrs.
Gung.
Yuan and I, hang in there. In times of trouble, true feelings are revealed. At this critical moment, Gu Chao rushed into the flood, heading straight for Yuan and I. The comrades carrying the boxes saw him and shouted, "Comrade Gu, be careful." Old Mr. Gung also tried to rush into the water, but someone pulled him back. "Old man, the three of them are missing. Don't make things worse." Everyone looked into the water, which was completely dark. The lights could no longer see Gu Chao, Yuan and I, or old Mrs. Gung. "Little Gu, Grandma, and I please respond." Old Mr. Gung shouted, but there was no answer. He couldn't help but cry. At that moment, the water began to calm down. The team leader urged everyone to keep moving forward. Those carrying the boxes held back their sorrow and pulled old Mr. Gung along. "Let's go. We'll come back to search when the rain eases." Though they said this, everyone knew that being swept away by mountain waters was incredibly dangerous, and it was unlikely they would be found. Old Mr. Gung walked while crying. His wife, granddaughter, and Comrade Gu were all very important to him. Now that they were missing, it felt like a huge part of his heart was gone, leaving him empty and in pain. Among the group, only the team leader had a loudspeaker. He led the way and could only give one-way instructions, so he had no idea what was happening behind him. When they hurried down the mountain and counted heads, the team leader realized that Gu Chao, Yuan and I, and old Mrs. Gung had been swept away by the water. How could this happen? The water was just too strong. They tried to save each other, and in the end, they were all swept away. We didn't want this to happen. Quick, organize a rescue team.
Niat, please don't scare me.
If you die, I won't live either.
I'm so sorry, my dear.
Yuan and I felt darkness all around her. She wanted to open her eyes, but couldn't see anything. At that moment, cool water flowed into her mouth, and she instinctively began to drink. Grandma, Yuan and I will be fine. She can still drink water. Don't worry, please rest for a bit. We don't know when the rescue will arrive, and you can't collapse again. This was Gu Chao's voice.
Thank you, child.
You and Anir are meant to be together. Memories returned before the fainting. Yuan and I only remembered jumping into the flood, grabbing Grandma Gung's hand, and floating together. The water was muddy and heavy, coming down from the mountain, with no buoyancy at all. It was impossible to swim in the mud. They relied on sheer strength. Yuan and I was strong, but Grandma Gung was old and heavy, and soon Yuan and I could no longer hold on to her. Child, let go.
No.
Yuan and I didn't want to die with Grandma Gung. She just thought that saving one person was better than none. Unfortunately, she quickly ran out of strength. Just as they were about to sink into the flood, a strong hand grabbed her. After that, Yuan and I couldn't remember anything else. After drinking some water, Yuan and I finally woke up. She slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying in a cave, on warm dry hay, with a campfire in front of her. It was still raining heavily outside, pouring like a waterfall. Grandma Gung was using a wet cloth to wipe Yuan's hands and feet. The flood is very dirty. We need to clean up quickly, or you'll get sores. Fortunately, we found this cave, otherwise, you would have suffered. Gu Chao sighed in relief. Even if he could have pulled Yuan and I and Grandma Gung out by himself, without supplies in the cave, they would have been cold and hungry, and likely would not have survived. Yes, the shepherds on the mountain are kind people. If we are saved, we must replenish the supplies in the cave and give them some money, Grandma Gung said. Yuan and I understood now why there was a fire and dry clothes in the cave. It turned out that this cave was a shelter for shepherds from the rain, and they stored firewood, food, and fresh water there for emergencies. These supplies didn't have a clear owner, but could be very useful. Generally, those who received help would replenish what they took afterward, often doubling it, which is why the cave supplies were so abundant. Yuan and I even felt a quilt covering her. Hey?
Ania is awake.
That's great. Comrade Yuan and I, you're awake. Gu Chao said excitedly. Yuan and I slowly turned her gaze to Gu Chao and noticed he was dressed differently than usual, wearing only a tank top with a number 7 on it. Is that what you wear for basketball? No, it's a souvenir from the basketball game. Is it not very nice? Let me put on my clothes, Gu Chao said as he prepared to get his clothes. His clothes were soaked in the flood, and the dry clothes in the cave were prioritized for Yuan and I and Grandma Gung. Gu Chao could only take off his outer jacket, wring it out, and hang it by the fire to dry. Now the jacket was half dry, and wearing it would be uncomfortable. You don't need to, just wear that. It looks good, Yuan and I said sincerely. Gu Chao usually wore a Zhongshan suit, with the top button always tightly fastened, leaving only half of his neck visible. Now, wearing a sports tank top, his smooth, strong muscles were exposed, looking very different from usual, but with a unique charm. Grandma Gung smiled and agreed. Just wear it like that. There are no outsiders anyway. Gu Chao felt his ears turn red from the praise of the two women. Yuan and I wanted to sit up but realized with a start that she was not wearing any clothes. Grandma Gung ran to the fire and checked. These clothes are dry. She handed over a few pieces of undergarments, including a small tank top and shorts, as well as thermal tops and bottoms. These items were tucked into the bedding. Gu Chao turned his back and stood at the cave entrance, focusing on the dark night. Although he didn't turn around, Yuan and I still didn't dare to sit up. She fumbled in the bedding to put on the undergarments before saying, "I'm dressed." She sat up and looked at Grandma Gung, noticing that her clothes were quite dry, while Gu Chao's pants were clearly still damp. "Director Gu, I'm fine now. Why don't you lie down in the bedding? Yuan and I suggested. No need. My pants are almost dry. Gu Chao shook his head and curled his long legs, sitting cross-legged by the fire. Young Gu should be fine. He's strong. Grandma Gung clearly favored Yuan and I. Then, Grandma Gung, why don't you lie down? There was only one cotton blanket in the cave. Previously, Yuan and I had been unconscious, so using the only resource was understandable, but now that she was awake, she couldn't monopolize the blanket anymore. Grandma Gung touched Yuan's forehead and saw that she didn't have a fever and was recovering well. She leaned against the stone wall with her and pulled the blanket over their legs. I'm wearing the dry clothes from the cave, so I'm not cold. It's just that my legs hurt a bit from being in the water for too long. But compared to staying alive, this is nothing. Grandma Gung was very optimistic. While talking, she tapped her leg with her hand. Gu Chao threw a few sticks into the fire and then picked up a long bamboo stick to carve. His fingers were long and elegant, even while doing rough work. After finishing the bamboo stick, Gu Chao took out some white pieces from a jar and skewered them to roast. The delicious smell spread immediately. What is this? Dried bread slices. In Province S, where Yuan and I was, people loved to make bread and dry food. The locals had a lot of experience in making and storing dry food. To keep cooked food from spoiling, it was best to dry it. Grandma Gung sniffed. Near, we already had roasted bread slices before you woke up. They taste really good. Gu Chao handed over the roasted bread slices. Want some water? Fresh water was stored in another jar. Everyone took turns using a small ladle to drink water while chewing on the bread slices, creating a warm atmosphere. Grandma Gung smiled and said, Look, we have food and drink. I could stay here until the new year. There was still plenty of fresh water and bread slices in the jar, so if they were careful, they could last for 10 days to half a month. Everyone felt optimistic, and laughter filled the air. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the cave. Grandma Gung jumped. What was that? Gu Chao quickly grabbed a stick and poked around in the hay, producing more rustling sounds. Then, 2 little hedgehogs crawled out from the corner. Gu Chao relaxed. While hedgehogs have spines, they don't bite, and these 2 looked small and unafraid, with soft spines. Grandma Gung laughed. Oh, it's just these little creatures. You gave me quite a scare. The cave was damp, and Grandma Gung found a few bugs under the straw and brought them to the little hedgehogs, who started eating them. Yuan and I couldn't help but laugh. They eat bugs? Yes, hedgehogs eat anything.
They are.
Grandma Gung struggled to find the right word. Gu Chao smiled and filled in, omnivores. Right, it means they eat everything. That's good. Yuan and I looked at the bread slices in her hand, wondering when they could safely go down the mountain. She couldn't use their food to feed the little hedgehogs, but it was perfect that they could eat bugs. Gu Chao noticed Yuan's thoughts and smiled gently. Do you like them? We can take them down the mountain when we leave. The cave was warm and safe, and everyone felt certain they would be rescued. The heavy rain continued to pour. Grandma Gung played with a little hedgehog, saying, The big hedgehog probably won't come back. It's good to take them down so they won't be orphans. The little hedgehog ate some bugs and seemed still hungry, continuing to circle on the ground. Gu Chao walked to the cave entrance and picked a few berries from the thorny branches. Do they eat wild fruits? He tossed the red berries on the ground, and the little hedgehog immediately began to feast. Grandma Gung recognized the berries. These are snake berries, and people can eat them too. Since it has snake in the name, does that mean snakes eat them? Gu Chao frowned and asked. With enough food and water, they were not in a desperate situation, so there was no need to take risks. Grandma Gung laughed heartily. It has nothing to do with snakes. It's just a local name. Gu Chao went to pick some more berries, washed them with rainwater, and brought them back. Wait a moment, I'll try one first. Grandma Gung nodded confidently. Don't worry, they're delicious. Gu Chao looked at the bright red berries, which indeed looked tempting. He frowned and bit into one, his eyes widening immediately. No wonder the little hedgehog enjoys them. This berry is really sweet. Is it good? Very good. You can have this. I'll pick more. Don't go out. You might get wet in the rain. With the berries as a treat, everyone quickly felt full. Grandma Gung was exhausted. After eating and drinking, she leaned back on the straw and fell asleep, snoring softly. Yuan and I helped tuck Grandma Gung in with a blanket, then turned to Gu Chao. Why don't you sleep for a bit too? The cave was well equipped, but there was only one pile of straw and one blanket. Yuan and I and Grandma Gung shared the blanket, leaving Gu Chao without a place to join them. He pointed to the side of the fire. I can lie here. It's really warm. Yuan and I shook her head. I don't believe you. The cave is damp. It's really warm. The stones are heated. You should try it. Yuan and I glanced at Grandma Gung, who was sleeping soundly. She quietly got up and tiptoed over to sit beside Gu Chao. Indeed, the stones near the fire were warm, not damp at all, and a bit hot. Isn't it cold? Gu Chao reached out to touch the clothes drying by the fire. Yuan's cotton jacket and pants were still wet, while Gu Chao's jacket was almost dry. He picked up his jacket and draped it over Yuan and I, to block the wind. Thanks. Both of them were a bit shy, staring at the fire and not speaking for a long time. After a while, Gu Chao suddenly said, Comrade Yuan and I was just joking about that. Which part? Gu Chao glanced at Yuan and I, his ears turning red. It's just that. Grandma Gung said we are a perfect match, and I just agreed, without thinking. Don't take it to heart. Yuan and I felt a spark of competitiveness from his words. What? Am I not good enough for you? No, that's not what I meant. I was saying you are still young. I just went along with what the elder said. I don't mind that you're older. Why do you mind that I'm younger? Gu Chao looked at Yuan's face, suddenly taken aback. This conversation was going off track. No, Comrade Yuan and I, you're great. Gu Chao rubbed his hands together nervously. I mean, you're just not old enough to be in a relationship, right? Now it made sense. If it weren't for the fear of waking Grandma Gung, Yuan and I would have almost laughed. Why was he so serious? Seeing Gu Chao's serious expression, Yuan and I mimicked him and pouted. Is there an age limit for dating? We can start now and see how it goes when we are older. Gu Chao thought for a moment. There wasn't a rule against minors dating. Back in the village, there were many girls around Yuan's age who got married. It was just stricter now. So, shall we start dating? Just as Gu Chao finished speaking, Grandma Gung suddenly started coughing violently. Yuan and I quickly rushed to Grandma Gung's side, patting her back. It could be very dangerous for elderly people to choke. Grandma Gung couldn't stop coughing and had to sit up. Their conversation ended abruptly. The group stayed in the cave for another 2 or 3 days until the rescue team finally arrived. When they saw the 3 of them safe and sound, the rescuers were almost in tears. You all survived. That's wonderful, we thought. No one mentioned any bad thoughts. The flood had been so dangerous, and those who experienced it had faced near-death situations. With the rescue team's help, the 3 of them made it down the mountain. The little hedgehog was tucked in Gu Chao's jacket pocket and came down with them. On the way down, Grandma Gung asked about the artifacts from the mountain temple. I wonder how the Buddha statue and murals are? Were they moved safely? They were moved safely and are all in the cultural center. You can rest easy. The rain had lessened a lot compared to a few days ago, but the hillside was muddy and difficult to walk through. Yuan and I and Gu Chao supported Grandma Gung on either side, but even so, after they got out of the mountain, she was almost exhausted. At the foot of the mountain, there were 2 vehicles parked, a jeep and a truck, which were the rescue team's vehicles. After seeing Grandma Gung, Grandpa Gung quickly ran out of the driver's seat. My dear, you are alive. That's wonderful. The 2 elders hugged tightly, crying tears of joy. Everyone felt happy for them. Once Grandma Gung had cried enough, she wiped her tears and said seriously to Grandpa Gung, I can come back thanks to NIR. I want to recognize her as my granddaughter. Grandpa Gung was momentarily stunned by Grandma Gung's words. After all, Yuan and I was already their granddaughter, so why was she talking about recognizing her as a granddaughter? Seeing that her husband didn't understand, Grandma Gung winked at him.
Iomli recognize niyar.
This time, Grandpa Gung understood. Grandma Gung wanted to distance herself from Yuan's mother. It wasn't that they didn't care for their own flesh and blood, but Yuan's mother simply didn't understand her situation. You could say she was pitiful, having a difficult marriage and facing hardships. However, wasn't it all her own doing? If her first marriage to Yuan Lauda was a mistake, what about the second? She followed teacher Liu without any clear commitment, thinking she could bring her 2 children to serve Liu's family. Both the Qin family and Grandma Geng had advised Yuan Ni's mother, but she refused to listen. Wasn't that foolish? Grandpa and Grandma Geng were sure that Yuan Ni's mother had no resources now. If she were to return to the Geng family and gain wealth, who knows how she would act? People's perspectives differ, and what they say and do carries different weight. Once Yuan Ni's mother gained a higher status, she might drag the entire Geng family down with her. Having been wise for half their lives, how could Grandpa and Grandma Geng make such a mistake? After Grandma Geng's last conversation with Yuan Ni's mother, they had completely lost hope in her, so the plan to recognize her had been set aside. Neither Grandpa nor Grandma Geng wanted to acknowledge Yuan Ni's mother anymore, but they couldn't bear to give up on Yuan and I. Their daughter was foolish, but their granddaughter was sharp and had a natural talent for antiques, someone truly blessed by fate. The 2 elders had considered the idea of distancing Yuan Ni's mother and directly recognizing Yuan and I, but how could they not recognize their daughter while acknowledging their granddaughter? Besides, with Yuan Ni's personality, she wouldn't easily accept grandparents. Now it was perfect. Yuan and I risked her safety to save Grandma Geng from the flood. Grandma Geng could use this opportunity to bring Yuan and I closer to her. This way, it makes sense to nurture her and pass the Geng family responsibilities to her. Old Mr. Geng smiled. All right, good idea. An heir is your lifesaver. We can't rush this. Old Mrs. Geng nodded seriously. That's a must. She looked at Yuan and I. Child, do you want to call me Grandma? In Yuan Ni's past life, it was no longer common to have godparents. However, old Mrs. Geng was indeed a good person. She and old Mr. Geng taught Yuan and I many things, and Yuan and I didn't want to hurt her feelings, so she smiled and said, Haven't I always called you Grandma? That's different. Just say if you want to or not. I do. Great. Once we go back, I'll take care of this. Old Mrs. Geng was overjoyed. If everything goes well, the Geng family's legacy could be revitalized. The 3 of them stayed warm in the cave and didn't suffer too much physically. However, they had done a great job protecting the artifacts. As soon as the leader heard they were back, he arranged for them to be checked in at the hospital. You all need to go to the hospital for a checkup and some rest. The government will cover all your food and medical expenses. Gu Chao shook his head. I don't need to. You must go. You were in the flood for a long time and even saved 2 people. Do you think you're invincible? When you're young, you don't cherish your health. I was young once too, but look at my legs and my back. The leader looked down at his belly and muttered. With no choice, Gu Chao had to accept this kindness. So, all 3 of them checked into the hospital, and old Mr. Geng stayed to take care of old Mrs. Geng. Yuan Ni's grandparents and her relatives all came to take care of her. Yuan and I firmly refused. Really, you don't need to. As you can see, I can eat and move around. I'm not really sick. It's just the leader arranged for us to have a checkup. If you all come, it will look like I'm unwell. Since Yuan and I said this, her grandparents couldn't insist. They discussed it and decided that the hospital food wasn't as good as home-cooked meals, so they would prepare food at home and bring it to Yuan and I. Yuan and I couldn't bear to refuse her family's kindness any longer and allowed them to make arrangements. Cooking a meal was easy, and her grandparents also included meals for Gu Chao and old Mrs. Geng. Taking this opportunity, old Mrs. Geng also expressed her desire to recognize Yuan and I as her granddaughter. Yuan Ni's grandparents didn't think much of it and assumed it was just old Mrs. Geng showing her affection. In the countryside, many people recognize dry relatives, and some children even consider a big tree as their godfather or godmother. The Geng family has both sons and daughters and does not expect Yuan and I to take care of them in their old age. It is clear that they want to benefit Yuan and I, and her grandparents naturally won't refuse. The matter of recognizing relatives was settled. Yuan and I went up the mountain to evaluate a Buddha statue, with help from her leader. She had already cleared things with the recycling station. Now that she has achieved something, the workers and friends from the recycling station came to visit her in the hospital. Not to mention anything else. Yuan's survival from the flood shows she is very lucky, and being friends with someone like her is definitely a good choice. Xiaoma brought a generous gift, and seeing the canned fruits and milk powder in the bag, Yuan and I was very touched. They say a small gift carries great affection. What about a big gift? Xiaoma, we are all like family. Why did you bring these? And you don't know, the leader specifically talked about your achievements at the recycling station. We were all very moved, and the station manager said he wants to learn from you in the future. Having a good relationship with outstanding people is also an honor for Xiao Ma. Really? Yuan and I didn't expect the leader to be so high-profile about it. This is good for you. As long as you are outstanding, your promotion will come sooner. Xiao Ma noticed Yuan and I didn't understand the implications and lowered her voice to explain. I see. Originally, Yuan and I planned to go to college, but getting into college is uncertain. What if she doesn't get in? So she can't neglect her work at the recycling station and should prepare for both paths. Thinking of this, Yuan and I suddenly remembered something. Oh no, I forgot to go to night school. Last time she returned from collecting cultural relics, Xiaoma reminded her to keep attending night school. Before going up the mountain, Yuan and I had managed to go twice and explained everything to the teacher. The teacher said not to hold past mistakes against her and to perform well in the future, but now that she had been up the mountain, several days had passed. Xiaoma also felt a bit troubled. It's not that it can't be explained, but this teacher is quite strict. While they were discussing, the hospital room door suddenly opened, and Yuan's mother rushed in. And are you going to recognize dry relatives? Are you going to call unrelated people grandma? I tell you, I don't agree. Behind Yuan's mother were several girls dressed in coarse pants and jackets, with sparse yellow hair and unfriendly expressions, staring intently at Yuan and I and Xiaoma. Yuan and I was wearing a polyester shirt and a small collar jacket. This was a new outfit she had made, and the collar of the shirt was turned out, making her look both elegant and generous. Xiaoma was dressed similarly. Their exquisite outfits sparked jealousy among the young girls, who could be seen from afar with glimmering eyes. Yuan and I withdrew her gaze and looked at her mother, suddenly smiling. Didn't you go to the Liu family to be a mother? Why are you still meddling in my affairs? If she guessed correctly, the three girls following her mother to confront her were likely the daughters of Teacher Liu. Xiaoma had vaguely heard about Yuan's family matters, and seeing Yuan's attitude, she chimed in. Depending on where you stand, you say different things. You've married into the Liu family, so you shouldn't interfere in others' business. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoma covered her mouth. I shouldn't have said that. You haven't even gotten a marriage certificate from Teacher Liu yet, right? TSK. Usually, when people were bored, they would gossip endlessly, even about things that weren't true. Not to mention the things Yuan's mother did, which really caught people's attention. Xiaoma had already heard about this from fellow villagers, and now she was mocking Yuan's mother directly. Yuan's mother's face turned dark. You're just a little girl. Don't interrupt when adults are talking. The three daughters of the Liu family were upset and stepped forward to criticize Yuan and I, and Guiying is only looking out for you. Don't be ungrateful. Exactly. You have your own parents, so why would you want to recognize a stranger as your grandmother? Do you really need a grandmother? Actually, she did need one, especially a wealthy one. Why did Yuan's mother want to confront them? Previously, Old Lady Gung had talked to Yuan's mother and hinted that she wanted to recognize her as a goddaughter. Out of modesty, Yuan's mother hadn't agreed right away. Old Lady Gung had smiled and said nothing more. During this time, Yuan's mother had been mentally preparing herself. She thought it over and realized that recognizing Old Lady Gung as a mother would only bring her benefits, so she felt tempted. Isn't it just calling someone mother? It wasn't tiring. As long as she called her mother, she could gain real benefits. Why not do it? Yuan's mother felt a bit regretful. She had been too stubborn at first. Recently, she had made excuses to go to the city several times, hoping to run into Old Lady Gung and give her another chance to recognize her as a daughter. Yesterday, Yuan Yang received news that Old Lady Gung had returned, and she happily packed her things to go to the city. However, once she arrived, Someone told her that old Lady Gung wanted to recognize a granddaughter, which shocked Yuan Yang greatly. Since old Lady Gung was recognizing a granddaughter, she surely wouldn't recognize a daughter anymore. Yuan Yang couldn't help but blame Yuan and I for being inconsiderate. How could she compete with her own mother for opportunities? Feeling increasingly upset, Yuan Yang decided to bring the 3 girls from the Liu family to the hospital to confront Yuan and I. Seeing the Liu girls supporting her, Yuan and I had an expression of indifference. Yuan Yang couldn't hold back her tears, saying, "Child, how can you be so selfish? What benefits will you bring us by being recognized by old Lady Gung? You won't bring any benefits, and you'll just call someone else grandma for no reason. Isn't that foolish?" The underlying message was that instead of letting Yuan and I recognize her relatives, it would be better for Chen Guiying to do so. If Chen Guiying was recognized by old Lady Gung, then Yuan and I, and the Liu children could also benefit. Of course, in Yuan Yang's mind, the children should be prioritized based on their support for her. Since the Liu children were on her side, they deserved more benefits. Yuan and I, who was unaware of her own shortcomings, was competing with her mother for advantages, which left Yuan Yang feeling resentful. Yuan Yang often spoke halfway, leaving the rest for others to guess. Yuan and I, feeling lazy to guess, said to Xiaoma, "Please go call the doctor and nurse. Just tell them there are too many people in the ward, and I can't rest." Xiaoma understood immediately and stood up. Yuan Yang looked shocked. "Child, I'm doing this for your own good. Do you want me to leave?" Yuan and I remained calm. After spending some time together, she realized that her mother, while appearing indecisive and weak, was actually very selfish. In the past, when her mother hurt her shoulder and accompanied Yuan and I through the streets to exchange eggs, Yuan and I was considerate and never made her do heavy work. Looking back, her mother's selfishness was frightening. She had one good shoulder and could have helped but chose not to. Instead, she let young Yuan and I do all the hard work. A kind mother raises a filial child. If a mother is unkind, there's no need for the child to be filial, especially since Yuan and I was not the original child. She said nothing and quietly watched her mother's performance. Her mother sniffled and wanted to say something, but was abruptly interrupted by a doctor who had rushed in. "What are you doing? Why are you crying at the hospital? Doesn't that disturb the patient's rest? Are you a relative or just causing trouble? Hurry up and leave." Doctors really dislike people who cry by the bedside. They can't help at all and only add to the stress. Even if family members can't perform the surgery, they could say something nice to lift the patient's spirits and aid recovery, right? But crying loudly by the bed, what's the point? Before Yuan and I could shed a tear, the doctor interrupted her roughly. She sniffled, "I'm not." The doctor didn't have time to listen to her explanation and ordered Yuan and I and the 3 girls from the Liu family to leave. Then, he kindly said to Yuan and I, "If you encounter such unreasonable people again, just have someone call me." Yuan and I smiled and thanked the doctor. After he left, Xiaoma stuck out her tongue, realizing Yuan Ni's behavior was quite an eye-opener. But she was smart and quickly changed the subject in front of the others. "Xiao Gao and Master Qi got married, and I covered your gift." Yuan and I quickly checked her pocket. "Was it $2? I'll give you the money." It was important to repay her for the gift. She couldn't let someone else pay and do the work. Xiaoma happily accepted the money. You won't believe it, they had a funny incident on their wedding day. On the wedding day, Xiao Gao asked her uncle to collect gifts from everyone she knew. However, the banquet was hosted by Master Qi's family, who also had people collecting gifts. When Master Qi's parents saw their daughter-in-law openly taking guests, they were furious. Just thinking about it made Yuan and I laugh. The bride and groom, who should be loving, were at the door competing for guests. What happened next? Master Qi pulled Xiao Gao aside to talk, but they ended up arguing. Xiao Gao wouldn't listen to Master Qi, and even called him greedy. Master Qi, upset, slapped Xiao Gao twice on the spot. Xiao Gao ran away crying and didn't even come back to toast. Xiaoma shared the story with excitement. "So, who did we give our gift to?" "We gave it to Xiao Gao." Yuan and I, Since you didn't attend the banquet, according to tradition, Xiao Gao is supposed to host another meal later. But from the looks of Xiao Gao, you might not get to enjoy that meal. Xiao Ma started to prepare Yuan and I for the possibility.
If I don't get to eat, that's fine.
I've already fulfilled my obligation. Yuan and I replied, not too concerned about missing a meal. After chatting for a while, Xiao Ma told Yuan to rest well and then left. Xiao Ma brought a lot of news, all related to work, and Yuan decided to handle them one by one. The next day, the health check was finally over. The doctor said Yuan was healthy, with no aftereffects, and could be discharged anytime. Grandma Gung held Yuan's hand, repeatedly reminding her to wait until she was discharged, saying, "My health isn't great, so let's hold the ceremony after I get out." The ceremony Grandma Gung mentioned was the one to officially adopt Yuan as her granddaughter. Yuan found it a bit confusing. Couldn't she just call her grandma directly? No, it must have a ceremony. Otherwise, the family won't take it seriously. Grandpa Gung said the same. Since both elders insisted, Yuan had to go along with them. At this point, Yuan still didn't realize what being recognized as family meant for her. After returning to work, Yuan first went to night school and sincerely explained her situation to the teacher. The teacher was about to expel her, but after hearing that she was stuck on the mountain due to work and floods, her expression softened a bit. "Exams are in a few days. If you don't pass, I will still have to expel you." When night school first started, it was taken seriously both in teaching and testing. Yuan promised to study hard. She brought back a stack of review materials from night school and decided to study diligently like her sisters, Zhaodi and Pandai. Fortunately, there wasn't much going on at home. School had started, and her two younger sisters went to school during the day, while their grandparents took care of them at night. Yuan didn't cause any trouble and could enjoy home-cooked meals. When Master Gua saw Yuan back at work, he expressed concern, saying, "You scared us. You caught a cold, and your body is weak. Why don't you go home and rest?" "I'm fine. There are 3 people at the counter now, so I'm not overworked." The work at the recycling station wasn't heavy. After Master Chi secured his job, he returned to the counter, so the workload was much lighter now. Seeing Yuan's determination, Master Gua had to give in, saying, "You are just too serious." After Master Chi returned, the management adjusted the work and rest schedule. Now the 3 of them worked 2 days and rested 1 day. During work, one person was the main worker, while the other was the assistant. This meant that they only had to work hard for 1 day every 3 days. Yuan and I started work the day before and happened to be on shift with Master Gua, while Master Chi was off. Under Master Gua's guidance, Yuan and I focused on her studies for the whole day. The next day, Master Gua was off after his shift, and it was Yuan's turn to take the lead, with Master Chi as the assistant. Since her relationship with Master Chi was just okay, Yuan and I didn't expect him to help her with anything. She planned to do her own tasks well. What surprised Yuan and I was that Master Chi not only didn't help her, but also created a bit of trouble for her. Not long after starting work, a pregnant woman came to the recycling station. She looked like she was about 7 or 8 months along and seemed ready to give birth. Seeing that the woman had empty hands and didn't look like she was selling anything, Yuan and I greeted her. "Excuse me, do you need help? Is Chi Guojun here? I'm looking for Chi Guojun from your unit." "Yes, just a moment, I'll call him for you." Normally, the assistant wouldn't need to work, but should stay at the counter. However, Master Chi had gone outside to chat, and Yuan and I had to put in some effort to find him. "Cousin, what brings you here?" As soon as Master Chi saw the pregnant woman, he pulled out a chair for her to sit. "It's about my family matters. I heard there's a talented person in your unit. Can you bring her out to help me?" the pregnant woman said with a smile. Master Chi exaggeratedly slapped his thigh and pointed at Yuan and I, saying, "Cousin, you really don't recognize talent when it's right in front of you." The pregnant woman immediately stood up, resting her hands on her hips, and greeted Yuan and I warmly. "Oh, young lady, you're so young. I didn't realize." Their exaggerated behavior left Yuan and I confused. "Master Chi, what's going on?" Everyone is a colleague, and although Master Chi isn't the best person, he hasn't harmed Yuan and I, so there was no need for such a performance. If there was something to discuss, Yuan and I was willing to help. Master Chi cleared his throat and finally got to the point. Comrade Yuan and I, you might not know, but a few days ago, when you weren't here, the leaders came to praise you, and someone from the County Cultural Center came too. We just found out that you can appraise antiques. You really are quite talented. That's just the leaders being nice. Yuan and I smiled and encouraged Master Chi to continue. Don't be modest. This is the truth. This is Xiao Gao's cousin, and she is also my cousin. She has something valuable and wants to ask for your help in appraising it. If it's something valuable, why do you need me to look at it? It's like this. My cousin has something that was passed down from our ancestors, but one year, the old man left in a hurry and didn't have time to explain its origin to the descendants. So my cousin only knows it's a family treasure, but can't say where it came from. She wants to ask for your help to take a look, preferably to identify its age. Master Chi finished speaking in one breath and, seeing that Yuan and I had no reaction, quickly added, I won't let you do it for free. Yuan and I still refused, saying, why not ask someone from the cultural center to take a look? I'm young and might not be accurate. The pregnant woman lowered her voice. We can't let people from the cultural center see it. What if they persuade me to donate it? The current cultural center not only displays county history, but also has a few antiques that represent the county's past. These antiques were collected from local residents. In the past, things were chaotic. Having antiques at home was useless and could be seen as feudal remnants. Those who were worried donated their items early on. In recent years, the situation has changed and policies have relaxed. Everyone knows old items are valuable, so they are reluctant to deal with the cultural center. Yuan and I couldn't refuse these two. All right, bring the item over. The pregnant woman immediately leaned on her waist and said, it's not that I'm lazy. I have too many things at home, and bringing them over would attract too much attention. Plus, with my belly, it's not convenient. Comrade Xiao Yuan, you're young and strong. Can you understand my situation? Yuan and I blinked. Aren't you asking me to help you look at the item? How can I do that if you don't bring it over? Seeing that Yuan and I didn't understand, Master Chi hurriedly said, Comrade Yuan and I, my cousin means for you to go to her place to help her look. The pregnant woman's belly looked at least 8 months along. If it were someone else, they would surely understand and make the trip, as the county town isn't that big, and it wouldn't be too tiring. Yuan and I stood firm, her attitude very polite. That won't do. I'm in charge today. Master Chi patted his chest. Xiao Yuan, I'll keep an eye on the counter. With me here, what do you have to worry about? Because Master Chi was there, Yuan and I felt even less at ease. Xiao Gao had reported Yuan and I before, and now she was part of the same family with Master Chi. Although they had fought right after getting married, they were still a community of interests. What if they set a trap for her? People can be deceitful, and one must be cautious. Besides, Yuan and I didn't want to make a trip just for Master Chi. Their relationship wasn't close enough for that. Master Chi, this isn't appropriate. The leaders are here to check on us, and they will only look at me as the main supervisor. I haven't been confirmed yet, so I can't do anything against the rules. Master Chi quickly turned to the pregnant woman. Cousin, didn't I tell you last time? Bring the items over. The pregnant cousin shrugged. Incense burner, vase, sword. There are several items. How can I carry them?
This.
What are we going to do? Your belly is too big. It's hard for you to walk, so it's not easy to carry. Yuan and I quietly watched them. Master Chi finally couldn't hold back. Comrade Yuan and I, you see, my cousin is really having a tough time. Just go and take a look, consider it helping out. Before he finished speaking, the director walked in. Yuan and I, the cultural center needs you to help out. The transfer letter has arrived, so hurry up and get ready to go. There are different types of transfers. One is when a leader makes a call and asks someone to help for a few days, and if the two units have a good relationship, the other side usually won't refuse. The other type is a written transfer letter, which formally confirms the transfer of someone. This type of transfer is more formal, and some people even have their salary relationships moved. Yuan and I was surprised. Why do they want me? To restore the mural. Thanks to you, our murals in Dan County were preserved, and now we need to restore them. The colleagues at the cultural center said, you are the only one who can do it. Our recycling station usually does rough work, but you have brought honor to the station. The director smiled proudly. Yuan and I gathered her study materials. I'll go right now. Master Chi was anxious. What about my cousin's situation? Before Yuan and I could answer, the director interrupted. No more talk about cousins and sisters. This is work time. We only discuss work matters. Comrade Wang personally came to pick up Yuan and I and waited in the office. When he saw Yuan and I come out with her materials, he offered to help carry her books. Comrade Xiao Yuan, we are collaborating again. The director smiled and followed behind. Old Wang, make sure to take good care of our comrade Xiao Yuan. Of course. The separated mural had already been taken out of the box. Thanks to good protection, the murals were intact and had not leaked water. Comrade Wang led Yuan and I to the County History Exhibition Hall and pointed at the wall. How about copying the mural onto this wall? Yuan and I measured the wall size. The size is suitable, but the wall surface needs to be scraped off and then roughened. No problem. After roughening, how will the mural adhere to the wall? Yuan and I frowned. We definitely need glue. The current chemical glue isn't that strong yet. I wonder if traditional glue can stick to the clay board? Comrade Wang understood. It seems we need to invite a few more experts. To find suitable glue for the mural, Comrade Wang brought in key professionals from the furniture factory and the construction team. Surprisingly, his uncle from the furniture factory came. He was well prepared and brought several small buckets filled with pre-made glue. This glue is commonly used by carpenters and has a complex mixture, mostly handmade. His uncle was shy, saying, I heard we need to restore cultural relics, so the master craftsmen at the factory shared their family recipes. The construction team also brought samples, and surprisingly, it was a female technician named Gong Shui who introduced herself. I brought the commonly used white glue from the construction site. It's a chemical product with many uses. Comrade Wang collected their samples and expressed his gratitude. You are making a great contribution to Dan County. Now that we have glue and people to apply it, which type should we use? Before restoring the mural, we need to test the samples. Everyone worked on site to create clay boards of the same size and weight using straw and mud. The clay boards were freshly made and very damp, so they needed to dry before gluing. Comrade Wang wiped his sweat, feeling helpless. He wished he could restore the mural immediately, but this was a slow process. Let's stop here for today. Everyone can go home. His uncle, who had been helping for half a day, felt a bit awkward when he heard it was time to leave. I took a day's wage, but have only worked half a day. That won't do. Comrade Wang scratched his head. Is the clay board still wet? Chun Shuegong, don't worry. Once we get further along, there will be plenty of work. We can call you back to make up for this half day. His uncle nodded seriously. Just remember that. Leaving early, Yuan and I walked with her uncle, who was still concerned about her. Anir, are you okay? Why aren't you resting more before coming to work? Having just come down from the mountain, her uncle and aunt had already visited her in the hospital. Her aunt even said she would make her big stuffed buns once she was discharged. I had a full checkup, and there's nothing wrong. You can rest assured. I'm in great health. Haha, if Ba Yi and Jianjun said that, I would believe it, but you. Her uncle shook his head, clearly unimpressed. The two uncles chatted and laughed as they walked, completely unaware that a pregnant woman was following them at a distance. Yuan and I sensed something was off and turned to look, but saw nothing. What are you looking at, Anir? It seems like someone is following us. How could that be in broad daylight? A few days ago, it rained so much that the old house got damp. Stay close to me, the uncle said, pulling Yuan and I onto the main road. The old house was damp, with moss growing at the base of the walls, which is rare in Dan County, as it is usually dry and rarely experiences such heavy rain. The conversation shifted back to the flood and heavy rain. The county town is fine. The flood hasn't reached here. Our village's fields are half submerged, but luckily the second and fourth brothers are looking after things, so our house is safe. Really? The fields in the village are flooded? This was the first time Yuan and I had heard about it. Yes, not just our village, several others are flooded too. But the water has receded quite a bit these past few days, leaving the fields muddy. I guess this year's potatoes won't taste good. If only we had harvested them earlier, the uncle sighed. Even though he had become a worker, he still cared about the crops. Potatoes are usually left in the ground until winter, when they need to be dug up. No one expected there would be flooding this year, and the potatoes were submerged, affecting their taste, although they could still be made into potato flour. Fortunately, the main crops had already been harvested. The flooded areas were mostly second crops, which are less critical to the villagers' livelihoods. The two uncles continued chatting and soon arrived at Yuan Ni's small courtyard. Her grandparents were busy preparing a meal at home, knowing that Yuan and I had been through a lot and needed some good food to recover. Seeing her eldest son return with Yuan and I made her grandmother very happy. Since the eldest aunt took her children to the city, the uncle had his own family and could no longer be as involved with his mother, which left her a bit sad. Shuegong, why did you come alone? What about your wife and 2 kids? The uncle quickly explained that he was helping at the cultural center today and just happened to pass by, so he didn't bring his wife and children. Oh, how are Bai and Jianjun? Didn't you say they were going to be apprentices at the factory? The grandfather casually asked. There are too many people looking for jobs now, and the apprenticeship spots are being taken quickly. Bai and Jianjun are on the waiting list, but we don't know when they will get their turn. As he spoke, Uncle scratched his head. It was not easy to bring his 2 sons out of the village, and if they couldn't find jobs, they would have to go back to farming. Once someone has moved to the city, who wants to go back? Yuan and I thought for a moment, how about letting my 2 cousins attend night school? That way, they can take the vocational school entrance exam next year. Uncle was surprised. He had never considered that his family could produce educated people. Do you think that will work? Why wouldn't it work? Jianjun and Bai had both completed elementary school, so they had a basic education. If they attended night school to catch up, they could earn their junior high school diploma and then apply for vocational school. Night schools were currently thriving and expanding rapidly. In a few years, it would be harder to get a diploma as the standards would tighten. Grandma and Grandpa had lived in the city for a while and had already opened many doors. Who says farmers' sons must always farm? As long as they are willing to try, there are countless bright paths to take. I say we should go for it. You go home tonight and take care of this. If Jianjun and Bai are willing to attend night school, I will cover their tuition. Grandma had earned some money from collecting recyclables, but she found it hard to spend it in the city. Yuan and I didn't want Grandma to spend her money and often slipped her some pocket money, which made Grandma feel confident. Mom, you shouldn't have to pay. It's not just about the money. I'm worried that Jianjun and Bai won't be able to keep up. How will we know if we don't try? Zhao Di and Pan Di are doing well in school. Just yesterday, Zhao Di read us her essay, and it was quite good. To prove her point, Grandma called Zhao Di over to read her essay to Uncle. Zhao Di was confident and quickly found her notebook to read aloud. The essay was titled The Person I Admire Most. While others wrote about scientists or soldiers, Zhao Di wrote about her sister.
Why?
Because my sister is the greatest person in my eyes. My sister has protected me and Pan Di from being bullied since we were little. She has supported our family with her thin shoulders and brought us into the city. The essay was heartfelt, and even Yuan and I felt a lump in her throat as she listened. A good essay doesn't rely on fancy words. It's about empathy and touching people's hearts, and Zhao Di's essay achieved that. Uncle is a bit rough-looking, but he has a kind heart. He listened and shed some tears. Afraid of embarrassment, he wiped his eyes and said, Nir has it tough. It seems that to help the child succeed, education is essential. I'll talk to Bai and Jianjun about this when I get home tonight. Grandma and Grandpa achieved their goal, so they stopped lecturing. They served the food from the pot, saying, let's eat first, then hurry back home. After dinner, Yuan and I had to go to night school. She was thinking about it, so she ate quickly. Just as she put down her bowl in the yard, someone rang a bicycle bell outside. Hearing the ringing sound, everyone was surprised. At this hour, who would be looking for Yuan and I? When they opened the door, it was Gu Chao, riding a brand new Shanghai bicycle. Yuan and I'll take you to night school. Uncle was taken aback, confused about what was happening. Grandma reacted quickly and pushed Yuan and I outside. Director Gu, you came at the right time. Yuan and I was just about to go to night school.
Just call me Xiao Gu from now on.
Huh?
Yuan and I took her books and confidently sat on the back seat. Gu Chao pedaled, and the bicycle took off. Yuan and I smiled and asked him, "What made you think of taking me to night school? Did you forget what we talked about on the mountain?" Gu Chao said casually. Since they were dating, it was only natural for him to take her to night school. When they arrived at the night school, it was class time, and the entrance was filled with bicycles. Many young men, like Gu Chao, were there to drop off their girlfriends. "Do you need to park your bicycle? It's 5 cents each time," a slick-haired young man suddenly appeared. In big cities, bicycle parking had been common for a long time, charging a few cents each time, but this was the first time Yuan and I had seen it in Dan County. Seeing the young man, Yuan and I suddenly had an idea. Could Uncle C come to the city to do this kind of work? Uncle C was the most easygoing and sociable person in the family. He previously worked as a caregiver at the provincial hospital and did quite well. Later, Aunt C secretly told Yuan and I that Uncle C had earned about 80 to 90 yuan in those days. Wow, that was a huge amount of money that people in the village could only dream of. Having had a successful entrepreneurial experience, Uncle C always wanted to come to the city to make a living. However, factories were not short on workers, and there were no job openings available. Yuan's thoughts began to wander. Gu Chao had things to do at the factory, so he shook his head and declined the young man. He then said to Yuan and I, "I'll head back now and come to pick you up later." Yuan and I smiled and replied, "No need, I can go back by myself." There were a lot of people attending night school, almost like a large army. With so many people going back together, it wouldn't be dangerous. "That won't do."
It's settled then.
Watching Yuan and I enter the night school, Gu Chao rode away on his bike. And so, Yuan and I began her learning journey at night school. Since she had missed several classes, the teacher asked her several questions during the lesson. Fortunately, with the knowledge she had from her past life, Yuan and I managed to get through. When the class ended, Yuan and I spotted Gu Chao waiting at the entrance. He was sitting on his bike, not getting off, with his long legs resting on the ground, looking particularly stylish and attracting the attention of many girls. "How long have you been waiting?" "Just arrived." "I heard you were transferred to the cultural center?" "It's just a temporary assignment." "Do you want to work at the cultural center? I mean, as a full-time employee?" "No, I don't." Yuan and I really didn't want to go to the cultural center. Staying at the recycling station allowed her special skills to be fully utilized. Besides, she planned to take the college entrance exam to change her fate, so going to the cultural center would be unnecessary. Gu Chao had his back to Yuan and I, and all she could see was his broad, strong back, along with a scent of sunshine and grass carried by the night breeze. "All right, I won't say anything to the cultural center then." "Haha, that's fine." When they reached her home, Gu Chao finally stopped his bike. His dark eyes held a warm smile, and his face showed a rare gentleness. "Go on in." The next day, as soon as Yuan and I arrived at the cultural center, she saw Comrade Wang tending to a charcoal stove. As soon as he saw Yuan and I, he shouted, "Come help. We need to speed up the mural restoration."
Why?
The Provincial Museum has heard about it and wants to come inspect the murals. If they take a liking to these murals, they won't be able to stay in Dan County anymore. Comrade Wang was anxious. Losing the murals felt like losing his own children.
Duan suddenly understood.
The murals had not been revealed before, so the Provincial Museum had no idea about them. Now that they knew and were aware that the murals had been separated, wasn't this the best chance to bring them under provincial care? Indeed, the Provincial Museum was also part of the country, but the murals held special significance for the people of Dan County. Comrade Wang naturally wanted to keep this cultural treasure in their hometown. Yuan and I immediately rolled up her sleeves and started working on the clay boards alongside Comrade Wang. Not long after, my uncle and Gong Shui arrived. Their reactions to the situation were completely different. My uncle quickly got to work, making the clay boards even faster than Comrade Wang. While he worked, he also offered suggestions to Comrade Wang. He proposed rebuilding a stone wall and using strong glue to permanently attach the mural. This way, even if the Provincial Museum wanted to take it, they wouldn't be able to remove it. Gong Shui, however, said, since it's the provincial museum, why not give it to them? Such a great piece shouldn't be stuck in our small county. Everyone present was surprised. Was Gong Shui not from Dan County? Was that why she was siding with the people from the provincial city? Why are you all looking at me like that? The mural originally belonged in the Mountain God Temple, and it was best there, but now that it has been removed, what's the difference if it goes to the cultural center or the provincial museum? The provincial museum is bigger, has better conditions for preserving the mural, and will attract more visitors. I believe we shouldn't resist, but should take the mural and hand it over to the province. Gong Shui spoke firmly, and Comrade Wang found it hard to argue back. My uncle scoffed. Why should we give our Dan County treasures to the province? This isn't just Dan County's, it's also the nation's. That sounds nice, but the roads in the provincial city are much better than ours. Why don't they build us a road too? Gong Shui stomped her foot. Comrade Chen Shuegong, you lack understanding. I'm not going to argue with you. This is a matter of perspective. Yuan and I clapped her hands. Comrade Gong Shui, you need to understand your position. You were borrowed from the cultural center. You should do what the cultural center asks. If you have such high standards, why not work at the provincial museum? Comrade Wang nodded in agreement. Comrade Gong Shui, this decision wasn't made by me. It was a unified decision from the county. If you have any opinions, you can directly speak to the leaders. Gong Shui did have opinions, and during the following work, she not only refused to cooperate but also caused trouble. Comrade Wang had to ask her to take a break, saying, Comrade Gong Shui, we have enough people today. Comrade Wang was a cultured person and preferred to leave room for others. If it had been someone else, they would have sent Gong Shui away immediately. Gong Shui realized she had been too harsh in her words. In the following work, she wanted to help, but everyone kept her from getting involved. The awkwardness continued until the afternoon. Gong Shui packed her small bag and suggested to Yuan and I, let's go together.
Sure.
Today, her uncle was going home, and he wasn't going the same way as Yuan and I. After leaving the cultural center, Gong Shui started to complain, I really don't understand what people in the county think. Why do they keep good things to themselves? They can't even promote the murals. Why hold on to them so tightly? Yuan and I smiled but didn't respond. They had different views, and she could see that Gong Shui was not on the same page, so there was no need to argue. Just then, someone rushed up from behind. Comrade Yuan, wait a moment. Yuan and I turned around, surprised to see that it was Xiao Gao's cousin. Why was she still following her? Do you need something? Yes, it's a coincidence. My home is just ahead. Can you stop by and help me check something? Yuan and I shook her head with a smile. It's not convenient. I have things to do at home and need to get back early. It's really on your way. Just turn into that alley ahead, and my house is just a few steps in. It won't take much of your time. Xiao Gao's cousin leaned on her waist, panting heavily. Yuan and I smiled but remained silent. Gong Shui couldn't hold back. Yuan and I, what does she need help with? If you can help, just do it. Can't you see she's pregnant? I can't help. Big sister, what do you need? If she won't help, I will. Gong Shui boldly took over the situation. As she spoke, she glanced at Yuan and I to see if she was blushing. Yuan and I calmly brushed off her clothes. You all carry on. I'll be on my way. After saying that, she walked away. Gong Shui stood there, stunned. This was not what she expected. Xiao Gao's cousin grabbed Gong Shui. Comrade, can you help me look at some old items? It would really help me out since I'm pregnant, and going out is not easy. Gong Shui did know a little about old things, but they were strangers. Was it appropriate to just go to her house like this? Come on, my house is really close, just ahead. You look like someone knowledgeable, just help me take a look. Xiao Gao's cousin said, pulling Gong Shui along. Her belly was large and heavy, and Gong Shui was cautious, not wanting to be too forceful, so she reluctantly followed her. Until this moment, Gong Shui had not realized that this departure was a path of no return. Yuan and I returned home, and her cousins, Ba Yi and Jianjun, were already waiting in the yard. As soon as they saw Yuan and I, they smiled foolishly and said, Dad asked us to go with you to night school. Grandma, standing nearby, smiled and said, And although you are young, you started school first. You need to help your two brothers. Yuan and I patted her chest and promised, don't worry, I will find responsible teachers for you so you can graduate quickly. No student can avoid talking about teachers. After attending a few classes, Yuan and I had already figured out which night school classes were good and which teachers were responsible. Her two cousins were still a bit worried. They weren't very bright and feared that studying would lead to punishment. And if we can't memorize our lessons, will we get our hands hit? Before Yuan and I could respond, Zhaodi jumped in to answer, no way.
What are you talking about?
Teachers are much nicer now. Ba Yi and Jian Jun felt relieved. As long as there was no punishment, they could improve at their own pace. While they were chatting, Uncle and Aunt arrived. Aunt rushed over to Grandma and explained, Mom, it's not that I haven't come to see you. I found a job as a kitchen helper in the cafeteria, just washing vegetables and doing some chores. Grandma knew that her daughter-in-law was considerate, so she smiled and nodded. Shui Gong told me, I'm not upset with you. I know you're not upset, but I feel a bit guilty for not visiting often. The weather is getting cooler, so I knitted a pair of wool socks for you and Dad.
Try them on.
Aunt looked apologetic and then took out 2 pairs of wool socks she had knitted in her spare time at night. Back in the village, women usually did sewing and mending, but after moving to the city, they started knitting sweaters. Aunt was skilled and learned quickly. These 2 pairs of socks were her practice pieces, and she wanted to avoid wasting yarn, so she made 2 small items first. Grandma and Grandpa took off their shoes and tried them on. The wool was stretchy, and the socks fit perfectly. These socks are great. We can wear them right away. They're much better than cotton socks. Since everyone is here, let's eat at home. I'll go make a couple of dishes. No need. I brought some buns filled with meat, radish, and vermicelli. Aunt brought over large stuffed buns, and with the porridge and side dishes Grandma made, everyone enjoyed a warm dinner together. While eating, Grandma suddenly asked, Ning, what's going on with Director Gu? Yuan Ning replied confidently, I guess we are in a relationship. Everyone exchanged looks, clearly thinking just as we expected. When Yuan Ning was in danger on the mountain, Gu Chao risked his life to save her. When everyone heard this news, they speculated about this possibility. If he had no feelings for her, why would he jump into the rushing water to save her? Grandpa sighed in relief. Director Gu is great, just a bit older, but older men can be better. They know how to care for others. The age difference was significant compared to Yuan Ning, and everyone felt they should be about 10 years apart. When we were on the mountain, he said he is only 8 years older than me. That's wonderful, only 8 years. They are really a good match. Annie was the first to show support. Uncle remained silent until Auntie nudged him, prompting him to say, It's good, but it's a bit strange for the director to suddenly become a nephew-in-law. What nephew-in-law? They just started dating. Don't go spreading rumors, Grandma warned Uncle. Don't worry. Oh, since you have confirmed your relationship, shouldn't you wait for him to have dinner with us? I was planning to make a nice meal to welcome Director Gu. If he's family, we don't need to be so formal. He can come over anytime for a home-cooked meal, Grandpa realized. It will be too late to wait for him. We already agreed he would eat at the cafeteria and come to pick me up afterward. Just after finishing dinner, Auntie handed over a large envelope. Ning, here's the money for your tuition and registration fee. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. I've already registered. It's about this amount. In a hurry, after finishing his meal, Gu Chao knocked on the door. There are many people today. My brother is also registering for night school. Then let's go together. While they were talking, several tricycles suddenly entered the alley, carrying guests and luggage. Gung Chun sat in the front tricycle, looking at Yuan Ning and greeting her from a distance. Are there guests coming to your house? Yuan Ning asked. Yes, they are all relatives. Seeing a large group entering the Gung family home, Yuan Ning wondered, what's so special in Dan County that's worth coming all this way? Gu Chao thought for a moment and whispered, maybe they are here for you. Didn't Grandma Gung want to recognize you as her granddaughter?
So?
The Gung family is a big family, and recognizing a godchild is a significant matter. These people are here to witness it. Really? Yuan and I felt overwhelmed by the trouble and momentarily hesitated to acknowledge her grandmother. Aren't you the one who agreed? Don't worry, Grandma Gung is a good person. Since Gu Chao said that, Yuan and I had to push aside her doubts. She hadn't thought it would be so complicated. She had assumed it would just be a matter of changing how she addressed her. The next morning, after the doctor made his rounds, he informed Grandma Gung that she could be discharged. It's just some age-related issues. Take your time to recover at home. Grandma Gung and Grandpa Gung left the hospital, where Gung Chunlai was waiting to pick them up. Grandma, are you okay now? Uncle Air and Uncle San are here. They're just sitting at home. Gung Chunlai kindly helped Grandma Gung into the tricycle. Given the circumstances, having a ride was already a blessing. Once Grandma Gung was settled, she asked Gung Chunlai, "Did you keep an eye on that Lu person? Did you find out anything?" Yuan Ni's mother was not reliable, so Grandma Gung planned to bypass her and directly acknowledge her granddaughter. However, even if she didn't recognize Yuan Ni's mother, she couldn't ignore her. Grandma Gung was shrewd and had already sent Gung Chunlai to investigate Teacher Lu, preparing to gather evidence against him. The Gung family's bloodline could not be bullied. Gung Chunlai pushed the tricycle to a quieter spot and said with a frown, "I really don't understand what my aunt is thinking. This Lu person has a lot of problems. Let's talk about it here. There are too many people at home, and we don't need to air our family matters in front of outsiders." Gung Chunlai nodded and shared what he had learned. Teacher Lu's ex-wife was still around. They had divorced by mutual agreement. Gung Chunlai found her and offered a little incentive, quickly uncovering the reasons for their divorce. Lu isn't a good person. He has affairs outside, and even his bedridden mother supports his behavior. Grandma Gung, coming from a prominent family, had seen her share of scandals and wasn't surprised. Did he cut ties with his ex-wife after the divorce? No, he didn't. That woman had a son with him, but refused to marry into his family because she was burdened by his mother. I see. Grandpa Gung frowned. How can such a poor man still find women to have children with? Lu relies on his looks and his way with words. At this point, Grandpa Gung had to give Teacher Lu some credit. While others had to spend money for such things, he managed to achieve it without any investment. He was quite a character. Old Mrs. Gung interrupted them. "Stop talking nonsense. After Teacher Lu got involved with your aunt, is he still in contact with that woman? That woman is a widow, and they have been in touch all along. I even went to her door and waited until I saw Teacher Lu. How can that Lu person treat my girl like this?" Old Mr. Gung said angrily, hitting the car. Old Mrs. Gung frowned even more tightly, unsure of what to say. This was no longer just bullying. It was clear that they were treating Yuan and I as a fool. Everyone else thought the Lu family was a bad place, only interested in their own pleasures, while Yuan and I was diving headfirst into trouble, not only giving but also putting in effort, practically burning herself to light up others. Old Mrs. Gung even wondered if she had made a mistake when she gave birth to her daughter. "Grandma, what should we do next? If Lu has a problem, that makes it easier. You arrange for a few people to catch them in the act. When it gets out, the fourth should give up." "Grandma, that's a clever plan." Old Mr. Gung looked at old Mrs. Gung. "If our daughter changes her ways, will we still accept her?" "No." Old Mrs. Gung replied firmly. A leopard can't change its spots. She had already seen that Yuan and I had a bad character. Even if she jumped out of one pit, she would quickly jump into another. If they accepted her back, it could affect the entire family. What if she influenced the Gung family? Then we won't accept her. Let's find a way to leave her some support to ensure her living. Old Mr. Gung agreed. Gung Chun nodded. "I can't show my face, but I need to plan carefully. Just make sure it's done before we leave." Gung Chun agreed. The old couple then got on a tricycle and headed home. Gu Chao was right. All the clan elders and relatives of the Gung family had gathered in Dan County, specifically for Yuan and I. Yuan and I had no idea that such a commotion was happening in the Gung family. At that moment, she was still baking clay boards. During the day, she baked clay boards, mixed glue, studied at night, attended night school, and did homework, leaving her severely sleep-deprived and yawning frequently. Comrade Wang looked at Yuan and I, and then at her uncle, Comrade Gong, didn't come today. Her uncle scoffed. That traitor, if he doesn't come, then so be it. Yuan and I recalled what happened yesterday and felt a bit uneasy for some reason. She recounted the events of the afternoon. I don't know this cousin Gao well. Although she was introduced by a colleague, I don't know her background. If Gong Shui ends up going with her, I'm worried something might happen. Comrade Wang, could you please call Gong Shui's workplace and ask them to check on her at home? After all, Gong Shui is a young woman, and it wouldn't look good if something happened to her. Comrade Wang clapped his hands. I'll make the call right away. He had already decided that if Gong Shui was fine and hadn't taken leave from her job, he wouldn't need her anymore. He couldn't afford such help. The call connected, and the construction team quickly agreed to send someone to check on Gong Shui. The response was very fast. Just as Comrade Wang finished baking a clay board, the construction team called back. Xiao Wang, something did happen to Xiao Gong. She encountered some trouble yesterday and is crying at home. We're sending someone to her house to check on her. Really? She actually encountered something? Yes. It seems her situation is quite complicated. By the way, Xiao Gong mentioned a comrade named Yuan and I. You should ask Comrade Yuan and I to come and assist us in investigating the situation. Okay, I'll notify Yuan and I directly. Now there was a charge called hooliganism. If Gong Shui was indeed harassed, they could hold the hooligan criminally responsible. Yuan and I didn't expect to be dragged into this. Should I go there directly? Comrade Wang sighed, reluctantly putting down the clay board. The time to restore the mural was limited, and Gong Shui had to cause trouble at this critical moment. It was truly counterproductive. I'll go with you. Since it involved a criminal case, he was worried that the construction team would protect their own and blame Yuan and I. When Uncle heard this, he put down the clay board and rolled up his sleeves. I'll go too. Everyone should go. Comrade Wang was determined that even if he had to sacrifice half a day's work, he had to resolve Gong Shui's issue. The three of them hurried to the construction team. Gong Shui was a technician at the construction team and lived in the single dormitory of the staff quarters. By the time the three arrived, several people were already in Gong Shui's dormitory. She was lying on the bed, crying. When she saw Yuan and I, she pointed at her and shouted, "You've made me suffer so much." The construction team members stood up. "You must be Yuan and I, right? Come with us to the police station to clarify the situation." Yuan and I, feeling confident, replied, "We're going to the police station now. Why should I be blamed for something I didn't do? Whoever slanders me will face defamation charges." Hearing Yuan and I say this, the construction team members softened their stance. "Oh, Comrade Yuan, please don't be anxious. We care about Comrade Gong Shui, and sometimes concern leads to confusion, you understand? You don't know, but after you introduced a familiar person to Comrade Gong Shui yesterday, she got into big trouble." Yuan and I made a pause gesture. I misspoke. I didn't introduce anyone to Gong Shui. I don't know where this introduction you mentioned came from. This? Wasn't Gao Zuelon introduced to Gong Shui by you? I know a woman with the surname Gao. She was just a relative introduced by a colleague. I don't even know her name, so I couldn't possibly introduce her to anyone. If you want to uncover the truth, you need to understand what actually happened. Gong Shui's eyes flashed as she wanted to argue, but Yuan and I spoke first and recounted what happened yesterday. I met Cousin Gao for the second time and Gong Shui for the second time as well. As an adult, I did not introduce Cousin Gao to Gong Shui. She should understand that I am not familiar with this person and have a bad feeling about her. At that time, Cousin Gao asked me for a favor, but I refused and left. Whatever Gong Shui did afterward was her own choice and had nothing to do with me. If you insist on blaming me, I will call the police. Comrade Wang quickly testified. That's true. Comrades Yuan and I and Gong Shui were both assigned to us, and they didn't know each other before coming to the cultural center. The construction team looked troubled. Is that true, Xiao Gong?
Yes.
But I was just trying to help. I saw that person knew Yuan and I and was in a difficult situation. Since Yuan and I wouldn't help her, I felt I should assist, Gong Shui said with red eyes. The construction team was speechless. What was this? Just meddling? Comrade Wang cleared his throat to break the awkward silence. Since there's already a problem, let's resolve it quickly. You still haven't said what happened to Comrade Xiao Gong yesterday? The construction team sighed deeply, struggling to speak. Gong Shui, with tears in her eyes, said, "That woman has a family member with a mental illness. As soon as I entered her home, the person came at me and harassed me. Gong Shui couldn't continue and collapsed on the bed, crying. The person with the mental illness was over 30, not mentally stable, but quite strong. Upon seeing Gong Shui, they tried to pull off her clothes. Cousin Gao pretended to scold them, but then ran into another room, claiming to be afraid of hurting the baby. Gong Shui was trapped in the yard, unable to call for help, and was forcibly stripped. In the end, it was a neighbor who heard the commotion and rushed in to rescue Gong Shui. At that time, Gong Shui was only wearing a tank top and shorts, with her bare arms and thighs exposed. Comrade Wang and Uncle were stunned, wondering how someone could be so shameless. Knowing there was a male patient with a crush at home, she still insisted on bringing a young girl into the house. It was clear she had bad intentions. Since there were neighbors who could testify, you should have called the police at that moment, Yuan and I said calmly. Gong Shui, frustrated, replied, "If you haven't had your clothes taken off, you wouldn't understand how I felt. I just wanted to find a place to hide. I couldn't think about calling the police." So, because you couldn't call the police, you let the bad person go and instead accused us good people? Yuan and I pointed out. Hearing this, the construction team and Comrade Wang realized what was happening. They were being taken advantage of. They hadn't acted inappropriately or encouraged Gong Shui to go to her cousin's house. It was all her own doing. Why should they have to clean up her mess? I didn't mean to frame you. You came here on your own. Besides, what good would calling the police do? Everyone knows that person is a mental patient and doesn't bear legal responsibility, Gong Shui weakly argued. The construction team member sighed, accepting the situation. So, do you want to report it or not? I don't want to call the police. If I do, everyone will know I was taken advantage of, and I won't be able to face anyone. If you don't report it, we will leave. You can't leave. Aren't you going to help me? I'm already so unlucky. If you don't help me, who will? The only option now is to call the police and have them prosecute your cousin. A mental patient has no civil capacity, but your cousin is of sound mind. If she is the guardian of the mental patient, she must bear legal responsibility and at least provide you with some compensation, Yuan and I analyzed calmly.
You
just can't stand to see others do well, can you? If this gets spread everywhere, you'll be happy, won't you? Gong Shui shouted angrily. Yuan and I looked at the construction team members. You all saw that this matter has nothing to do with me. I offered a suggestion, but Gong Shui didn't appreciate it. I don't have time to play along with her. I hope you won't seek me out again. I have normal work to handle. The construction team members wiped their sweat. We didn't know the truth of the matter. Sorry for the trouble. Comrade Wang was blunt. Gong Shui is not suitable to help at the cultural center anymore. Please send someone else. All right, we'll handle it properly. Gong Shui was stunned. Being sent back from the borrowed unit was not good for her. Comrade Wang, you can't. Comrade Wang ignored Gong Shui. What a mess this was. His mind was only on the clay tablets and murals. The construction team wanted to leave, but couldn't. Gong Shui still had ties to the team, so even if they thought she was a nuisance, they had to deal with her. Comrade Wang hurried back, probably too frustrated to even complain. According to rumors, the provincial museum team had already set off, and he needed to finish the murals quickly, or they would be lost. Once they returned to the cultural center, they dove back into their work. The clay tablets were almost dry, and everyone began testing the adhesive stickiness. Soon, they selected the best glue for the clay tablets. Next, it was time for restoration. The walls meant for the murals had been prepared, and Comrade Wang picked up the first mural. He tried to stick it to the walls several times, but hesitated. What's wrong, old Wang? Just stick it already. You don't understand these people from the provincial museum. They are very greedy. The murals are so beautiful. They will want them. Even if we stick them to the wall, they will find a way to break the wall and take them away. What do we do then? Comrade Wang felt like crying. If only there hadn't been a flood, the murals would have stayed in the mountain god temple, and no one would dare to damage the original site. Yuan and I suddenly thought of someone. Comrade Wang, don't worry. I wonder if Grandma Gung has been discharged from the hospital. I think she and Grandpa Gung have a lot of experience. Why not ask them? Comrade Wang's eyes lit up. Who were the Gung family? Outsiders only knew they were a wealthy family from the capital. He knew a bit more about them. They were antique dealers who had been dealing with antiques for years and should have some insights. All right, I'll invite them over. To protect the murals, Comrade Wang was determined. He disregarded the effort and rushed to the Gung family. When they heard about the need to protect the murals and that Yuan and I was involved, Grandpa and Grandma Gung graciously came. Upon arriving, they didn't waste time with small talk. They first examined the murals and, seeing that they were well protected, nodded in approval. Xiao Wang, because of your dedication to the murals, we want to help you. There is only one way to ensure the murals are preserved. Grandpa Gung lowered his voice and explained the method to protect the murals, saying, with this method, not only will the murals stay intact, but the wall cannot be moved either. For generations, these murals can only remain in Dan County. Mrs. Gung added, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the details. If you do it this way, the museum staff will definitely notice, and you might face some trouble. This time, the provincial museum sent a team, claiming it was for an inspection, but everyone knew their true intentions. If the mural was not good, they would just be inspecting. If it was beautiful, they would surely take it to the province. Comrade Wang smiled faintly and adjusted his glasses, saying, I am content with my life. Being able to work in a cultural field is enough for me. Mr. Gung nodded. I don't seek to rise to great heights, but I want to be at peace with my conscience. If you do this, the future generations of Dan County will remember you. Mr. and Mrs. Gung did not criticize Comrade Wang for being narrow-minded. They understood that beauty is subjective and that hometown connections matter. After discussing their strategy, everyone began to work on restoring the mural. With Mr. and Mrs. Gung involved, the restoration progressed much faster. By dusk, the mural was fully restored. Uncle brought a bucket of glutinous rice paste, asking Mr. Gung, how do we apply it? Mr. Gung's tip was to brush the rice paste over the restored mural. From a preservation standpoint, this was a good idea, as the paste would create a protective layer to prevent oxidation from the air. However, the downside of using rice paste was that it would make the mural permanently attached to the wall. The mural was originally glued to the wall, and if the glue layer was removed, it could be taken down. Once the rice paste was applied, it would slowly seep into the wall, bonding the mural with the earthen wall. After the paste penetrated, whether trying to remove the mural or break the wall, it would damage the mural surface. Comrade Wang picked up the brush with determination, saying, I will take responsibility for the mural restoration. He carefully applied the rice paste. They worked until midnight. The next day, before dawn, Yuan and I was woken by a knock on the door. The inspection team has arrived. Comrade Wang wants you to hurry to the cultural center. Yuan and I quickly washed up, and as she left, she ran into Mr. and Mrs. Gung, who were also heading out. And are you going to the cultural center? Yes, what about you? We're going to take a look too. To see what insights the experts from the inspection team can share? Yuan and I nodded with a smile. They were all temporarily assigned to help out. Comrade Wang likely wanted them to gain some knowledge. When a few people arrived at the cultural center, the area around the mural was already crowded. Among the crowd were 4 or 5 unfamiliar faces, pointing at the mural and discussing it. The Jin dynasty and the Southern Song dynasty were in conflict, reaching all the way to what is now S Province, which is the land beneath our feet. Everything north of Dan County belonged to the Jin dynasty, while everything south belonged to the Southern Song dynasty. The image of the mountain god in the mountain temple is unusual and does not match our traditional culture. It must have been built by the Jin dynasty. You are right, Xiaohua. This mural was painted at the beginning of the Jin dynasty. Look at the man in the mural. He is wearing a round-collared robe and has long hair, which fits the clothing style of the Jin dynasty. He carries a bow and sword, rides a fine horse, and there are wild animals in the forest, along with hunting dogs in the horse team. This is likely a hunting scene depicting the nobility of the Jin dynasty. A middle-aged man with graying hair stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he commented. Just these two statements clearly explain the historical background of the mural, earning the admiration of everyone present, including Mr. and Mrs. Gung, who nodded in agreement, saying the man was quite insightful. Now, let's look at the photos you brought. From the pictures, it seems that the temple does not worship the mountain god, but rather one of the totems revered by the Jin people, the middle-aged man said, pointing to a photo. The statue in the photo had a blue face and red hair, which was indeed the mountain god from the temple. Isn't that the mountain god temple? Why isn't the mountain god worshipped there? Comrade Wang asked, puzzled. The middle-aged man smiled and replied, have you ever seen a mountain god with a blue face and red hair? Wang shook his head. So this is not a mountain god temple of our culture, but one established by the Jin dynasty. Even before the invasion of the Song, some Jin nobles had already embraced Buddhism. This mountain god temple has characteristics of traditional Buddhism as well as their own cultural traits. For example, the appearance of the mountain god here is not like our traditional mountain god, but rather how the Jin people imagine their mountain god, resembling their primitive totem. Comrade Wang expressed his admiration. I understand now. Teacher Go. At that moment, a short middle-aged man suddenly said, Captain Go, since the mural is so valuable, why not move it to the provincial museum? Dan County is just a small town with a low population and underdeveloped economy, lacking the ability to preserve the mural. Leaving such a valuable mural in a small town is truly a waste. Captain Go speaks clearly about the past and present. He is a purely technical person. He hasn't considered that he is taking someone else's things right away. Seeing the middle-aged man say this, Captain Go showed a troubled expression. After all, this was discovered in Dan County. The middle-aged man replied sternly, just tell me, is this mural valuable or not? It has very high value. Then it's settled. We must prioritize the bigger picture and not be too focused on local interests. Only when it reaches the provincial capital can more people see this mural, and it can reach its full potential. It could even be sent abroad for exhibition, allowing more people to appreciate our civilization. What do you think, comrades from Dan County? The short man stood tall and serious, looking at the people from Dan County. Here it comes, just as Comrade Wang predicted. As soon as this short man spoke, he tried to impose moral pressure, as if anyone from Dan County who didn't give up the mural was too focused on local interests and lacked a broader perspective. Yuan and I, standing in the back row, couldn't help but secretly applaud Comrade Wang for seeing through their thoughts. The people from Dan County remained silent. At this moment, even someone like Gong Shui wouldn't dare to stand up and express an opinion publicly. Everyone looked at each other and no one spoke, including Comrade Wang. The short man observed for a while and finally pulled Comrade Wang out. Old Wang, you discovered this mural, so please share your thoughts. Comrade Wang smiled. I'm just here to work. What can I say? The short man scanned the crowd with a condescending expression. It seems everyone is very aware. Since no one opposes, does that mean everyone agrees to donate the mural? Well then, Captain Go, since there are no objections, please study how to carefully remove this mural. Captain Go shook his head regretfully and said, the nominal leader of the investigation team is Captain Go, but the one truly in charge is the short man, Hu Lai. He is a senior advisor to the team and has a say in matters. As for Captain Go, he is focused on technical research and archaeology, truly here to assess the mural. Facing advisor Hu's inquiry, Captain Go patiently explained, pointing to the mural, this mural has been reinforced with glutinous rice paste. After reinforcement, the paste has seeped into the wall, causing the mural to bond with the wall. Half of the people present understood the situation and nodded, indicating that Captain Go was correct. Advisor, who didn't understand how glutinous rice paste related to removing the mural. Can't we just take the mural down directly? We can't. Once the rice paste is applied, the mural will break when we try to remove it. Then let's break the wall? Everyone looked at each other. then at Hu Laiji's determined expression, and understood why a consultant was sent to the investigation team. He was here to take advantage of the situation. Captain Go quickly shook his head when he heard Hu Lai wanted to break the wall. No, I already said the rice paste has soaked in. The layer on the wall is pure clay. If we break the wall, the mural will be ruined. Hu Lai walked back and forth in front of the mural. Such a precious cultural treasure, such a rich history. Who put rice paste on it? This is ridiculous. Captain Go hurriedly advised, we can use rice paste to restore the mural. It helps protect it from oxidation. The people from Dan County spoke up. How are we to know that consultant who wanted this mural? We just wanted to protect it, which is why we applied the rice paste. If we had known you wanted the mural, we wouldn't have used it. Exactly, consultant who. You should have said something earlier. I even asked you over the phone, and you said you just wanted to come for an investigation. If we had known you wanted the mural, we wouldn't have started restoration. Consultant who, this isn't our fault. You were slow to communicate. Though they spoke politely, there was a hint of sarcasm in their tone. Consultant who was very angry. What kind of attitude is this? This is a passive resistance. Did you not want to hand over the mural from the start? Everyone thought to themselves, of course. Isn't it fine to keep their own things in Dan County? Even though there are few people, they have the right to preserve their hometown's culture. Why should it be taken away? But everyone was smart enough to stay silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Consultant who scanned the crowd coldly, who applied the rice paste. I did, Comrade Wang admitted openly, without hesitation. You're quite bold. Director Zheng even mentioned moving you to the provincial level. With this kind of thinking, how can you handle big responsibilities? I'm just a useless piece of wood. Don't waste your efforts on me. Comrade Wang adjusted his glasses. You. Consultant, who was so angry, he didn't know what to say. Is this just a simple mural? This is his achievement. He was about to be promoted, and if he could acquire a significant artifact now, his promotion would be guaranteed. Who would have thought this confused old Wang would apply rice paste to the mural? Advisor, who was so angry that he could only stare. Why didn't these people take the initiative to donate without him asking? They really lacked motivation at work. At this point, it was hard to change things. Even if he tried to make things difficult for them on the spot, it was too late. Seeing that the situation was not right, Captain Go quickly said, we are all here for the public good. Comrade, who was a bit impatient, so please don't take it personally. Understood. The murals are just too beautiful, someone replied. Everyone wanted to reach out and touch them. This matter passed in a confusing way. Comrade Wang would definitely be noted by Hu, but he didn't mind. Wang's job was at the County Cultural Bureau, and as long as he didn't aim for a promotion, he could continue working there until retirement, which was fine. The inspection ended rather abruptly. Captain Go managed to send Advisor Hu away, and then approached Old Wang, hoping to get some photos to report back. The early photos of the excavated artifacts were precious historical materials. Comrade Wang knew someone would want them, so he had printed extra copies of all the photos taken at the Mountain God Temple. Is Advisor Hu still the same as before? Once they were alone, the two began to chat. Of course. Hu is so eager to be in charge, but he doesn't really understand this field. He just keeps trying to gather things from below to build his credentials, Captain Go whispered. But don't think that these technical people don't know anything. They are quite aware. Comrade Wang nodded. He has taken a dislike to me. Don't worry, he dislikes many people. By the time you retire, he might not even have the chance to deal with you.
Ha ha ha.
The two technical staff shared a laugh that only those in their field could understand. Seeing that the murals were finished, Yuan and I privately approached Comrade Wang and said she wanted to return to the recycling station. Why do you want to go back there? You'll just be dealing with garbage all day. Stay here and help us. Comrade Wang was puzzled. Working at the cultural center was much better than at the recycling station. I'm about to be officially promoted. If I don't go back, it will affect my promotion. Oh, I see. All right, I'll talk to the leaders to help you with the paperwork. Once it came to her promotion, Comrade Wang didn't dare delay. He kept Yuan and I, but he couldn't help her get a formal position. So, after a few busy days, Yuan and I returned to the recycling station. Master Guo was a simple man and was happy to see her back. You're back? I just heard you encountered a great artifact on the mountain. Tell us about it. In the past few days, there have been rumors in Dan County that the mountain god has shown his spirit and saved Yuan and I. Why did he save Yuan and I? Because she protected the mural of the mountain god, so he helped her. Otherwise, who could escape from this once-in-800 years flood? It must be divine protection. When Yuan and I heard Master Gui say this, she smiled. This version was more interesting than her real experience. While the two were talking, Master Qi and Xiao Gao walked in. Yuan Ni's expression immediately darkened. From the beginning, it was Master Qi who introduced the troublemaker, Gao Tongjia. If Yuan and I had been less strong-minded, she could have gone home with her and suffered the consequences. Yuan and I didn't believe in so many coincidences. She suspected that Master Qi introduced Gao Tongjia to her on purpose. How could these two still have the face to appear in front of her? Xiao Gao looked even gloomier than Yuan and I, as if Yuan and I owed her money. She questioned Yuan and I, "What did you do? My cousin hasn't done anything wrong to you, so why are you treating her this way?" Oh, this is what they call a villain complaining first. Yuan and I hadn't even asked her yet, but she was already questioning Yuan and I. You went to great lengths to push a family member of a mentally ill person onto me, and I haven't even asked you about your intentions. Yuan Ni's voice was louder than Xiao Gao's. Master Qi stepped in to mediate. Xiao Yuan, that's not how it is. When we introduced your cousin to you, we didn't have any bad intentions. We thought you could help her with her old issues. We were trying to lift you up. Why can't you see the good in this? Master Gui scoffed. This situation was quite serious, and he had heard some things. Lifting someone up by sending them to a family with mental illness? You might as well not lift anyone at all. What good is it to just say nice things? Does anyone not see their hidden motives? To put it bluntly, a mentally ill person doesn't bear legal responsibility. Whoever gets involved suffers, and if something happens, they can only blame themselves. A responsible person would have warned that Gao Tongjia's family has a mentally ill person who is overly affectionate and likes to touch women, so everyone could be cautious. But these two just kept it hidden, wanting Yuan and I, a young girl, to go to Gao Tongjia's house. How malicious could their intentions be? When Master Gua also spoke up for Yuan and I, Xiao Gao was furious. My cousin has a silly brother, but that's not my cousin's fault. Yuan and I, you are really bad. Not only do you refuse to help, but you also encourage Gong Shui to cause trouble. Is there anyone like you? Yuan and I couldn't help but laugh. She already knew that Gong Shui was not an easy person to deal with. She was skilled at climbing the social ladder and taking advantage of situations. It seemed that Gong Shui couldn't let this go, and ended up making a big fuss. You can encourage me to seek out trouble, so why can't I encourage Gong Shui to seek justice? Yuan and I said cheerfully. Why were Master Qi and Xiao Gao so reckless? Because they knew that even if they encouraged Yuan and I to visit a mental hospital and something went wrong, they wouldn't face any legal consequences. That's why they were so calm and even had the nerve to question Yuan and I afterward. By the same logic, Yuan and I encouraging Gong Shui to report the matter to the police also wouldn't lead to any legal trouble for her. In fact, she stood on the side of justice.
You.
Xiao Gao was left speechless with anger. What's wrong with me? The truth prevails everywhere. I'm not afraid to speak up. Master Qi looked out the window and saw the station chief coming with a group of people toward the counter. He quickly pulled Xiao Gao, saying, "Let's talk about this later. There will be a chance to reason things out." As soon as they stepped out, the station chief entered. Comrade Yuan and I, these two are police officers. Gao Tsuehua has been reported by a woman named Gong Shui, and they're here to investigate the incident. Please cooperate. Now it was clear that Gong Shui had taken this step. If she couldn't report a mental patient, could she not report the guardian? Yuan and I pointed to Master Qi and Xiao Gao's backs. Chief, I want to report Master Qi and Xiao Gao. They were the ones who introduced my cousin to me at the start, and I suspect they have bad intentions. In the days Yuan and I had been busy, the Gong Shui incident had continued to escalate. Everyone knew about the mental patient causing trouble and taking off a young woman's clothes. Now Gong Shui was threatening to commit suicide, and not only her family, but also her workplace had people watching her 24 hours a day. The chief didn't know that the instigators were actually Master Qi and Xiao Gao, and his expression changed immediately. Is that so? Master Gua immediately raised his hand to testify. Yes, they just came to find Yuan and I to cause trouble. I heard it all, and I am willing to testify for Yuan and I. The two officers looked very serious. In that case, let's call them over and question them together. Master Qi and Xiao Gao had very unusual thoughts. They believed that encouraging someone meant they wouldn't be held legally responsible. However, they didn't realize there are laws against inciting crime and fraud. From the start, the questioning focused on the relationship between Xiao Gao and her cousin Gao. It was clear they were relatives, and there was no denying it. Do you know that Gao Yong has a mental illness? In terms of relatives, Gao is Xiao Gao's cousin, and Gao Yong is known for his unusual behavior. He is also Xiao Gao's cousin. Xiao Gao blushed. I know a little. It's not that serious at home. So you're aware of the situation? Yes. Does your cousin act inappropriately in front of you? Xiao Gao's face turned even redder. How can you talk like that? We're just asking straightforward questions. Sometimes. But we were all young then. He was just being silly, not really mean. What exactly did he do? Xiao Gao. The questions were sharp, peeling back layers. Xiao Gao wanted to avoid answering, but since the person asking was a police officer, she had to push through and respond. Her cousin had issues from a young age, known as a mental illness, commonly referred to as unusual behavior. As he grew older, he liked to act inappropriately, not just with others but also himself, in front of everyone. The girls in the Gao family had seen it. However, Gao Yong had his grandmother protecting him. She said he wasn't clear-minded and asked everyone to be understanding, especially the sisters. The grandmother had a typical bias towards males. She believed that even if Gao Yong wasn't clear-minded, he still had value for continuing the family line. So, Gao Yong held a higher status in the Gao family compared to Xiao Gao and her sisters. To be honest, Xiao Gao found her cousin quite unpleasant. He was one of her childhood nightmares. The reason she encouraged Yuan and I to go to Gao's house was to annoy Yuan and I. At the same time, she secretly hoped that things would escalate, and Yuan and I would feel pressured to marry her unusual cousin, which would free the entire Gao family from the situation. This shows that the thought process of a wrongdoer can often be quite twisted. When Xiao Gao acted this way, she never considered the consequences. She viewed the situation too simply. Society is complex, and outsiders wouldn't sympathize with Gao's grandmother. Xiao Gao didn't expect things to escalate to this level. In front of the station master, Yuan and I, and Master Gua, Xiao Gao's dark thoughts were completely exposed. The investigator shook his head regretfully. So, Comrade Xiao Gao, you are suspected of defrauding Comrade Yuan and I. Please come with us for questioning. Xiao Gao widened his eyes innocently. But she wasn't tricked. What does that have to do with me? In cases of fraud, there are charges of fraud and attempted fraud. Attempted fraud also carries legal consequences. Upon hearing this, the station chief's face darkened. Take him away for questioning. We cannot tolerate morally corrupt individuals in our unit. Master Qi wiped his sweat nearby, not daring to say a word. He felt like he had married a disaster instead of a wife and hoped Xiao Gao would not drag him into this mess. Master Qi truly had no idea that Xiao Gao's cousin was a love-struck person. If he had known, he would never have married Xiao Gao. Now, he regretted it deeply, feeling as if he was in a difficult situation. At that moment, the investigator turned to Master Qi. Qi Guojun, you were the one who introduced Comrade Yuan and I to Gao Cuihua. Do you know about Gao Yong's situation? The investigator asked seriously.
I'm innocent.
I married Xiao Gao just a few days ago. Before the wedding, I only met her cousin and never heard of Gao Yong. If I had known there was someone with mental health issues in her family, I would never have married her. Master Qi exclaimed, wishing he could show everyone his sincerity. The investigator asked Xiao Gao again, but she was not satisfied with Master Qi's answer and could only nod. The family had kept the situation about Gao Yong from Master Qi, fearing it would affect Xiao Gao's marriage. Seeing that Xiao Gao was not implicating him, Master Chi finally felt relieved, though his feelings were complicated as he watched the investigators take his new wife away. The station chief was displeased and called Master Chi aside for a reprimand. You really can't judge a person's character by their appearance. What kind of person is this? Master Guo was very angry. There's no need to stoop to their level. The law will teach him a lesson, he added. After being scolded by his superior, Master Chi returned, looking defeated. He immediately apologized to Yuan and I, saying he had no idea about Xiao Gao's tricks and didn't intend to deceive her. Yuan and I just smiled. As a married couple, she found it hard to believe that Master Chi knew nothing about the situation. Even if he didn't know the details, didn't he find it strange that Xiao Gao was so insistent on inviting her to her cousin's house? The leaders were very anxious. If Xiao Gao were really convicted, it would bring shame to the entire unit. Fortunately, that afternoon, Xiao Gao was released. It turned out that Gong Shui finally agreed to settle the matter privately, with her cousin paying the compensation. Since the victim decided not to pursue the case, all related parties were spared from criminal punishment. However, Xiao Gao's reputation was completely ruined. If someone has minor flaws, colleagues can forgive them, but Xiao Gao had deliberately tried to harm others, and people couldn't accept her. Now, Xiao Gao was running errands in the office. When everyone heard she was back, they went to the supervisor to protest, demanding she be moved, as they were afraid to work in the same room with her. The supervisor had no choice but to hold an emergency meeting before the end of the day and decided to transfer Xiao Gao to a remote purchasing station. That place was over 20 miles from the county, and Xiao Gao would have to live apart from Master Chi. Upon hearing this decision, Xiao Gao burst into tears. Yuan and I returned home, and as soon as she opened the door, her grandmother waved and smiled, and look who's here. Mr. Geng and Mrs. Geng had arrived at some point and were sitting in the living room, smiling at her. Yuan and I politely greeted them. Mrs. Geng waved her hand. Soon we'll be one family. No need for formalities. I came today to ask if you have time the day after tomorrow. I have time. I'm off that day.
Great.
On that day, come to my house early. We need to have a ceremony to recognize you as my goddaughter, Mr. Geng said. Yuan and I was about to say it wasn't necessary, but her grandmother nodded. All right, we'll go early. Should the feast be at your house or mine? Let's have it at my house. We have more relatives visiting these days. The elders quickly settled the details of the ceremony. Yuan and I then realized that recognizing a godparent was not just about her and Mrs. Geng. Her grandparents would also be involved. Mr. and Mrs. Geng were very pleased and chatted for a while before saying their goodbyes. Seeing Yuan and I frowning, her grandmother gently tapped her forehead, and this is a good thing. Don't be lazy. Becoming a godparent to someone else can affect one's own child's luck, so families like the Gengs don't take such matters lightly. Yuan and I felt uneasy and remained silent, thinking this was more complicated than it seemed. Why was recognizing a godparent so troublesome? What was the real issue? Her grandmother asked Yuan and I where she could make a phone call. Who do you want to call? To the team, ask your second uncle and fourth uncle if they want to come to the city for the ceremony. It's a bit of a hassle to travel from the village to the county, and the ceremony is the day after tomorrow, so we need to leave tomorrow. Yuan and I stood up. The post office has a phone. I'll take you there. Local calls only cost a few cents, but even that makes Grandma worry. Money is hard to earn, and it's not easy to spend. Even just talking costs money, sigh. The Hongqi team is lucky. At least they have a phone line. In remote areas, there are no phone lines at all, so even if people wanted to spend money, they couldn't. What did my second uncle say? He said he would go home, ask about the fourth uncle, and make some plans. Now that it's the off-season for farming, the second uncle doesn't need to drive the tractor every day. He also wants to come to the city to take a look. As for the second aunt, she loves to join in on any excitement, so she must have wanted to come long ago. Even though she was somewhat prepared, Yuan and I was still surprised to see her second uncle and fourth uncle's family at the bus station the next day. She hadn't realized before how hard it was for Grandma and Grandpa to support such a big family. The second aunt was dressed in bright colors, and as soon as she saw Yuan and I, she smiled and approached. "And you look even prettier. What do you think of my outfit?" With a crimson top and dark green pants, Yuan and I hesitated but nodded. "It looks nice. The colors are quite fresh." The second aunt agreed. "Your second uncle is earning money now. He bought this for me." "Well, as long as they are happy, that's what matters." The fourth uncle and fourth aunt still dressed simply, but Yuan and I knew that the fourth aunt was definitely wealthier than the second aunt. Before coming to the city, she had handed over her scrap business to Grandma and the fourth aunt. Since Grandma came to the city, she hasn't gone back, and now the fourth aunt has been running it, so it's clear that the fourth uncle's family is doing well. The second uncle and fourth uncle arrived with plenty of bags filled with grains and vegetables, and with a few kids in tow. The atmosphere in the small courtyard immediately brightened. The yard was filled with the sounds of children calling for Grandma and Grandpa, who were smiling widely, their faces full of joy. They couldn't bear to part with any of their grandchildren. Knowing that the second and fourth families were coming, the eldest aunt had come early to help with the cooking. Before going to pick them up, Yuan and I had already bought meat and vegetables. "How about cold dishes, fried tofu strips, and boiled meat for steaming? Will that work?" Aunt smiled and pointed at a large piece of pork on the cutting board. "Steaming it is great, but it uses a lot of meat. Since you have everything ready, shall we start cooking?" "Sister-in-law, we still have some food." When the fourth aunt saw that they were about to cook, she hurriedly took out some crispy snacks she had prepared earlier. The children looked on eagerly, their mouths watering at the thought of having snacks and steamed meat today and a feast tomorrow. Life felt so good. Just then, the courtyard door suddenly swung open, and a few unexpected guests walked in. After a long time, Yuan Yang pushed in a frail old lady on a cart, followed by 3 gloomy-looking young girls. Seeing this group, everyone's smiles froze. What were they here for? Yuan Yang had tears on her face and, noticing her family just standing there without helping, she grew anxious.
Can you lend a hand?
Let me at least get her down. The first and fourth aunts were kind-hearted and were about to step forward to help when Grandma stopped them. "You need to explain who this person is and why you're bringing her to Nyang's yard. Unless it's a close relative, you shouldn't bring a sick person to someone else's home, especially not someone who is barely alive. That's a basic rule. If you can't even follow this rule, it shows a lack of respect and you might as well not consider them family." Behind Yuan Yang were the 3 daughters of Teacher Liu. The eldest daughter, sharp-tongued, spoke up before Yuan Yang could say anything. "This is my grandmother. She's unwell, and the county hospital said she needs long-term care, so we need to stay here." The second daughter added, "Regardless, we are all related. You wouldn't refuse to help with this little bit, would you?" The youngest nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Everyone faces difficulties in life. Today, my family is asking for your help, but who knows? Tomorrow, you might need help from us." Yuan Yang quickly reassured the youngest Liu girl, "Don't talk about asking for help. We're all family. Nyang's yard is big and empty anyway. Staying here will save some money. Nyang, did you hear that? Quickly clean up a room so we can settle the old lady in."
What?
The first and fourth aunts, who had planned to help, stood still. Although the Liu girls spoke nicely, things couldn't be handled this way. Yuan's mother didn't think about it. Even though she and Yuan and I were mother and daughter, the Liu family matriarch had no connection to Yuan and I. It was very rude for her to visit uninvited. Moreover, the Liu matriarch was sick and had just returned from the hospital. Moving into Yuan's yard would only bring her illness and bad luck. In folk beliefs, this is very taboo. It just shows that the Liu family lacks consideration, and Yuan's mother doesn't understand. Yuan and I watched coldly and, after understanding the situation, said, "Mom, it's fine if you want to stay, but we can't host outsiders. It's not convenient for us." This was a clear refusal. Yuan's mother turned red with anxiety. "Why have you become so cold since coming to the city? This is not just anyone. This is your Uncle Liu's mother. You should call her Grandma." "Be quiet. You can take care of a grandma yourself. We don't need to deal with this. Just take her away quickly." "Call her Grandma? You haven't even gotten a marriage certificate. How can she be a grandma? Grandma shouted angrily. Her voice was so loud that the neighbors, the Gung family, heard the commotion. Gung Chunlai quietly leaned against the wall to eavesdrop. Yuan's mother was shocked. Mom, how can you talk like that? How can you call me Mom? I don't have a daughter who clings to others like this. The Lius have never visited, and you want Yuan and I to call her grandma. What about your dignity? That's not fair. It's not that old Lu doesn't visit. It's that you won't let her come, Yuan's mother said, feeling wronged. The Lu matriarch struggled to sit up. It's just me, this old woman, who is bothersome. I just want to stay a few days and leave after my illness. Don't call me your in-law. If you need care, find somewhere else to stay. Don't stay at Yuan's. She's still a child, Grandma said sternly. The Lu matriarch began to cry. I'm such a burden. Why didn't the heavens take me away sooner? I don't want to live in this world, being unwanted. Second Aunt Zhao Fuhua pointed at the telephone pole outside. If you want to die, go hit a pole yourself. Don't come to someone else's house to make a scene. How can we live here with all this noise? Her bluntness made the Lu matriarch roll her eyes in frustration. The 3 Lu girls rushed over, crying as if they had lost their mother. Grandma, what's wrong? Open your eyes. Grandma, you're just upset because of this family. Both sides were at odds, completely unaware that several people were already listening from the wall. Mrs. Gung frowned. These 3 girls were really clueless, bringing an outsider to cause trouble for her granddaughter.
What could she say about that?
Gung Chun whispered, My third aunt really has no sense. It would be best if we could send her back and start over. Smack. Gung Chun got a slap on the back of his head. Seeing the Lu family causing a scene, Yuan Yang felt increasingly uncomfortable being caught in the middle. She could only plead with Yuan and I, please raise your hand and help your grandmother. Grandma spoke sternly, second and fourth. Throw this family out. Don't let them dirty the floor. Uncle 2 and Uncle 4 rushed forward without hesitation, pushing the cart. The Lu girls couldn't stop them and were pushed out by Aunt 2 and Aunt 4. Only Yuan Yang was left alone in the yard. Mother, do you really have no sense of compassion at all? Am I the one lacking compassion? You're the one who was fooled and still helped count their money. Once the outsiders left, Grandma finally showed a sad expression. Guiying was a girl raised in the palm of their hands. Perhaps she was too spoiled and naive, easily played by outsiders.
What should be done about that?
Yuan Yang stubbornly replied, You just favor the rich over the poor. Uncle 2 sighed, Guiying, you need to change your attitude. Your mother only wants what's best for you. When has she ever harmed you? Look at your choices. The first was Yuan Laoda, and now it's Lu Jianpain. Who are these people? Yuan Yang felt mocked and covered her face, crying loudly, You're bullying me. She turned and ran out of the small courtyard. Uncle 2 wanted to chase after her but was stopped by Aunt 2. Listen to your mother. She hasn't spoken yet. Grandma sighed, Don't chase after her. Let her go. Aunt 1 quickly tried to lighten the mood. Oh no. The meat is in the pot. We can't let it burn. We need to check on it. Aunt 2 and Aunt 4 immediately followed. It's not burnt. The aroma is just starting. Mother, can you help us with the seasoning? Several sisters-in-law pushed Grandma into the kitchen, leaving only the men from the Chin family and Yuan Yang's sisters in the yard. Seeing Zhaodi darting around like a little mouse, Yuan Yang felt dizzy. Zhaodi, what are you looking for? Sister, I can't find the sportswear I changed out of this morning. Where did it go? Zhaodi was concerned about the sportswear because they had a sports day tomorrow, and the teacher specifically emphasized wearing it. She clearly remembered that she had washed her clothes early in the morning and hung them in the yard. They should be dry by now, but why couldn't she find them? At that moment, the old lady from the Lu family was trembling as she tried to put on a tracksuit. There are many harmful superstitions in the community. For example, throwing money on the ground for someone else to pick up, claiming it is a life-buying money to borrow someone else's lifespan. Another is brewing traditional medicine and intentionally pouring the leftover herbs at a busy intersection, hoping that anyone who steps on them will take away their illness. Then there's borrowing a relative's clothing to gain their blessings, longevity, and fortune. It's all about taking advantage, wanting to transfer others' good fortune and lifespan to oneself. But what about the person whose life is borrowed? That's not something these people consider. Among these customs, the most malicious is wearing a relative's clothes. When others see you as family, you think of taking their lifespan without reason. Is that even humane? The old lady from the Liu family was doing just that. The outfit she was trying to wear was taken by Yuan Yang when she pushed the cart into the yard, and no one in the family noticed. Yuan Yang casually grabbed a women's tracksuit and tossed it onto the cart. Just as the old lady was about to put it on, Yuan Yang's conscience kicked in, and she said with a trembling voice, "Mother-in-law, how many years of life will you borrow by wearing that? You can't let Zhao Di suffer too much." She even knew that this outfit belonged to Zhao Di. The old lady scoffed. "Zhao Di is still young. Borrowing a few years isn't a big deal. Don't worry, I won't take too much." At that moment, someone suddenly rushed out from the side and snatched the tracksuit away, saying, "So there really is life borrowing. That won't do. Sister Zhao Di is so lovely, you can't take advantage of her." The one who grabbed the clothes was Geng Chunlai. Yuan Yang and the others hadn't seen where their mother hid the clothes, so when they noticed they were missing, they didn't think of this. But Geng Laotai, who was peeking over the wall, knew the customs well. As soon as she saw the sickly old lady from the Liu family, she was wary of her intentions towards the children. Geng Chunlai jumped down from the wall and followed her. When he saw the old lady trying to wear Zhao Di's clothes, he immediately snatched them away. The old lady yowled like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "That's not just clothes. That's my life. You little brat, give me back my clothes." Geng Chunlai turned and ran. "Don't mess with superstitions. If you have such wicked thoughts again, I'll report you." Geng Chunlai was just speaking casually, but Yuan Yang was so scared that she trembled all over. If anyone was to blame, it was Liu Laotai, who was the one causing harm, even to her own daughter. Now that Geng Chunlai said he would report it, how could Yuan Yang not be afraid? "Oh no, what should I do? Without children's clothes, I won't recover from this illness," Liu Laotai cried out. Putting aside their commotion, when Geng Chunlai took the clothes home and told everyone what happened, they were all furious. How can there be such a person? Are they even family? If they are relatives, we should cut ties. They are trouble from the start, said Geng's third grandfather. People in the capital value propriety. Generally, anyone with a sense of dignity wouldn't visit others right after coming back from the hospital, as they know their own situation and fear imposing on others. Not to mention, going to someone else's home while sick to ask for a place to stay is even worse. If you have money, treat your illness. If not, don't burden your relatives. This family is not trustworthy. We shouldn't get too close, added the second grandfather. Geng Laotai felt a headache coming on. In front of her relatives, she couldn't say that the one causing trouble was actually her own daughter. For a moment, she felt relieved that she had been firm in not wanting to take Yuan Yang back. Otherwise, she would be embarrassed now. This Liu family is too bad. Chunlai, return the clothes to Zhao Di and tell them what happened so they can be cautious, Geng Laotai instructed. Don't worry, I will make sure to convey the message, Geng Chunlai replied as he hurried off. Next door, while they were enjoying steamed buns, they quickly invited him to sit. Chunlai, have you eaten? Come and have some here. I won't eat. I came to tell you something. Geng Chunlai explained everything that had happened in detail. The Chun family, kind-hearted from top to bottom, was left speechless. Are you saying that old woman wants to borrow life? She wants to borrow Zhao Di's life. The grandmother stuttered in shock. How could a person's heart be so wicked? Yes, in our hometown there's always been this belief, so we avoid letting sick people wear borrowed clothes. But some people with bad intentions will try to borrow clothes from relatives when they have a sick person at home. I know this sounds superstitious, but some customs exist for a reason, and it's best to avoid them, Geng Chunlai said calmly. Uncle Air slammed the table in anger. Why is Guiying getting more confused? Grandma patted her chest. This child has been brainwashed by the Liu family. Geng Chunlai thought to himself that his aunt probably never had a clear mind. Anyway, since old lady Lu is sick, she will definitely stay in the county for a while. You all should be cautious. There was no need to worry about the Lu family. As long as they locked the door, the Lu family couldn't get in. What Geng Chunlai meant by being cautious was to watch out for an insider, which was Yuan Ninyang. Everyone agreed, and then thanked Geng Chunlai. He waved his hand generously. No need to be polite. Once Nini recognizes my grandma, she will be my sister, and we are all family. Since he had openly talked with Yuan Nini, Geng Chunlai no longer had any hidden intentions and became much friendlier in his actions. After sending Geng Chunlai off, everyone lost their appetite. Yuan Ninyang might be simple-minded and naive, but why was she so clever when it came to harming her own family? Zhaodi heard that her mother took her clothes to lend her life to old lady Lu and had been silent with a frown. She didn't want to acknowledge her mother anymore. What should she do? Pandai furrowed her small brows. Grandma, please don't leave. We're not leaving. What's wrong, child? What if you leave, and mother drags us to the Lu family, not letting us go to school and making us wash dishes and cook? What will we do then? Though Pandai was young, she thought things through carefully. Her mother had a natural way of controlling her children, and now Grandma was protecting them. If Grandma left, wouldn't they be at their mother's mercy? This was a serious concern. Grandma and Grandpa exchanged glances, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. They weren't being harsh, it was just that Yuan Ninyang had gone too far. This was no longer just about taking from their family to support outsiders. It was about harming their own flesh and blood, and they wouldn't allow Yuan Ninyang to continue down this path. Children, don't worry. Tomorrow your sister Nini will recognize her godparents. Once the ceremony is over, we will go home. What would they do at home? Grandma and Grandpa wanted to invite some elders from the village to witness the ceremony in front of the team leader, then have Yuan Ninyang sever ties with the children. Nini, Yuan Laoda is not a good person. This is a good opportunity to change your sister's last names back to ours, so you can all take the Chen surname, Grandma decided firmly. Mother, will this be bad for Goying? Uncle Air hesitated. What do you understand? We decided to cut ties between Guiying and the children, so if she makes a mistake again, she won't harm them. However, we haven't completely severed ties with her. If things go wrong for Guiying, she can always return to her family, Grandpa pointed out. Everyone understood, but only Uncle Air was confused, so Uncle C had to explain. Sister San has gone back to her family, where her elders and brothers are. She has to listen to them, and no one will let her act foolishly. Uncle Air suddenly understood. That's a good idea. Let's bring Guiying back quickly.
Und dresset in brichtkolors, luoket unhappy.
Then it's settled. We'll handle these matters first, and once that's done, we can return to the village. Grandma sighed deeply. The Lu family was not a good match. The idea of borrowing longevity seemed uncertain. Whether it could be borrowed was one thing, but the Lu family's intentions were too malicious, even targeting the younger generation, which was frightening. What can we do to separate Yuan Yang from Teacher Lu? That night, Uncle Air and Uncle C's family moved into an empty house. Thankfully, Grandpa had come over recently. He enjoyed collecting wood, and since Zhaodi and Pandai were not little kids, he had plenty of free time. During his spare time, Grandpa made several wooden beds and cabinets, giving some to the neighbors and keeping others for himself. Yuan and I provided some bedding for them, making the house livable.
Before long, the next day arrived.
I heard the Geng family came from the capital and were quite refined. Aunt Air and Aunt C put a lot of effort into dressing up their two boys, giving them fresh haircuts and making sure they were clean. Grandma looked at Uncle Air's two boys with concern. These clothes were just made for the new year, right? Why do they seem so short already? Uncle Air is a bit older than Yuan Yang, but he married later, so his two boys are younger than Yuan and I, around 13 or 14 years old, and they're growing quickly. Aunt Air sighed. I left extra room when I made them, but I didn't expect they'd be short so soon. Raising boys is costly, especially with their appetites. As the saying goes, a growing boy can eat his father out of house and home. When Grandma and Grandpa were around, they helped support the family, so Aunt Air didn't find it too hard to manage the kids. Now that Grandma and Grandpa had gone to the city, Even though Uncle Air worked as a tractor driver and had some extra income, life didn't feel any easier. Aunt C smiled and said, I have some fabric at my place. After we go back, I'll give it to Aunt Air, so she can make some clothes for the two kids. Yuan and I looked at Aunt Air and Aunt C and felt that their relationship had improved a bit. To be honest, Aunt Air can be a bit forgetful, but she really loves Uncle Air and is dedicated to living with him, so she doesn't cause too much trouble. Unlike Yuan Ni's mother, who has no clear ideas about big matters but is very stubborn about small ones. Once she makes up her mind, nothing can change it, which can be quite frustrating. Grandpa didn't pay much attention and said, What kind of family is the Gung family? If they recognize Yuan and I as their granddaughter, it shows they value her character. As long as we keep things tidy and presentable, that's all that matters. That was true. Everyone tidied up and left on time. The Gung family's door was wide open, and Grandma and Grandpa went in first, receiving a warm welcome. On the day of the recognition ceremony, not only Yuan and I and Grandma Gung were present, but also relatives from both sides gathered, along with a few elders to witness the event. Several relatives from the Gung family came, and Grandma Gung happily introduced everyone, mentioning names like Uncle San and Uncle C, who were all respected elders. The Gung family's courtyard was already decorated, with a table set up for offerings. In recent years, there has been a push to eliminate superstitions, so the table had no plaques, just fresh flowers and fruits. Grandma Gung whispered, Sincerity brings blessings. The Chun family, living in the countryside for years, didn't understand these customs but nodded along, surely believing they were sincere. The ceremony was led by Uncle San from the Gung family. Under his guidance, the Gung and Chun families arranged themselves by age, and then Uncle San read a document for the recognition. Grandma Gung and Yuan and I each paid their respects at the offering table, and the ceremony was complete. There was nothing unusual about the meal after the recognition, but having an offering table in the courtyard could attract complaints. Uncle Gung quickly moved the offering table away, placing the flowers and fruits on several dining tables. According to Grandma Gung, these were items that had been offered to the spirits and could be shared with ordinary people to bring them good fortune. Grandma Gung took out a prepared box, which was a welcome gift for her new granddaughter, and handed it to Yuan and I. From now on, Yuan and I is my granddaughter, and our families will treat each other like relatives. Yuan and I also took out a gift she had prepared for Grandma Gung, which was 2 pairs of handmade cloth shoes made by her grandmother. Her grandmother had noticed that, although the Gung family valued appearance, they wore handmade cloth shoes, likely because they were comfortable and breathable. After exchanging gifts, everyone could take their seats. Grandma Gung was very welcoming, and there were 3 tables set up in the yard, allowing everyone to sit comfortably. Aunt Air and Aunt C rolled up their sleeves, ready to help serve the dishes, when they saw 2 people coming out of the Gung family's kitchen. It turned out these were chefs hired by the Gung family, so the family members didn't have to lift a finger. Aunt Air was envious, thinking this was the life of a wealthy family. Yuan and I was lucky to have such a rich grandmother. Grandma shot a stern look at Aunt Air. It was a joyous occasion, and she didn't want her second daughter-in-law to cause any trouble. Fortunately, Aunt Air behaved well today, keeping quiet and following table manners. After the meal, Grandma and Grandpa took the whole family back to their own yard. As soon as they entered, Aunt Air eagerly pointed at the box Yuan and I was holding. "Aunt Air, what did your new grandmother give you as a welcome gift? Open it so we can see." Grandma subtly shook her head at Yuan and I. The Gung family was not ordinary. The gifts they gave Yuan and I must be special. If they wanted to give something directly, they wouldn't have bothered with the box. If others wanted to see what was inside, it wouldn't be a big deal, but Aunt Air was known for being talkative, and Grandma didn't want her involved. Yuan and I smiled and said, "Let's put the box with Grandma for now and open it later." Aunt Air, not thinking much of it, happily agreed. Grandma took Yuan and I to her room. "Now let's see what's in the box." The small wooden box was locked, and Grandma Gung had personally given Yuan and I the key. She inserted the key into the lock, and with a click, the lid popped open. Inside the box was a luxurious red silk cloth, and prominently displayed was a shiny golden key, along with an old, yellowed envelope underneath. Just seeing these two items, it was clear that the golden key and the letter were not ordinary gifts. What could these two items mean? Yuan and I took out the letter and began to read it carefully. Grandma didn't know many characters and couldn't read the letter, so while Yuan and I read, she gently stroked the golden key. The key showed signs of wear, indicating it wasn't just a decorative piece. Gold is soft, and only a gold lock would match a gold key. What could be so precious that it needed a gold lock? After a long while, Yuan and I finally finished reading the letter. What did the letter say? This letter was written by the elder of the Gu family to the elder of the Gung family. Besides discussing feelings, it mainly aims to confirm a marriage arrangement for the next generation. Grandma was a bit confused. Near, what does this letter have to do with you? Yuan and I replied seriously. Grandma Gung gave me the letter, probably hoping I would form a marriage bond with the Gu family. After thinking it over, Grandma realized that made sense. Otherwise, why would she have handed the letter to Yuan and I? Could it be that they want to be close just for this? Who are the Gu family? Are they a dangerous family? Grandma worried about Yuan and I. It's important to be cautious. On the surface, the Gung family doesn't seem like that kind of family, but who knows? After all, Yuan and I is not a direct descendant of the Gung family. They wouldn't want their own granddaughter to fulfill a marriage arrangement, so they tricked Yuan and I into it. Hearing her grandma's concerns, Yuan and I couldn't help but laugh. It shouldn't be like that. This letter is from the Gu family to the Gung family, and from the tone of the letter, the Gu family holds a higher status than the Gung family. They handed the letter to me to let me decide whether to fulfill the marriage arrangement. After all, times have changed, and now we value freedom in love and marriage. What should we do? Return the letter and directly ask Grandma Gung if she mistakenly gave it to me. Grandma clapped her thigh. That's a good idea. We can ask clearly and openly. After discussing, the two of them decided not to take the small wooden box and instead kept the golden key and the letter with them as they went to the Gung family. The Gung family was chatting when Grandma Gung saw them coming. It seemed she expected them and invited them into the inner room. Once the door was closed, Grandma Gung asked them to sit down. You are here to ask about that letter and the golden key, right? Grandma replied sincerely, I can see that the Gung family is a prominent family, very different from us farmers. I'm happy that you can accept Nir as a granddaughter, but if there's anything wrong, I cannot let her fall into a bad situation. Grandma Gung smiled reassuringly. I didn't misjudge you. Actually, the situation is like this. Being straightforward, Grandma Gung handed the letter from the Gu family to Yuan and I, not intending to hide anything from them. She began to recount the events from years ago, mentioning how she and her husband had come to Dan County to escape trouble and had left their third daughter in this place. Decades later, she brought Gung Chun to Dan County with the goal of finding her long-lost daughter, who is. Grandma and Yuan and I were stunned. Could there really be such a complicated story in the world? You named the third girl Guaying, right? You raised her well, but she has a bit of a stubborn personality. I don't plan to take her back. Let I take her and her two sisters home instead. Of course, I won't treat Guaying unfairly. What I mean is, let her stay in Dan County, and I will provide her with some essentials, which you will manage for her. If one day Guaying struggles, please help her out, so she doesn't waste what I give her, Grandma Gung said calmly. Grandma was shocked. She thought her treatment of Yuan and I was already harsh. Unexpectedly, Grandma Gung was even more ruthless, completely bypassing her daughter and only recognizing her granddaughter. What Grandma didn't know was that this was how wealthy families treated their children. They may love them, but if a child proves to be unworthy and could harm the family, they would decisively cut ties and distance themselves. In the past, it could even lead to a drastic end. One must understand that a person's position affects the consequences of their actions. For someone like Yuan and I, the worst she could do was harm her own family. If she were in a higher position like managing a store, the damage could extend to the entire business. The higher the position, the greater the potential for harm. Recognizing Yuan Ni's stubborn nature, Grandma Gung made the tough decision to leave her in the countryside, which was for both the Gung families and Yuan Ni's benefit. Yuan and I understood this well, coming from a post-apocalyptic background, but she wondered why Grandma Gung was so determined to bring her back. Our Gung family started with antiques, and you have a talent for it. There are many descendants, but none are capable except you to inherit the Gung legacy, Grandma said without holding back. A golden key truly fits a golden lock. Only the one with the key is worthy of inheriting the Gung family. What about the marriage agreement? Grandma smiled. Do you know which Gu family was mentioned in the letter? I don't know. It's the family of manager Gu Chao. This truly is a fateful meeting from afar. If it were any other Gu family, Yuan and I would not agree, but if it's the Gu Chao family, that's a different story. After a lot of effort, we finally got everything sorted out. Grandma has something on her mind. Even though Guiying was picked up by us, I've treated her like my own daughter since she was little. This girl has been fooled by the Liu family, and I can't accept it. I said to Miss Gung, do you have any ideas? This question struck a chord with Grandma Gung. She lowered her voice and revealed her plan. Do you think it will work? Having lived in the countryside for so long, Grandma had never seen such tricks. She clapped her thigh in approval. This is the way to go. But who should do it? If you trust me, let Chunlai handle it. You've seen that child. All right, sounds good. The two grandmas exchanged smiles. Teacher Liu, who was being watched by them, felt an inexplicable chill and looked up at the sunny sky, wondering why his back felt cold. Ahem, giant pain, running around like this every day isn't good. If it doesn't work out, I might just stay at Xiuyu's house, Grandma Liu coughed, struggling to catch her breath. Teacher Liu quickly helped her by patting her back. Mom, don't say that. Do you think Xiaoyu will let you stay? Besides, with your health like this, you should be careful. What if it affects Xiaowang? Their conversation contained a lot of information. Xiaoyu is actually Teacher Liu's true love, and Xiaoguang is his son. Because the Liu family is such a burden, Xiuyu would rather secretly be with Teacher Liu than marry into the Liu family. Teacher Liu often talks about breaking free from old superstitions, but he is quite superstitious himself. He can convince Yuan Yang to steal clothes for Grandma Liu to prolong her life, but he doesn't want Grandma Liu to stay at Xiuyu's house, fearing it might affect the woman he loves. This is quite hypocritical. Grandma Liu felt helpless. I don't want to go to Xiuyu's house either. Xiaoguang is my eldest grandson. But what can we do if I don't stay there? Your 2 salaries are not enough. Teacher Liu thought for a moment and confidently said, Don't worry, let's do it this way. Yuan Yang was very tired. Even when she was at the Yuan family, she was tired, but back then, she had 3 girls to help her. Although it was exhausting, it felt warm inside. Now at the Liu family, everyone says she is a burden. Whether it was helping Grandma Liu with her needs or washing the dirty bedding, the 3 girls in the Liu family just watched coldly. They didn't lift a finger except when it was time to eat. Yuan Yang once quietly asked herself if what she was doing was worth it. There was no one in the Liu family's courtyard, and Yuan Yang didn't think much of it as she continued toward the main room. Just then, she heard voices inside. Giant pain, Guiying is really suffering with you. You must treat her well in the future. This was the voice of Grandma Liu. Mom, I will always be sincere with her. Right now, our family is facing difficulties, but once we cure your illness, we will get through this. Cough, my child. I feel like I am a burden to you. Why treat my illness? If I weren't here, you and Guiying could live well, and her family would accept you. How about this? Just take me out and bury me. Mom, what are you saying? I'm not that kind of unfilial person, and neither is Guiying. Her family may have some misunderstandings about me, but over time, those misunderstandings can be resolved. I hope so. I heard Guiying's family is quite wealthy. If they're willing to lend us some money, I could get treatment. Mom, I can't ask them for that, and don't mention it to Guiying, so she doesn't feel uncomfortable. Don't worry, I will find a way to borrow money from the school. I'll ask my colleagues and leaders. I will find enough for your treatment. My child, I feel sorry for you. You are so noble, and I am the one dragging you down. Mom, don't say that. You raised me when I was young, and now I will take care of you in your old age. It's my duty to do this. Oh, you are such a kind-hearted child. Inside the main room, Lu and his mother were crying together. Yuan Yang leaned against the window, stunned by the touching scene. Tears streamed down her face, and she quickly wiped them away, filled with pride. She hadn't misjudged Lu Jianping. He was a good man, worthy of her trust. Since he was worth it, she decided to do something for the man she loved. With that thought, Yuan Yang hurried out of the courtyard. This time, no matter what her family said, she was determined to borrow money to help Grandma Lu get treatment. What Yuan Yang didn't know was that just after she left, the window of the main room opened, and Lu and Grandma Lu looked at her departing figure, mocking her as if she were foolish. Yuan Yang walked east toward the county town. Not long after she left, Lu also exited the village, heading west to Bailu village. Lu's beloved woman was named Xiaoyu, who lived in Bailu village. Xiaoyu is a young widow. Her husband passed away many years ago, and she relies on the support of others to get by. Teacher Lu is the most active supporter, always the first to help, whether with money or effort. Teaching is a respectable profession, but the people of Bailu village look down on Teacher Lu. They wonder why a decent man spends so much time at a widow's house. Teacher Lu, are you going to Xiaoyu's house again? Someone remarked disapprovingly. Yes, I'm going to help Xiaoguang with his studies, Teacher Lu replied casually, seemingly unaware of the mockery in their eyes. Xiaoguang is Xiaoyu's son, and according to her, he is Teacher Lu's child, which Lu also believes. The truth of the situation might be unclear even to Xiaoyu, as there are so many people helping her. How could she distinguish who is who? As soon as Teacher Lu entered Xiaoyu's home, the villagers began to gossip. It's daytime, and he's starting lessons again. That's nonsense. Every time Teacher Lu comes to tutor, Xiaoguang is outside. So, what is Teacher Lu teaching? Fixing holes, I guess.
Ah.
Regardless, whether tutoring adults or children, Teacher Lu was busy again. Xiaoyu is a widow, and since she has no husband and her son is young, no one has a reason to interfere in her life, only to whisper behind her back. But today was particularly unsettling. As Teacher Lu entered Xiaoyu's house, the public security team arrived in the village, heading straight for her home. They knocked on the door and, finding it locked, prepared to kick it down. Curious neighbors peered over the wall to watch. Suddenly, screams erupted from the yard, with someone shouting to catch a rogue. Soon, Xiaoyu and Teacher Lu were dragged into the yard, both disheveled and panicked. The public security team, experienced in catching wrongdoers, quickly assumed they had found trouble. Seeing that Teacher Lu wasn't even wearing pants, they began to hit him. How shameless can you be? Your wife is at home having a baby, and you're out here with a widow. Are you even a man? Teacher Lu, holding his head and increasingly confused, protested. Wait, you must have the wrong person.
I'm Lu Jianping. I'm unmarried.
I'm in a free relationship with Gus Xiaoyu. It's not what you think. Don't lie. We're after the Lu Yu, and your wife reported you to the commune. She wants to cut ties and divorce you. The public security team believed Teacher Lu was just making excuses, and they hit him even harder. Gus Xiaoyu was wearing a tank top, holding herself and looking down, thinking that since it was Teacher Lu being hit, it had nothing to do with her. The neighbors were watching with excitement. They realized that the neighborhood watch had made a mistake, but no one stepped in to explain. If they clarified things, there would be no more spectacle to enjoy. With no television around, it was understandable that people wanted to see some action. After a confusing half-hour, Teacher Lu suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted. The neighborhood watch members were not worried at all. In these times, whether it was a thief, if someone got hurt, it was their own fault, and no one would investigate. Someone checked Teacher Lu's breathing and confirmed he was just fainted, not dead. That rotten got off easy. You, hurry up and put on your clothes. Come with us to the commune to give a statement, the leader of the neighborhood watch told Gus Xiaoyu. Only then did Gus Xiaoyu feel brave enough to speak. You have the wrong person. His name is Lu Jianping, and he is a teacher at the commune elementary school. His wife passed away years ago, and he is single now. This information was different from what the neighborhood watch had, but it didn't concern them. They were acting on a report of infidelity, and even if they were wrong, it wasn't their fault. Later, The person who made the report came forward to clarify that she had misunderstood her husband. Since no one was at fault, Teacher Lu had taken a beating for nothing. The main issue was that the beating was a bit too harsh. Someone had accidentally ruptured Teacher Lu's spleen. That afternoon, he was taken to the hospital for surgery to remove it. This was not a minor operation and required someone to sign off on it and pay for the costs. Gu Xiuyu knew she would be held responsible, so she flatly refused. I was just dating Teacher Lu. I can't take on this responsibility. Who would sign? Whoever did would be the one stuck with the bill. At that moment, old lady Lu remembered someone. You should go find her. She will definitely be willing to take responsibility for Giant Pain. When the news reached Yuan Ni's mother, she was sitting in Yuan Ni's house on a hunger strike. And you have such a cruel heart. If you don't lend me money, I won't eat. I don't believe you can bear to watch your mother starve to death. The family was gathered around a big table eating. Seeing Yuan Ni's mother like this, they felt helpless. Uncle Air and Uncle C had not left yet. Today they had steamed 5 trays of big dumplings filled with cabbage, noodles, and meat, and made a tofu and vegetable stew to improve everyone's meal. Yuan and I took a bite of the juicy dumpling and then had some stew. Do as you wish. If you're not hungry, then don't eat. A person can survive without food or water for at least 7 days. Yuan Yang has only missed 1 meal, so it's not a big deal. By not eating, she can save some food for the cat and dog. Seeing Yuan Yang stubbornly sitting at the door, Aunt Air looked at Uncle Air with some concern. Uncle Air showed no reaction and continued to eat his buns. Only then did Aunt Air feel relieved and serve herself another bowl of stew. Grandma and Grandpa said nothing. Xiaodi pretended not to see. Ever since their mother took Xiaodi's clothes, the 2 sisters had been cold toward her. It was strange that their mother would harm her own child to benefit others. After finishing 1 steamer of buns, Aunt De picked up another. This is the last steamer. Is it enough? If not, I can make something else. Uncle C burped. Sister-in-law's cooking is too good. I'm actually full, but I can eat a couple more buns. Me too. Just a couple more, someone else added. The buns looked delicious and fluffy, and as they disappeared quickly, Yuan Yang wished she could shout, "Save one for me." However, since she declared a fast, everyone respected her choice and left nothing for her. Not only were the buns gone, but even the soup from the stew was finished. Yuan Yang's stomach growled, and she hadn't even had a sip of cold water. Just then, she heard footsteps behind her, and her fading hope reignited. Yuan Yang turned around quickly, only to find it was not Yuan and I, but Xiaodi. She felt disappointed. This girl had no money. Don't try to convince me. I won't eat, Yuan Yang said defiantly. The food is all gone. Even if you wanted to eat, there's nothing left. Can you move a bit? Either come in or go out. We need to close the door, Xiaodi replied coldly, not acting like a child at all.
Xiaodi you.
I'm not Xiaodi anymore. My sister changed my name. From now on, I'm called Xiaowen, Chen Xiaowen. Xiaodi shut the big door behind her, leaving Yuan Yang outside. Yuan Yang was stunned. Why change your name?
I didn't know about this.
It should have been changed long ago. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. Yuan Yang wanted to say more, but the door was already locked from the inside, and Xiaodi ran off. Looking at the door that had closed in front of her, Yuan Yang suddenly felt empty inside. She felt like she had lost something, but what exactly was it? Guiying is in trouble. At that moment, someone suddenly called for Yuan Yang. She turned around and saw the 3 daughters of the Lu family pushing Grandma Lu in a cart. What happened? Giant Pain has been beaten and needs surgery. We need someone to sign for him. Hurry and sign. Who beat him? Did you call the police? Yuan Yang was still thinking clearly.
Why do you care about that?
Giant Pain needs surgery to save his life. Just go and sign. Yuan Yang had many questions. How did Teacher Lu get beaten? But the 3 daughters of the Lu family pushed her along, insisting she go to the hospital, and she followed them in confusion. As soon as Yuan Yang left, the door of her house and the door of the neighboring Gung family opened. Grandma and Grandma Gung both looked disappointed. Why was Guiying so easily influenced? Chumlai, go follow her and see if she signed. If she really did, then it's hopeless. Grandma Gung instructed with a stern face. Chunlai nodded, understanding that if his aunt really signed, it would be a lost cause. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads quickly. If Yuan Yang had just used her head and asked around, she would know why Teacher Lu was beaten and who he was with at the time. Grandma didn't say anything, just sighed deeply. Compared to Grandma Gung, she cared more for Yuan Yang, but it was a pity. Chunlai didn't keep everyone waiting long. About 2 or 3 hours later, he returned. She signed and even asked to borrow money from me. You didn't lend her any, did you? Of course not. That's good. No matter who it is, no one is allowed to lend her money. Grandma Gung was furious. After that day, Yuan Yang came back twice more, but no matter how much she cried or pleaded, everyone remained indifferent, and no one gave her money. Everyone thought that without money, Yuan Yang would calm down, but unexpectedly, Dr. Du sent someone to deliver a message, saying Yuan Yang was planning to sell her job. Grandma was furious. That job wasn't even Yuan Yang's to begin with. It was meant for her daughter. Since she didn't want it, it should be taken back. Yuan Yang was only working as a temporary employee at the veterinary station. Yuan Yang found the person who had arranged it originally and had Yuan Yang fired, replacing her with her second aunt, Zhao Fuhua. At this point, the Lu family still hoped to undermine Yuan Yang by selling her job and draining her resources, but they could only dream. Due to a lack of money for treatment, Teacher Lu's illness could not be cured, and he became partially disabled, lying in bed like Grandma Lu. Yuan Yang stayed by his side, using a cart to bring Teacher Lu home to care for him. At this point, both the Chun and Gung families had completely lost hope in Yuan Yang. Given the current situation, they couldn't give her a single cent. Any money given would be wasted. They could only wait for Yuan Yang to reach a dead end and return to her family for help. Grandma Gung didn't want to stay in Dan County anymore, mainly because seeing Yuan Yang made her uneasy. The Gung family planned to return to the capital and told Yuan Yang that they would take her 2 younger sisters to the capital when they had their winter break. Girl, I have good things waiting for you in the capital. You must come, Grandma Gung urged repeatedly. Yuan Yang nodded, indicating she understood. After the Gung family left, Yuan Yang's life returned to normal. Oh, the yard next door is empty. It feels so lonely. What's lonely? Have you 2 finished your homework? Chen Xiaowen and Chen Xiaoyu stuck out their tongues and quickly ran back inside to do their homework. Zhaodi changed her name to Chen Xiaowen, and Pandai changed her name to Chen Xiuyu. Both younger sisters liked their new names much better than the old ones. Just then, someone knocked on the yard door. Grandma went to open it, mumbling, "Sigh. With the eldest Gung girl gone, no one is here to chat with me. Who are you looking for?" An elderly woman stood outside, dressed in worn but clean clothes, holding a large burlap sack. She peeked into the yard and said, "I'm looking for the girl from the recycling station. Is she here?" Yuan Yang recognized her and quickly approached. She remembered this woman as someone who had come to sell rare ancient books. She was surprised to see her carrying a large sack and wondered what was inside. Yuan Yang invited the elderly woman into the yard to talk. "Grandma, please keep an eye on things for us." Grandma understood and took a small stool to sit at the door, snapping green beans so she could see any activity. Yuan Yang led the elderly woman into a side room. "Grandma, do you have something to sell?" The elderly woman opened the burlap sack and poured out a pile of shiny black items. Yuan Yang was startled and took a closer look. Weren't these coal pieces? "It's not just coal. There are coal pieces and coal crystals in here," the elderly woman said mysteriously. Yuan Yang knew about coal crystals. They are a type of coal but are transparent crystals that look much nicer than regular coal and can also burn. As early as the Qin and Han dynasties, people used coal crystals as decorations, but compared to other gemstones, coal crystals were not mainstream accessories. The key is that with such a large bag mixed with coal and coal crystals, she isn't buying coal? Seeing Yuan Ni's helpless expression, the old lady lowered her voice and explained, "There's something good in here. To avoid those people, I had to toss it in with the coal. I couldn't pick it out, so I just brought it all back." "Something good? Could it be decorations made of coal crystals?" Yuan and I frowned, looking at the pile of dark items on the ground, which seemed to weigh about 20 to 30 pounds. Even with her special ability, it would take her a long time to pick them out one by one. The old lady exclaimed, "I've sold you things for so long. Have I ever lied to you? To be honest, I have to leave and don't have time to sort through these little things. Since I thought you were a good person, I brought everything to you. If you trust me, just give me $50 to take this pile away."
$50?
For Yuan and I, that amount was nothing. She was buying an opportunity, a huge opportunity.
Okay.
Yuan and I agreed readily, then took out the money from her pocket and handed $50 to the old lady. "Where are you going?" "I'm going with my daughter. She's getting married and moving away." "Congratulations." Yuan and I didn't think the old lady was trying to cheat her. Although the items she received were a mix of real and fake, she always managed to get something genuine. If the antique market were more developed and people had extra money to deal with these items, the old lady could easily sell her antiques for a better price instead of looking for buyers at a recycling station. The old lady accepted the $50, satisfied, and even gave the burlap sack to Yuan and I. "You're young, but you have good taste." Yuan and I smiled modestly. Safe travels. Once the old lady left, her grandmother curiously came in to see what was there. "Wow, a pile of coal balls? Was that person selling coal?" "Sort of. Coal crystals are actually a type of coal ball. If someone else mistook this pile of treasures for coal balls and burned them, they would lose everything." Yuan and I decided to start sorting through them right away. Seeing Yuan Ni's determination, her grandmother knew these weren't ordinary coal balls and directly brought her a container. Before long, Chen Xiaowen, also known as Zhao Di, arrived. "Sister and I, Grandma sent me to help." "You came at the right time. There are things in this pile of coal balls. Pick out the ones that look particularly nice or unique and bring them to me." Chen Xiaowen quickly agreed, took a small stool, and sat down across from Yuan and I to start sorting. The pile of coal balls was about the size of a fist, and they all looked almost the same from the outside. Each piece had to be picked up one by one. Yuan and I relied on her sense of touch, while Chen Xiaowen used her eyes. At first, she wasn't very steady and asked Yuan and I several times. Eventually, Chen Xiaowen understood the standard. It was the kind of thing that looked like a coal ball but, upon closer inspection, was not. They sorted almost until midnight, and both of them were feeling stiff. Suddenly, Chen Xiaowen said, "Sister and I, this coal ball has words on it." "Let me see." Chen Xiaowen handed over a fist-sized coal piece, which had an irregular polyhedral shape, with words carved on each flat surface.
"Zugu sin polidalago ansiu."
Seeing this piece, several words flashed in Yuan Ni's mind. The reason was simple. Dugu Xian was very famous. When Yuan and I was in school, her teacher had talked about the legend of the coal seal. Not to mention the material of the coal seal, which was a rare coal crystal. This seal was multifunctional. The coal seal had several faces, each carved with a different impression, all belonging to Dugu Xian. How could this be possible? Could someone really hold so many titles? To understand this unique seal, one must first talk about Dugu Xian. He was a notable figure during the Western Wei and Northern Zhou periods, one of the three great handsome men of ancient times. In his youth, he was known for his beauty, and everyone in the city envied his looks. Once, when the wind blew his hat askew, everyone in the city thought that wearing a crooked hat made him look charming. The next day, the whole city was filled with people wearing their hats crookedly. Dugu Xian's influence was evident. As he grew older, the ruler trusted him more and more, granting him multiple titles like General, Grand Commander, and Governor. Each position required a special seal, and having so many seals was inconvenient. So, Dugu Xian had someone find a piece of coal crystal and carved all his titles on it, which is how the polyhedral coal seal came to be. The story of this seal's emergence is quite dramatic. According to Yuan Ni's teacher, an elementary school student found this seal on the way to school. The coal-like seal looked like coal but wasn't. It was completely transparent and multifaceted, which immediately caught the attention of the elementary school student. After picking it up, The lucky student noticed that it was not only beautiful, but also had ancient characters carved on it. Since history is part of the elementary school curriculum, the student quickly realized this was no ordinary item. After several reports, the seal eventually made its way to the History Museum. Did Chun Xiaowen pass over this legendary seal? Yuan and I reached out to take it, her hands trembling. Yuan and I took the seal and instantly felt a burning heat in her right hand. This was a real antique. Whether it was the multifaceted seal of the famous figure, Dugu Xian, would require a closer look. Yuan and I carefully examined the translucent stone in her hand, which was a dark brown color and sparkled beautifully under the light. Xiaowen, can you bring me my magnifying glass? Originally, there was no magnifying glass at home, but as Yuan and I collected more items, she had bought one from a department store. Chen Xiaowen quickly agreed and ran out to find it, while the sound of her grandmother yawning could be heard in the yard. Aren't you done yet? Be careful not to oversleep for school tomorrow. Grandma, don't worry about us. Just go to sleep. Soon, Chen Xiaowen returned with the magnifying glass. Using the light, Yuan and I carefully examined the characters carved on the stone. One side read Great Commander Seal, and the other side read General Chongting Seal. The more she looked, the happier she became. This must be the seal of the handsome Dugu Xian. After 1,000 years, this seal was perfectly intact, indicating it had been well preserved. Then the question arose, how did the old lady acquire this seal, and why did she throw it into the coal pile to hide it? Yuan and I held the seal and frowned in thought. According to what she had learned in her previous life, the multifaceted seal was found by the elementary school student on the way home from school. Since it was discarded by the roadside, it suggested that the seal had already been unearthed, but the discoverer did not recognize its true value, leading to its careless disposal. The old lady who sold the seal also mentioned that she threw it into the coal pile to avoid being seen. Combining her experiences from both lives, it seemed the seal was not excavated by archaeologists, but was instead dug up by tomb raiders, and by chance, it ended up in the old lady's hands. Realizing this, Yuan and I suddenly opened her eyes wide. The seal was indeed hot to the touch. Xiaowen, we absolutely cannot tell anyone about this, Yuan and I instructed Xiaowen. Sister and I don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Although Chun Xiaowen is young, she keeps secrets well. The two have already searched through most of the coal pile, and finding the polyhedral stamp was a big surprise. The sisters worked together to turn over the remaining coal pieces and found 8 colorful beads inside. These beads are different colors and about the size of a thumb, not pearls but gemstone beads, which is why they could be mixed in with the coal. Yuan and I compared their lengths, saying, this is part of a bead necklace, probably only 1/3 of its length. At this point, Yuan and I became more convinced that the old lady had bravely taken these items from the tomb raiders. This was truly hidden treasure. Yuan and I carefully put away the polyhedral stamp and the colorful beads. The sisters washed their hands and took a short nap. The next morning at breakfast, Yuan and I specifically told her grandparents not to mention that the old lady had come by or that they had received anything. We're not the type to cause trouble. By the way, do you still want that pile of coal? Grandma asked. We've already sorted through it, so no. Thank you. Then we can use it for firewood. Once it's burned, there will be no evidence, and no one can claim anything. Grandpa took a dustpan and carried all the coal to the kitchen. To be honest, the coal was of good quality and worth several dollars. Xiaowen seemed a bit down, while Xiuyu was full of energy, sipping her porridge and occasionally wrinkling her nose. Xiuyu, what's wrong? Is your nose bothering you? Sister and I do you smell something burnt? Everyone was puzzled and sniffed around. It was breakfast time, and many families were using firewood, creating a burnt smell everywhere. All right, hurry up and eat. After breakfast, we need to go to school. Xiaowen, are you okay? If not, you can take a half day off, Grandma asked.
I'm fine, Grandma.
I just need to take a nap when I get back at noon. Yuan and I yawned as she left the house, thinking how nice it would be to have a cup of coffee. She arrived at work a bit late, and Master Gua had already cleaned up. Master Gua, why are you here so early? Oh, you don't know? There's been a big incident in our county. What happened? The old alley on East Street caught fire last night, burning down several houses. The fire truck is still parked on East Street. Yuan and I was startled. No wonder Xiaoyu mentioned the burnt smell in the air. Is everyone okay? Everyone is fine. The family that lived there had just moved out, and the neighbors noticed the fire early and managed to escape. The old alley on East Street is quite far from Yuan Ni's house, so they didn't hear anything. Master Gua's house is closer, and he explained everything in detail. The fire started just before dawn, and it was very intense right from the beginning. At that time, everyone was sound asleep. If it weren't for a neighbor's kid getting up to use the bathroom, there might have been a tragedy, Master Gua said with deep emotion. Yuan and I was puzzled. A fire just before dawn? No one was cooking at this hour, so how could there be a fire? Master Gua slapped his thigh. Don't think it's strange. Everyone feels the same. Now, East Street is full of onlookers. I passed by on my way to work and watched for a bit. Everyone is saying it might have been arson. Yuan and I suddenly remembered the polyhedral stamp and a half-string of colorful beads, and her heart skipped a beat. Ordinary people wouldn't commit arson. Could it really be tomb robbers? Did they set fire to her house out of anger? Thinking of this, Yuan and I quickly asked Master Gua, "Do you know who lived there?" "Yes, it's the Qin family." Originally, Master Gua didn't know, but he had learned this latest news on his way to work. Old Lady Qin is a poor woman. Her son died young, and she lives with her daughter. She has no source of income, just collects scraps and helps the community by making paper boxes. By the way, she often comes to sell scraps and has met us, but we didn't recognize her, Master Gua said with sympathy. Hearing this, Yuan and I was almost certain that the fire victim, Old Lady Qin, was the one who sold the polyhedral stamps. She quickly set off, saying, "Master Gua, I need to go check it out. Please keep an eye on things."
Hey?
That's quite far. Do you need a bicycle? Seeing Yuan and I already running off, Master Gua shook his head. I didn't expect this girl to be so curious. Yuan and I soon arrived at East Street. Just as Master Gua had said, the fire truck was parked at the street corner, and the firefighters were still there, resting in small groups by the roadside. Worried about Old Lady Qin's safety, Yuan and I was about to approach and ask when she saw a very familiar man walking across the street. He wore an old-fashioned cap that covered his broad forehead, and his jawline was sharp, with a charming dimple. Yuan and I immediately recognized him as the man in the straw she had dealt with before. He was a real tomb robber. She felt a chill run down her back and quickly lowered her head, hiding behind a large tree. Just then, someone patted her on the back and said, "Why are you hiding?" Yuan and I was startled and turned around quickly to find it was Xiaoma. Xiaoma smiled and said, "Why aren't you at the counter? What are you doing sneaking around? Didn't you skip work too?" Yuan and I pulled Xiaoma behind a tree and glanced across the street. The man in the straw was nowhere to be seen. The buyer had something to do, so the station master asked me to buy some supplies. "Are you heading back? Shall we go together?" Xiaoma was carrying a bag full of office supplies. Yuan and I wanted to walk with someone for cover, so she wrapped her scarf tightly and said, "Let's go together." The wind and sand in Dan County were strong. So many girls covered half their faces with scarves, looking both pretty and protecting themselves from dust. Seeing Yuan and I wrap her scarf, Xiaoma handed her the bag and wrapped her own scarf like Yuan and I. "Let's go." Xiaoma had come out to buy things and was pushing her bicycle, which was parked at the street corner. After getting on the bike, they hung the bag on the handlebars and chatted as they walked. Just a few steps later, a man approached them. It was the man in the straw hat. Yuan and I walked confidently past him. For tomb raiders, being secretive often raises suspicion. With her red scarf covering her face and wearing a new outfit, the man in the straw hat probably didn't recognize her. He walked right past them without blinking. However, Xiaoma thought the man was quite handsome and looked back several times. Yuan and I felt uneasy for Xiaoma, worried about what she would think if she knew the man's true identity. The two returned to the recycling station smoothly. Master Gua asked Yuan and I, "Any new discoveries?" Yuan and I took off her scarf and drank a big gulp of water. Nothing much. The firefighters are about to finish their shift. Yuan and I, the station master, is looking for you. Master Guo was about to ask more when they heard someone shout from outside the window. Yuan and I scratched her head. Does the station master know I went out? No. He didn't come by earlier. Don't worry. It's probably about something else. Just go ask. When she reached the station master's office, she saw him looking pleased, not like he was going to scold her. Yuan and I felt relieved. Station master, you wanted to see me? Comrade Yuan, please sit down. Yuan and I sat down obediently. You've been with us for several months now, and you're doing a great job, hard-working and capable. Thank you, station master. It's all thanks to your good leadership. The station master laughed heartily. Now, there are 2 pieces of good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Both are good news? I'm fine with either. Here's the situation. Last time you helped fix the mural, the county's reward has arrived. 80 yuan and 2 thermoses. Please sign for it, the station master said, pointing to the 2 metal thermoses beside the table. There's a reward? Yuan and I quickly signed. Comrade Wang from the Cultural Center said they are going to report on the mural's discovery and preservation at the museum in the capital. They asked if you want to go. If you do, the County Cultural Center will cover the travel expenses. Going to the capital? And someone will pay for the travel? Yuan and I couldn't believe it. What a great opportunity. Of course I want to go, but will my workplace give me time off? The station master waved his hand. It's not considered a vacation. It's a work trip. Are you going or not? Yes. Going to the capital with pay was an opportunity she couldn't miss. Plus, Yuan and I had our own plans. She didn't know how long the man in the straw hat would stay in the county, so it was better to avoid him for a while. The people who had met the man in the straw hat included Comrade Wang, Yuan and I, and the old couple, Mr. and Mrs. Gung. The Gung couple had already gone to the capital, so if Yuan and I went on the trip with Comrade Wang, it would greatly reduce the chances of running into the man in the straw hat. All right, I'll reply to Comrade Wang now. Later, you should go to the cultural center and discuss when to leave. Don't worry about work matters. I'll handle that, the station master said with a smile. Yuan and I stood up to thank him and picked up the thermoses to leave. Wait, there's one more good thing.
Huh?
Going to the capital and receiving a reward is a good thing? Yuan and I quickly sat up straight. Where was I? You've been with us for a while and have performed well. I've reported to the higher-ups, and they agreed to let you be officially promoted early.
Promoted?
This meant Yuan and I would no longer wear straw shoes but would instead wear formal shoes, becoming a recognized staff member. This was great news. The station master waved his hand with a smile. When you return from the trip, everyone will expect you to treat them. Be prepared for that. Being promoted means it's time to treat others. Yuan and I returned to the counter with the 2 thermoses, where Master Guo was waiting. What's going on? Where did you get the new thermoses? Good news. I'm getting promoted, and once Yuan and I finished sharing the good news, Master Guo slapped his thigh. That's wonderful. You can go to the capital. Yes, I'm going to the cultural center now to ask Comrade Wang. Master, do you have anything you want me to bring? If so, let me know tonight. Yuan and I was very excited. I'll ask my spouse when I get home. I'll bring the thermoses back for you. That works. Thank you, Master. Yuan and I carefully wrapped her headscarf and first went to the storage room to ask Xiao Ma to help her take a leave from night school. Then she hurried to the cultural center. Comrade Wang was waiting for her and smiled as soon as they met, saying, surprise, right? Yes, how did you know I was going? Such a good opportunity. Many people wait a lifetime for it. How could you not go? Comrade Wang said, handing her a sleeper ticket. This is for tomorrow morning. Hurry home to pack your bags and take care of things at home. Is it that urgent? The Beijing Museum is pushing us. They say the murals have significant historical value, and they want to submit them internationally, so we're in a hurry. Yuan and I silently thanked the mountain god in her heart. Everything was ready. She was excited to return home. Why are you back so early today? Her grandparents were reinforcing the coal shed in the yard. Yuan and I pulled them into the house and explained carefully, I'm going to Beijing, leaving tomorrow. After I go, I'll need you both to take care of things at home. Go ahead, don't worry. I'll take good care of everything, her grandparents said happily. Going to Beijing was an honorable thing, and their faces lit up with joy. There's one more thing you need to be careful about. Yuan and I recounted her experiences in Shanxian, including her encounter with the man in the straw hat. He shouldn't know my name, and he didn't recognize me, but just be cautious. Her grandmother patted her chest. Don't worry, I won't say a word if anyone asks. If anyone inquires, I'll just say you've never been to Shanxian. Her grandparents were reliable. Yuan and I picked a few items from the cellar that she wanted to sell and packed them in her luggage. According to Mrs. Geng, there were always people dealing in antiques in Beijing. These items were quite ordinary and didn't have much collectible value, so they could be exchanged for money to buy property in Beijing. After all, courtyard houses in Beijing would be very expensive in the future. Just thinking about living in such a valuable courtyard made Yuan and I feel excited. Early the next morning, she rushed to the train station but unexpectedly ran into someone.